This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Under the boundless sky is the earth. It is desolate. Rock fragments are everywhere, forming a dark and bumpy black ash that can't see the end. This is a barren planet with no color. It is wrapped in darkness for decades, silently and slowly rotating around its axis. Suddenly, the thick darkness on the horizon was suddenly lit up in a small area. A solitary meteor, emitting a blazing white light, rushed towards the surface of the desolate planet with great force, smashing into the ground with a loud bang, stirring up dust and broken rocks all over the sky, and embedding a deep pit about 10 meters deep. 10 minutes later, the flying dust slowly fell back to the ground under the influence of gravity, and the visibility in the air increased a lot, revealing the true face of the meteor in the deep pit. It was a freezing chamber. Shi-Yun slept for a long, long time, and had a very long and beautiful dream. She dreamed that someone woke her up from the cryostat, and told her that there was a breakthrough in technology. Her disease was no longer terminal, and she could be operated on now to give her a healthy body. She dreamed that her operation was successful, and she woke up on the bed, and saw her mother sitting beside the bed. Her mother held her hand, her eyes were red, she touched her head, her lips moved several times, and she asked her how she felt with a sob. Her brother stood behind her mother. He had always been sour-faced, but he had matured a lot, and his edges were sharper, but his eyebrows and eyes had softened for the first time. He awkwardly handed her a lunch box, and told her to eat first in a concise way, saying that her father would come in a while after completing the discharge procedures for her. Then Daddy really came. The family of 4 left the hospital and returned home, talking and laughing. They kept telling her good news, saying that she could really sleep, and slept for more than 800 years, which was longer than the normal lifespan of humans at that time. Except for pollution allergy syndrome, her body functions were all good. It must be said that the cryostat technology is really mature. Pollution allergy syndrome? Is it the same thing as her allergy syndrome? Wasn't she cured? Why do you say she still has it? More than 800 years. Exceeding the normal lifespan of humans. Family. Still chattering. It has been confirmed that you meet the host qualifications. The Pioneer Saigow system has been bound. Congratulations on your arrival and confirmation of the first base. Please keep up the good work and build. Our goal is the Sea of Stars. Shi-Yun suddenly opened her eyes. Without a mother, a brother, or a father, she could only vaguely see the pitch black outside through the glass of the freezer. What a lousy place. Was she kidnapped while she was asleep? Or did she die and go to hell? Shi-Yun blinked in confusion, only to find a light blue data panel in his field of vision. There were many labels on the panel. Leader, Base, Transformation Power, Technology Tree. Each label flashed a red dot waiting to be read that could drive people with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. The current panel shows the planet where the current base is located, E118208. It seems that a civilization once called it Earth. Planet rating, E. You are really a person who is not afraid of challenges. Planet transformation potential, E. You are really a person who is not afraid of challenges. Pollution, SSS. You are really a person who is not afraid of challenges. Shi-Yun, What does there was once a civilization mean? The E in the second and third columns, combined with the following complaint, means a very low score, right? The Earth is vast and rich in resources, so how can its transformation potential be low? Do you look down on the Earth? What the hell is pollution? Biochemical pollution? Nuclear pollution? What is the connection? Her eyes fell on other labels, and with a thought, the panel automatically switched to the leader. Leader details. Name, Shi-Yun. Level, 1. Lifespan, 845 years per 845 years 30 minutes. The cryochamber will run out of energy in 30 minutes. Please extend your lifespan as soon as possible. Race, Earthling. Physical condition, healthy. Pollution sensitivity, extremely high. Your site selection is full of debuffs. You are really a person who is not afraid of challenges. Spiritual power, 50/50. SAN value, 20/20. Even as a human, your SAN value is admirably low. Transformation power, convertible/total 30/30. Wealth, 0. Scavengers are richer than you. You are really poor but ambitious. Influence, 0. The goal is grand because it is extremely far from reality. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 50. Upgrade can improve the leader's basic attributes. Base, 1/1. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Challenge Master, rare. The reward skills have been issued. Please check. Warning. Your remaining lifespan is less than 30 minutes. Please extend your lifespan as soon as possible. This system is too weird. Shi-Yun was speechless. What is mental power for? What is SA value for? What is transformation power? However, the panel style is very similar to the strategy game she played before freezing. Shi-Yun remembered the series of prompt sounds she heard in her dream, so she was bound to a system that required land reclamation and construction. Her ultimate mission was the so-called grand goal of the stars and the sea. What does that mean? She not only wants to reclaim land on Earth, but also in the universe? Is it a bit too much to think highly of her? Before she was frozen, she was just a clerk who was counting the days until retirement, not an expert in infrastructure. Although she was speechless, she was not scared by the warning that she had 30 minutes left to live. Before she was frozen, she lived like this. She was lucky to be able to open her eyes every day. She was always worried, never knowing whether she would suddenly have an allergic reaction in the next second and whether she would still be alive. The situation now is much better than before. At least she knows that she is safe half an hour before the cryochamber runs out of energy. So Shi-Yun was not in a hurry to leave the freezer. Although the system's notes were weird, they also revealed a lot of hidden information to her. The current pollution level of the Earth is 5+. Judging from the tone of the notes, it is obviously very high, and she herself is extremely sensitive to pollution. If a person with a high sensitivity to pollution rashly runs into an environment with a high pollution level, it is obvious that nothing good will happen. What she needs to do now is to collect as much information as possible, understand her situation, and find a way to remove or block the pollution if possible. She first checked the skills rewarded by the system. Everything can be synthesized, elementary, proficiency, 0. Skill consumption, transformation power points 1 to 100. Skill description, everything can be synthesized. Unfortunately, it is a primary skill, and can only synthesize 2 inanimate objects at a time. Additional effect, there is a 1% chance of generating mutants. Is the skill consumption so random? Why does this skill feel like a big pit? What is the relationship between transformation power points and transformation power? Shi-Yun clicked on the tab Transformation Power. Transformation Power Details. Transformation Power, convertible/total 30/30ths. Transformation Power Points, 0. Plant Transformation Power, 0. Animal Transformation Power, 0. Mineral Transformation Power, 0. Facility Transformation Power, 10. You placed a freezer 18 meters underground on the desert planet, which is really surprising. Environment Transformation Power, 20. You smashed an 18-meter deep hole on the desert planet, which is really shocking. Civilization Transformation Power, 0. Transforming the base can gain transformation power. According to the current leader level, 1 transformation power can be exchanged for 1 transformation power point, which can be used to upgrade the base or purchase system mall products. Mall, buy. She has 30 points. Maybe there is something good that can remove the pollution outside? Shi-Yun was excited and touched the mall interface, but saw the bold font unlocked, which prompted that the base needed to be upgraded to level 1. So Shi-Yun clicked into the base. Base details. No, number 1. Name, to be named. Level, 0, upgrade to unlock the mall and warehouse. The transformation points required for the next level, 25. Residence, 1/5. Warehouse, unlocked. Defense, none. Unlock related functions after upgrading to level 1. Attack, none. Unlock related functions after upgrading to level 1. Territory, 2x2, barely fits a freezer. You are really thrifty. There is also a warehouse, and I don't know if there is anything in the initial warehouse. 25 points were enough for her, but out of caution, Shi-Yun was not in a hurry to upgrade. She only had about 10 minutes left in the freezer, and the most urgent thing was to find a way to avoid pollution, even in the short term. The system didn't say whether the pollution problem could be solved after upgrading the base. The goods in the mall were invisible, and God knew if they were useful. With how high the prices were, she should look around to see if there were other options. She opened the last tab of the technology tree, and was dazzled by it. The technology tree has 6 major branches according to the classification of transformation power. Except for the civilization transformation branch, which is inaccessible, there are small branches on the other branches, such as growing vegetables, raising pigs, mining, building houses, building airplanes, building starships, building interstellar channels. You can't find anything you can't think of. Most of the things on the branches are not used for the time being. Shi-Yun focused on looking for facilities transformation and environmental transformation, and soon found the technology to solve the pollution problem in the facility's transformation branch. Simple pollution filter. Pre-supplied technology, none. Study time, 2 hours. Material, 5 filter cotton rocks. Function, filter pollution, a must-have for homesteaders. Shi-Yun clicked on the detailed description of the filter cotton rock. This thing looks like an ordinary black stone to the naked eye. If you zoom in, you can see that it has a sponge-like fine structure. It is said that the hardness is not very high. Shi-Yun, who only has 10 minutes left to live. Very good, with pictures and text, but it might be more helpful to tell me where to find it directly. Although she was complaining in her heart, she still clicked the simple filter casually. Maybe she could live for 2 hours? People should have some dreams. After clicking, she quickly looked through other parts of the system. After a while, she didn't find any other useful information, so she jumped back to the base tab and planned to bleed a lot. Before the bleed, she couldn't bear it anymore and chose the name of the base. If she didn't choose it, the red dot kept flashing, suffocating. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Do you want to name base number 1 home? Once modified, it cannot be changed. Shi-Yun chose yes. She missed home. 800 years have passed. The earth has become a wasteland. Her family should be gone, right? If they are still there, will they be waiting for her to come home in some corner of the world? Base naming completed. Influence +5. Congratulations, you have completed the first base naming. Your small step is a big step towards the goal. Please go to the warehouse to check the rewards. Huh? There are rewards for changing the name. But if I remember correctly, the warehouse is locked now, right? This time, Shi-Yun redeemed the points without hesitation and upgraded the base. Base upgrade completed. Influence +5. Base details have changed. No, number 1. Name, home. Level, 1, upgraded to adapt to the protective shield function. The next level requires transformation points. 100, residence, 1/10. Warehouse, 1 of 8. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Territory, 4x4, barely enough to fit 4 freezers. Shi-Yun, There is no need to always use the freezer as a unit of measurement. She no longer stayed in this interface, and jumped directly to the warehouse interface, and couldn't wait to open the system's reward. Item details. Name, spacesuit, choose to change clothes with 1 click, quantity, *1. Quality, poor. Durability, 5 out of 5, can be used for 5 hours in the current environment. Function, convenient for you to stroll romantically in outer space. Remarks, this is a spacesuit that is so poor quality that it can't even filter out pollution. Shi-Yun, Come on, is she on Earth? Why does she need a spacesuit that can walk in outer space? When will she be able to use this reward? She shouldn't have too high expectations for the reward from this ghost system, so she should just go out and try her luck. Shi-Yun pushed open the door of the freezer with a dark face. The next second, Shi-Yun put on the spacesuit that she hated so much. The dog system blurred the point. Isn't the lack of oxygen more terrible than high pollution? Chapter 2. Shi-Yun sneezed twice in succession, as soon as she came out of the cryochamber. Although the spacesuit was of inferior quality, it had a constant temperature function. Shi-Yun was not cold. Her experience of illness while awake for more than 40 years told her that she was allergic. Shi-Yun remembered her extremely high sensitivity to pollution, the extremely high pollution level on the planet, and the words of the system in her half-awake state. Except for pollution allergy syndrome, my body functions are all good. That sentence, she thought to herself, could it be that her allergy syndrome was really an allergy to some kind of pollution? Fortunately, it was just a sneeze, not serious. The moment she came out, a small red dot appeared on the system panel, indicating that the leader page had been updated. She clicked in, and found that all the updated data were marked in red. Leader details. Name, Shi-Yun. Lifespan, 845 years and 28 minutes / 845 years and 3 hours and 28 minutes. The space suit will run out of oxygen in 5 hours. Please extend the lifespan as soon as possible. SAN value, 20/20ths, descending. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. Transformation power, convertible / total May 30th. Influence, 10. Shi-Yun stared at the lifespan column and felt that he was not bound to a land reclamation system, but a system where everyone came to find faults. Every detail was a pitfall, and it would be fatal if he was not careful. The space suit will expire in 5 hours, but she only has 3 hours left to live. What ate up the remaining 2 hours? She looked down and found a way on the SAN value. The weird note changed. Her SAN value seemed to be affected by pollution, and was decreasing. In other words, the first limiting condition for life is actually the pollution problem, and it must be solved within 3 hours. Shi-Yun looked at the simple oxygen generator in the facility transformation branch of the technology tree, which also took 2 hours to successfully study. Fortunately, he did not interrupt the study of the pollution filter in a hurry to solve the oxygen problem, otherwise he would be pitted to death. The production of the oxygen generator does not require any materials, only research is needed, so Shi-Yun set the research of the oxygen generator to the back of the pollution filter, no longer caring about the technology tree, and thinking about the filter cotton rock. Let's take a look at the mall, maybe it's for sale. With a glimmer of luck, she opened the mall that the system had just unlocked. Mall Level 1. Skill card. A mouth that says what it says, primary, 999 transformation power points. Skill card. A pair of eyes that see through everything, primary, 998 transformation power points. Skill card. A peerless face that everyone loves and flowers bloom, primary, 888 points. Shi-Yun, who only has 5 points on him, She silently clicked on the sorting by points from small to large, and found that there were few things within 100 points. Item prompt arrow, poor quality, 15 points. Adaptive map, poor quality, 58 points. Tech tree accelerator, poor quality, 100 points. Okay, very good. She couldn't even afford the cheapest item prompt arrow. Despite this, Shi-Yun still glanced at the descriptions of several products. Name, item prompt arrow. Quality, poor. Function, can help you point out the approximate location of the target item, valid for 1 day. Name, adaptive map. Quality, poor. Function, as long as it is the road you have walked, the area within a radius of 2 meters is the mapping range of the map. Remarks, a qualified pioneer cannot be without a map. Name, technology tree accelerator. Quality, poor. Function, use once to shorten the study time by 1.5 hours, and only works on one technology at a time. Remarks, a qualified leader always understands that time is far more valuable than money. Shi-Yun expressionlessly pointed out the items with notes full of PUA atmosphere, and decided to find a way to mix points, by arrows, and find filter rocks. She looked around. There was still a little energy left in the cryostat, and it automatically lit up with a blue light after it was turned on. The light was not very strong, but it was enough for Shi-Yun to see the surroundings clearly. As the system said, this was a big hole she had smashed, surrounded by walls on all sides, with limited space, and a distance of 10 meters from the hole. She stood on the edge of the cryostat, leaning against one of the rock walls, looking up, and felt like a frog at the bottom of a square well. But she was a frog that could jump out of the well. For unknown reasons, the gravity of the Earth was much smaller than it was 800 years ago. She only needed to kick lightly, and she could perform qigong like the heroes in martial arts novels, and jump out of this more than 10-meter deep hole with the help of the 4 rock walls. Shi-Yun came out of the cave, and before she could do anything, she sneezed a series of earth-shattering sneezes. The pollution outside seemed to be higher than in the cave. The leader status prompt updated by the system confirmed this. Lifespan, 845 years and 35 minutes / 845 years and 3 hours and 13 minutes. The space suit will run out of oxygen in 4 hours and 53 minutes. Please extend the lifespan as soon as possible. SAN value, 18/20. Descending. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. It took only 7 minutes from coming out of the freezer to here, but her lifespan was reduced by 15 minutes, which means that the SN value decreased faster. Shi-Yun calculated while sneezing. After finally stopping sneezing and recovering, she looked carefully, and could hardly believe her eyes. No wonder the system always called the Earth a barren planet. If the system hadn't said that this was the Earth, she would never have associated this place with the thriving and lively planet 800 years ago. Not to mention people, there was not even a blade of grass or an ant. The surface of the ground was cracked and mottled, and there was a dead silence all around. Where did all the humans go? What happened? Shi-Yun stood there, and for the first time since she woke up, she connected the 3 things of the desolate planet, the Earth, and the abnormal gravity, and realized that the world might be completely different from what she knew. She was stunned for a while. Just a little while. She soon took action again. Time is precious. She walked to a big rock, bent down and picked it up. According to the information given by the system, the reason why she got 30 transformation forces before was because she smashed a 18-meter hole on the surface. Does that mean that all the changes she made to this planet can gain transformation forces? Shi-Yun planned to move the rock from one end to the other to verify his guess. Unexpectedly, the next second after he lifted the rock, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to decompose? Shi-Yun chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations, decomposition is successful, and you get stone, ordinary, *5. You get environmental transformation power plus 0.1. Shi-Yun's eyes lit up, thought about it, walked to another stone of similar size, and did not rush to lift the object, but put his hand on it. Do you want to decompose? Sure enough, just touch it. Shi-Yun understood, but did not choose to dismantle it immediately. Instead, she moved the stone and put it in another place. System prompt. You get transformation power *0.1. So for this level of modification, the transformation power obtained is 0.1. Shi-Yun tried stones of different sizes again, and found that if it was a stone that she could not move, the system would not pop up a dismantling prompt. If it was a stone that she could move, the transformation power obtained by dismantling or moving the stone that was taller than one person was 0.2. The transformation power obtained by dismantling or moving the stone that was smaller but needed to be lifted with both arms could be 0.1, and the transformation power obtained by not needing it was 0.05. After mastering the rules, she moved much faster. After more than 10 minutes, she had broken all the rocks worth more points into stone materials, and the empty space became even more empty. Warehouse, 1/8 stone materials, ordinary, *350. Transformation power details. Exchangeable/total, 1237. Environmental transformation power, 27. Your willpower is really admirable. Shi-Yun sneezed, ignored the system's complaints, and walked towards a rock worth 0.2 points in the distance. The moment she disassembled it, she realized something was wrong. Her vision became blurred, and some liquid flowed out of her nose, flowed through her mouth, and dripped to the bottom of the spacesuit mask, making a slight and muffled click sound. At the same time, the disassembled rock disappeared, revealing a small hole the size of a wash basin underneath, and a jet of dark water sprayed out from it, splashing all over Shi-Yun. The system prompt sounded, get stone, ordinary, *10. Get environmental transformation power plus 0.2. Congratulations on discovering a spring, severely polluted, environmental transformation power plus 120. Lifespan, 845 years and 50 minutes / 845 years and 1 hour and 20 minutes. The space suit will run out of oxygen in 4 hours and 38 minutes. Please extend the lifespan as soon as possible. SN value, 5/20, decreasing. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Warning. Your SN value is rapidly decreasing, and the remaining lifespan is less than 30 minutes. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Before the system started beeping, Shi-Yun ran back with blood all over his face, running madly / operation. You purchased, item prompt arrow, *1, and the transformation power points were reduced by 15. You purchased, technology tree accelerator, *1, and the transformation power points were reduced by 100. You used the technology tree accelerator, poor quality, *1 on the simple pollution filter, and the technical study time was shortened by 1.5 hours, and the remaining study time was 3 minutes. You used the item prompt arrow *1, and the search object was, filter cotton rock, which was completed. Search, please go to the search location according to the arrow prompt. As soon as the system finished speaking, a huge arrow with a red light appeared out of thin air, indicating the direction. Shi-Yun's cave. Shi-Yun, I felt like I lost money, but also like I made money. Without thinking, she picked up a small rock with a sharp end, jumped back into the big cave. In the originally dark cave, a dense red light lit up. Congratulations on discovering, filter cotton rock vein, small, environmental transformation power plus 300. It turns out that you were playing a big game when you chose the site. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Farsighted, primary, the prize has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. It turns out that your site selection has a profound consideration. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Sharp eyes, primary, the prize has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Shi-Yun, who discovered the vein at the same time as the system, I didn't know I was so awesome. Chapter 3. The base cave was full of red light, which made Shi-Yun, who had been bleeding from her nose for a long time, feel dizzy and nauseous, but she was still in a good mood, and even felt more at ease than before. It turned out that she was right to jump back into the cave immediately. The rate of SAN value decline slowed down, and her remaining lifespan increased by 10 minutes. with a total of more than 40 minutes of buffer time. It is not difficult to guess that it was the credit of the surrounding filter cotton veins. No wonder filter cotton is used to make pollution filters. Even so, if you calculate carefully, you can still find that her SN value is declining faster than when she just came out of the freezer. The heavily polluted spring is really poisonous. But no matter what, it was water. Without water, she couldn't survive even if she solved the pollution problem. She wandered around outside for a long time, but didn't see any water source. Some rocks were cracked due to dryness. This unexpected gain was actually quite big. She just needed to find a way to filter out the pollution. Shi Yun's mind moved, and he opened the facility transformation branch of the technology tree again. He soon found the target technology: simple water purifier. Prerequisite technology: none. Study time: 2 hours. Making materials: filter cotton rock *3. Function: convert various water resources into drinking water. Shi Yun arranged the study of the water purifier behind the oxygen generator, and concentrated on dealing with the filter cotton rock. He used the ordinary rock brought down from above to tentatively chisel a few times on the cave wall. She remembered that the description of the filter rock said that this kind of rock was not very hard, and the rocks outside were quite hard, so maybe she could chisel it open. She guessed right. After a dozen or so times, she had a small piece of rock in her hand. Almost as soon as the rock was in her hand, the system prompted, "Do you want to decompose it?" Shi Yun chose yes. Congratulations on obtaining stone, filter rock, *1, or vein transformation power +1, environment transformation power +1. Congratulations on unlocking the ore collection illustration, influence +10. The ore collection illustration has been updated, and the new one, filter rock. Technology: the simple pollution filter has been successfully studied. Do you want to make it? Production materials: transformation points *10/energy points *20, filter rock *5. Congratulations on lighting up the facility transformation branch of the technology tree for the first time, influence +10. The rest is easy to do. Shi Yun dug several more filter rocks in the same way, and chose to make them. Congratulations on obtaining a simple pollution filter, ordinary, *1, influence +1. Item details. Name: simple pollution filter. Quantity *1. Quality: ordinary. Durability: 24/24, can be used for 1 day in the current environment. Function: filter pollution, a must-have for pioneers at home. Remarks: wear it, you will strictly protect your beauty. The moment the thing was in hand, Shi Yun finally understood the remark strictly protect beauty. What does it mean? Really, very tight. She had seen the image of the filter details in the technology tree, and knew that it was a mask-like thing, but that was only the front view. She could not see that the mask was as thick as the length of an index finger. With the filter, it was impossible to wear a spacesuit helmet. Without a helmet, there would be no oxygen. Without a filter, there would be no SN value. Ridiculous. Shi Yun checked her current transformation PowerPoints. Redeemable/total: 317.2/467.2. More than 300 points, not a small amount. The skill everything can be synthesized, primary, consumes a maximum of 100 points per use. Even if she is particularly unlucky, she can use the skill at least 3 times. As for the 1% mutation probability, generally speaking, things that can only be exploded with a low probability should, perhaps, possibly, be good things, right? As cautious as Shi Yun was, she did not use her skills directly, but opened the system warehouse and checked the primary achievement reward that the system had just given her. The 2 rewards were the same. Item details. Name: mall shopping card, ordinary, quantity, *2. Function: mall shopping card worth 400 transformation power points. 1 card can be used for every 100 points spent. No refund will be made for any excess. The final right of interpretation belongs to the system. Remarks: although it is not enough to buy, you can buy. Shi Yun, who hates shopping cards and discount coupons the most in her life. No, it would be better to just give her transformation power. She can spend it on other things. Don't force others to go to the mall to spend points. Why do we have to encounter this kind of marketing routine after 800 years? Shi Yun angrily closed the warehouse, opened the mall, and pondered a question. So how should this card be used to get the best value for money? 1 card can be used for every 100 points, which means that it is most cost-effective for her to buy goods worth 500 points in 2 installments, or 1,000 points in 1 purchase. Shi Yun looked at the mall products in these 2 price ranges, 999, 998, 499, 498. No matter how you calculate, you will lose 1 to 2 points. Disassembling a large stone will earn at least 0.1 points, which is equivalent to losing 10 to 20 stones. So angry, Shi-Yun closed the mall expressionlessly, used the skill Everything Can Be Synthesized, primary, selected the pollution filter and space suit, and confirmed the merger. Start synthesizing, simple pollution filter normal, and polluted space suit inferior. Wait. What is a contaminated space suit? Shi-Yun's eyelids jumped, and she remembered that when she dug that damn spring, it seemed that some water splashed on her body. Suddenly she had a bad premonition. However, the system did not give her any time to stop. A series of announcements. Synthesis completed. Consumption of transformation force points *20. Skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining Shi-Yun space suit ordinary *1 equipped. You triggered a 1% skill mutation probability, skill proficiency +5, and generated a monster, ? The first use of a skill triggered a 1% mutation probability. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Lucky, advanced, the reward skill has been issued, please check. Use the skill to trigger a 1% mutation probability and summon an unknown monster. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. A blessing in disguise, intermediate, the reward materials have been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Warning. Unknown monsters have appeared in the base, with great malice, and the base security is declining significantly. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Warning. The pollution concentration in the base is increasing significantly, and the filter-meon rock veins are shrinking. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Shi-Yun, who was almost killed by the black fog, damn system. Do you dare to broadcast a warning first next time? What kind of broken skill is Everything Can Be Synthesized? Can the 1% mutation probability be triggered as soon as it is used? And what about the promise of generating mutants? According to common sense, shouldn't mutant items be dead objects? Do you think that if the word monster also has things in it, it can also be considered a mutant? Why would a living thing with life and full of malice appear when two dead objects are thrown together and synthesized? On this heavily polluted earth, the filament vein is Shi-Yun's life, and there must be no problem. Without thinking, she climbed and crawled to the cave entrance. Unexpectedly, she was fast, but the black fog was faster than her. The whole ball rolled into a black giant python as thick as a bowl, and jumped to the top of Shi-Yun's head. It was about to cover Shi-Yun's head and face, and swallow her whole. Stop! Shi-Yun shouted. The black fog stopped suddenly, and the wind rays made Shi-Yun's ears hidden in the helmet buzz. Skills work. Shi-Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she spent 200 transformation points, and 2 shopping mall cards, to buy a skill card. Skill card. Skill, a mouth that says what it says, elementary, number of uses, 1. Skill time limit, 1 minute. Skill description, what you say will become a reality, the skill effect is proportional to your mental strength. Remarks, I believe you are smart, and will not think that such a great skill has only these few restrictions. Shi-Yun retreated while seizing the time and said quickly, I can go to a habitable and safe planet right now. Nothing happened. As expected, you can't make anything happen just by saying it. The black fog was ready to move. Shi-Yun was mentally prepared. Almost the second after the last test, she started to speak like a string of bullets. From this moment on, you can't do anything bad to me anywhere, under any circumstances during my lifetime, including but not limited to threatening my personal safety and development safety, such as this filter rock vein and all the bases under my name. And resources. And relatives and friends, leave here immediately. As she finished speaking, the black fog that had been leaning against the 4 walls and filling up most of the cave shrank a lot, as if it was trying its best to avoid contact with the surrounding shale mineral veins. However, the more it shrank, the more violently it rolled inside. Shi-Yun was not sure if it was her own psychological effect, but she always felt that the black fog was very reluctant. But she had no other choice but to be timid and urge non-stop. Leave now. Immediately. Immediately. Leave. The black fog then slowly retreated upwards. Leave. Hurry up. Hurry up. Disappear from my sight immediately. The cold sweat on Shi-Yun's back had soaked his clothes, but he was still trying to stay calm. Don't come back again. No. The black fog, which had retreated to the cave entrance, suddenly said. Shi-Yun was shocked, and even a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. Skill, a mouth that follows the law, primary, remaining time to take effect, 25s. It is still in effect, and the black fog has been obedient just now. Why did it suddenly refuse? Shi-Yun leaned against the rock wall, clenched his fists, and spoke at the fastest speed in his life. You must listen to me. I order you to leave this cave immediately and never come back. 15th. No. Which sentence is wrong? Refusing to listen to her, or refusing to leave the cave? Or refusing to never come back? Shi-Yun's brain was working fast, and his mouth was not stopping. I order you to disappear from my sight from now on. No. That's it. 10s. Shi-Yun took a deep breath and made a bet. No matter what the situation is, you must not harm me, and all the bases and resources under my name. You staying in this filter rock cave is harming my resources. I want you to leave this cave immediately. Why? The attitude softened. Sure enough, it would still work as long as it didn't make the other party disappear. 3s. Shi-Yun made up a random excuse. Because we are partners. Partners can't hurt each other. Skill, a mouth that follows the law, primary, has expired. The black fog was still blocking the cave entrance, like a dark cloud. Shi-Yun held her breath, and sweat flowed down her forehead and past her temples. I want to stay with you, the black fog said. Its voice was like a subwoofer that was about to break, like a ball of thunder mixed in the dark clouds. It was okay if it was just 1 or 2 words, but it took a lot of effort to distinguish the meaning when it was connected as a whole sentence. Shi-Yun didn't react immediately. I want to stay with you. The black fog squirmed above her head for a long time, and reluctantly promised, I can restrain my power and not pollute you. And all the resources under your name. Deal? Shi-Yun let out a long breath, and sat down with limp hands and feet. She didn't feel anything when she was running for her life, but now that she relaxed a little, she immediately felt dizzy, thirsty, tired, and had stomach acid. The black fog floated back from the cave entrance, and landed beside Shi-Yun's legs. The originally overwhelming volume was compressed into a small ball by itself, and the whole thing looked much more solid. Under the flashing red light of the guiding arrow, Shi-Yun could vaguely see the scales on its body. So it was a python spirit? Chapter 4. If they are willing to join you, will you accept them as residents? Residents need to issue household registration certificates to them, and the required transformation points are 25. She doesn't want such a dangerous monster to be her resident. Isn't that inviting a wolf into the house? How dare you ask her for points? Residents of the base are subject to household registration restrictions, and cannot attack the leader at will. Okay. Isn't it just 25 points? Take it. Congratulations on attracting the first resident, influence +5. Congratulations on adding 1 new resident, influence +2. Resident details. Name, ? Race, Pluto, Snake, Spirit, 100 out of 100. SAN value, -100/-100. Introduction. A species that should not exist, and almost no human beings have ever dealt with it in a normal form. Looking at the details of the black python, Shi-Yun fell silent. Is this kind of resident really reasonable? Based on her current understanding of the SN value, if this thing reaches 0, the person will die. So why is there such an abnormal existence as a SN value of -100? Is it not a python spirit, but a python ghost? You hate this form, right? I saw this form in your fear. The black python suddenly asked. Knowing that she was afraid of snakes in her fear, he deliberately turned into a snake. Listen, is this human language? Oh no, this is not a human being. We cannot use human logic just because it speaks human language. That said, this also explains why the system wrote Pluto, snake, in the species description of the black python instead of writing snake directly. Whatever you want to do. Shi-Yun waved her hand tiredly. She had only woken up for a short hour, but she had already experienced many vicissitudes. Where are you from? Here. The black python spit out its tongue and thought that the human's question was really strange. Didn't you summon me? Summoning. She was just using skills to merge things, not summoning monsters. Shi-Yun complained in his heart, not dwelling on the concept. Then where were you originally? Didn't I tell you? Here. So it was originally somewhere on Earth, and she accidentally pulled it here? Then why did the system say it was a species that shouldn't have existed? Shi-Yun asked. Then where are your kind? The frequency of the black python spitting out its tongue became faster, and it became alert. Why are you looking for my kind? I'm not enough? It seemed angry, its body swelled up, and the details on its scales blurred a lot. You are my partner. Mine. Believe me, you are more than enough. If possible, it would be better if there is no one. Shi-Yun rubbed his temples. I just want to know where your kind are, so that I can stay away from them. Are you worried? Afraid? Why are you afraid of them? Don't be afraid of them, otherwise I will swallow one if I see one. The black python was still dissatisfied. Swallow, swallow quickly, it would be best if you can swallow them all. Shiyun wanted it. The black python was quiet. She didn't seem to care if he threatened to swallow her, but if he didn't, she would be afraid of others. In this way, wouldn't she be no different from others? No, I am unique. I must be unique to you. It pondered for a long time, raised its snake head and announced, I want a name, you give me a name. Big Black? Shiyun made up a random one. Her attention had already shifted to the data updated by the system. Item details. Name, Shiyun spacesuit, equipped, quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 18/24, can be used for 18 hours in the current environment. Function, convenient for you to travel in a polluted environment. Strolling and replenishing filter rock can improve durability, but it will reduce the upper limit of durability. Note, as a spacesuit, its pollution filtering performance far exceeds its oxygen supply performance. It is a creative invention. Leader details. Name, Shiyun. Lifespan, 845 years 1 hour 28 minutes, /845 years 5 hours 28 minutes. The spacesuit will run out of oxygen within 4 hours. Please extend the lifespan as soon as possible. Physical condition, weak. Mental strength, 2050. SAN value, 5/20. You are really brave to run around with such a low SAN value. Transformation power, convertible /total 122.2/467.2. Influence, 38. Shiyun looked back and forth between the durability of the spacesuit and his own lifespan. So far, she has seen 3 durability information in total. One is the initial inferior spacesuit, with a durability of 5, and the system prompts that it can be used for 5 hours. The other is a simple pollution filter, with a durability of 24, and a prompt that it can be used for 1 day. In other words, under the current environment, the durability of equipment should be directly equivalent to the length of use, in hours. After the spacesuit and the filter are combined, the durability information changes, and the upper limit rises to 24, the same as the filter, but the current durability is 18, and the spacesuit will still run out of oxygen within 4 hours. The system also complained that the spacesuit's pollution filtering performance far exceeds the oxygen supply performance, from which she reasonably inferred that the durability of the merged space suit can directly ignore the oxygen supply time and only consider the pollution filtering time, so it should be 24. But the spacesuit was merged not long ago, and the durability was reduced by 6 points. It was hard for her not to think of a certain black python that had just caused a storm and caused the filter cotton mineral vein to shrink. Speaking of which, how much did her precious mineral vein shrink? My heart aches. Her ability to resist risks is really too weak. Is there any way to improve it in the short term? You didn't use your heart. The culprit had no guilt at all and protested, interrupting Shiyun's train of thought. Heart? What is a heart? How many transformation points are worth? He wanted her life, took her mineral veins, and consumed her durability a few minutes ago, and now he expects her to use her heart to give him a name. His fists hardened. You are dissatisfied, great. The black python happily spit out its tongue, actually a small stream of condensed smoke, at Shiyun's legs, hoping that she would be even more angry, and kept urging her, quick, change the name. Shiyun was stunned for a moment. Can you feel my emotions? Of course. The black python raised its upper body and rubbed Shiyun through the spacesuit. So many smells, changing so quickly, the smell of emotions. It's better to just say that her emotions fluctuate greatly. This time I'm speechless. The black python stopped moving and thought about how to describe it so that the human in front of him could understand it. It tastes like cucumber-flavored potato chips. She didn't want to be a girl who smelled like cucumber-flavored potato chips at all. Name, my name, I want a name, give me a name quickly. The black python saw that she hadn't spoken for a long time, so it raised a long section of its body, and hit Shiyun's shoulder from time to time. Even though it thought it had used human-acceptable strength, Shiyun was still knocked around by it, and in a trance, it felt like being entangled by a neighbor's naughty child. Stop! Shiyun stretched out her hand to block its attack again. My brain is about to be smashed into a paste by you. What do you think? The black python said it didn't want to listen. Shiyun rolled his eyes. You want me to think carefully, but human beings can't think quickly. Slow work makes fine work, understand? How long do you want? 1 day. Shiyun asked tentatively. You said? 1 day is not long for the black python. Yeah, Shiyun said, but you can't bother me during this time. I have to think very carefully, so that I can come up with a very nice name for you. I don't want a nice name. The black python was not happy. I want an ugly name, very ugly. What kind of fresh and refined request is this? She couldn't help asking. Define unpleasant. Unpleasant means unpleasant. The black python tied a knot in the air, not understanding why this human couldn't understand such a simple request, and reluctantly changed the wording. I want humans to feel disgusted when they hear it. She seemed to understand something vaguely. Do you like it to be unpleasant, or do you like humans to feel disgusted? Of course it's disgusted. The black python thought this human was so stupid. Who wouldn't like such a strong fragrance? She pondered for a moment. So in your opinion, negative emotions such as disgust, fear, and terror are all good things? Just hearing these terms, the black python felt refreshed. It rubbed its head against Shiyun's hand, of course. So, it thought that she turned into a black python because she hated pythons, because it thought disgust was a good thing, and essentially wanted to please her? It seemed a bit confusing. It just suddenly felt less disgusted with it, and felt that it was like a little kid whose brain circuits were different from others. If you understand, come up with a name for me. The black python started to pester her again. We agreed to do it one day. Shiyun came back to her senses. It's too hard to think of an ugly name. Stop making trouble. Let me concentrate on thinking. You don't want to play with me? I have to concentrate on thinking of a name for you first. Then don't think about it for now. Play with me first. Shiyun had a lot of things to do, and was in no mood to play. So she took a step back and said, okay, then let's play digging stones? No, what's the fun in digging these stinky stones? I want to go out and play. Do you know where to go outside to have fun? Yeah. Shiyun pretended to stand up, but then sat back down in disappointment, saying distressedly, no, I can't go out. She wasn't afraid that the black python would read her mood. After all, it was really distressing for her that she couldn't stay outside for a long time. The black python didn't understand the routine and jumped into the pit she dug. Why? Shiyun spent 58 points to buy a low-quality adaptive map from the mall, and said, the last time I went out, I accidentally dug a highly polluted spring and almost died. I'm still dizzy now. I don't care. I just want you to play with me. If I die, I can't play with you. How about this? Shiyun smiled and handed the map to Black Python. I stay here and concentrate on thinking of a name for you. And you can take this thing out for a while, and help me explore the way to see where the pollution is low and safer. When you come back, you have a name, and I can also play happily with you. How nice. Black Python propped up his body and shook twice, as if he was thinking for a while, and finally rolled up the map that Shiyun handed over. Remember to give it a very bad name. It floated to the cave entrance, and said worriedly, your last name is ugly. I want to share your last name. Although, there is no need to dislike her last name. Shiyun was very upset, like a parent who was in a hurry to send his naughty child back to school. Okay. After the black python left, Shiyun, who was feeling uncomfortable, took 2 minutes to relax, rubbed his eyes, forced himself to cheer up, and clicked on the technology tree. There was less than an hour and a half left to study the simple oxygen generator, and after that, he would spend 2 hours studying the simple water purifier. So far, every step she has taken has been rushed, but this obviously cannot last long. In today's Earth, even digging a spring can be fatal. She must plan well, try to ensure sustainability, and build a relatively safe habitat for herself. The pollution problem will not be a problem in a few days, and oxygen and water will soon be solved. What does she need next? Food is one of them. People live to eat. There are planting and animal husbandry technologies in the technology tree, but most of them require production materials such as seeds and fry. These are not sold in the system mall, so she can only find ready-made ones on Earth. The current state of the Earth is so strange that it is easy to step on a landmine if you go out to look for it rashly. To be safe, it is better to wait for the black python to come back after a walk, look at the map and decide where to find food. In a word, eating is important, but you can take it a little longer. The most urgent thing is safety. Her SN value is only 5 now. Her vision has been blurry since she found the spring. If she had not been equipped with a modified space suit when the black fog appeared, she would probably have ascended to heaven on the spot. Even so, she can't relax completely now. Who knows what strange things she will encounter later. She must first find a way to restore her state and bring her SN value back to a safe range, otherwise she will fall in a minute under the bloody waves. After that, she had to find a way to get some protective equipment, or install a protective shield for the base, so that if bad guys or monsters came, she would have nowhere to hide. After solving the 3 problems of SN value, safety and food, she should be able to survive for a long time. After that, She could go further away and find out what happened on Earth and whether her family was still alive. Shi-Yun set a small goal and began to think about how to achieve it. The first thing was to restore the SN value. The pollution filter is a solution. Unlike the simple version, the full version can restore 1% of the SN value in 1 hour. In that case, her SN value can be restored in a few hours. It takes 3 hours to study this thing. The material is 3 simple filters, which is equivalent to 15 filter cotton rocks. The materials are secondary. In this way, plus the time of the water filter, 6 hours have passed. Shi-Yun was not satisfied. It was too long, the night was too long, and there were too many dreams. After all, she almost died twice in 1 hour. She planned to upgrade herself. Isn't that how all games work? If you upgrade, all the states will be refreshed. Although she is not playing games now, the system style is so similar, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Anyway, she has to wait, and sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. If she wants to upgrade, she still lacks 12 influences. According to previous experience, upgrading the base, unlocking the illustrations, lighting up the main branches of the technology tree, making items, and adding new residents can all gain influence. Unlocking the illustrations and adding new residents will not be considered in the short term. She is 36 points short of upgrading the base. After upgrading 5 influences, she will be stable. With the remaining 7 influences, she can make 7 simple filters. Anyway, there are many places in the technology tree that need to use this stuff, so it's not too much. Well, that's it. Start working hard. Oh, by the way, before starting working hard, take a look at the new skills and materials that the system will give you when the additional effects are triggered. I was busy dealing with the Black Python at the time, and didn't have time to look at them. Maybe they can help me? With anticipation, Shi-Yun clicked on the details of both. A supernatural force, beginner, proficiency, 0. Skill consumption, 10 transformation points / hour. Skill description, give full play to your potential, turn into a strongman, and easily handle objects 10 times your weight. A must-have for hard work. What a must-have for hard work. So the system had already calculated that she would have to work hard like crazy, right? Shi-Yun clicked on the skill description and looked at the reward materials in the warehouse. When she saw the picture, she almost jumped up with joy. It's a seed. The system gave her a seed. The dog system finally did something. Chapter 5. What kind of seeds are these? Is it food? That's good. Shi-Yun excitedly clicked on the item details. Item details. Name, water deficient seeds. Quantity, *1. Effect, seeds that may still be planted. Remarks, smuggled goods from planet A14, water deficient to the point where the seed type cannot be determined. Who knows how much survival rate is left? Shi-Yun looked at the maybe in the effect, looked at the who knows and survival rate in the notes, and looked at the lonely one in the quantity, and couldn't believe his eyes. Very good. The system probably didn't really think she was an invincible lucky person. Since there was a lack of water, she had to wait for water to come, and then she had to wait for the water purifier. Shi-Yun no longer cared about the lonely seed that lacked water. She spent 10 transformation points, and used an extraordinary force to start filtering cotton rocks. It must be said that the note dog is a dog, but this is the most useful skill given by the system so far. It is simple and crude, and very effective. In just over 10 minutes, Shi-Yun, who was a little too excited about mining, finished 100 filter cotton rocks and earned 200 transformation points. Then she spent another 70 transformation points and 35 filter cotton rocks to make a simple pollution filter without stopping. Congratulations on getting a simple pollution filter, ordinary, *6, influence +6. Congratulations on getting a simple pollution filter, excellent, *1, influence +2. Wow. I actually got a simple pollution filter of excellent quality. Shi-Yun took a look and found that the durability of excellent quality is 3 times that of ordinary ones. He made up his mind to make a few more when he succeeded in studying the oxygen generator to see if he could get something of good quality. This would help improve the durability of the space suit when merging. The space suit is the key to her survival. Shi-Yun thought while upgrading the base and himself. Base upgrade completed, influence +10. Hey, this time there are 5 more influences than last time? Will there be such a good thing in the future? Increase by 5 each time, name, home. Level, 2, upgrade to open the base map function, the transformation points required for the next level, 500, residence, 2/20. Warehouse, June 20th. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Territory, 8 by 8. Leader details. Name, Shi-yun. Level, 2, I hope you, who are unknown, have the heart to become a leader. Physical condition, healthy. Mental strength, 80/80. SAN value, 30/30. Your SAN value is still admirably low. Transformation power, convertible/total 84.2/667.2. Influence, 56. The goal is so grand because it is so far away from reality. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 200. Upgrade to unlock the task release system. Base, January 2nd. Almost at the same time as the upgrade, Shi-yun's vision became very clear. His head was no longer dizzy. His stomach was no longer sour. His legs no longer hurt. And his spirit and physical strength returned to their peak state. She suddenly felt that if she couldn't get food in the short term, upgrading her influence like crazy might be a way to survive. And that task release system looked really tempting. The rewards she had received so far were all lucky. If there was a system that could clearly tell her what reward she would get for completing a task, then her direction would be much clearer. She rubbed her hands and did some calculations in her head. She was short of 144 influences. If she relied solely on upgrading the base, regardless of whether the influence would increase after the upgrade, she would need to upgrade to level 14 more based on the simplest and most pessimistic scenario. It felt like the number of transformation points she would need would be astronomical. If she relied solely on making a filter for one influence, she would need to make 144 filters, 720 filter rocks, and 7,200 transformation points, which was an astronomical number for her as a pure craftsman. Even if she combined upgrading and making together, and took into account the additional rewards after the upgrade, the astronomical number might be cut in half, but it was still an astronomical number even if it was cut in half. It was too much work. And who knows how much the shrunken filter rock vein can produce. We can't empty it all at once. We have to take the path of sustainable development. Her current way of obtaining transformation power and influence is too limited. She can only do it by scratching the soil. It would be great if there were more efficient ways. Shi-yun flipped through the technology tree and found a lot of it. Housing, granary, garden, farm, ranch, mine. After they are built, they can automatically generate transformation power, and at least 5 can be increased in a day. In addition, there are various buffs, such as restoring SAN value, restoring mental power, extending crop storage time, and accelerating crop growth. Shi-yun flipped through the trees and unconsciously imagined a picture in her mind. She lived comfortably in a 2-story villa, without worrying about oxygen and pollution, warm in winter and cool in summer, and it would be better to have some modern facilities, such as sweepers, washing machines, dishwashers, etc., to completely free her hands. She would be responsible for lying in the yard every day. Oh, the yard. Build a garden-style yard in front of the Western-style building. Plant a fruitful loquat tree in the yard. Pick loquats to eat when you are bored. Each loquat is sweet and sour, especially soothing to the throat. Behind the Western-style building will be a vast farmland, which is divided into areas and planted with various vegetables, fruits and melons. The vegetables are green, and the fruits are plump. Build a small granary not far from the Western-style building, which is filled with bags of wheat and rice, so you don't have to worry about going hungry in bad years. Oh, you can also raise a group of chickens in the yard. When they grow up, you can touch a few warm fresh eggs every day. When the hens are old, you can stew chicken soup. The soup is shiny and bright yellow, so fragrant. Gurgle. Shi-yun made himself hungry. She licked her lips, retracted her thoughts, and stared at the technology tree, as if she was staring at a bright future. She was so excited that she wanted to shout. She wants all of these. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Everything had to be done step by step, and she had to spend time. She couldn't afford the transformation accelerator or something like that. Is this the legendary 100 wastes to be rebuilt? The road ahead is long and arduous. Combining various information, Shi-yun finally decided on a preliminary plan and completed the settings in the technology tree. Simple oxygen generator, more than 1 hour left. Simple water purifier, 2 hours. Seed germination, 2 hours. Stone house construction, 2 hours. She originally wanted to study the protective shield. The complete version of the protective shield was so attractive. It not only had 20 points of base defense, but also provided oxygen and shielded pollution. In this way, she could live a normal life in the protective shield. It was beautiful just to think about it. Not to mention the complete version. Even the simple protective shield with half the defense power still needed a necessary material, watermark stone. She used the item prompt arrow to look for it, but there was none. On such a big earth, there was no watermark stone. Outrageous. Shi-Yun had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. The stone house can at least block something, right? Later on, maybe she can find a way to make some defensive equipment and use skills to combine it with the stone house. But the problem is that the house will have to be as big as her production range in the future, and it is not known whether it will work in the open air. She can't go back to raise chickens and ducks and give them space suits, right? Forget it. Don't think about the distant future. After setting up the study sequence, in order to earn more points to support her life, she worked hard on the filter minion. It must be said that the skill of extraordinary power is as easy to grind as tofu with a knife, and the system will give a prompt for each piece of grinding, which is full of sense of achievement and relieves stress. She was so obsessed with grinding that she unknowingly worked for more than an hour, and dug a large hole more than half a person high and more than 1 meter deep on the right rock wall. Shi-Yun stopped until the system prompted that the oxygen generator research was completed. There were 800 more filter cotton rocks in the warehouse, which could be exchanged for 1760 transformation power points. Yes! It was not 1600, environmental transformation power and mineral transformation power increased by 800 respectively, but 1760. After she reached level 2, the transformation power exchange points would be multiplied by a coefficient of 1.1. This is equivalent to saving her the hard work of 80 filter cotton rocks. Life is so beautiful. This kind of upgrade should be done more in the future. Shi-Yun squatted in the dusty mine, rubbing his hands and preparing to do something big. Oxygen generator, here she comes. Space suit that can produce oxygen, here she comes. Base map, here she comes. Crack. What's that sound? Shi-Yun subconsciously looked up. The rock wall above his head was full of cracks at some point, and one of them finally couldn't bear the weight and split open into a gap as wide as an index finger. Countless sand, dust and gravel fell from the expanding crack like spring rain. Soon, some of the cracks became half the size of a palm, and small stones began to fall, and then large chunks of rock. Shit! Landslide? Shi-Yun ran out with his hands and feet, but the entire rock wall completely lost its balance and collapsed to the left, burying Shi-Yun's freezer and blocking Shi-Yun's retreat. Your base, home, suffered a landslide due to insufficient defense and is in a state of serious damage. Please choose 1. Clean up the landslide and spend 100 transformation points to rebuild the base. The data can be inherited. 2. Reselect the site. The data cannot be inherited. Shi-Yun, who was buried alive in the mine. First of all, can you care about her who is buried and unable to move? Secondly, don't think she forgot that this level 2 base only cost her 125 points in total. Is there a big difference between inheriting and non-inheriting? Shi-Yun complained about the dog system every day, and did not rush to rebuild the base, but bought an adaptive map. She didn't know how serious the collapse outside was, so she had to see which direction would be the fastest to get out. The low-quality adaptive map could not show much, only the terrain within a 2-meter radius of the holder's path, but Shi-Yun found something very interesting. To her left, 1 meter away was the location of the freezer, which was now completely sealed by rocks, with no space above or below 2 meters, but to her right, the underground, which should have been completely sealed, actually had a small round hole half a meter away, with a diameter of about 2 meters. I don't know what's inside. Up or right? Up. In the worst case, she would have to dig out 18 meters of road manually. According to the previous mining speed, it would take more than 10 hours. Before that, she needed to make an oxygen generator and merge it with the space suit. Otherwise, with the original oxygen volume of the space suit, she would only be able to survive for more than 2 hours. But the merger would have the probability of triggering mutations. She was not able to move around easily now. If something weird happened again, she would have nowhere to run. In addition, if the mine caved in once, it might cave in again. If it caved in again, it might take longer than expected to get out. To the right, the distance is not far, and the cost of trial and error is low. You can solve the oxygen problem inside before doing anything else, but if there is something bad in the small round hole, or something goes wrong, at least there is still 2 meters of room for maneuver. Shi-Yun made up her mind and opened a way to the right. After more than 20 minutes, Shi-Yun completely dug the way out, and saw the faint blue light emanating from it. She did not rush to jump in, but threw a stone inside to test it. The stone could not be thrown out, as if it was blocked by some invisible barrier. Shi-Yun was stunned, and tentatively stretched out her hand forward. The hand can pass through without any obstacles. Stones can actually be passed, but they cannot be thrown, and can only be held by people. So magical. No wonder there is such a round hole like a bubble in the ground. Shi-Yun cautiously poked her head out of the mine. She saw a round platform embedded with many unknown devices, which almost occupied 4/5 of the area of the round hole. On one side of the round platform, diagonally opposite her, stood something like a podium, and extending outward from the podium was a step. Congratulations on discovering an ancient instant transport device, severely damaged. You got inspiration from this device, and the research time of the instant transport device series of technologies was shortened by 50%. Can the research time be shortened so much? Chapter 6. Seeing that there was no danger, Shi-Yun jumped onto the circular platform and carefully avoided those unnamed devices to avoid triggering any strange reactions. Although the system indicated that the device was seriously damaged, the fact that stones could not be thrown in proved that the device still retained some functions, so it was better to be careful. She walked around the circular platform and walked to the side of the podium. According to the science fiction movie she watched, since this was an instant transportation device, this podium was likely to be a control console. She guessed right. Shi-Yun went around to the front of the console, wanting to see if it was still running, whether she could find the transmission records, and where she could transmit to, but she discovered the reason for the damage to the device. There was a big hole on the console, which was obviously caused by a man-made explosion. Why did they destroy it? There were no signs of fighting inside, which meant it was not an accidental injury. So was it intentional? Was it to prevent people from coming in, or to prevent people from leaving? If they were not allowing people to leave, it would be fine, because she was already inside and couldn't run away, but if they were not allowing people to come in, who were they trying to prevent from coming in? A piece of metal with a burnt edge was hanging on the big hole, and it was about to fall off. Shi-Yun pulled it off. Third Galaxy, Interstellar Federation Number 28 Supervisory Group. A petite girl with a double ponytail and big framed glasses hurried into the supervisory group's control room, clutching a half-eaten energy bar. Carson, sorry I'm late. A bald man was sitting in the control room, with his legs on the console, concentrating on playing with his computer. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head and waved his hand indifferently. Audrey, calm down. It doesn't matter if you're late, the network in the control room is good. I can stay here for 24 hours. But that's against the rules. Audrey whispered. Hey, there are only two of us. What are we afraid of? Carson didn't take it seriously. Do you want to play a game? Audrey shook her head. Not good. What if I miss the situation? Situation? Carson laughed. Audrey, don't be nervous. You just came here. You may have a misunderstanding about our group. This is a retirement place. You can't find anything. He knocked on the console with his heel. Think about it. Where are these transmission devices? Contaminated area. What do people call it? Dead area. What can dead people do? Don't worry. Audrey connected her optical computer to the system not very skillfully, but maybe? I just read the historical data yesterday. 30 years ago, there was an incident in device number 5. You would also say it was 30 years ago. Carson played with the optical computer and ate the newly launched pork-flavored energy bar. Besides, do you know why there was a significant change in the data that time? Audrey shook her head. Carson smiled. Have you heard of Cleveland? The notorious Anon pirate who killed so many people? Audrey's eyes widened. Is it related to him? Yes, 30 years ago, that guy was rounded up by the Federation, and in a panic, he used number 5 to escape into the core area. After that, the only data of number 5 was the damage rate. Carson shrugged. That guy who crossed the river and destroyed the bridge must have blown up number 5 after he passed by. Oh my god, so he entered the contaminated core area? But what's the difference between entering there and committing suicide? Even if he is an Anon. So, there are not many people who are crazy like that. Carson patted Audrey's arm. Don't be nervous. If you ask me, we can sit here for another 30 years without any data changes. Changed. Carson. The data changed. What? The data changed. Audrey pulled out one of the data, checked the historical records again, and said excitedly, the instantaneous transport device on planet E118208, that is, number 5, just now, the damage rate increased by 0.01%. Carson said with a smile, 0.01%? Ha, relax, this is nothing, it's just that the parts have fallen out of disrepair. Is this so? What else? Earth. Shi-Yun held the metal piece that had been pulled down and checked the system's recognition results. Item details. Name, half-burned nanocarbon-coated metal piece. Quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Function, high elasticity, low density, good insulation, high strength and other advantages, widely used. Nanocarbon? It was a term she had vaguely heard of, and it seemed that this material was mentioned in many product advertisements. Shi-Yun habitually wanted to put things into the warehouse, but received a system prompt. Because your base, home, is in a state of serious damage, the warehouse can only be taken out, not stored. Okay. She casually put the metal sheet on the ground, and pulled off several small parts, and studied the materials. Aluminum alloy, titanium alloy and other alloys, as well as carbon steel. These are all terms that she has heard of a few times, much better than filter rock and the like. It seems that when this instant transmission device was made, the development of technology should not have been particularly far from the era she lived in. Shi-Yun patted the dust on her hands, and did not press the button on the control console as originally intended. The traces of human damage made her alert. She didn't have much ability to protect herself now, and didn't want to cause any trouble. Shi-Yun sat on the steps, and made a simple oxygen generator according to the original plan. She made 24 of them in a row, and the things were all over the floor. Finally, she found a fine product with a durability of up to 72 hours. She was refreshed and observed the condition of the space suit again and again to confirm that there was no water stain on it. She also confirmed again and again on the skill usage panel that there was no strange description of the space suit, and then confirmed the synthesis operation. Synthesis completed. Consumption of transformation points *100, skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining Shi-Yun's space suit excellent, *1 equipped. You triggered a 1% skill mutation probability, skill proficiency +5, and generated an item, an aluminum alloy screw. When Shi-Yun heard that the mutation probability was triggered again, he almost couldn't breathe. When he heard that it was a screw, his heart was put back in place. This skill is really scary to use. Why is the 1% mutation probability triggered every now and then? She patted her chest with lingering fear and looked at the data. Item details. Name, aluminum alloy screw. Quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Function, an ordinary aluminum alloy screw. Remarks. Some people dismantle and reinstall things, and they always have the ability to have a few extra screws that are not known where they were originally installed. Shi-Yun, Don't think she can't guess who some people refers to. But it's really strange that the system can produce such an ordinary thing. Item details. Name, Shi-Yun spacesuit, choose to change clothes with one click, quantity, *1. Quality, excellent. Durability, 70 seconds, can be used for 72 hours in the current environment. Function, convenient for you to stroll romantically in a polluted environment. Supplementing filter cotton rock can increase durability, but it will reduce the upper limit of durability. Remarks. Shi-Yun spacesuit, a strong proof of turning waste into treasure. It's rare that the remarks say something human. Shi-Yun couldn't help but raise the corners of her dry mouth. When she felt better, she went to the mall to buy a low-quality technology tree accelerator, which directly shortened the study time of the water purifier by 1.5 hours. Before, she was poor and didn't want to spend money on the accelerator, and she couldn't afford it. Now she is a woman with more than 1,900 points. Moreover, the frequent accidents also prove that she had to click on some necessary basic technologies as soon as possible, just in case. After all, the base would collapse, but the technology would not regress, which is the foundation of life. Technology. The simple water purifier has been successfully studied. Do you want to make it? Making materials. Transformation force points *10 / energy points *20, filter cotton rock *3. Of course, choose yes. After making the water purifier, she originally wanted to upgrade the base and open the map to see if the base map has more details than the inferior adaptive map. However, the system prompts that the base cannot be upgraded in a severely damaged state and must be rebuilt first, so it can only be done slowly. After doing everything she should do, she stood up and planned to dig a way out. Something flashed in the corner of her eyes. Shi-Yun looked in that direction and found a small silver object quietly nestled in the corner, where the left side of the console connected to the round table. It was flat, not even as thick as a finger, and about the same size as a nail clipper. She thought about it, used a rock to pull the object out, and after confirming that there was no mechanism on it, she picked it up. Item details. Name, and known farm tools. Quantity, *1. Quality, rare. Durability, 998/999, maximum number of activations remaining 998. Function, activate to use various agricultural tools, Increase agricultural production efficiency by 5%. Note 1. The tools of unknown people, the pits dug by them are more suitable for crop growth than those dug by ordinary tools. Note 2. Every unknown person will carry a practical small tool with them, a must-have for farming, and the production technology has been lost. It can be seen that the previous owner cherished this farm tool very much, but the next owner may not. Shi Yun's eyes fell on the 4 words carry with you. Since it is something that unknown people carry with them, does it mean that its previous owner is unknown people and has appeared here? It is even possible that the instant transport device was blown up by that person. With good intentions or bad intentions? Where is that person now? Is he still on Earth? Does he know that he has lost something? How long has it been lost? Does he know that the thing is lost here? Will he come here for this thing? Will he be on the way? If he finds her, what will be his reaction? If the other party has bad intentions, can she beat him? The defensive stone house really needs to be built as soon as possible. After all, she can't be alert 24 hours a day. It would be great if it could be made into a protective shield, which is said to provide an alarm in the event of a major attack. Shi Yun shook her head and looked up at the impenetrable rock wall. She used to mine with rocks, which was not very handy. She was able to work so hard purely because of her infinite skill power. But now that she has tools, she should be able to find a handy tool to dig, and the speed should be faster. She flipped through the silver gadget in her hand, and finally found a very shallow groove on the other side, which seemed to be made for people to press. I hope fingerprint recognition is not needed. Shi Yun muttered to herself, and pressed her thumb down. Fortunately, a hoe projection was directly reflected on the top of the farm tool. All kinds of farm tools. There must be more than just hoes. How to see other tools? Shi Yun tried to move her thumb. As if being moved by her thumb, the hoe projection moved to the left and disappeared, and was replaced by another hoe of a different shape, like a spatula for cooking. To the right, there was another hoe. Shi Yun flipped through 5 or 6 kinds of hoes in a row, and saw many kinds of plows, rakes, knives, pickaxes, etc., that she couldn't tell apart. The so-called various types of the system really encompassed everything. Good stuff. It felt like it could be used not only as a farm tool, but also as a weapon. Shi Yun's eyes curved slightly, and she stopped the projection on a pickaxe. She didn't know how to select it, and tried several actions, and finally found that she could just press down with her thumb. The projection disappeared, and the shape of the silver thing in her hand changed. It first became longer and thicker, and after reaching a certain length, a T-shaped structure of a pickaxe grew on the top. The whole thing was still silver, and the handle was engraved with anti-slip patterns. It looked very useful at first glance. Shi Yun's strange strength skill had been invalid for a while, and she didn't rush to reactivate it, but directly took the pickaxe and chiseled it against the rock wall. It was so comfortable to touch, crushing with ease. Chapter 7. Shi Yun was in a good mood. With the unknown farm tools and the super strength skill, even if there was an 18-meter obstacle above her head, it would not matter. She could get out in a few hours at most. After enduring this period, she could drink water. Endure? Drink water? Come to think of it, she seemed to be thirsty from just now. Shi Yun suddenly realized something, pursed her lips, and found that they were dry and peeling. Thinking about it carefully, something was wrong. She returned to her peak state after upgrading, and it has only been about 2 hours now. It shouldn't be. Is it that the peak state brought by the upgrade is water, or? Shi Yun tried to use the super strength skill and dug a hole upwards. After 10 minutes or so, Shi Yun lost his expression. I knew that the system would not drop pi. The full use of your potential in the skill description is probably not a nice word. Super strength skills not only consume transformation power, but also consume her physical strength. The more you use it, the faster it will be consumed. She had just upgraded and her physical strength was at its peak, so she didn't pay attention. If you don't use the super strength skill, it will take about 10 hours to dig with the Anon pickaxe. If you use the super strength skill, the time can indeed be shortened by more than half, but she is afraid that she will be dehydrated and become a dried corpse before she gets out, and she will be starved. Awkward. I can't go up directly from here. I have to go back to the base and try my luck. The landslide can't block the entire 18-meter cave space. Even if it's half a meter less, she can have a better chance of survival. I hope there won't be a second landslide. Shi Yun walked back to the hole he dug. Just as he was about to crawl in, he heard a muffled sound like thunder coming from above. No way, what you fear will come true? Is the remaining cover of the transmission device useful? Before Shi Yun had a few thoughts in his mind, the land above disappeared, revealing a dark corridor. The black python that was supposed to go out for a day floated down from above and coiled on Shi-Yun's arm. You don't play with me, but you are having so much fun. Liar. Black python, good job. It's like a pillow for you when you're dozing off. Shi-Yun looked at the smooth path leading to the ground and was overjoyed. He rubbed the black python's head several times. Well done. The black python waited for Shi-Yun to retort, but he never expected that she was so happy that she smelled like stinky tofu, and even touched its head, spreading the stinky smell on it. The black python was so scared by the stench that it quickly let go of Shi-Yun's hand and flew upwards as if to escape for its life. Ah, bah, 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 why are you so happy? Don't be happy. You stink. Stay away from me. Shi-Yun returned to the surface from the hole blasted out by the black python. After coming up, she couldn't wait to make a rough stone bowl with Nong's farm tools, took out the newly made water purifier, went to the spring to get some water, and made herself a bowl. The note of the simple water purifier said, "Simple water purification, at least you won't have diarrhea after drinking it." Sure enough, the purified water is drinkable, but the taste is not very good, and the outside temperature is definitely below zero. The water is freezing. But Shi-Yun was so thirsty that she didn't pick and choose, and drank tons and tons to her heart's content. The black python didn't need to drink water, but it felt that Shi-Yun had to have it too, so it also asked for it. Shi-Yun couldn't beat it, so he also got it a bowl of water, the kind that hadn't been purified. It shrank like a little loach, completely soaking in it, with its head resting on the uneven edge of the stone bowl, just like a human taking a hot spring vacation, and kept muttering, "Good water, but it's stained with your stench. I should have known not to look for you. Look how happy you are, you stink to death. Please compensate me for my mental damages, and quickly come up with a name for me. Weren't you playing outside? Why did you come back to find me? Did something happen? I was playing, and suddenly heard a sound." The black python's tail was stirring in the water boredly, creating circles of ripples, something about the base collapsing. So if something happens at the base, residents will be notified? Shi-Yun was a little touched. So you came back because you were afraid something might happen to me? Black python, I think a landslide should be a very interesting thing. Shi-Yun withdrew his touch. You should choose the name yourself. The black python protested seriously, slapping the water with its tail. Stop, your water is seriously polluted, don't take it out. I don't care. You don't keep your word, and you won't give me a name. Shi-Yun? Shi-Yun said. The black python stopped moving. Is this name ugly? Well, the nightmare of nightmare. Humans hate nightmare, and basically no human will give a child this name. Do you think it's ugly? Nightmare. The black python jumped up and down in the bowl with joy, stirring the bowl of water. This is good. Nightmare is good. Humans smell so good when they are in nightmare. I have a human name, and I have a very ugly name. I told you not to get the water out. Shi-Yun said to it, with a slight smile on her lips. Splash it out. You're going to get angry. You still stink. Shi-Yun was not provoked, and let it nag her, concentrating on rebuilding the base. The collapse of the base was as serious as she thought. From the freezer to the top 11 meters, it was sealed by rock and soil. She asked Shi-Yin for help, but Shi-Yin said that digging a hole would require its ability, which would cause the filter rock to shrink, so Shi-Yin had to give up. It would be time-consuming and laborious for her to dig it herself. Even if she cleared the space again, there was no guarantee that there would be no second wave of landslides, and the reinforcement of the mine required water-patterned stone that was not available on Earth. In a nutshell, base number 1 could not be repaired in the short term. Shi-Yin couldn't help but think of abandoning base number 1 in order to recycle some resources, mainly to recycle points, but the system prompted that if she did so, all the items in the base warehouse would pop out, and Shi-Yin would have to pick them up manually one by one. The most valuable things in the warehouse were the thousands of filter rocks and seeds, which all popped out 11 meters underground. The picture was too beautiful. Shi-Yin refused. Anyway, the warehouse retrieval function could still be used, so she just put it aside and make do with it. So she built base number 2 directly on the surface, and after it was built, she directly upgraded base number 2 to 3 levels. Base details. No 2. Name, home number 2. Level 3, upgraded to adapt to small buildings. The next level requires transformation points. 1,000. Residents. 1/50th. Your base is really sparsely populated. Warehouse. 0/35. Defense. 1. Attack. 0. Territory. 16 by 16. Click to view the base map. Prompt. Do you want to forcibly transfer some residents of the base, home, to this base? Forced migration consumes points. 10 transformation points / person. What about some residents? It's just Black Python. Do you think she will close her eyes and Krypton points if you taunt her with a sparse population? Naive. Shi-Yun indifferently opened the base's own map and found that the map was very detailed, including terrain, minerals, and organisms. The base was currently centered on where she was standing. The territory just covered the heavily polluted spring to the north. A few meters to the east was the entrance of base number 1, marked Collapse Filter Rock Cave. There was a small triangle next to it marked as Filter Rock Vein, small, shrunk by 10%, mining degree, 30%. Shi-Yun roughly calculated that she had mined more than 1,000 filter rocks so far, which means that this vein originally had a reserve of more than 3,000 or 4,000 filter rocks, and a certain Black Python destroyed more than 400 filter rocks. She killed him with a knife in her eyes. The Black Python, still celebrating its name, noticed her look and twisted its body in a cocky and arrogant manner. Shi-Yun tried to recall all the happy moments in his life, and gave it a very bright smile. The Black Python shouted poo, poo, poo a few times, and went back into the water. Shi-Yun withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Overall, it was okay. This reserve was enough for a short period of time. Apart from the springs and the mineral veins, there was no other information on the map. Shi-Yun was the only living thing in the entire base. Yes, the Black Python Shi-Yun is not a living creature at all. God knows how the system judged it as a resident. Shi-Yun curled her lips and bought another technology tree accelerator to study seed germination, so the remaining sequence of the technology tree became seed germination, 12 minutes, stone house construction, 2 hours. Taking advantage of this time, she turned over a big stone, hollowed it out, and made a hole at the bottom. What are you doing? Shi-Yun asked curiously when he saw her making something that was neither a basin nor a bucket. Make a flower pot. Shi-Yun looked at the size of the thing, and felt that one drainage hole at the bottom might not be enough, so he used the drill that Nong's farm tool turned into to make another one. I want to try to make a flower pot that can filter pollution, so that the plants and soil inside are not afraid of pollution. It's a waste to filter out such a good thing, Shi-Yun said with disdain. Shi-Yun ignored it, and used the skill everything can be synthesized to synthesize a flower pot and a simple pollution filter. Synthesis completed. Consume transformation power points *10, skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining a rough pollution filtering flower pot *1. It really worked, Shi-Yun smiled. Item details. Name, rough pollution filter flower pot. Quantity, *1. Quality, poor. Durability, 24/24. Function, ensure that the plants and soil in the pot are not polluted within 24 hours. Remarks, you are really imaginative to call it a flower pot. Shi-Yun looked at the durability, and felt that it was not an unsolvable problem. At most, he could merge a new filter into it when the time came, but he would have to keep an eye on it every day, which was a bit troublesome. Soon, the seed germination technology study was completed. Seed germination technology. Prerequisite technology, none. Study time, 2 hours, already studied, function. Germinate seeds, increase seed survival rate to 98%. Congratulations on lighting up the plant transformation branch of the technology tree for the first time, influence +10. 2% failure probability. She now has psychological trauma when seeing such a low probability. However, the legendary pits dug by ordinary tools are more suitable for crop growth. The Anong agricultural tools should have some bonus, right? Shi-Yun followed the system prompts, filled the stone bowl with purified water, and took out the seed from the warehouse. She was about to put the seed in according to the system prompts, but changed her mind and took her hand back. I almost forgot, and I don't know how long the seed should be soaked, so it's safer to combine a filter with the stone bowl. Is it possible to combine simple pollution filter ordinary and rough stone bowl with water droplets inferior? No way, with water droplets is also a new attribute. This subtle style seems familiar. Shi-Yun wiped it with the space suit. Is it a combination of simple pollution filter, normal, and wet rough stone bowl, poor quality? Wipe it again. Is it a combination of simple pollution filter, normal, and somewhat wet rough stone bowl, poor quality? So the space suit can't completely dry the stone bowl, right? Is that reasonable? Shi-Yun glanced at Shi-Yin, who was about to fall asleep because of her boredom. Don't sleep yet, help me keep an eye on it. Shi-Yin was reluctant. What are you staring at? Shi-Yun, if something that eats people comes out later, that will be your food. Food? Shi-Yun perked up. Hurry up, I'm watching. Shi-Yun chose yes. Synthesis completed. Consumes transformation points *20. Skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining a rough pollution filtering water pattern bowl *1. No mutation, no monsters, great. Shi-Yun was relieved. Wait a minute. Water pattern bowl? Why does this word sound so familiar? Does it have anything to do with water pattern stone? Shi-Yun stood up suddenly. Shi-Yun was startled by her. What are you doing? Where is my food? Wait a minute. Shi-Yun blushed with excitement at her own guess, and hurriedly purified another bowl of water, selected the water, and then selected the stone used to make the stone bowl before. Start to synthesize. Water and stone. Synthesis completed. Consume transformation power points *1. Skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining water pattern stone *1. Water pattern stone. She made the water pattern stone that doesn't exist on Earth. She is really a genius. With the water pattern stone, she doesn't have to bother making filter flower pots, defensive stone houses, or worry about sneak attacks from bad guys, or what to do with livestock in the future. She can make a protective shield. It can provide stable oxygen, block pollution, and defend against enemies. Shi-Yun was so happy that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. He called up the technology tree and gave up the stone house construction study that had only started for a few minutes. He inserted all the prerequisite technologies for making a protective shield. Simple protective shield, 3 hours. Pollution filter, 3 hours. Oxygen generator, 3 hours. Protective shield, 5 hours. Afterwards, she spent 9 accelerators without blinking, completed the study of all the prerequisite technologies, and shortened the study time of the protective shield to 30 minutes. So the entire study sequence became protective shield, 30 minutes, stone house construction, 2 hours. Then, Shi-Yun merged 20 water vein stones in advance according to the material requirements of the protective shield. There is no regularity in the transformation power consumed by everything that can be synthesized. After merging 20 water vein stones, Shi-Yun spent 167 points. But compared to the value of the protective shield, what does it count for? Shi-Yun didn't feel bad this time. Half an hour later, Shi-Yun, who was working hard on the filter rock, stood in the mine with a depth of 7 meters and received the long-awaited system prompt. Technology: the protective shield has been successfully studied. Do you want to make it? Making materials. Transformation power points *40/energy points *80. Water pattern stone *20. Oxygen generator *1. Pollution filter *1. Shoo-ha! Chapter 8. Congratulations on getting a protective shield. Normal, *1, influence +10. Item details. Name, protective shield, to be equipped, quantity, *1. Defense, 20. Durability, 8 out of 8, can resist 8 major attacks, applicable to bases below level 10. Operation consumption, 5 transformation points/hour, or 10 energy points/hour. Function, non-base residents are not allowed to enter, defend against external attacks, provide oxygen, shield pollution, restore 1% of residents' SN value every day, and replenish filter rock. Note, compared with its function, what is its consumption? Shi-Yun, Good stuff is indeed good stuff, and it can also restore SN value, but 5 transformation power points per hour, 120 per day, which is equivalent to spending 120 points without doing anything. Why does it feel like the high cost of renting a house in the first-tier cities? Her liver aches slightly. However, the liver is not the biggest problem. The biggest source of her transformation power points now is the filter cotton veins around her. With the reserves of the veins, she can only get more than 4,000 points after all of them are consumed. Even if they are all spent on the protective shield, it is only enough to keep the protective shield running for more than 30 days. Shi-Yun deeply felt her poverty. No. She had to look for other resources. Buildings that automatically generate transformation power had to be put on the agenda. If she was poor, she had to open up new sources like crazy. It wasn't that Shi-Yun didn't want to use energy points. She had been thinking about it since she made a simple pollution filter, and saw the term energy point for the first time. Later, she checked the technology tree and found that the so-called energy point was actually a universal unit of various energy sources. For example, if she could produce electricity, then the electricity could be converted into energy points at a certain ratio to power various objects. Of course, she could also find a way to directly produce energy points, and there is a thing called a pollution inverter that can do it. However, whether it is a power plant or a pollution inverter, it requires too much materials and time, and it is not realistic to do it now. There are really many problems, but let's enjoy it first. Shi-Yun took out the protective shield. The protective shield that has not been equipped yet looks like a box of armor removal towels, completely transparent. If it were not for the red light of the item prompt arrow, Shi-Yun used the arrow as a light source, it would be almost invisible to the naked eye. It is also hard to feel how heavy it is in the hand, and it feels like some kind of extremely elastic jelly. Is this small thing really that useful? Shi-Yun's eyes lit up with excitement as he selected the equipment. As Shi-Yun confirmed the equipment operation, the cylindrical jelly slowly expanded and extended outwards. The refraction angle of the red light kept changing during its extension, as if a group of red fireflies were flying and scattering, irregularly drawing red streams of light in the air. 3 seconds later, the protective shield was equipped. Serious pollution was detected in the base. Do you want to activate the protective shield purification function? Tip: the first activation of the purification function may consume a large amount of filter cotton rock. Please ensure that the warehouse has sufficient inventory. Shi-Yun stared at the word large amount and pondered for a while, and finally chose yes. The worst case scenario is that all the more than 1,000 filter cotton rocks in the warehouse are consumed, but compared with a space where you can move freely and produce, the cost is not large. The protective shield purification function is activated. The base is being purified, and the progress is 1%. Warning! The base is under a major attack. Shi-Yun? ? Someone came to challenge the base just after the cover was put on? Name: protective shield, equipped, durability, 7 out of 8. Shi-Yun, a resident of base number 1, requested to enter base number 2, homeland number 2. Should he consume 10 transformation points to issue him a base number 2 pass? Shi-Yun, No wonder the dog system just asked her if she wanted to relocate residents. It turns out that residents of different bases cannot circulate freely. What a good population flow management. However, Shi-Yun knocked off 1 durability of the protective shield in one go. Should we blame the protective shield for being too fragile, or Shi-Yun for being too stubborn? She bought a base pass for Shi-Yun, laughing and crying. Before she could say anything, she saw Shi-Yun rushing over like a cannonball. However, the resistance of the protective shield suddenly disappeared. He was caught off guard and could not stop. He rushed out from the other side. The airflow he created made Shi-Yun's helmet buzz. A second later, Shi-Yun came back angrily and swung his snake tail at the protective shield to vent his anger. Unfortunately, the protective shield did not stop him. He whipped his tail, and was so angry that he twisted himself in the air. He rushed to Shi-Yun and accused him loudly. You are playing tricks on me. It was just soaking in the water in the base, and while soaking, it saw Shi-Yun throwing something into the air. Before it could react, it was ejected. It wanted to come back, but was stopped. At first, it didn't take it seriously, and bumped into it casually. Unexpectedly, the thing was unexpectedly strong. When it reacted, Shi-Yun had already hidden it. Shi-Yun protected the bad guy. Angry, Shi-Yun made a helpless gesture. I forgot that you are not a resident of this base. I didn't react and non-residents would be driven out by the protective shield. It was not intentional. Next time something like this happens, just call me directly. I don't care, you take that thing out, I won't let it stop me. I'm going to beat it to pieces. Shi-Yun heard something and narrowed his eyes. Because it's stopping you, I'm going to beat it to pieces? Shi-Yun was angry and didn't pay attention. Yes. Get it out. Bad thing. So, you didn't do it to get in, but to get revenge and completely destroy the protective shield? Shi-Yun asked grimly. To completely destroy my protective shield? Who told you to use it to drive me out? Shi-Yun? Shi-Yun pressed his fist. Do you know how many points and resources this cover cost me? It chased me. Do you know that you just hit it and broke 1/8 of it? Do you know how much resources the broken 1/8 is worth? Do you still want to destroy it completely? Shi-Yun smiled dangerously and stretched out his hand to Shi-Yun. Do you know what punishment you will suffer for such a wasteful behavior? I warn you, you are not allowed to touch me when you think of something happy. You are not allowed to. Go away, it stinks, go away, I let it go. Isn't it okay if I don't deal with it? Shi-Yun chased Shi-Yun for a while, but the space suit was not suitable for long-term high-intensity exercise, so she stopped running when she was tired. Shi-Yun found that she stopped chasing him, and turned around a few steps away from her, wondering, don't you want to play anymore? Shi-Yun waved her hand, and sat on the ground. Take a break. Shi-Yun floated back to her side, sniffed the smell, but didn't get her hand, and said disdainfully, why are you still in such a good mood? Shi-Yun shrugged. Hey, the time you hit the protective shield just now, or the time you dug a hole to save me, which one is more powerful? It must be the shield. Do you look down on me? What's so great about making a hole? Shi poked her with the tip of his tail angrily. In other words, any force lower than breaking through 18 meters of the ground in one breath cannot break the shield. It feels quite worthwhile to test the strength of the shield with one durability. Shi grabbed Xian's tail and thought with satisfaction. She looked around. Before, there was no shield, and there was no boundary between the base and the outside world, so naturally there was no feeling. At this moment, the entire base was wrapped in a very light red glow, as if it was put into an invisible bubble. The 16 by 16 territory had a clear sense of reality. The range was really small, and the end could be seen at a glance. It was only a distance of 20 to 30 steps from one end to the other. Small, but reassuring. It felt like she was shielding the desolate and eerie outside. To describe it more specifically, it was probably like waking up from a nightmare in the middle of the night, feeling suspicious and having a bed to hide in, and not having one to hide in. From now on, this will be her bed. No, her base. This was the first time she felt safe after waking up. She lazily took out the water-patterned bowl and put the seeds in it to soak and germinate. The system quickly prompted, remaining germination time, 30 minutes. Shi didn't care anymore, put the bowl aside, propped up her hands on the ground, and looked up at the red sky. If the red light is mixed with a little yellow, it should barely look like the evening when the sun sets, right? The base was purified successfully, and a total of 674 filter rocks were consumed. Please remove the filter rock waste in time. Shi raised his body, probed in the air, sniffed the surrounding odors, and said dissatisfiedly, "What did you do? Why does the air smell like boiled water now? Where is the pollution? Did you eat it? Did you eat it alone without telling me? Oh, right. Where is the food you promised to give me? Is it really not polluted?" She had only heard this meaning, and with a thought, she took off her space suit with one click. The girl's slender figure was wrapped in a tight-fitting jumpsuit for the freezing chamber, and was suddenly exposed to the air. She felt the low temperature and airflow outside, and she couldn't help shivering. She shivered and closed her eyes, took a deep breath of air, and showed nostalgia on her face. She never thought that one day, she would sit under the monotonous dark night sky without stars or moon, shivering with cold, but just because of a breeze, she felt the freshness and happiness that belonged to life. It's so good to be alive. Chapter 9. Crack. Crack. Shi suspected that she heard the movement of a mouse, and turned her head to look at the source of the sound. She saw that a gray-white heel half a person's height had piled up outside the protective cover. Shi, who was just beside her, had turned from a small snake into a big python, coiling around the hill, burying his head in the hill, and gnawing happily. The hill shrank quickly, raising a puff of gray dust from time to time. Shi put on a spacesuit, walked over, and casually picked up a piece from the hill. "What are you gnawing on?" Name: Filter rock waste. Function: Filter rock waste that has reached the upper limit of pollution absorption has almost no use value. Mine. All mine. Don't fight with me. Shi finally raised his head and protected the hill tightly. "Didn't you say you would give me something delicious? If you give it to me, it's mine. Don't fight with me. Can this thing be eaten?" Shi was shocked. "It's a bit smelly. Crunch. No wonder you humans like to eat stinky tofu. Crunch. It's barely edible," Shi said while eating. As soon as he finished speaking, the system updated the item details. Name: Filter cotton rock waste. Function: Filter cotton rock waste that has reached the upper limit of pollution absorption. Xian's favorite biscuits. Barely? Shi chewed it reluctantly, and it was really delicious. Its fangs were transformed, and their functions were no different from any other part of the body, but out of a sense of ritual, it only used its fangs when eating. The two pointed teeth pierced into the waste with a click, stayed for a while, and when it was pulled out, the gray-white filter cotton rock waste became powder, as if all the nutrients in it had been sucked dry. It gnawed so fast that it seemed as if it was not gnawed on some rock waste, but a kind of crunchy biscuit, which was gnawed into powder like biscuit crumbs, flying everywhere. Shi was greedy, but he couldn't follow Xian to eat rocks, so he could only go back to the base and drink a bowl of unfriendly spring water. "Calm down, isn't it just food? She can do it." Shi opened the map that Xian brought back. Because of the temporary turn, Xian didn't walk far, but this not far was only in Xian's concept. In fact, in less than 2 hours, Xian jumped over 100 kilometers. Its jumping method was also very random, sometimes to the north and sometimes to the east, as if it had used some flashing skill, so that the map was bumpy, with a piece missing here and there, and Xian could only half look and half imagine. Generally speaking, whether it was to the east or the north, the terrain within 30 to 40 kilometers was similar to the surrounding area, with only one exception. At 60 to 70 degrees northeast, more than 20 kilometers away, there was a forest, and its outline was like a cookie with a bite taken out of it. The forest was very large, extending outward for nearly 20 to 30 kilometers, and then outward for nearly 50 kilometers of rocky land, and then the sea. Since the map was not fully lit, the J-shaped coastline was hidden in the darkness. Shi-yun was not sure whether this place was a continent surrounded by the sea or an isolated island. Shi-yun felt a little strange. There was no grass anywhere else in the area of 100 kilometers, so why was there a forest there? Shi-yun, what's in the forest? Is it dangerous? Shi-yun asked. Shi-yun did not answer, and he did not know when the chewing stopped. Shi-yun turned his head and found that the big black python was coiled around the waste mountain that was 2/3 smaller, and it was motionless. The system prompts in time. Your resident Shi-yun fell into hibernation due to overeating. Shi-yun, Shouldn't you be unable to sleep after overeating? Even if she raises a pig, it will also sleep after eating, and the pig can be chopped up and eaten. She was still complaining in her heart, and then she heard the system prompt. Remaining germination time, 18 minutes. Because the temperature is too low, the germination process is interrupted. Warning! Please restart the germination process within 10 minutes, otherwise the seeds will be permanently inactivated. Shi-yun took the water pattern bowl, and saw a layer of ice on the water surface. She looked at the spring again, and found that there were several pieces of ice on the surface. If you think about it carefully, it is normal for the outside temperature to freeze when it is below zero. The reason why Shi-yun did not react was that the spring was always flowing before purification, and there was no sign of freezing at all, so she did not associate the two things together. Why are polluted springs not affected by the weather, and will not freeze? What kind of pollution are these so-called pollutions? Shi-yun collected her divergent thoughts and solved the current problem. To restart the germination process, the temperature must be raised. The simplest and crudest way is to make a fire. She did find the flint with the item arrow, but there were only stones around. No medium that could be ignited quickly and burn continuously. Shi-yun quickly went through the mall and the technology tree. There were no skills that could generate heat in the mall, but there were equipment that could be used for heating in the technology tree, but it required a lot of chemical materials, such as aluminum alloy, nanocarbon. The term seemed familiar. Shi-yun silently cast his eyes towards the large hole leading to the instant transport device not far away. Anyway, that device is broken, so let's recycle it. Third Galaxy, Interstellar Federation 28th Supervisory Group. Audrey and Carson, who stayed in the control room to use the internet, were both dumbfounded. After the damage rate of device number 5 rose by 0.01%, there was no change for more than an hour, but just now, the data rose by 2 percentage points, and then for a period of time, it jumped up a few percentage points and stopped for a while, and then jumped up a few percentage points again and stopped for a while, which made the two of them stunned. Finally, the damage rate flashed at 96.83% and turned into a huge error. Apparently, the monitoring component of device 5 was completely scrapped. Damn it. Carson muttered, it has to be reported. Oh, this is a lot of work. Audrey, pull out those forms, and I teach you how to fill them out. Audrey listened and typed, filling in several speculations in the reason column. Carson laughed when he saw the last guess man made. Why did you write this? I think it might be that Anon pirate. How is that possible? That's the core pollution zone. How could he survive for 30 years in there? But he's from Anon. Aren't Anon people highly resistant to pollution? No matter how high it is, it's impossible for him to survive for 30 years. Carson waved his hand, as if to wave away this ridiculous idea. Even if he can really withstand 30 years of pollution, what about food? What about drink? Things that are not available in ordinary pollution zones. Do you think there will be miracles in the core pollution zone? Earth. Shi-yun, who was dismantling the instant transport device, didn't know that the destruction had shocked the inspectors who were several galaxies away, didn't know about the discussion about miracles when they were filling out the report, and didn't know what kind of uproar that short report would cause in the Interstellar Federation in the future. She only knew that she received a strange prompt. You destroyed the federal aid facilities, influence +5. Shi-yun, who was busy with the destruction, She wasn't, she didn't, the device was broken, she just recycled it, don't blame others. Which country is the Federation? Your neutral position has slightly shifted. Shi-yun, 2 hints together, I always feel that it is not a good thing. She pulled off another piece of metal with a blank expression. Since the pot has been put on her head, let's pull it out more thoroughly. 10 minutes later. Shiyun took off her space suit and lay next to the freshly baked disposable heating pad, closing her eyes comfortably and warming herself with the seeds soaked in the bowl. Don't ask her how many points it took to make this thing. She just wants to enjoy the treatment that seeds can have. The technology in the system technology tree is really awesome. The ambient temperature feels at least minus 10 degrees. This disposable heating sheet is only as thick as an A5 notebook, but it can actually make most of the base warm. It is also ventilated and more comfortable than turning on the central air conditioner. It feels like basking in the sun. Shiyun couldn't help but stretch. It's been a long time since I basked in the sun. The last time was in the not-so-spacious ward. At that time, she was half lying on the bed, her hands on the windowsill, the sun generously sprinkled on them, and it was so warm that she didn't want to move. That time, Shihai, who always had a bad face, was also warm. Seeing that she had a nosebleed, he did not throw the tissue box directly to her as usual, but rolled 2 cotton balls for her. Shiyun was not polite to him, and stuffed the cotton balls into her nose one by one, saying in a muffled voice, "Master, she is serving people, and the sun is rising from the west? Mom said that you were in a bad mood recently." "No, I'm fine." She turned her left hand on the windowsill over, palm facing up to catch the sunlight, and handed the lunch box back to Shihai with the other hand, looking at him teasingly. "Have you changed your personality? Do you want to be a close brother again?" Shihai has been an adult for several years, but his appearance has not completely lost the immaturity of a teenager. His features are not very clear, but his expression is not as lively as that of an ordinary teenager. He glanced at the lunch box Shiyun handed over. "Did you eat it all? Isn't there mustard greens in it? You put it in there knowing I don't like it?" Shiyun curled his lips. "Didn't you always scold me for being picky? You have a problem with it after I ate it all?" Shihai was silent for a while. The research on M-type allergic syndrome has made progress. In another 40 years, or perhaps less, a specific medicine will be available. "Oh, that's pretty fast." Shiyun put his elbows on the windowsill, leaned his head on his hands, and squinted his eyes in the sunlight. "When I wake up, you will be an uncle. The average life expectancy of humans is now over 180 years old. When you wake up, I will be the same as before." Shihai paused. "Mom too?" "I don't care, Mom will always be 18. But you will definitely become a boring uncle who doesn't smile." Shiyun rubbed his ear bones unconsciously. "I won't accept any rebuttal." Shihai never argued with her meaninglessly. He put the lunchbox back into the thermal bag and glanced at her. "Let's go. I go and give you the paperwork." "Hey." Shiyun called him just before he turned the doorknob. "The average life expectancy is over 180 years old. You take good care of Mom. You all should live a more even life." She rubbed her ear bones until they were hot. "We agreed on 40 years. Remember to set an alarm for me. Don't let me miss too much." Shihai walked through the door that had just been opened, turned his head and looked at her for a while, and said something completely unrelated. "I will save up my annual leave." "Aw? Haven't you always wanted to see a lot?" Shihai said. "When you get better, we can go out and play as a family." Shiyun perked up. "You said so?" "Yes. I can't do it in 1 or 2 months. You have to save up a year's annual leave." "Yes. You have to do your homework in advance. Where are the fun and delicious places, and make a guide." "Yes. I don't want a fast pace. Traveling should be slow. Don't follow your bad habit of rushing, and make it like you're in a hurry." Troublemaker. Successful germination. You have obtained the seeds of the jerry-faced tree. Do you want to sow them? When Shiyun heard the system prompt, she realized that she had fallen asleep. She sat up sleepily, rubbed her eyes, hugged her bent legs, and shook her head for a while. After several minutes, she raised her head, stared at the red protective shield, laughed unconvinced, and muttered to the air, "Who is the troublemaker? If you don't want to make a guide, then don't make one. You also disappeared and I had to find you. It's so troublesome." She rubbed her face, took a deep breath, and chose to view the seed details. Chapter 10. Item details. Name: Seeds of the jerry-faced tree. Quantity: *1. Function: the jerry-faced tree is a specialty tree species of planet A14, a highly endangered tree species that can grow in harsh environments, monoecious, with a short growth cycle, and can enter the fruiting period in 6 months. The fruit is edible and has a unique flavor. Remarks: the jerry-faced tree is part of the childhood of the natives of planet A14 and is a beautiful landscape. It is rare for the system to give such a serious introduction, but Shiyun felt that it was strange and full of contradictions. highly endangered, and can grow in harsh environments, short growth cycle, part of childhood. Are they a bit mismatched? A tree that can bear fruit in 6 months seems fast under normal circumstances, but now. Shi-Yun's stomach growled at the right time. She looked at the time helplessly, and felt that the word edible was not so delicious. She checked the leader status, name, Shi-Yun. Level 2. Lifespan, 845 years 5 hours 31 minutes, / 845 years 26 days 5 hours. Physical condition, mild hunger. Spirit, 70 out of 80, it is recommended that you eat properly and get enough rest. SAN value, 28/30. Transformation power, redeemable / total 600 / 3947.2, 46.62 points have been redeemed. Current redemption coefficient is 1.1, influence, 182. Next level upgrade condition, influence reaches 200, upgrade to unlock the task release system. Shi-Yun stared at the data for a while, and made up his mind. This time, the recovery was solved by upgrading. She only needed 20 influences to upgrade, and she could make anything. There is still room for improvement. The leader upgrade is not automatic when the influence reaches a certain level, but requires manual operation. Since she can restore her prime status every time she upgrades, it means that she can use the rules to play an extreme operation. After accumulating enough influence, she will not upgrade first, but work as hard as possible to drain her physical strength, and then upgrade. In this way, she can save a few meals and ensure that she can go out and explore in the best condition. Anyway, now that there is a protective shield, there is no pollution in the base, so it's okay to go for a while. It's still feasible to hold on for a day or two, and the main thing is the follow-up. It only takes 50 influences to upgrade the leader to level 2, but 200 to level 3. The influence required will definitely increase in the future. She can't survive for half a year just by upgrading, and a week is not enough. She must find a source of food. That forest is probably her only hope at the moment. But the distance of more than 20 kilometers. She estimates that it will take 4 to 5 hours to walk, which is a bit long. Shi-Yun called Shi-Yin to see if it could take her there quickly, but Shi-Yin was in deep sleep, and no matter how she called him, it was useless. There was a skill card worth 588 points in the mall that could help, which called for a pair of legs that could run as fast as flying, but the skill description was the same as the super strength skill, with a sentence fully develop your potential, which probably also consumed a lot of physical strength. As for the technology tree, there were many means of transportation, but she lacked materials. Not to mention power-driven tools, such as cars and motorcycles. She couldn't even make a bicycle without rubber for tires and brake pads. I can only walk there. It's no joke to walk for 4 or 5 hours in this environment. Shi-Yun looked at the current sequence of the technology tree, pondered for a while, and added 3 tasks. Current study sequence. Stone house, 1 hour and 18 minutes, mine reinforcement device, 2 hours, fish fry breeding, 2 hours, simple environmental exploration glasses, 6 hours. She is not in a hurry to use these 3 technologies, but they correspond to the branches of mineral vein transformation, animal transformation, and environmental transformation. They are the technologies that take the least time on the 3 main branches, and are the most convenient for brushing influence. Each main branch has a reward of 10 influence when it is lit for the first time. Shi-Yun hoped to accumulate more influence, if possible, to upgrade to level 4 in advance, so that her personal status can be refreshed twice, which means 2 more lives, which is a greater guarantee. After arranging the technology tree, she stood up, found a place that suited her in the base, dug a hole with a gnome's farming tools, and planted the hope for half a year later, the seeds of the jerry-face tree. In the following time, she began to prepare for this outing that would take several hours just to travel. First of all, water, in case there is no water source outside. For this purpose, she prepared a rough large vat, filled it with water, and threw it into the warehouse. Then, there was the pollution filter. Unlike the simple pollution filter, the pollution filter lasts for up to 1 week and can restore 1% of the SN value every hour. It takes 3 simple pollution filters and 20 transformation force points to make a pollution filter, and a simple filter requires 10 transformation force points, which adds up to 50 points. The cost of brushing fine products is too high, so Shi-Yun chose not to brush, and only made 6 ordinary quality filters as backup. Next is the oxygen concentrator. Similar to the pollution filter, the oxygen concentrator has a longer durability of 1 week than the simple oxygen concentrator, and can restore 0.5% of mental power per hour. It takes 3 simple oxygen concentrators and 20 points to make 1 oxygen concentrator. She also made 6 backups. Next is the disposable heating pad, in case there is a problem with the space suit and she freezes to death outside. A heating pad can provide warmth for 10 hours, and requires 3 water-veined stones, 5 nanocarbon materials, and 10 aluminum alloys. She can handle the water-veined stones, and as for the latter 2, the materials removed from the instant transport device are enough to make 15, but this thing is expensive. She doesn't think she needs to prepare so much, so she only made 5. During this period, she did not have enough points, so she worked hard on the filter rock for a while, and then made 60 more water ripple stones to increase her influence. After a set, 18 of the 35 grids in her warehouse were filled, and her influence reached 381, which was 81 more than enough for her to upgrade to level 3. The transformation power that could be exchanged increased by nearly 3,000, and the skill proficiency of synthesizing everything also increased to 106. The only thing that decreased was the reserve of filter rock, which was only half left. She planned to find other mineral veins on the way back after finding food. After all this was done, the stone house had already been studied. She upgraded the base to level 4, lifted the construction restrictions, and chose to build the stone house. A red message appeared on the construction site that only Shi-Yun could see. Stone house under construction, remaining time 6 hours. Not bad. It just serves as an alarm clock for her. When she wakes up, it should be dawn, and then we will set off. Shi-Yun collapsed on the ground, thinking exhaustedly, and closed his heavy eyelids. When the stone house was completed, Shi-Yun opened his eyes dazedly, glanced at the dark new building next to him, changed his posture, and leaned against the wall, and fell asleep again. She thought she was dreaming. It wasn't until the heating pad was about to fail, and the temperature dropped that she woke up from the cold, and realized it was not a dream. The sky was not bright. More than 10 hours had passed since Shi-Yun woke up. If she was not at the pole, then it was very likely that there was something wrong with the rotation of the Earth, or its relative position with the Sun. The adaptive map looked like a parchment scroll, as black as if it had been stained with ink. Only in the middle left area, there were a few small bright spots of different sizes, like small sparks that were accidentally splashed. Among these small bright spots, there is an even smaller red dot, which is slowly moving toward the northeast, lighting up the road like a fuse. That is Shi-Yun, who is walking alone. When she woke up, it was still dark like a horror movie. There was no open fire, and a row of lighting devices in the technology tree could not be lit due to lack of materials. Shi-Yun really didn't want to go out in the dark to have fun. She suddenly had an idea and took out a water pattern stone, using the prompt arrow to find herself, and then, dang, she had an arrow-shaped flashlight floating in the air. It made her smart. Shi-Yun held the watermark stone in her hand, and checked her newly upgraded status as she walked. Name, Shi-Yun. Level 3. Lifespan, 845 years 15 hours 1 minute / 845 years 31 days. Physical condition, healthy. Mental strength, 100 out of 100. SAN value, 40/40ths. Your SAN value is still admirably low. Transformation power, convertible / total 1973 / 7147.2, 0.32 points have been redeemed. Current conversion coefficient is 1.2. Influence, 406. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 400. Upgrade to level 5 to unlock the primary trading system. Base, February 2nd. Congratulations on unlocking the task release system. Reward transformation power points *1000. You have a new task. Shi-Yun opened it curiously. Fire of Hope, recultivating the barren field. Task description. Your base was once a vast experimental field, which held people's earnest hopes. Unfortunately, pollution struck and the experimental field was abandoned for many years. As a great leader, I believe you have a way to bring this experimental field back to life. Task requirements. Please complete the sowing and harvesting of a crop within 3 months. Current progress, 0/1. Task reward. Transformation points *8000, cotton seeds *100. The reward is very good and tempting, enough for her rent, water, and electricity for a month. No, there is still some left for the cost of a month's protective cover and heater, and there are also cotton seeds. Although there is no sun. But, right, it's better to have seeds than nothing. Although her base is now barren and the land is dry and cracked, although the base environment is so bad that there are no pollinating insects, and although it will take half a year for the Jerry Fest tree to grow and bear fruit. But? Shi-Yun stopped and looked at the bright and abrupt green in the distance with a relieved smile. She will soon have a forest with unlimited potential. Crops and other things. Just dig some wild vegetables. But first, she has to play an 800-meter sprint. The durability of the space suit is visibly decreasing. The reason is probably related to the prompt that the system just popped up. Warning! You are approaching a severely polluted area. Please leave as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Shi-Yun always had a hunch that the barren environment had a lot to do with the mysterious pollution, and the system's recently released task of recultivating wasteland said unfortunately, pollution has hit, and the experimental field has been abandoned for many years, which actually hinted at and confirmed this point. According to this inference, if plants can grow, there is a high probability that there is no pollution. Although the system only prompted that there was a severely polluted area ahead, and did not say how large the range was, according to the adaptive map, the forest was very close to Shi-Yun, no more than 1,000 meters. Combining several pieces of information, Shi-Yun initially determined that the contaminated zone should be within 1,000 meters. What she feared least now was contamination. Not to mention the filters and filter rocks piled up in the warehouse. Her space suit alone had nearly 60 durability remaining, and the current rate of durability loss was about 2 per minute, which meant that Shi-Yun could stay in the contaminated zone for about 30 minutes with just the space suit, which was enough for her to run back and forth several times, and she could retreat as soon as she found something wrong. Shi-Yun got into position and rushed forward confidently. Sprinted. She stopped suddenly and blinked. Before I knew it, the sky finally brightened up. The light was not very good, but it was much brighter than the red light of the item prompt arrow. Under the gray-blue sky that was as dirty as a rag, there was a densely packed building complex. It was not a forest, but a green city. The skyscrapers stood tall and lined up one after another. The exterior walls were covered with lush green climbing plants. The small balconies protruding one after another were also filled with overflowing green. The overall look was as if the uneven green paint had packaged the cold buildings into straight and thick bamboos. No wonder history books say that in the past, people used paint to paint the barren mountains green to deceive satellites for environmental protection. Shi-Yun always thought it was outrageous, until now, she suddenly found that this kind of large-scale packaging was really confusing. So, she mistook the building complex for a forest. But the weirdest thing is... What is the weirdest thing? Shi-Yun felt that her brain was stuck. Did the forest become a magical plant city? Actually, it's better. In her time, the preservation technology was very advanced. Some canned food and biscuits could be preserved for a long time. She could look for food stores or supermarkets here. Shi-Yun walked forward slowly. The style of the city's ground and buildings was both unified and discordant. It was unified because the ground was plain yellow soil, which matched the overwhelming green plants in the city. It was discordant because the ground of a city with skyscrapers could not be plain yellow soil. Out of habit of caution, Shi-Yun did not rush into the city, but walked to the nearest building and tentatively pulled the vines on it. Nothing happened. She was a little more courageous, and used a little force to pull off a leaf from it, observed the broken end, leaf veins, etc., smelled the smell, and waited for a while in the same place as if ready to run away at any time. Still nothing happened. There was no horror development of killer plants disguised as innocent green radishes in doomsday movies, nor was there any bloody scene of a carnivorous plant suddenly appearing and swallowing her head. It seemed that this was a normal plant, but it was growing too well. The surroundings were very quiet. This was a dead city full of vitality. Shi-Yun began to explore the city, and soon she actually found a small supermarket. Speaking of which, her way of finding the place was quite traditional, looking at the sign. The store was on the first floor of a certain building, and like other buildings, it was also covered with vines. However, through the gaps in the vines, you can see a Zhao with a small horizontal line at the bottom, and a Jean that was 1/3 shorter. Shi-Yun was inevitably surprised. She didn't expect to see the familiar Chinese characters, her mother tongue here. If China had not unified the world during the time she was frozen, then she would most likely be in the China region, in the northern hemisphere, quite far from the poles, and normally it would be impossible to have a night lasting more than 10 or 20 hours. Alas, the little goblin of the earth. Isn't it just 800 years? Even a girl wouldn't change so much after growing up. She curled her lips, and pulled the vines blocking the door of the store. These stems and vines were as thick as a finger, with intertwined roots and quite tough. The result of pulling them casually was that the whole vine moved together, and soon bounced back to its original position like a spring. Shi-Yun simply took out the sickle from Anong Farm Tools, and swung it twice to cut the vines. The dark interior of the small supermarket was finally completely exposed to her eyes. She stood outside and observed for a while. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, she pushed the door and walked in. The goods in the supermarket were neatly stacked on the shelves. Except for the fact that there was no one and there was a little more dust, it didn't look like it had experienced any disaster. There were a total of 5 cargo areas, and each cargo area actually had only 1 or 2 shelves with guide signs hanging on them, including soil area, fertilizer area, seed area, and farm tools area, out of stock, and living area. Shi-Yun quietly retreated to the door, removed the vines on the sign, and stared at the word Xingyi Supermarket on it, puzzled. Xingyi Supermarket existed before she was frozen. It is a small chain supermarket with a main theme of small but complete. The things sold are standard supermarket products. When did it change its route to mainly sell agricultural products? She walked into the supermarket again and took a quick look at the seed area. She found that they were all plants she didn't recognize, so she randomly picked up 2 or 3 and put them in her backpack. I wanted to take a few more things, but the space in my backpack was not enough, so I might as well just take 2 or 3 and fill it up. Thinking of this, she paused and frowned in confusion. That's not right. Wouldn't it take up the same amount of space in my backpack if I took a few more things or took a few more bags of the same thing? Why did she subconsciously think that I could take a lot of the same thing? Shi-Yun thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and didn't waste any more time. She walked directly to the farthest living area, hoping to find food there. The living area is actually a shelf. There is another door on the side, diagonally opposite, near the cashier counter. It is larger than the one Shi-Yun came in through, and there are vines outside, so the light is not very good. Shi-Yun took out a water-patterned stone flashlight and studied the things on the shelf with a big red arrow on it. Tissues, yes. Soap, yes. Toothpaste, yes. But why is there no food? Rustling. Shi-Yun paused while taking the things, clenched the sickle in his hand, took a deep breath, and turned back suddenly. The red light emitted by the item prompt arrow barely illuminated the dark corner of the cashier counter. Behind it, there was a pair of round, red eyes, and their eyes were fixed on her. Chapter 12. Ah! Shi-Yun's scalp exploded, and she jumped back several steps almost reflexively. Ah! A louder and longer scream came from under the cash register, as if Shi-Yun was the one who was really scary. Shi-Yun, eh? No matter who it was, if he was afraid of her, it shouldn't be worth being afraid of, right? And it sounded like a child. She plucked up her courage and slowly approached the cash register. She saw the child hiding under the cash register, with his butt facing outwards, shivering. He seemed to sense Shi-Yun's approach, and burst into tears, shouting incoherently, "Ah, Fa Mingshan, I was wrong, don't look for me, I shouldn't have stolen the hydrangea, I won't dare to do it again, don't harvest me. Grandma. Grandma. Help me. What is this all about? Harvesting? Was he scared by her sickle? Shi-Yun collected the farm tools, and was about to talk when he saw an old woman rushing over from the farm tool area. Shi-Yun blinked. The other person was dressed very simply and neatly, with brown skin and a simple and honest look. Although he was old, his eyes were still round, but I don't know if it was because he didn't get enough rest. The whites of his eyes and the sockets were red. The nose is also very big, it feels twice as big as that of an average person. He is definitely not Chinese, and he doesn't look like any foreigner she has seen. She doesn't know what race he is. The old woman's face is full of wrinkles, but her legs and feet are quite agile. She quickly rushed to the cashier. Her eyes stayed on Shi-Yun's face for a while, and she smiled at Shi-Yun embarrassedly welcome. The child has never seen the world, so I'm letting you laugh at me. Just keep shopping, and don't worry about him. As she said this, she picked up the child hiding in the corner with one hand, and patted him on the back with her extra thick palm. Be quiet, you are an interstellar traveler, you have come from a long way, don't embarrass yourself here. Interstellar traveler? Countless questions flashed through Shi-Yun's mind. Before she could ask any questions, she heard the child timidly say, "Grandma, is she a bad interstellar traveler? I saw her secretly hiding a lot of things in her backpack." Don't say that to customers. There must be a misunderstanding. The old woman looked over with red eyes, as if waiting for Shi-Yun to explain. Shi-Yun wanted to say that she didn't steal, but just thought there was no one in the store, but saying that sounded more like taking advantage of the fire. She coughed awkwardly. I didn't see the shopping cart. It's not convenient to carry too many things. As she said that, she put her backpack on the counter and thought of a serious problem. She had no money. At this moment, the old woman had already settled the bill for her, a total of 4,398 farming coins, You could also pay with Interstellar coins, according to the current exchange rate, a total of 329 Interstellar coins. What country's currency is the farming coin? She rolled her eyes. I'm separated from my family, and the money is with them. Can I exchange it with you for something else? I have. She thought about what the other party would be interested in. Pollution filter. Pollution filter? The grandmother and grandson looked at each other, and the grandmother asked, "What is that?" Shi-yun was stunned. A small device that can filter pollution. She paused and asked tentatively, "Don't you usually use similar equipment? How do you deal with pollution?" Pollution? The grandmother looked confused for a moment, and her smile faded a little, but soon returned to her friendly smile. How can there be pollution? Even the Blackwater River in the west of the city has been managed. She pointed to the water pattern stone that Shi-yun was holding in his hand as a flashlight. Do you still have water pattern stone? If you do, use this to trade. We need this more. Give me 20 water pattern stones, and this pile of goods will belong to you. Yes, yes. Shi-yun was surprised. Do you know water pattern stone? Yes, it's a good material for making farm tools. Mother-in-law answered. This stone is not very hard, but it can be used to make farm tools? I've learned something new. I have more than 20 water pattern stones on hand. Shi-yun thought for a moment. Do you have any food? I want to buy some, but I just walked around here and couldn't find it. Mother-in-law looked at her strangely. Why are you looking for food in the supermarket? You have to go to the farmer's market. Don't supermarkets sell food? Shi-yun felt that his three views were constantly being refreshed. There is a market here? Yeah, supermarkets definitely don't sell food. The market is in the central area. You go out of the store and walk through 8 forks, the big ones, not counting the ones that are wide for 2 or 3 people, and you get there. Don't worry about counting wrong. If you're not sure, just ask more people. The way is known by everyone, and everyone is very welcome. Don't worry. Shi-yun became more and more puzzled as he listened. Are there still many people here? The grandmother was also puzzled. Of course there are people. How can there be no people in such a big city? There are tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands? Shi-yun pointed to the door she came in through. But I didn't see anyone along the way. That's the back door. It's a deserted road outside. How could there be anyone? The grandmother shook her head and motioned to go to the door next to the cashier to check. Everyone is here. Shi-yun pushed open the door as she was told. The creeper covering the front of the door was pushed open by the glass door like a door curtain. It wasn't crowded outside, but there were people coming and going. Everyone's appearance is very similar to the grandmother and granddaughter in the supermarket, and they should be of the same race. A passerby noticed her standing at the door, and secretly pulled his companion to look over, with curious eyes, as if he was watching a rare animal, and the more enthusiastic ones directly waved at her. Shi-yun waved back reflexively. This wave was like a signal, and everyone talked excitedly. She waved at me. It's been a long time since I saw an interstellar traveler coming here to travel. Is it a celebration? Our celebration is quite attractive. You ask her. I don't dare, you ask. Coward. A man complained about his companion and greeted Shi-yun. Hey, are you here for the celebration? What celebration? Shi-yun asked. Harvest celebration. The man said generously. There will be a lot of good things at the farmer's market today. I'm going there. Do you want to come with me? They were going the same way. Shi-yun nodded. Okay, wait for me to go back to the supermarket to get some things. She went back to the supermarket to pay the bill, and went to the farmer's market with the man. Along the way, the man who called himself Snake enthusiastically introduced the city to her. This city is called Huangtu City. The main economic pillar is agriculture. The population mobility is not large. Everyone has lived here for generations. The tourism industry is not developed here, and few outsiders come here, but the Harvest Festival period is an exception. The Harvest Festival is held every 10 years. At the festival, everyone will show the new crops cultivated in recent years, and compete to see whose new varieties have a larger yield, better appearance, and more rare, so there will be many tourists who come to watch the fun. Of course, there will also be interstellar agricultural merchants, who come to explore new products. You came at a perfect time. Snake said with emotion when he heard that Shi-yun wanted to find food. There's nothing else in the farmer's market, but plenty of food. Just walk, and you be there after turning this corner. Turning the corner, it was an eye-opener. Shi-yun's impression of the farmer's market made no difference to her, was that it was a large wholesale vegetable market, a very down-to-earth place. But the farmer's market in Huangtu City was different, very dreamlike. Each stall was like a giant translucent umbrella that was 5 or 6 meters high. In addition to the top umbrella cover, there were layers of small umbrella covers growing irregularly on the umbrella handle, like a small platform. The agricultural products displayed in each stall were placed on a small platform 1/2 meter to 1 meter above the ground, and the stall owners sat on the side, some with their legs crossed and some with their legs dangling in the air. Everyone's expression was peaceful, and they were talking to each other in a cheerful voice. When Shiyun turned around, they all stood up, not caring about their stalls, and climbed up the umbrella handle to a higher platform. Some who climbed fast were the first to stand on the high point, and saw Shiyun in a glance, jumping up and down on the platform with excitement. Everyone, look! Here comes an interstellar traveler. The whole place was as lively as the bubbling water in the pot, and his shouting made it boil completely, and everyone waved to Shiyun. Hey, hurry up, find a place to come up. The celebration performance is about to start. Come to my place, come to my place. No, come to my place. The view is better here. What performance? Shiyun asked Snake curiously. Snake took her to one of the stalls. Come on, you will know when you go up. He chose this stall. The stall owner was a little girl, and when she saw Shiyun coming to her stall, she was so excited that her brown face turned red. Someone at another stall was not willing to give up, so he took a buckle and buckled it in the air, and slid from his stall to this side. As he moved, Shiyun realized that there were many spider-like thin lines connecting each stall. The man rushed over, and before he could stand still, he handed Shiyun a blue radish that looked like it was cut in half. Try it, this is my luoya. The juice is delicious. Another person stopped in front of him. Try my grass orange first. Try mine, try mine. Shiyun was simply overwhelmed. Hey, stop arguing. Let the guests watch the celebration first. Snake, who had brought Shiyun with him, helped her persuade the people to leave, and his words and actions were as proud as Shiyun's bodyguard. Boom! A drum sound happened to explode. Everyone fell silent and stretched their necks to look down. In the middle of all the umbrella-shaped stalls, there was a nearly 2-meter-high performance stage, on which stood several big men holding sickles and wearing red masks, stepping on the rhythm of the drums and dancing vigorously. It was a kind of dance that Shiyun had never seen before, full of power. Everyone cheered in unison, and the louder the crowd, the harder the performers swung their sickles, with great expressiveness. Shiyun watched the excitement and unconsciously became as excited as the locals, cheering louder than anyone else. The performers seemed to have heard her voice, and their movements and tumblings were even more precise. It was unknown how long the performance lasted, until everyone on the stage could no longer shout, and then it gradually died down. At the end, including Shiyun, everyone felt like they had fought a battle together. One or two of them were hoarse, looking at each other, and laughing like drakes. Shiyun took the luoyi, and couldn't help joking. No wonder you only hold a celebration every 10 years. If you hold it every year, your voice will be ruined. Everyone laughed, and someone said, it's exaggerated. This year, it's the mayor's request to increase the duration. Why? Someone pointed to the ground. The city tree has not bloomed, and the mayor is anxious. The dance of the god of faming is our dance to pray for a good harvest and a good omen. City tree? Shiyun asked curiously, inserted a straw into the luoyi, stepped on it. You mean this is a tree? I always thought it was a building. Oh, how can a building be as beautiful as a plant? This is a tree. The man smiled and replied, this is the iconic tree of our planet, the jerry-faced tree. Shiyun stopped drinking luoyi, and was stunned for a moment. Before his brain could react, he sneezed loudly. Chapter 13. Jerry-faced tree. This is a term that Shiyun is not unfamiliar with. There is one planted in her base. It is said to be a highly endangered special tree species. It is a part of the childhood of the natives of planet A14, and a beautiful landscape. A tree species from planet A14. Not from Earth. However, the other party just said that this is the iconic tree of their planet. Isn't this Earth? Impossible. The system said this is Earth when it bound her. System. She seemed to have forgotten something very important. Oh, why are you bleeding from the nose? In a trance, she heard the people around her asking with concern. Shiyun felt as if liquid was dripping from her nasal cavity. She subconsciously waved her hand and explained, it's okay, the pollution allergy syndrome has occurred. And the syndrome will occur, which means that there is quite serious pollution here. Shiyun's heart was horrified. Almost at the same time as she realized this, she finally received the system's continuous prompt sound. Warning. The durability of your space suit is about to drop to 0, and will be damaged. Please replace the equipment as soon as possible. Warning. Your SAN value is less than 10. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. Warning. You are under mental attack. Please leave the attack range as soon as possible. Shi-Yun's face changed, and she merged the pollution filter with the space suit as quickly as possible, instantly increasing the durability of the space suit to 168, and rescued the space suit in time. She breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the citizens who were still concerned with doubt, and retreated while carefully probing. There is pollution here, do you know? Everyone was confused for a moment, just like the old lady in the supermarket, and then they all said in unison, there is no pollution. Everyone looked at Shi-Yun from all directions. How can there be pollution? You misunderstood. They all took a step toward Shi-Yun. The city tree can't bloom. It can't be related to pollution. Another step. It's because there is not enough nutrients. More than a dozen hands reached out to Shi-Yun at the same time. Yes, it must be because there is not enough nutrients and there is no suitable fertilizer. Warning. Your SAN value is less than 8. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. Warning. You are under mental attack. Please leave the attack range as soon as possible. Sure enough, they are part of the pollution, and they are different from Shi-Yun. Their attacks cannot be blocked by the space suit. She said why she always felt something was wrong. The contaminated area that should have been run for thousands of meters almost sprinted in the last second and arrived in the next second. The items that could have been directly received in the base warehouse were put into a non-existent backpack. God knows why she always thought she had a backpack. She didn't have the materials to make this thing at all. The most outrageous thing is that she was wearing a helmet tightly wrapped around her space suit, so how could she smell the leaves and drink the juice? But she inexplicably ignored and forgot all these things that were wrong. This place is very weird. Shi-Yun's brain was working quickly, and he jumped down without hesitation before being caught by the citizens. People from various stalls began to gather here, but fortunately everyone had climbed to a high place to watch the dance earlier, so there were not many people gathered below. Shi-Yun found a way out, landed on the ground, bought a skill card, and ran out of the city with a pair of fast legs. Fortunately, she used the skill card in time. The citizens of Huangtu City were as fast as her, chasing after her closely, and the distance between them was even slowly shortening. The system thought she was not nervous enough, and kept reminding her, warning. Your SAN value is less than 7. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Shi-Yun cursed inwardly, and while running, he said, stop, with a mouth that said what he meant. However, the skill was useless, and the citizens were still following her. Shi-Yun was not surprised. Since their attacks were different from Shi-Yun's, the skills that worked on Shi-Yun might not work on them. This was also the reason why she did not use the word-by-word technique at the beginning. The margin for error on the platform was too small. But she had to try it anyway. It was a pity that she lost 999 points. Shi-Yun ran back to the supermarket door. She didn't want to confront the grandmother and grandson head-on, but after a circle, she didn't find any other way out. She could only curse secretly, and with one hand she pulled out the sickle of Nung's farm tools, and with the other hand she pushed open the supermarket door. The grandmother and grandson stood at the cashier counter, holding hands, with no friendly expressions on their faces, as if they were two expressionless wax figures. Grandma, she is a bad interstellar traveler. The child said in a flat tone. She stole something. Yes. She is a bad interstellar traveler. The grandmother stared at Shi-Yun with her round eyes without blinking. She stole something. There was a group of people chasing Shi-Yun behind her. They didn't stop her, and she didn't bother to care what they said, and rushed straight to the back door. The grandmother and granddaughter turned their heads at the same time, following her movements. What should we do then? Close the door and call the police. Before she finished speaking, dense vines grew outside the front and back doors of the supermarket. Each vine was 4 or 5 fingers thick, intertwined, like a tightly closed green iron door, tightly covering the glass door. Shi-Yun used an extraordinary force, enough to break several meters of rock with her bare hands, and slammed into the door. Bang! The glass door shattered her, but the green door with vines outside did not move at all. Warning! Your SAN value is less than 4. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Warning! Your SAN value is less than 3. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Warning! Your SAN value is less than 2. Please stay away from the polluted area as soon as possible. Damn it! Shi-Yun directly upgraded himself to a higher level, forcibly maxing out his SAN value and raising it to 50. Congratulations on reaching leader level 4. New items are available in the mall, please check. What's new? Shi-Yun opened the only new item with hope. Skill card. Skill, Mother's mumbling, elementary, purchase points, 15.99. Number of uses, 1. Skill duration, 1 day. Skill description, mother's mumbling, back and forth, back and forth. No matter what the topic, the mother can always turn back to the point she wants to express. You have to listen even if you don't want to listen. Shi-yun, what the hell is this? Who can tell her, what the hell is this 15.99 worth of broken skill? After upgrading to the 4th level mall, it's not easy to put a new product on it. And this is it? Warning. Your SAN value is decreasing. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. Warning. You are under mental attack. Please leave the attack range as soon as possible. The grandmother and grandson left the cashier counter at some point. One grabbed Shi-yun's leg, and the other grabbed Shi-yun's shoulder. Grandma, I caught it. Yes, Andrew, I caught it. Warning. Your SAN value is rapidly decreasing. Please stay away from the contaminated area as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Catch you, you big-headed ghost. As soon as the grandmother and grandson touched her, Shi-yun watched her newly filled 50 SAN value drop by 10, and the durability of her space suit dropped by 50. She was so angry that she turned around and swung her sickle, chopping the two apart with one blow. Just now, she was quick-witted and merged a filter into the Anon sickle. Item details. Name, Shi-yun's Anon sickle, equipped, quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 167/168. Effect, no physical attack effect, only effective against mimic pollution, can cause certain damage to mimic pollution. Remarks, in the hands of an amateur who can't farm, the sickle can only be used for fighting. Before Shi-yun had time to be happy that the sickle was effective, she saw a new grandmother and grandson appear at the cashier counter and walk towards her again. At the same time, several people passed through the gate and ran towards her. She waved her sickle and swung it at the green door woven with vines. The door surface soon had a finger-deep cut, which slowly healed with wriggling. There's hope. The destructive power of the sickle is stronger than the recovery power of the green door. It's estimated that 100 or so cuts will be enough. Just give her time. But the citizens of Huangtu City obviously didn't intend to give her time. Two citizens, one from the front and the other from the side, rushed towards her. She had only had a pair of accelerated legs, but no accelerated hands. She only had time to swing her knife to disperse the one who attacked from the front and was closer to her. She couldn't spare time to deal with the one on the side, so she could only dodge sideways. This dodge was troublesome. The citizens seemed to know what she was going to do. They divided into 3 groups. One group stood in a row to block the green ivy gate, and the other 2 groups chased Shi-yun. They could dance and dance like a group of demons, but Shi-yun couldn't. She didn't dare to let them touch even the corner of her clothes. She ran around the shelves several times, and narrowly avoided several waves. Not only was she exhausted, but she was also forced to get farther and farther away from the green gate. If this goes on, it will be a disaster sooner or later. Shi-yun flipped through the corners of the system, trying to find a way out. The skill cards in the mall are all fancy, and there are no defensive or offensive ones. All the equipment in the technology tree requires resources, and it is difficult to make a meal without rice. The only thing that can be used in the warehouse is the pollution filter, which has some defensive effect, but it can't withstand the mental attacks of the citizens. The only thing she can get on hand, and the system clearly says that it can resist attacks, is the protective shield, but the protective shield must be used in conjunction with the base. Not to mention that her base was full. Even if she had a base, it would take 5 minutes to build a base. In the current situation, she might not even last 5 minutes. Using the protective shield directly would not work. Unless she could change the characteristics of the protective shield. She had used the synthesis skill for a while, and had figured out some rules. The characteristics of the 2 items being synthesized would generally be added together, but there would be a primary and a secondary. For example, when a spacesuit and a filter are combined, a spacesuit with a filtering function is produced, rather than a filter with a spaceflight function. When water and rock are combined, a sky blue water pattern stone with water patterns is produced, rather than sewage mixed with rock and soil. If she combines the protective shield and the spacesuit, I wonder which one will dominate. If it is still a spacesuit, then she may get a spacesuit with mental defense, but if it is a protective shield, God knows if the spacesuit will turn into a balloon on the spot. The picture is too beautiful, I still don't want to think about it. At this point, I can only take a gamble. While running, Shi-yun made a temporary protective shield. Do you want to combine protective shield and Shi-yun's ordinary spacesuit? She gritted her teeth and was about to confirm it when she suddenly saw something out of the corner of her eye. She was stunned for a moment and looked intently. At this moment, she ran to the farm implement area marked as out of stock. The shelves in this area were empty, but the labels on them were not removed. The label in black and white words clearly read, Anong Farm Implements. She blinked, and the messy details in her mind suddenly came together. The city tree of this polluted lost city is called the Jerryface tree, a specialty tree species of the alien planet A14, proving that this is an alien city, but this is obviously Earth. Why is there pollution with alien characteristics on Earth? Shingi Supermarket is obviously the name of the Earth supermarket. But the things it sells are strange. They are all related to agriculture. Not only that, but even the seeds are all seeds that Xian has never heard of, and the out-of-stock agricultural tools are called Anong agricultural tools. Coincidentally, Xian herself has an Anong agricultural tool, which she picked up at the instant transmission device. The agricultural tool is marked as a practical tool that every Anong person will carry with him. She once speculated that the original owner of the Anong agricultural tool used and destroyed the transmission device. Andrew, the supermarket kid, repeatedly said that she was a thief, but she clearly bought the supermarket's goods for 20 water vein stones after negotiation, all pollution. She didn't even ask them to settle the account. Is there a possibility that Andrew said that what she stole was not the goods in the supermarket, but the Anong farm tools she was holding as weapons? Combining all these, it is not difficult to infer. 1. The Anong people are not Earthlings, but aliens, and the planet A14 is Anong Star 2. This polluted city is related to the original owner of the Anong farm tools, that is, the person who came to Earth from an alien planet with the help of an instant transmission device. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check it? Save the lost Anong Star. Mission description. 30 years ago, an Anong Star escaped to Earth. Affected by the high pollution of the Earth, he fell into passive dormancy after 3 days. Today, he is about to be polluted and assimilated into a D-level pollution source, and his life has entered a countdown. As a great, kind but lacking leader, I believe you will have sympathy for him. Mission requirements. Awaken the will to survive of the Anon people, help him restore his SAN value, and prevent him from being assimilated into a Class D pollution source. Mission rewards. Influence plus 200, mental attack skill, primary Virgin Mary. Do you accept this mission? What is a great, kind, but lacking leader? Primary Virgin Mary. What the hell is this? Are you serious? Are you sure it's not her who needs to be saved, but the boss who sent a bunch of pollution to beat her up? The system always thinks highly of her in strange places. But it gives too much. 200 influences. How many water veins does she have to merge? How many points does she have to spend to save enough? Shi-Yun took a deep breath, pressed the blue veins on his forehead, and opened them all. Do you want to spend 1599 points to buy the primary skill card from the old mother's muttering? Yes. Chapter 15. You have used the primary skill card. The mumbling from your old mother. I said. While Shi-Yun continued to play hide-and-seek with the citizens, he said, Do you know why your city tree doesn't bloom? Because of the serious pollution. Not only does it not bloom, it can't grow, you know that? The few trees that have grown now are all fake, mimicking pollution. Do you understand? You are actually the same. It is because of your messing around here. So let alone the Jerryface tree, no plants can grow. You need to reflect on this. Nonsense. All the people chasing her said in unison, as if the whole supermarket was buzzing like an omnidirectional speaker, we don't have pollution here, and the city tree can't bloom because there is no fertilizer. Why don't you kids listen? It can't grow without fertilizer? You are just too young, inexperienced, and lack common sense. Let me explain to you. The Jerryface tree can grow in harsh environments and is not so dependent on fertilizers. Think about it, isn't this the truth? The citizens showed the same hesitation on their faces. No, even if it can grow without fertilizer, it will grow very slowly. It has not bloomed and borne fruit yet because it lacks nutrition. Slow? How slow can it be? It only takes half a year for the Jerryfish tree to bear fruit from sowing, am I right? How long has it been now? 30 years. 60 half-years have passed. Shi-Yun clapped his hands in grief and interrupted them. A turtle can crawl from the equator to the South Pole. Kids, stop being stubborn and stop deceiving yourself. You must learn to accept reality, and this real world. Accept reality? The citizens slowed down their pace, and their tone was not as firm as at the beginning. No, this is reality. Our Huangtu city is obviously normal. Oh, where is normal? Shi-Yun was very into the play, and shook his head in a condescending manner. Did you see the blood on my face? I have pollution allergy syndrome. I get a nosebleed when I encounter serious pollution. Why did I get a nosebleed just now? It was because I almost drank a mouthful of luoya juice. Luoya is a good thing, right? Can normal luoya make people bleed from the nose? No, it's impossible. Everyone shook their heads and said firmly. That's it. That proves that it's not real luoyi, not real food, it's pollution. Shiyin raised his hand to stop them from speaking. It's time to accept reality, kids. 30 years. What's wrong with 30 years? Playing catch here, is it fun? Even if you really take me back and bury me as fertilizer, can the fake tree really bloom? It's a pure waste of time and life. Listen to my advice as an experienced person, turn back. If you continue like this you will really become a source of pollution. You are so unwilling to accept the fact that there is serious pollution in Huangtu City. You actually hate pollution, right? If you become a source of pollution, you will become the thing you hate the most. Let me ask you, do you think this is glorious? Pollution source. The pollution source that makes the land barren, the pollution source that makes the Jerryfest tree unable to bloom and bear fruit. Do you really want to help the evil? Are you really a bad boy? The citizens slowly stopped, with a look of extreme struggle on their faces. I don't. Shi-yun was so dry that he scooped a bowl of water from the warehouse water tank and drank it. He wiped the back of his hand and said earnestly, I know you are not a bad boy. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Come on, quickly remove these people and let me out. I know a place where there is really no pollution. She smiled confidently, and there are jerry-faced trees that bloom there. As soon as she finished speaking, her SAN value, which had been declining, finally stabilized. The opponent's mental attack stopped. Really? I don't know when it started, the number of citizens continued to decrease, and finally only the grandmother and grandson in the supermarket at the beginning were left. The grandmother's wax figure-like face had more expression and became more vivid. Little girl, you didn't lie to me, did you? Grandma, she is lying to us. Have you forgotten that she is a bad interstellar traveler? She is full of lies. The child still had no expression. If there really is one, she wouldn't have failed to recognize the Jerry-phase tree at first. That's because my tree is just a seed, and I just planted it not long ago. Shi-yun shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to see it, and you won't lose anything. But if you continue to stay here, you will become part of the pollution source, and you will never be able to leave here, and you will never have the chance to see the real Jerry-phase tree. Think about it yourself. Do you really want to be so disappointing, continue to escape reality, and live in a false world? The mother-in-law also disappeared. Only the child Andrew was left, standing in front of the green vine door, staring at her, not rushing over, but not moving away. Shi-yun looked at Andrew fearlessly. Someone told me that the Jerry-faced tree was once a beautiful landscape on a non-star, and it was a part of your childhood for all a non-star people. Would you really rather stay here and guard a bunch of fake trees that can't bloom, and give up the possibility of seeing the real tree with your own eyes? How long have you been here? Andrew asked. His voice was no longer a child's voice, less clear and innocent, more gloomy and tired. Almost a day. Almost? A day? Andrew shook his head. He no longer looked at Shi-yun, nor did he speak again. He just quietly made way. With every step he took, his figure became taller. The green vines blocking the exit withdrew one by one as he left, leaving the back door more than one person wide. I know what you mean. Shi-yun stood behind him and said, You think I have only been here for less than a day and have not yet experienced the horror of this place. You think I can't live for long. You think I have the leisure to plant a tree that will bloom and bear fruit in half a year. It's just blind optimism. But I can tell you clearly that I want to be optimistic. Shi-yun said, Even if I die in the next second, I will be optimistic this second. One more second of life means one more second of hope. Maybe a miracle will happen? Maybe a miracle will happen? The young scientist was full of determination and pushed the project application form and research report on the table. The fact that there was no research progress in the past does not mean that there will be no progress in the future. I applied to start the anti-pollution plant research project. The first phase will last for 2 years. I have written the discussion on feasibility in detail in the report. You can take a look. The dean, who was sitting at his desk, flipped through the report. Use the Jerry-faced tree as a research carrier? Yes, the Jerry-faced tree is currently the most resistant tree species to adverse environments. The dean nodded and signed for him. Okay, let's try it. The 28,590 known highly resistant plants have been hybridized with the Jerry-faced tree, and 32 of them have the potential for breakthroughs. We will conduct key research on this. Please increase the project funding. The direction may need to be slightly adjusted. Different soils have different stimulating effects on the sprouting of pollution-resistant tree species. Please increase the project funding. The direction needs to be adjusted. Fertilizers have a very high auxiliary effect on the sprouting rate of anti-pollution tree species. Please add some project funds. Andrew. The dean did not pick up his funding application form again. Terminate the project. Andrew frowned. Crops can already sprout stably in low pollution areas. We may break through at any time. Why terminate it? What is the cost of stable sprouting? Astronomical funding. The dean patted the funding table. So much money was spent, just sprouting in low pollution areas. How many polluted areas are still low pollution? For 10 years, Andrew, your talent has been buried in this utopian project for 10 years. It's time to cut the loss. I don't mind spending my whole life. I do mind. The dean dropped a heavy palm on the table, shaking everything on it. The Institute didn't invite you here to keep you here to waste money. But the future of mankind. Don't talk to me about this naive personal heroism. You and I are just a stone under the torrent of the times. No matter how hard we struggle, we can't make big waves. There's no need to worry about it, and have to give an explanation for the fate of mankind. The dean said sternly, but we need to explain to the taxpayers that the anti-pollution plant project must be terminated. Andrew's face changed several times, and finally he said, this is the last direction. As long as you approve this last sum of funds, it must be terminated. The dean did not retreat. Andrew pursed his lips and clenched his fists on both sides of his body. This is really the last time. This fund. Is there really no room for negotiation? You want funds. It's not that I can't give it to you. The hospital is still very optimistic about your ability. The dean looked at his reaction, slowed down his tone, and took out another form from the drawer. The funds can be approved, but it has to be for this project. As long as you nod, this project will belong to you. Andrew glanced at it and didn't take it. Rhodite? Ornamental flowers? He was helpless and amused. At this time, we still have to spend money and energy to cultivate ornamental flowers? It's better to study anti-pollution plants. How many times do I have to say it? Anti-pollution is a false proposition. The dean said impatiently, you've been working on this for 10 years. Why haven't you woken up yet? There's no solution to pollution. Don't waste time on it. Isn't it a waste of time to cultivate rhodon? Spend 2 or 3 years to cultivate a useless rhodon, just for the sake of beauty? Funny! The market has demand. The market has an even greater demand for anti-pollution plants. The premise is that they can be cultivated. I can. The dean crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. You are using taxpayers' money to gamble on a miracle that doesn't exist. Chapter 16. You didn't intend to spend the money on anything, did you? Andrew leaned forward, pressing his hands on the table. Is it worthwhile to use the money for pleasure to exchange for a hope for all mankind? Is it for a hope for all mankind, or for a hope for Anon? The dean pulled out a stack of information from the table and threw it in front of Andrew. You are not from Bruce, you are from Anon, right? Andrew's face changed. The dean slapped the project form of rhodite on the stack of information. Give up the anti-pollution project and cultivate rhodite. Your identity forgery will remain a secret forever, and I will approve the funds for you immediately. Andrew took his hand back from the table with an unpleasant look on his face, and silently picked up rhodite's project form. The dean showed a satisfied smile, leaned forward, and put his elbows on the table. I knew you would definitely recognize it. A paper ball was thrown in his face. Andrew took off the white coat that countless people dreamed of with a cold look, threw it on the ground, turned around and left. You can approve it or not. From that day on, he became a notorious interstellar pirate, grabbing funds for himself one after another. He spent 20 years proposing hypotheses, obtaining funding, conducting research and argumentation, and negating countless directions. Miracles never happened. His reputation became worse and worse, and the news that the Federation was arresting him became more and more intense, and his life became more and more difficult. He was not a born gangster, and he did not like living on the edge of his life. What supported him to persist was just a very simple wish. He wanted to develop anti-pollution plants to save his hometown that was about to be swallowed by the polluted area. Besides the Interstellar Federation, time was also chasing him. However, with the pursuers behind him, he was at his wit's end. His research had reached a bottleneck, and he could not find any direction for breakthrough. He felt like a headless fly every moment. Just when he was in despair, the Federation caught him. According to his crime, he should be sentenced to death. But the Federation did not, and he was sent to a secret base and became an experimental subject. It was not until then that Andrew knew that the Anon people, who had always been looked down upon by major galaxies, were naturally highly resistant to pollution, just like the jerry-faced tree. He had a bold idea. He tried every possible way to get rid of the control of the secret base. Instead of escaping, he took control of the secret base and began to extract his own genes for anti-pollution research. The breakthrough was huge. The genetically modified jerry-faced tree was planted in highly polluted soil, taking root, sprouting, and growing. On the day when it was about to enter the flowering period, Andrew stood in the observation room and looked at the jerry-faced tree on the other side of the glass wall. The contact interface on the optical brain was already open, and he was just waiting for the moment of flowering, so that he could call home to report the good news. When the federal SWAT broke into the observation room, the data on the glass wall just exceeded the threshold. In the space on the other side of the wall, the jerryfish tree produced light blue translucent buds. Everyone was stunned. Andrew fell into ecstasy. He ignored the SWAT police present and dialed the phone that he had not called for many years in 0.02 seconds. Listening to the prompt tone of the phone dialing, he paced back and forth impatiently. Those few seconds of waiting were longer than the 20 years he had endured. However, at the end of the wait, there was a cold mechanical prompt. The account you dialed is out of service area. Andrew looked up blankly and looked at the SWAT police who came to arrest him. What happened to announcing? The SWAT captain replied, "You don't know? 3 years ago, a non-star had already become a highly polluted area. It doesn't matter. 3 years is just the limit for our clan. It's not too late. It must be too late. I have made a breakthrough. It must be too late to go back now." He almost talked to himself, packed up his things, and was about to leave. The SWAT officers were on full alert and blocked his way. The SWAT captain said, "Mr. Andrew, you must go with us." Crash. An invisible force smashed the glass wall of the observation room into pieces. Before several special police officers could react, they had several red mole-like blood spots on their bodies. 3 seconds later, the invisible murderer finally showed up because he had sucked enough human blood. Those were red thin threads, as thick as spider silk, which were the transport tissues of the jerry-faced tree. The jerry-faced tree had mutated. The scene was in a mess, and the people who were still alive were all in a panic. The jerry-faced tree in the experimental room attacked everyone indiscriminately, including Andrew, who had cultivated it himself. The spider-like drainage tissue shot towards Andrew's face, but it fell apart a second before taking his life. After killing more than a dozen humans, the tall, beautiful jerry-faced tree seemed to have reached a critical point and collapsed, turning into a pile of translucent ash. Andrew stood there, staring at the hard work he had spent 33 years on, without fear of hanging by a thread, nor was he grateful for surviving the disaster. There was only one sentence in his mind: he would not have another 33 years. He didn't beat time. There are no miracles in this cruel world. No miracles. Andrew withdrew his thoughts, and said with his back to Shi-Yun. Shi-Yun disagreed. "If you give up the second before the miracle appears, then there will never be a miracle for you." Andrew stopped talking, and stepped out of the door. "Hey!" Shi-Yun shouted again. "Why did you come to Earth? With your obsession with your hometown, even if you want to die, you should want to die in your hometown." Andrew did not respond and continued to walk forward. Shi-Yun followed him and chattered behind him. "I guess there are two possibilities. One is that there is something you want on Earth, but you are restricted by pollution after coming here and cannot explore. The other is that you were going home anyway, and something went wrong during the transmission. Otherwise, why didn't you commit suicide on the spot after coming here? What did you insist on doing for these 30 years? Just to show off in front of me and say there is no miracle. This doesn't make sense. You are actually very unwilling, right? Don't worry whether I've been here for a day or a month. Let me put it this way. If you want to find something, I have the technology to find it. If you want to go home, I can repair the instant transmission device in time. If you want to see the jerry-faced tree, I have one growing at home. I have everything you want. But the premise of all this is that you are still alive. Only when you are alive, everything is possible, kid." Shi-Yun said the word kid to Andrew, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and was the first to be blown away by the thunder. The skill comes from the old mother's habit of nagging about the child coming and going, which is really bad taste. Anyway, she coughed dryly, "Don't be a coward who keeps escaping reality. You want to die anyway. Even if I lie, I won't suffer any loss after you confirm the truth, right?" Andrew stopped. "What do you want?" "I need a reliable coolie." Shi-Yun did not hide his intention at all, "and saving you will benefit me a lot." She took out the newly combined anti-pollution oxygen mask. Here is a small prop that can purify pollution and provide oxygen. Just tell me whether you want to use it or not, and whether you want to go or not. No, this is just my consciousness. Andrew looked up and looked at the increasingly lush greenery on the building. I forgot where my body is. You should have said it earlier. Why are you pretending to be so deep? Xian passed by him, walked out of the supermarket, and looked at the white-green melon vines extending behind him. I know where your body is. Skill card. Skill. Follow the vines to find the melon. Primary. Purchase points. 99. Number of uses. 1. Skill description. Follow the vines to find the melon. Suitable for searching for things thousands of miles away. Chapter 17. Soon after, Xian did find the melon, but this is simply a terrifying version of an instant transmission device. She is in the so-called City Hall. The second underground floor. There is also an instant transmission device, but all the protrusions embedded in the transmission platform are human skeletons. Each skeleton is wrapped in a thin layer of black mist, tightly attached to the transmission platform, like a cocoon growing on the device one after another. Andrew's body is in the center of the transmission device, also wrapped in black mist. He is the only body in the whole venue that still has flesh and blood. Even so, it is already skin and bones. How did the good environmental protection trend become a haunted trend? Xian muttered a few words, raised the sickle, and cut open the black cocoon wrapped around Andrew. The moment the sickle's blade touched the black cocoon, she was in a trance for a moment, and countless fragmented pictures appeared in front of her at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, she saw the messy city, the crowds of people running in panic, the transmission device filled with people, and the people fighting for the control console. The shrill and noisy cries sounded in her ears. Help! Who will save us? Let us out! Warning! You are under mental attack. Please leave the attack range as soon as possible. Xian suddenly came back to his senses, looked at his SAN value, which had dropped by 10 points, and cursed inwardly. Andrew, please put away your magical power. I am hallucinating. It's not me. Andrew's consciousness body made a pollution flash to Xian's side. Because the black cocoon wrapped around his body was cut open, his figure was a little blurred. Not right. Don't worry about it. It doesn't want to let me go. What is it? Xian didn't even have time to ask. Seeing that the gap in the black cocoon was about to grow back, she gritted her teeth, visually assessed the situation, and cut it hard. She ignored the messy images and crying, and endured the loss of 10 points of SAN value. She forced herself to follow the estimated position and distance, reached out, and took Andrew out of the black cocoon, pressed the anti-pollution oxygen mask on his face, and relied on the extraordinary strange power that had not yet failed to work, and carried the man who had not yet regained consciousness on her shoulders. No! Listen to me. The body broke away from the black cocoon, and Andrew's consciousness became translucent. Hurry up and throw me back. With just this sentence, the broken black cocoon quickly returned to its closed state, as if it was a sponge ball being squeezed by someone and dented for a second, and then as if it realized that its prey had been taken away, it squirmed and twisted, twisting into several black vines, and suddenly shot toward Xian. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Andrew could only find a way to help her stop the black vines. The less solid green vines penetrated the wall from all directions, forming a large net, blocking the way of the black vines. Xian seized the opportunity gained by the green vines, carried the person, and ran out of the city hall with a pair of fast legs. The black vines chased him, at a speed slightly faster than the citizens. The green vines coiled on the building came out like green snakes, forming one green net after another, blocking the black vines. Xian ran so hard that his legs didn't feel like his own, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He asked, "What is this? What is the it you just mentioned? I thought you were the boss here? This city. Isn't this city your masterpiece? No, La City is the result of my influence on it. You can understand it as an inside-out relationship. I am the outside, and it is the inside." Andrew frowned, put me down quickly. It only wants me now. Hurry up while it has no intention of keeping you. Xian suddenly realized. No wonder the system said he is about to be polluted and assimilated into a Class D pollution source, instead of he is about to become a Class D pollution source. No wonder the painting style underground is different from that on the surface. I've been wondering for a long time, what exactly is pollution? Can a city still say whether it is willing or not? Has it become a spirit? I don't know what it is specifically, but I think it has something to do with obsession. Obsession? Xian ran away so fast that his legs almost flew off, but he couldn't help but haw. After all this time, I got a metaphysical script. It doesn't matter, put me down quickly. What are you putting down? I've lost my wife and my army on this trip. I can't not even get a coolie, right? Besides, if she brings Andrew back, she can earn 200 influence points. Before being chased by the city, she was sprinting and using her super strength, which had already cost her a lot. She urgently needs to upgrade to survive. It takes 800 influence points to upgrade to level 5. She only has 429 now, and still needs 371 points. Getting the 200 influence points reward from the side quest can save her half of the trouble. After all, no matter what she does to gain influence, points are required. Since the points consumed by the merging skill are random each time, based on the easiest water pattern stone, assuming that she is lucky every time and only consumes 1 point for one synthesis, it will cost at least 171 points. If she is unlucky, it will cost more than 1,000 points. And she only has more than 100 points on hand now. If she left Andrew behind, the city might indeed stop chasing her, but the influence she needed to earn would almost double, and the points she needed to earn would also double. She didn't know if she could earn the double points in her current state. In other words, Andrew must be saved. There was no room for stopping losses in this wave. If she didn't succeed, she would die. Shi-Yun gritted her teeth and sped up. Almost there. She was about to run out. 100 meters left. 50 meters. 10 meters. Out. Andrew's consciousness disappeared. Suddenly, there was no movement around, so quiet that Shi-Yun could even hear her own breathing. Did she escape? Shi-Yun was about to slow down and look back when she heard the sound of breaking wind behind her. Her face changed, and she rolled on the ground, dodging the 2 black vines that shot over. Andrew's consciousness reappeared, and the green vine that disappeared for a while was under his control and quickly stopped the black vine. What's going on? Shi-Yun climbed up with her hands and feet and continued to run forward, with a bad premonition rising in her heart. My consciousness is essentially pollution. Only in that city can it be separated from its main body and appear. Andrew was like some image with bad signal, looming beside Shi-Yun, his voice intermittent. You mean? Shi-Yun took out the adaptive map and glanced at it quickly. On the map, the city that was originally more than 20 kilometers away from her base was now less than 20 kilometers away from her base. Shi-Yun lost her expression. The case was solved. No wonder she was already in the city before she even sprinted when she came in. This damn city actually had legs. It turned out that she had played a two-way run with this city without realizing it. The ending of this two-way run was obviously very bad. Now, she became the unlucky person who wanted to go home but was stalked by her ex. At this pace, she was asked to run a 20-kilometer marathon, and it had to be a constant speed. Too fast. Leaving the city, Andrew's consciousness disappeared, and no one helped her stop the black vine. Too slow. Andrew's green vines couldn't stop the black vine. For an amateur player like her who doesn't love sports and uses skill cards to cheat, the requirements seem a bit high, right? Shi-Yun quietly collected the map and maintained a high difficulty speed that allowed Andrew's consciousness to continue to appear without being pierced by the black vine. I think we should try a different strategy. Chapter 18. You say. My base is 20 kilometers away, and my body can't support me running 20 kilometers at this speed. We can't just defend like this. Offense is the best defense. Shi-Yun said, I have a way to try. I have to stop and operate something. Can your green vine make it stop attacking for a few seconds? Andrew shook his head. No, it's already the limit now. How about another way to intercept? Shi-Yun's mind was spinning. If I understand correctly, the green vine is actually just a mimicry, right? It's essentially a contest between you and it? What do you mean? Do you have a rock-paper-scissors game on your planet? Seeing Andrew nod, Shi-Yun continued, Scissors can't control rock, but paper can. Sometimes using clever force is better than ruthless confrontation. She gestured. When I cut open the black cocoon, I saw some escape scenes. Have you seen them? Yes. That should be related to the past of this city, and you said that pollution may be an obsession. I think it is probably the will of the deceased to survive. Shi-Yun tried to even out his breath. Try to use the same trick you used on me to deal with it. It should work. Andrew looked confused. Which trick? It turned out that this person had been attacking her mentally for a long time, and he had no idea what he had done. Shi-Yun glared at him. Unhappily, you're the one who whitewashed the situation, and you almost made me forget who I was, and I almost drank a bellyful of the pollution trick. In fact, Andrew had no impression of these things. He had been in a dormant state since he was trapped in the city, and he had been in a daze. He really began to regain consciousness when Shi-Yun mentioned that she had a jerry-faced tree. Before that, the citizens and the celebrations were just a reflection of his subconscious mind, not an intentional attack on Shiyun. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain something, but felt that the matter was done and explanation would not help, so he just said, "I try." Behind them, the green vines wrapped around the black vine suddenly collapsed and turned into a sky full of green light, as if a bag of green flour with excessive fluorescent agent was sprinkled in the air, and a layer of blurry green mist was raised, covering the black vines. A green instant transmission device slowly solidified into a solid object, followed by a staff member standing next to the control console, and then the citizens who were scrambling to rush into the transmission device. "Don't worry, come one by one." The staff patiently calmed the restless team. "You can all go out, there is plenty of time, don't worry." His calm and soothing voice was very contagious, and the restlessness gradually subsided. Everyone lined up hesitantly at the beginning, but later they were in an orderly manner. One by one, citizens walked into the transmission device, green light appeared, and their figures disappeared. At first, Hei Tung was still twisting restlessly, trying to rush out of the range of the black fog, but the citizens were transmitted away one by one, giving extremely positive comfort signals. Hei Tung was like a puppy with greedy meat bones, coiled around the transmission device, and watched limply. 15 seconds. Andrew said exhaustedly. "Well done." It exceeded expectations. Shiyun praised sincerely, "Brother Nyowa." Although Andrew is a genius in agronomy, he has been single-mindedly devoted to researching pollution-resistant plants for many years, and has achieved nothing. He rarely receives such excited praise from others. He turned his head away uncomfortably, and his dark skin turned a little red, and the color became particularly saturated. "It's nothing, you are smart," he said embarrassedly. Shiyun was busy executing the next plan and waved his hand casually. Okay, let's not brag about each other in business." Business bragging was a popular term on Earth 800 years ago. Andrew had never heard of it, but it did not prevent him from understanding from Shiyun's expression and actions that she was being polite to him. He wanted to say that he was not being polite, that what he said was sincere, and that he really thought she was very smart, but seeing how busy Shiyun was, he chose to keep his mouth shut. He thought that instead of arguing about these meaningless things, it would be better to share more of her burden, so he worked harder to confuse Hei Tung. Shiyun naturally didn't know about Andrew's twists and turns in his mind. She put Andrew's body on the ground, came to a huge rock, bent her knees slightly, used her waist to move the rock. The system quickly identified the stone and gave a series of prompts as Shiyun operated. "Do you want to synthesize? Huge stone, and protective shield? Synthesis completed. Consume transformation power points *23, skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining a huge stone blocking the road. Item details. Name, a huge stone blocking the road. Quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 8 out of 8. Function, this is a huge stone blocking the road. Note 1. If you want to use stones to block the road, you may need to understand that there is a behavior in this world called detour. Note 2. This huge stone may cause unnecessary consumption of filter cotton rock. It is recommended that you use ordinary huge stones to block the road. The system's notes are full of disgust. When Shiyun merged the boulder and the protective shield, she thought that maybe she could make something like a golden bell. As a result, the stone turned into stone. She was a little speechless, but she changed her mind and came up with an idea. Andrew was a little surprised to see that she had made a stone disappear out of thin air, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the black vine that was getting agitated again and reminded him, 2 seconds left. Okay. Shiyun took out the modified boulder from the warehouse and threw it between herself and the city. You think a big city wouldn't take a detour for such a small stone? Andrew hesitated and said, physical barriers have no effect on it. Great, it won't take this thing seriously. Shiyun was not worried but happy. Take a break, don't confuse it, let it come. She said it with confidence. Andrew no longer hesitated. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the fake transmission device turned into green light and disappeared, and the black vine bounced up on the spot, shooting toward Shiyun in anger. This time, Shiyun did not deliberately maintain speed, and ran out of the city in one breath. Andrew's consciousness disappeared. Without his obstruction, the black vine sped up, and the sound of breaking through the air was as sharp as a whistle. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the air stopped abruptly. Name, a huge rock blocking the road. Durability, 4 out of 8. Shiyun looked back and saw that the city that had been chasing her for a long time had stopped for a second, shaking a few times like a pudding that was poked by someone. Then, The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, howling for a while, and stopped abruptly again. Name: a huge rock blocking the road. Durability: 0/8. Your item: a huge rock blocking the road, has been damaged. The city is still there, but the shape is no longer solid. At first glance, it makes people wonder if they are highly astigmatized. The city is blurry and illusory, like a mosaic with few details. The most deadly attack method of the city: those black vines. No, now they can only be said to be a few perfunctory black lines. Without the boulder blocking the way, they continue to shoot toward Shiyun, but the speed of pursuit was only half of the previous one. Shiyun was very surprised. She was not as confident as she looked. She simply felt that if she continued to run at that life and death speed, she would die if she didn't run back to the base. She just tried her best. Of course, the reason why she dared to be reckless was because of the sentence in Note 2. The boulder may cause unnecessary consumption of filter rock. One of the raw materials for the synthesis of the roadblock is the shield, and like the shield, it has 8 durability. She speculated that the roadblock is more or less the function of the shield, and the shield only needs to consume the filter rock to purify the pollution in one case. What is the essence of the city chasing her? Pollution. So she boldly assumed that the roadblock can weaken the city's combat effectiveness. Unexpectedly, the effect is unexpectedly good, and it can be reduced by half. Shiyun's heart, which has been hanging for a long time, finally has a bottom. No longer afraid that the city will chase her all the way back to the base. Since 8 durability can reduce half of the city's health bar, the remaining half will be given to the shield at the base. As long as she can run back to the base, it is a victory. Chapter 19. There is still 1 kilometer to home number 2. The city with legs is following them not far away. Leader details: name: Shiyun. Level: 4. Lifespan: 845 years 21 hours 14 minutes / 845 years 21 hours 27 minutes. You are about to reach your physical limit. Please extend your lifespan as soon as possible. Physical condition: severe overdrawn. Mental strength: 30 to 120. SN value: 20/50. Skill card. Skill: willpower when rushing DDL, primary, in use, skill time limit, 10 minutes / 20 minutes. Skill description: helps you ignore your physical limit, complete your mission before the deadline with strong will and uncompromised efficiency. Note: a must-have for capitalists, an effective promoter of sudden death. Shiyun ran numbly, staring at the changes in lifespan data, thinking that she might be the first person in the world to know exactly how many minutes she will die suddenly. I carry you. Andrew, who had woken up a few minutes ago, got off the ground and ran side by side with Shiyun. Seeing that she was getting worse and worse, he gave her some advice. Shiyun ran so hard that her ears rang, and she was dizzy. She glanced at him breathlessly. She wanted to say, I know that you Anon people have really good physical fitness. You haven't eaten a single grain of rice for 30 years, and you were almost killed by pollution. You are so thin that you can barely keep up with my cheating skills. She wanted to say, although, I can also see that you are almost at your limit, brother. Don't force yourself to be a hero. You have finally come here. She doesn't want to fail, and capsize in the ditch. She wanted to say, what's wrong with that abnormal city? 2 kilometers ago, it was as if you had been injected with chicken blood and your speed suddenly increased. She wanted to say a lot, but her mouth was for breathing, so she didn't have the time or energy to talk, so all she could say turned into a simple wave of her hand. As for why she didn't shake her head, that was because she felt that shaking her head would affect her oxygen intake. However, in Andrew's eyes, this lazy action became a very calm and composed no need to say more, I know my limits. Before the discovery of the pollution-resistant gene, the Anon people were famous for their high endurance, and Andrew had undergone genetic experiments, so his recovery ability was higher than that of ordinary humans. It was not surprising that he could run away after waking up. On the contrary, the genes of Earthlings are so ordinary that their presence is almost equal to 0. As an Earthling, Shiyun can run at such a fast speed for such a long time, which is enough to open Andrew's eyes. As soon as she was calm and composed, Andrew's admiration for her went up a level. He stopped talking, kept his speed slightly behind, and concentrated on running forward. There are still 500 meters to home number 2. The distance between the city and Shiyun and the 2 is shortened by 1/3. Shiyun took a deep breath through his mouth and pointed to a distance not far away. Andrew looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a small and cute semicircular building in the dim sky. Is that your base? Come on! Come on! There are still 300 meters to home number 2. The city's speed increased again, and the distance between Shiyun and the others was less than 500 meters. Fuck. Shiyun couldn't help but curse. Andrew looked around in confusion, where there was no grass growing. He didn't quite understand why she suddenly mentioned the common plants on Earth. Can you still grow grass in your base? Is it useful? I go pick it later if you need it. Shiyun, There is still 100 meters to home number 2, and the appearance of the base is already quite clear. The distance between the city and Shiyun and the others is less than 200 meters. Andrew looked at the base not far away, and a series of emotions such as confusion, shock, and doubt flashed across his face, and finally frowned. Shiyun, you said before that you only stayed here for 1 day? In the base, next to the small mound-like house, there was a semi-transparent giant umbrella jerry-faced tree about 3 meters high. Fuck? It has grown. So fast? Shiyun was so shocked that he couldn't help but speak. It's only been less than half a day. This tree has taken root and sprouted, and grown a trunk before it bloomed. Is it that fast? It can't be that fast. This speed is wrong. Andrew said firmly, your base may be contaminated. Shiyun shook his head. Because of exhaustion, he spoke incoherently, but his attitude was more decisive than him. It can't be. It's contamination. If it is, I will know. Believe me. Keep running, deal with the one behind first. That later. 2 meters away from home number 2. The distance between Chungshur and Shiyun is less than 5 meters. Shiyun's legs, which have lost all feeling, took a step forward, and suddenly she felt like she was stepping on cotton. She thought to herself that she was going to fall. Chungshur was 3 meters away from Shiyun. Things happened too fast, and Andrew, who was a little behind, rushed forward half a meter before reacting, and subconsciously pretended to rush back. Don't turn back, it's right there. In the split second before she fell, Shiyun shouted at him, and with the inertia of the fall, she rolled on the ground, just shortening the distance between them. Andrew caught her almost by reflex, picked her up by the waist, and ran quickly to the base. From Shiyun's fall, rolling, to Andrew's catching and running, the whole process took no more than 1 second. The city is 2 meters away from Shiyun, and the other 2. 1 meter away from home number 2. TSK. I almost forgot. Shiyun slapped his head. Let me ask you, are you willing to be my resident? Andrew's eyes fell on the beautiful and dreamy Jerry-fest tree, and he answered, yes. Almost at the same time he agreed, Shiyun suddenly took out something and slapped him at the moment he hit the protective shield. Congratulations on adding 1 new resident, influence +2. Congratulations. The system congratulated a lot of things, but Shiyun didn't have time to read them. The city was 0 meters away from Shiyun and the others. The city, which had become more solid without them noticing, hit the protective shield, and the contact surface trembled violently. Buildings after buildings were squeezed together like a squash spring, and soon they were like a cumbersome broken sandbag, and were ejected half a meter in a dragging manner. The huge city turned into a highly blurred mosaic, and the transparency was much higher. The real scenery could be vaguely seen through the city. Andrew looked happy. When Shiyun used the roadblock, he ran out of the edge of the city. His consciousness disappeared, and he had not yet woken up. He did not see the power of the roadblock with his own eyes. Now he suddenly saw the passive attack effect of the protective shield on the city, and his confidence increased greatly. Great. Andrews. Before he could say it, he was interrupted by Shiyun in a hurry. Do you see that hole? Shiyun pointed to the nearby filter cotton cave. Quick. Throw me in. Name, protective shield, equipped, durability, 1/8. This blow from the city actually knocked off more than 4 durability. The protective shield can't hold up for the second blow, but she had only had 2 points left, not enough to make a second protective shield. Seeing that her face was not right, Andrew did it immediately without hesitation. Shiyun was glad that the willpower she had when she was rushing to work was still there. She waved her sore hands frantically to dig the filter cotton cave to earn points, and quickly ordered, "Do you see the black snake sleeping on the stone next to it? Use your mental attack to wake it up. If you can't wake him up, be prepared. When the city breaks in, you must buy me some time." Before he finished speaking, the blurry city came back with a vengeance, slamming into the only durable protective shield left at lightning speed. Your item, protective shield, is damaged. It seemed that the space was filled with severe smog, with crooked buildings and jagged black vines, swallowing up the base, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Shiyun felt his brain buzzing, like the last song before his body went on strike, and his nosebleed couldn't stop. Almost at the same time, the 3-meter-high Jerry phase tree poofed and pulled out a light blue, translucent inverted water drop-shaped bud. The bud was hanging on the Jerry phase tree's thin thread-like conductive tissue that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. It trembled slightly, and the tip of the water drop bloomed, as if a jellyfish spread its skirt wantonly. When the city crashed in, it seemed to scare this strange-shaped flower. It swayed precariously on the conductive tissue for a few times, and fell reluctantly, just landing in Shiyun's arms. Congratulations on planting a Jerry phase tree *1, environmental transformation power plus 10. The task, Hope Fire recultivation of barren fields, has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining transformation power points *8000, cotton seeds *100. For the first time, Shiyun felt that the prompt sound of the dog system was like the sound of nature. Chapter 20. If you only have 2 points left, but find that you need a shield to kill the terrible enemy, it is like the end of the month, when the grace period of your credit card is about to expire, but you only have $2 of salary left. If the jellyfish tree suddenly bears fruit, and the system gives you 8,000 points, it is like the broken company that has exploited you for many years suddenly has a whim, and gives you a generous bonus n times the credit card debt. At that moment, the sense of surprise and happiness that arises spontaneously is so overwhelming that you swear to work hard for the company for the rest of your life. Shiyun was elated. He made a protective shield, used it, and watched it unfold gracefully. He gracefully protected them in his arms, and gracefully ejected the city that looked like a cowhide plaster, ruthlessly purifying and killing the enemy. The thoroughly purified city was like an evil spirit illuminated by holy light, and its huge body disappeared in an instant. Ah, this scene is really refreshing. Congratulations on successfully purifying the D-level pollution source, influence plus 100. You have successfully purified the D-level pollution source. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Purification World Rookie, the prize has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. Warning. Your remaining life is less than 10 minutes. Please extend your life as soon as possible. What are you afraid of? Shiyun was extremely calm. Company. This wave of bonuses is very generous. She now has 851 influence points. Isn't it just a matter of upgrading to restore the status? Upgrade. Leader details. Name, Shiyun. Level, 5. Lifespan, 845 years 21 hours 18 minutes, / 845 years 32 days 9 hours. Physical condition, healthy. Mental strength, 150 out of 150. SN value, 60/60ths. Your SN value is somewhat admirable. Transformation power, convertible / total 10 / 7157.2, 7,962.22 points have been redeemed, and the current exchange coefficient is 1.4, wealth, 0. Scavengers are richer than you. You are really poor but ambitious. Influence, 851, the goal is grand because it is extremely far from reality. Next level upgrade conditions. Influence reaches 1500. Upgrading to level 8 can unlock the civilization transformation branch of the technology tree, base, 2 out of 3. Congratulations on unlocking the primary trading system, and the reward transformation power points *1000. The crisis is completely resolved. Shiyun took out the heating pad and threw it aside, took off the space suit with one click, and sat down in the mine. She had been extremely nervous for too long, and now she didn't want to care about anything. She just wanted to check her phone. No, check the system. It was too thrilling just now, and the system gave a lot of messy prompts, but she didn't have time to read them, and she didn't know why there were so many influences suddenly. Shiyun clicked on the system notifications one by one in order. Resident Andrew Cleveland's SAN value has been fully restored. The side quest, Saving the Lost and On Star, has been completed. Congratulations on getting influence *200, mental attack skills primary virgin. Congratulations on recruiting an A-level agricultural scientist, Andrew Cleveland, influence plus 100. A-level agricultural scientists have brought you a lot of inspiration in the agricultural field, and the time for studying some technologies in the plant transformation branch of the technology tree has been shortened by 50%. For details, please see the following list: pest control, yield improvement, anti-pollution crop cultivation, mutant crop cultivation. Shiyun scrolled down for a long time before the list came to an end. She was shocked. She didn't just pick up a coolie to take home, she picked up a sweeping monk plus human accelerator. This wave of profit is really great. She curiously clicked on Andrew's personal introduction. Resident details. Name, Andrew Cleveland. Race, a non-star. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental power, 10 out of 60. SAN value, 300/300. Skills. Whitewashing, Mental System, Introduction. Former senior agricultural scientist of the Capital Star Research Institute, famous interstellar pirate, first level wanted criminal of the Interstellar Federation, a rare non-star, with a talent for dormancy, and has undergone genetic modification, so he has an extraordinary pollution endurance, a fast recovery speed of SN value, and can survive for a long time in harsh environments. For Andrew, who had been away from home for decades, the fact that his home planet was swallowed by the contaminated area was his biggest regret in life. How did a senior agricultural scientist and an interstellar pirate, a wanted criminal, get listed together? She looked up at Andrew. Unexpectedly, she met his gaze. He was staring at her. The fruit of the jerry-face tree in his hand, even though his eyes were naturally red, was a little ridiculous at this moment. This fragile and pitiful appearance, how could he be a first-level wanted criminal? You want this? She held up the chewy fruit. Is it okay? Just borrow it. She threw the fruit to him indifferently. Here. Andrew took the fruit and held it carefully in his hand. His eyes became redder, and his mouth trembled slightly. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to, for fear that he would wake himself up if he laughed. When Shi said she had a jerry-faced tree, he didn't believe it completely. When he saw the jerry-faced tree with his own eyes, he didn't believe it. When the jerry-faced tree bore fruit, he still didn't believe it. Until this moment, when he held the fruit he hadn't seen for many years in his hands, and felt the familiar touch and temperature, he slowly gained the courage to believe in reality. 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and his hometown had long become a past that could not be traced back. He never thought that one day he would touch the footprints of his hometown on a distant alien planet. Thank you. This honest-looking man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, said to Shi-yun in a hoarse voice, really thank you. Shi-yun was most afraid of this kind of scene, and waved his hand uncomfortably. Nothing, you can do whatever you want, I rest for a while. Andrew nodded, sat down cross-legged, held the light blue fruit, and looked up at the jerry-faced tree. Shi-yun stretched his legs, changed his sitting position, and continued to check the system prompts. Congratulations on unlocking the Plant Collection Atlas, Influence +10. The Plant Collection Atlas has been updated, and the new one is Jerry-Faced Tree. It seems that the update requirements of the Plant Collection Atlas are higher than those of the Mineral Atlas, and a plant needs to complete the growth cycle from sowing to fruiting to count. Shi-yun clicked on the atlas to check the fruit description. Name, Jerry Fruit. Details. The fruit of the jerry-faced tree is light blue, jellyfish-shaped, beautiful in appearance, and highly ornamental. Edible, rich in protein, fat, inorganic salts, calcium, phosphorus, iron, iodine, vitamin A, vitamin B group, etc. More than 10 nutrients, rich taste, unique flavor. Function. After processing, it can provide a variety of nutrients and help you restore a certain amount of physical strength. Note, I believe that as a civilized person, you will not do such a barbaric act as eating jerry fruit raw. How can eating fruit raw be barbaric? Shi-yun was not convinced. Shi-yun? Andrew suddenly called her. Look over there. Shi-yun turned her head and looked at the jerry-faced tree. That was the most beautiful sight she had ever seen in her life. The translucent jerry-faced tree had a crown about 2 meters in diameter. The crown was a hole, without leaves, as smooth as an umbrella. Below it, 2 or 3 semicircular small crowns grew on the straight trunk like the handle of the umbrella. Dozens of jellyfish-like jerry fruits grew out at some point, opening and closing their skirts and circling the small crowns under the handle of the umbrella, dancing slowly, emitting a light blue halo like the ocean, reflecting the conductive tissue filaments hanging on them, which were originally difficult to capture with the naked eye. Some tissue filaments are very long, so the jerry fruit can float far away. Some are short, so the jerry fruit hangs under the umbrella handle and opens and closes. At first glance, this flowering and fruiting jerry fruit tree looks like a unique translucent coral in the deep sea, surrounded by a group of jellyfish like sapphires, gracefully and calmly holding a magnificent and dreamy dance. Oh my God! Shi-yun murmured, this is too beautiful. Andrew smiled proudly. Indeed? He stood up and raised his hand to take off his tattered clothes. His face, which had been shrouded in haze, became a little more cheerful. Would you like to try our Anon special dishes? Chapter 21. The process of collecting jerry fruit is quite interesting. Shi-yun followed Andrew and climbed up to the small tree crown. After observing for a while, he roughly grasped the drifting path of the jerry fruit. He reached out in the corresponding direction and gathered the conducting tissue lines into a bundle. It's so soft, it feels like a very smooth and soft cotton thread. Shiyun felt it for a while, but it's quite tough. I thought it was so thin that it would break if I pulled it. Be careful, it's easy to get cut. Andrew sat on another small tree canopy and said, It's okay, don't we have temporary gloves? Shiyun raised his hand wrapped in cloth. That was Andrew's clothes. Andrew took off his clothes just now to protect his hands. He wanted to collect them by himself, but seeing Shiyun eager to try, he simply tore his clothes in half and gave half to her. He did not hesitate when tearing them, and when dividing them, he seemed to react to something and hesitated instead, holding up the clothes and wanting to collect them, but not daring to take them back. Shiyun waited for him for a while in confusion, and then he said in an embarrassed tone, Maybe it has a little smell. Shiyun laughed at him for a long time. Andrew was so embarrassed by the laughter that he took back the half piece of clothing. I wash it first. No need, bring it here. Shiyun held back her laughter and couldn't help but tease. It's not to the point of biological weapons. This teasing made Andrew dare not look at Shiyun for a long time. He finally felt more comfortable. When he saw her raise her hand, his eyes began to dodge again, but he still gave her instructions. The fabric is not very thick, so be careful. Okay. Shiyun responded readily, and continued to collect. The conduction tissue line was bundled together, and the jerry fruits hanging on it were like a few strings of bells that were forcibly gathered together, crowded together, and floated up as Shiyun pulled the line up. During this period, a few people may have felt that there was not enough space, so they simply got rid of the restraint of the conduction tissue line and fell to the ground with their skirts lifted. After Shiyun confirmed that her hands were tightly wrapped with clothes, she followed Andrew's instructions, held a whole bundle of conduction tissue lines, and gently stroked them from the inside to the outside, and the jerry fruits on it fell into her arms. This is so stress-relieving. She spread the cloth wrapped around her hands, held the jerry fruit, and jumped to the ground with the fruit in her arms. Do you have a lot of people rushing to pick the jerry fruit when it's ripe? Yeah. Andrew also got down from the tree. Children like it very much, so parents usually let their children harvest it. He looked nostalgic. When the time comes, those with many brothers and sisters will rush to occupy the crown with the densest tissue lines, so that they can pick the most fruits. Sometimes a tissue line grows too long, and although everyone stays on different tree crowns, they will grab the same line. You don't let me, and I don't let you. As a result, they start a tug-of-war on the tree, shouting and threatening each other while tug-of-war. As a result, the pulling and pulling makes too much noise, and all the jerry fruits fall to the ground. No one is in a good situation, and they can only pick them up in frustration. Shiyun's mouth kept curling up when he heard this. It's so lively. Yes. Andrew piled the jerry fruit on the ground, and he could still see the scene of a group of children pushing and shoving each other in front of him, muttering, It's very lively. He looked up at the jerry-faced tree and said to Shiyun, Can you lend me the unknown farm tools? Just take it. Shiyun gave him the farm tools. It was originally yours. No, it's yours. Andrew said, I'm sorry that my consciousness used the word steal when it was not sober, I'm sorry. Shiyun shook his head. It's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. Andrew nodded, climbed up the tree again, hugged the trunk with one hand, and took out the axe from Anong's farm tools with the other hand, and cut off a small crown in a few strokes. Shiyun was a little surprised. What can this be used for? Make a fire. Shiyun squatted down, knocked the translucent umbrella-shaped crown with his knuckles, and muttered, To be honest, it is common sense to cut branches for firewood, but the shape of this thing really makes it impossible to think from this angle. It really increases your knowledge. I remember that most trees on Earth are brown and branch-shaped, and the texture is relatively similar, which does give you this impression. Andrew asked her to step back and started to split the treetop into several pieces. Don't be fooled by the appearance of the jerry-faced tree. It is actually very easy to burn, and is a very efficient fuel. Do you have a flint? Yes. Shiyun watched curiously, and took out a flint from the warehouse, and handed it to him. Andrew took it, walked to a place far away from the jerry-faced tree with the treetop, and skillfully struck a spark. As soon as the spark landed on the wood, a blue flame ignited. This is too fast, Shiyun exclaimed. She had seen videos of survival in the wild. Not to mention using such a primitive flint, even with a powerful lighter, it is not particularly easy to light firewood. First of all, the freshly cut wood is very wet, and cannot be ignited at all. Secondly, even if it is dry wood, the fire must be strong enough to ignite. A spark can ignite a piece of freshly cut wood, which really refreshed her cognition. This tree is a treasure from head to toe. It grows fast, looks good, has edible fruits, and is easy to burn. We won't have to worry about fuel for survival in the base in the future. But Is the fire in your place? Serious? Shi-Yun asked. Andrew shook his head. Not bad. Only the fruiting jerry-faced trees will catch fire easily, and there will be special people to do fire prevention treatment on the trees. How? There is a non-toxic fire retardant spray made of ice pearl grass, wind orchid and salt snake skin, with a ratio of about 6 to 5 to 1. Good thing. All of them are things she doesn't have. She originally wanted to plant 100 or so densely. On the one hand, it is to ensure food supply, on the other hand, it is for fuel, and on the other hand, it is more important. The base map shows that the jerry-faced tree can provide her with 3 transformation forces a day, which is almost as efficient as the transformation force production of the stone house. If she plants a whole area, the profit level is comparable to real estate. I originally wanted to plant a forest. Shi-Yun pondered for a moment. It seems that there is still a bit of risk. If one of the trees catches fire one day, I guess all the trees will be gone. Yes. If there is no fire retardant spray, the distance between each tree should not be less than 20 meters, and it is best not to plant other plants in between. Andrew paused, however. The fire hazard is secondary. I don't recommend you to plant jerry-faced trees on a large scale. Why? It will destroy the land. Andrew said, the larger the crown diameter of a jerry-faced tree is, the larger the coverage area of its roots. Within this range, other plants cannot be planted on the land where jerry-faced trees have been planted. But I heard you say that there are jerry-faced trees everywhere on Anon. Are you worried about this problem? There is no such problem on Anon. Andrew shook his head and said, a circle of calitha grass grows around the jerry-faced trees on Anon. The soil that has grown that kind of grass will not be affected by the jerry-faced trees. But the problem is that calitha grass can only survive on Anon and cannot be transplanted. No wonder. Shi-Yun remembered that the system said that the jerry-faced tree is a highly endangered tree species. Indeed, except for Anon, other planets are unlikely to grow this kind of land-destroying plant. Anon has been swallowed by pollution, and the jerry-faced tree has naturally gradually disappeared. Andrew continued, you told me that we don't have much land resources at our base, so I don't recommend you to plant this on a large scale. The utilization efficiency is too low, and... He paused. I don't know what you did to plant one in half a day, but at this speed, this one is enough for us in the short term. Why? Shi-Yun asked. Andrew said, normally, the fruit-bearing period of the jerryfish tree is 5 years, and it bears fruit once every 6 months, which means that it will bear fruit 10 times. Except for the first and last 3 or 4 times, the yield is relatively low, about 50, and the yield in between is about 200 to 300 each time. Now that the growth rate has increased, we should be able to get the second wave of harvest in a few hours if we infer the same proportion. In addition, at room temperature, jerry fruit can be stored for about a week. If air-dried, it can be stored for about a month, but the nutrition and taste will deteriorate. Is that so? How many do you usually eat to feel full? 2 to 4. Shi-Yun calculated according to what he said. According to the most pessimistic scenario, assuming that there are 10 fruits in total, 4 of which have a yield of 50, and the other 6 have a yield of 200, then a jerry fruit tree can produce about 1,400 fruits. Shi-Yun didn't need to eat, so she and Andrew each got 700 fruits, 3 meals a day, and if each person consumed 4 fruits per meal, it would be enough for 58 days, nearly 2 months, more than enough. If the jerry-faced tree could continue to grow and mature at a miraculous speed, that is, mature once every 6 to 7 hours, then it would only take 63 hours at most to complete the remaining 9 fruits, which is 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days can supply them with food for a month. In theory, 1 tree is enough. Even if you think that a single seedling has low risk resistance, just plant 2 or 3 more for safety. But the premise of all this is that the jerry-faced tree can always grow at this miraculous speed. She needs to figure out why the jerry-faced tree, which takes half a year to enter the fruiting period, can bear fruit in less than half a day. Even chicken blood is not so fast. I go to the tree to take a look. Shi-Yun stood up. Andrew nodded, took out a pitchfork from the Anon farm tools, skewered the jerry fruits cut in half one by one, and roasted them on the fire. Shi-Yun walked around the tree and found nothing special. She stood under the tree and thought carefully about the scene of planting the tree. In fact, it was very casual. She just picked a place, dug a hole with the Anon farm tools, threw the seeds in, sprinkled some water, and that was it. The seeds were almost dehydrated and inactivated, and the water was not very good spring water. Although the farm tools were said to improve production efficiency, the growth speed of this tree shocked Andrew, a serious Anon, and it was definitely not the main influencing factor. Logically, it can't be a system bonus. The system clearly stated that it would take half a year to enter the fruiting period. Moreover, it took half an hour to even germinate a bud. It can't be said that germination is harder than growing such a big tree, right? Is it the soil? When the system issued the task of recultivating the wasteland, it said that this was once an experimental field. Xian squatted down, grabbed a handful, and put it in the warehouse to see the details. Item details. Name: rock and soil with a large amount of mysterious fertilizer. Function: provide a large amount of nutrients for crops. Remarks: your expectations for crops seem a bit too high. Huh? Is it really related to the experimental field? Has this field been fertilized with fertilizers with a long validity period? Xian walked a few meters away and dug the soil on the ground again, and found that fertilizers were also applied. She was excited and wanted to see how wide the experimental field was, so she dug holes everywhere in the base, and even ran out of the base to dig for a while. But the more she dug, the more puzzled she became. The distribution of this fertilized rock and soil was too uneven. If it was an experimental field, the whole piece of land should be fertilized. Even if it was a comparative experiment, there would definitely be one area with fertilizers and one area without fertilizers. But according to Xian's sampling results, the areas where fertilizers were applied were crooked and radial, and the amount of fertilizer was different. Some areas used a lot of mysterious fertilizers, some areas used some mysterious fertilizers, and some areas used a small amount of mysterious fertilizers. But there seemed to be a pattern. The closer to the jerry-faced tree, the more fertilizer. No, that's not right. Xian walked to the filter rock waste that Xian would curl up even when he was sleeping, stopped, and dug out another handful of soil. Item details. Name: rock and soil with excessive fertilizer. Function: provide super large amounts of nutrients for crops. Note: not all crops can bear your earnest and heavy expectations. A gust of wind blew on her face. She turned her head thoughtfully in the direction of the wind, looking at the jerry-faced tree not far away, and the soil pits with increasingly weak fertility. Finally, she realized it. Mysterious fertilizer. It's just the biscuit crumbs that Xian chewed. Congratulations on discovering the formula of the mysterious fertilizer, Influence plus 50. You have triggered a hidden task. Do you want to check it? Chapter 22. The Fire of Hope 3 Shortcuts. Task description. Are you helpless because of the bad environment? Are you worried about the slow progress of land reclamation? Are you troubled by the lack of resources? There are thousands of ways to get rich. As a great leader, I believe you can find the most efficient ones. Task requirements. Please find the formula of the mysterious fertilizer, the formula of the mysterious feed, and the full content of the mysterious information. Current progress. The formula of the mysterious fertilizer 1:1. The formula of the mysterious feed 0/1. The content of the mysterious information 0/1. Task reward. Complete a wish for you. Completing a wish is very exciting. But Xian still wanted to say. The mysterious information with a completely different style at the end. Is it sure that it was not used to make up the number because it has the word material in it? The amazing thing is that this task has no time requirement. The time limit for the previous wasteland reclamation task in the same series is 3 months. The time limit for the side quest to save Andrew is not stated on the surface, but it is actually included in the description, because Andrew was about to be assimilated by the pollution source at that time. But this shortcut task has no explicit or implicit time limit. It seemed that the difficulty was reduced, but in fact it was higher. After all, apart from the fact that she was lucky enough to find the mysterious fertilizer, she had no idea what the mysterious feed was, what it did, what the mysterious information was used for, what field it involved, and who had it. The clues were almost zero. Xian was not interested in this kind of task with low operability, and did not plan to spend too much energy on it for the time being. Anyway, there was no time limit. She clicked on the hidden task, and opened another task that she had not had time to check. Fire of Hope Recultivating the Wasteland 2. Task description. Your base was once a vast experimental field, which held people's earnest hopes. Unfortunately, pollution struck and the experimental field was abandoned for many years. However, with your unremitting efforts, the experimental field has finally regained its vitality. I hope you will continue to develop it and make persistent efforts. Task requirements. 1. Please complete the sowing and harvesting of 3 crops within 3 months. 2. The total planting area of crops must reach 300 square meters. Current progress. 1/3 of the crop types, for /300 of the planting area. Task rewards. Transformation points *20,000, piglet *1. Salary increase. No, the mission reward points have increased. And there are pigs. Although there is only one, there is no way to pursue sustainable development, but it is not bad to have meat. Shi-Yun looked at the reward, smiled, and shouted to Andrew, "Do you think we can feed the pigs with jerry fruit?" "Pigs?" Andrew was asked with a confused look on his face. "Sure, do we have pigs?" "Soon." Shi-Yun waved his hand happily. Although the mission requires 3 crops, it is obvious that the existing jerry fruit trees are also counted. She still has 100 cotton seeds, which means she only needs to find a way to find one more crop to complete the first mission requirement. As for the area requirement, the mission area is the same size as the level 4 base, so she has to upgrade the base to at least one more level, but with enough points, it won't be a big problem. This mission is very feasible. With the mysterious fertilizer in hand, it should be completed in less than 3 months. Is she finally going to have a life with meat to eat? Suddenly I felt full of strength. "Shi-Yun?" Andrew called her. "The jerry fruit is ready. Here it comes." The sky, which had been bright for less than 2 hours, turned dark again. However, this time the base no longer flashed the eye-irritating red light of the arrows indicating items, but was instead filled with a warm orange-yellow flames. The items in the base cast long and short shadows against the flames, like a group of dark-skinned elves, celebrating the harvest lively around the bonfire. The roasted jerry fruit was no longer transparent, but turned from light blue to purple blue. The edges rolled up spontaneously, and the texture was no longer soft and elastic. It looked a bit like a strange-shaped purple potato, but it smelled 100 times more fragrant than roasted sweet potatoes. Shi-Yun was in a good mood and had a good appetite. The smell made him even more hungry. He picked up one from the bowl and took a full bite. Crack. Shi-Yun fanned himself because of the burn, but he was still excited to speak. "It's crispy. So delicious. It tastes so special." It was like a combination of shrimp crackers and ice grass. When you bite it, it was crispy, fresh and refreshing, and fragrant. It was obviously baked, but it didn't feel dry at all. It was chewed and felt particularly smooth, as if you had drunk a particularly rich mango juice. It really tasted rich. Shi-Yun showed off several of them in one breath, and her happiness was simply overwhelming. "Eat slowly, you will feel full." Andrew had seen a little bit of the world, so he was not as excited as she was, but 30 years without eating was enough, and with the addition of nostalgia for jerry fruit, no matter how much he was persuaded, he couldn't stop eating. The two of them ate heartily, working together to finish 1/3 of the harvest, 10 jerry fruits, and lay on the ground to digest them contentedly. "You're right, I feel a little full now," Shi-Yun said, touching his stomach. "How about getting up and walking?" "No, I want to fully experience the feeling of being full." Shi-Yun smiled. "It's true that being full is happier than being hungry." Andrew laughed. "Speaking of which, why do jerry fruits have to be roasted?" Shi-Yun thought of the system's comments about eating raw jerry fruit, and knew that apart from the system's usual sarcasm, the essence was to prevent people from eating raw jerry fruit, and he couldn't help but curiously ask why. "If it's not cooked, it's highly toxic." Andrew sat up, picked up a piece of uneaten jerry fruit, broke it open, and showed it to Shi-Yun. "When it's cooked, the texture will become completely opaque, inside and out, just like now. If you're not sure when cooking it, it's best to poke it in with a tool to see, and you must make sure it's fully cooked before eating it." Dog system. Such crucial information, you have the nerve to just use a lightly mocking sentence to cover it up. Shi-Yun complained in his heart, and asked again, "How poisonous is it? Will you die after taking a bite?" "Almost," Andrew said. "After taking it, the body will gradually become paralyzed and unable to move. If the toxins in the body are not removed in time, the heart will stop functioning in 10 minutes at most. Even the red-crowned crane doesn't work that fast." Shi-Yun muttered, "If you are accidentally infected, how can you remove the toxins in your body?" "The karada grass I mentioned before, just boil it into juice and drink it. Most people on a non-star will have some," Andrew explained. "Well, it's something she doesn't have again." Unconsciously, she also had a very risky meal. Shi-Yun touched her stomach. "If you had said this earlier, maybe I would." "Don't dare to eat it." Andrew was afraid that she would worry. "Don't worry, most of the non-star people are good at roasting jerry fruit. A bottle of karada grass juice may be left at home for 20 years, and no one will touch it once. Maybe I just eat a little slower." Shi-Yun raised his hand, pinched the tip of his index finger with his thumbnail, and winked at his left eye playfully. "Life is all about this experience." Andrew laughed. "I have a question." After a while he asked. "What?" "Before entering the base, when you gave me the household registration certificate, I heard a prompt saying that this is home number 2. Andrew said, "Why is it number 2? Is there a number 1? Yes, there is number 1. She pointed to the ground. It was buried by a mine collapse, and there is no time to deal with it. She told Andrew about what happened before and after the collapse. Andrew knew that the instant transmission device he used when he arrived on Earth was below, so he was surprised. There was no way out of the instant transmission device under the base, so he could only be directly transmitted from underground to Huangtu City. He had never been out of the surface, so he didn't recognize it after staying in the base for so long. It's quite interesting to say that if there hadn't been a collapse, I wouldn't have been able to find the Anong farm tools you left behind, and I wouldn't have been able to recognize Huangtu City, and I wouldn't have guessed your existence. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to come back, and I wouldn't have been able to have this meal today. Look at how much I've gone through for a meal, and finally got back to where I started without any trouble. Life is amazing." She rested her head on her hands. On the one hand, she was indeed a little emotional. On the other hand, her skills were influenced by her mother's nagging. After a long time of nagging, she had to have a sublimation of her vicissitudes of life. It's just like the saying that you have to go through a lot of trouble to find a good shoe. This is it. Ah? Iron shoes? Andrew looked at her feet. She had already taken off her bulky space suit and was only wearing a jumpsuit that fit the cryochamber, with bare feet. He immediately misunderstood. "Are your shoes broken? Where did you put them? I help you see if there's a way to fix them?" Shi-Yun finally came to his senses, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "No, not iron shoes in the literal sense. My shoes are not made of iron. I'm not a horse. Who would wear iron shoes? They would rub their feet and cause blisters." The more she spoke, the funnier it became. "It's a common saying on Earth. I just wanted to say that I came all the way to your place to find food, but I didn't expect to find anything. Instead, I found food at home and ate my fill. If you think about it carefully, it's amazing." Indeed. Andrew knew he had made a fool of himself, scratched his face embarrassedly, and looked up at the sky. The night sky was very deep. In the starless black, his lost home was hidden. He thought he would never have any intersection with it again in this life. But just now, he had a long-lost hometown meal. In this base built deep in the contaminated area. If he had not come to Earth, if he had lost consciousness one day earlier, if Shi-Yun had come one day later, if he had not met Shi-Yun, everything happened just right. The arrangement of fate is indeed magical. Andrew retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Shi-Yun. The young Earth girl lay lazily on the ground, with one hand under her head and the other hand holding a small stone, tossing it up and down. Her facial features are not as three-dimensional as those of the Kanta people, nor as delicate as those of the Dalika people. Like most of the Earth people Andrew has seen, her appearance does not have any features that can make people remember at first sight, but she has a temperament that is difficult to describe. Perhaps the cunning hidden in her eyes, or perhaps the agility hidden in her tiger teeth, just like this jerry-faced tree that is thriving in the depths of the contaminated area, so vibrant that it is puzzling and hard to ignore. "I think you are right," he couldn't help but say. Shi-Yun thought he was still responding to his point of view about magic. But he heard Andrew say solemnly, "Homeland number 2 is the most shocking and beautiful miracle I have ever seen." Chapter 23. The two chatted for a while. Speaking of which, under the influence of his skills, Shi-Yun had almost expressed his feelings about his 800 years of life. "I also thought of a question. Before you came here, did you know that this was Earth?" "I don't know." Andrew shook his head. "I wanted to go back to a non-star, but I set the parameters incorrectly in a hurry, so I accidentally came here." "Ah?" Shi-Yun couldn't figure it out. "Then why did you teleport yourself to Huangtu City? Wouldn't it be better to teleport directly to a non-star? Why did you blow up the device here?" "Explosive device?" Andrew was surprised. "You don't know?" Shi-Yun was also stunned. "Didn't you blow it up? Could someone else have come in?" Andrew's first reaction was to say no, but suddenly some fragmented impressions flashed in his mind. The screen of the console showing Earth, the progress bar that made people panic, the timed explosives that were taken out in a panic. But why? Who chased after him? Was it the federal SWAT? Will the federal SWAT chase him into the core contaminated area? "Are you okay?" Shi-Yun saw that his face was not right. "I blew it up." Andrew held his forehead, feeling dizzy and a little nauseous. "It seemed that I wanted to stop someone from chasing me, but I forgot who I wanted to stop." Shi-Yun watched his mental strength and SN value drop by 2 points at the same time. Jerry fruit is good for restoring physical strength. After eating, Andrew's physical condition had obviously changed from extremely weak to weak, and his mental strength also increased by 10 points. What kind of strange development is it that when you recall the past, you lose your mental power and SAN? Don't think about it for now. After all, so many years have passed. There is no need to rush. Shi Yun frowned and asked him to go to sleep in the house. The house belongs to you. Go and have a sleep. Building details. Name, stone house. Quantity, *1. Defense, 5. Durability, 100/100. Output, 5 transformation power/day. Area, 6 by 6. Function, residential building. Resting in it can restore a certain amount of physical strength and SAN value. Remarks, who doesn't like the feeling of having a roof over the sky? Housing is always one of the sources of security. Andrew shook his head. I can sleep outside. You can go to sleep. I'm not being polite. I'm in good condition now, but you're in bad condition. Sleeping in a room will help you recover faster. I'm not exaggerating, and it's not some kind of psychology or metaphysics. It really will be faster. Shi Yun said, if you recover sooner, I can ask you for help. There's a lot to do at the base. Andrew didn't quite understand why sleeping in a room would be faster, but seeing that she was serious, he said, then I sleep for a while, and come when I wake up. No need to sleep for a while, just sleep until you're full, and there's no rush to do things. Shi Yun waved her hand to drive him away. Don't think about making room for me. This won't be the only room. I'm not the kind of person who would sacrifice myself for others. Go ahead. Andrew couldn't resist her, and went into the house to rest. Shi Yun sat for a while, got up and collected enough stones. She chose to build a new stone house, about 10 meters away from the northwest corner of the spring. The system quickly prompted, the stone house is under construction, and the remaining time is 5 hours and 30 minutes. Shi Yun raised her eyebrows. She remembered that it took 6 hours to build the stone house before. After that, her base has been level 4, and has not changed. Only she has upgraded from level 3 to level 5. It seems that in addition to increasing the conversion power exchange coefficient, the leader upgrade can also shorten the construction time of the building. It was a pleasant surprise. During the construction of the building, she could see the shadow of the unfinished stone house. 2 6 by 6 stone houses, plus the jerry-faced tree, spring, mine, filter rock waste pile, and other messy things. It looked a bit crowded visually. Shi Yun opened the base details, and looked at the data for a while. Base details. Name, home number 2. Level, 4, upgrade to generate random buffs, the transformation power points required for the next level, 2,000, residents, 2/80ths, your base is really sparsely populated, mobile residents, 1. Warehouse, 22 of 50. Building *, 1/2. Defense, 2 plus 20, equipped with a protective shield, territory, 20 by 20. Level 4 base has a 20 by 20 territory, and the task of recultivating Wasteland 2 requires a planting area of 300 square meters. Mathematically speaking, 20 by 20 seems to be enough, but this is not a wardrobe after all. You can't just stuff everything into one space blindly. You have to leave paths, gaps, etc. It's best to make regional planning in advance when there are not many buildings now, so as to avoid the cost of adjustment in the future. So in reality, the level 4 territory is stretched. Shi Yun wants to upgrade the base to level 5. First, there is more room for activities, and second, the system has also announced that upgrading to level 5 can get random buffs, which is a good deal. However, upgrading meant the need for purification. She had no filter rock on hand, and purifying the D-level pollution source almost used up all her filter rock reserves. The reserves of filter rock veins in the base were also worrying, with less than 500 left. She didn't know if it was enough to purify the entire level 5 base. She had to find another filter rock vein. To-do list +1. Shi Yun continued to look through the system information. There was not much system information left to check, only 3 left. Skill rewards for completing side quests, prizes for purifying D-level pollution sources, and the primary trading system unlocked after the leader upgraded. She was particularly looking forward to the primary trading system, and decided to save the good stuff for last as the finale of today's entertainment, so she first checked the skill rewards given by the side quests. Holy Mother, primary, proficiency, 0. Skill consumption, 20 transformation points. Skill time limit, 1 minute. Skill description, persuade the enemy with the highest moral standards, shake the enemy's spiritual power, and thus push the situation in the direction you want. Note 1. It is recommended that you do not waste your words on scumbags with no moral bottom line. Note 2. No cooldown time, can be activated continuously, and points will still be consumed as 1 minute if it is used for less than 1 minute. After reading the skill description, Shi-Yun came to the conclusion, what a mouth cannon skill with unlimited krypton points. If this is combined with the old mother's mumbling, one forces the other party to listen even if they don't want to, and the other frantically shakes the other party's beliefs. Just thinking about it makes people feel very defensive. I hope she will never meet someone with the same two skills. Shi-Yun mourned for her future enemy for a second, and clicked on the prize for purifying the D-level pollution source. Item details. Name, warm black pine resin. Quantity, *20. Effect. The resin of the highly endangered tree species warm black pine is light red, with orange flickering light inside. It warms the hand, and has the effect of calming the mind. Note, smuggled goods from Planet 85. According to the legend of the planet, the flickering light hidden in the warm black pine resin comes from the power of the sun god. This thing looks very familiar to Shi-Yun. She thought about it, and flipped through the technology tree based on her vague impression. Sure enough, she found the information in her impression. Warm black pine resin is the raw material for making pollution inverters, and pollution inverters can directly convert pollution into energy. With energy, is the day of automation far away, but, in addition to warm black pine resin, pollution inverters also require 6 other materials. Luckily, she has unlocked the primary trading system. Maybe she can buy it directly. With this feeling, Shi-Yun was eager to open her final entertainment primary trading system. Chapter 24. As early as when Shi-Yun reached the leader level 3, and saw the system notice that upgrading to level 5 will unlock the primary trading system, she was full of expectations for this system. The primary trading system, as the name suggests, cannot escape the word trading. At first glance, it is a platform for buying and buying. Before that, Shi-Yun already had a platform for buying and buying, that is, the system mall, but the things sold in the system mall are all metaphysical, such as legs that walk as fast as flying and mouths that speak the truth. Those who don't know would think it is a market for dismembering corpses. In short, whatever is unscientific is sold, and there is no realism at all. Shi-Yun believes that it is impossible for the system to open 2 similar platforms for no reason, and it is meaningless. So the primary trading market should be as down-to-earth as the system mall is metaphysical. She has a great chance of buying the materials she needs in the primary trading market. Of course, the dog system has been cheating for a long time. She is also mentally prepared for the worst. At most, it is an empty shell, and then the system will say, this market is for you and the residents to trade materials. You can put the materials in it yourself. Happy trading. Anyway, she thought she had seen ups and downs, and she was not afraid of a little disappointment. She could be calm and indifferent from beginning to end, and laugh at the unreasonable troubles of the system. So, Shi-Yun opened the primary trading system with a strong heart, excited mood, trembling hands, and piousness like opening a gift. However, the mission was unsuccessful. Your network connection was not successful. Please try again later. It's okay. She was mentally prepared. She could be calm and indifferent. It was detected that you have no network. Do you want to consume transformation power points to rent a temporary network service? Fee, 3 transformation points/minute. Haha, why didn't you just say you wanted to share earlier? Why did you have to mock her for not having internet? It's okay. She's already familiar with the nature of the dog system, so she can take it easy. Although this fee is even more outrageous than a black internet cafe. Shi-Yun smiled and paid the points, and finally entered the interface of the primary trading system. The primary trading system is not as fancy as the system mall. It is so crudely made that it looks like a 3-no website that doesn't even hire an artist. Rather than a trading system, it's better to say it's a forum with a simple and crude layout. All the information is stacked line by line, which looks very eye-catching. The information description is also very irregular. The products in the system mall, whether in titles or descriptions, strictly refer to the unified template, and the description style is quite consistent, very consistent. In contrast, the styles of transaction information in the primary trading system are varied. Some are so concise that only the name is written, some are so long-winded that the title is as long as 7 or 8 lines, and even the bottom of the item is stained with mud, but it's okay, you can wash it with tap water as written, and some are just standard and honestly indicate various parameters. Shi-Yun clicked on a few of them at random, and found that most of the products posted in the seller's main building were perfunctorily accompanied by pictures. It can be seen that the people who uploaded the pictures just wanted to explain, I have this thing, not my things are very good and beautiful, you can buy them quickly, and some people were even too lazy to even provide pictures. As for the buyers, they were more individual. Some of the main posts only had 4 words including punctuation marks. Want to buy, private, while some wrote a bunch of vague things, like good words and sentences excerpted from some classics, and some sole painters drew a picture that they might not even recognize after a second glance, and threw it to the main post without writing the price. Yeah. At first glance, the publishers must be living people. No matter how cheap AI is, it can't do such a thing. No wonder the system asked her to connect to the internet. This should be a platform connected to the outside world, and it is very likely that these people are outside the contaminated area. She saw someone looking to by the sand that the famous movie star Elisa of the 4th Galaxy stepped on barefoot, and she believed that people who struggled to survive in the contaminated area would not be so boring. In short, being outside the contaminated area meant that she could access normal resources through these people, and the internet fee of 3 transformation points per minute was not a loss. The only problem was, the currency unit in the trading system was not transformation points, nor was it the interstellar currency that Xiyin had heard about in Lust City, but like currency, a currency that Xiyin had never heard of, and had no coins on her. But it was not a problem. She had things to sell. Xiyin thought about it, and searched for Jerry fruit in the search bar. Sorry, this function is not open to visitors. Please log in and try again. Awesome. It's already 800 years later in the interstellar era. Why are we still using the registration system? There won't be any real name authentication, right? Xiyin muttered to himself, and clicked into the registration interface to take a look. The registration interface was surprisingly simple. No real name authentication is required. Just fill in the username, password, and contact information. Xiyin filled in the username and password casually, and was stumped on the contact information column. Not to mention that she doesn't have any communication tools. Even if she does, there is no signal in the polluted area, right? The system seems to have seen that she would have doubts, and timely launched a prompt. Do you want to consume transformation points to start the communication agent service? Rate 3 transformation points/day. Good news. It is detected that you are the owner of the glorious rare achievement, Challenge Master. This service is subscribed monthly, and you can enjoy the message notification service at the original price of 1 transformation point/day, which is convenient for you to receive the news of the trading market instantly. Do you want to subscribe monthly? Very good. The dog system has more and more ways to get points. Xiyin didn't fall for it, so she chose not to subscribe for the month and wait and see. Even so, she had no way to vent her complaints, so she went back to the username column, deleted the original standard name, thought for a while, and solemnly filled in swear to be a salted fish to express her contempt for the behavior of the system capitalists and her positive yearning for a better life. After registering the account, the menu bar at the top of the trading market interface changed. There was a small L0 mark next to Xiyun's account name, indicating that her account level in the market was 1. Xiyin searched for Jerry fruit again. This time the search results came out quickly. There was no relevant transaction information. Xiyin was not surprised at all. After all, the Jerry-faced tree was so endangered that even the Anon people wanted to cry when they saw it. It was decided to sell such a rare thing. In theory, the Jerry-faced tree would have more than 1,000 fruits in the future. She and Andrew could not eat all of them before the fruits went bad. There were no pigs to feed in the base for a while, so it would be a waste not to sell them. As for the price, Xiyin decided to see how much the things she wanted to buy were worth first. As the saying goes, spending is equal to income. She searched for seeds. The densely packed posts were all gone, leaving only a single post, which was posted a month ago entitled, Bulk High-Quality Radish Seeds, Absolutely No Pollution, Low Probability of Mutation, Urgent Sale, Preferential Price. This so-called preferential price is 500 guangbi per kilogram of seeds. Chapter 25. Is it really a preferential treatment? 1 pound costs 500 guangbi? What country's currency is guangbi? Why does it look a bit worthless? Xiyin remembered that the sand that Alyssa stepped on barefoot she saw was priced at 200 guangbi. Is it because the movie star named Alyssa is not famous enough, or people of this era are more pragmatic and think that chasing stars is far less practical than buying a pound of radish seeds? This price is a bit against her common sense. Xiyin exited the radish post and browsed around the forum for a while, mainly looking at food prices. The process was not smooth. The trading market did not have a classification and filtering function, and most of the goods in it came from all corners of the universe. As a native of Earth, she had never heard of them before, and it was difficult to judge the category based on the name, so it was very troublesome to search. Fortunately, there was not enough time to collect the information. She spent almost half an hour browsing and found some tricks. There were not many transactions related to food in the trading market, and 90% of them were related to bean fruit and fragrant eggplant. They seemed to be two foods with great demand, with an average price of about 15 Litecoins. The remaining 10% of food might be rarer, and the average price did not exceed 110 Litecoins. Grown food is 50 to 100 times cheaper than seeds. It seems that it is not that the Litecoins are worthless, but that the radishes that were once everywhere on the earth have become very valuable, or that the radishes are very valuable in the eyes of the seller. In addition, Shi-Yun found something interesting while observing the prices of food. Most of the trading posts are selling a kind of stone called fragrant pine stone. The price of low-quality stones is about the same as that of beans and fruits, while the price of good-quality ones is higher, almost half of the price of radishes. A piece that is less than half the size of a fist is sold for 200 Litecoins. Regardless of the quality, it seems to be just for display. Many posts describe it as having a unique natural shape. It seems that radishes are valuable enough to challenge the stone market. In short, the most common item in the market is pine stone, followed by other natural stones, and then food and other categories. As for the breeding seedlings that Shi-Yun wanted, whether it was fish fry or piglets, there were none. She could already foresee the lonely future of the piglet after completing the task of recultivating the wasteland too. The search results were also empty for daily chemical products. Shi-Yun did find a raw material for the inverter in the market, which she had on hand, aluminum alloy, 2 Litecoins per gram, which was less valuable than beans and fruits. After reading it all, radish seeds stand at the top of the value chain. Radish seeds are greater than stones equals the footprints of a certain celebrity are greater than food and greater than metal. The world 800 years later is really unpredictable. If there are still farmers who grow radishes on the earth, they should be very relieved. Shi-Yun silently returned to the radish post and clicked on the purchase interface. Although she had no money, she was curious about the entire transaction process. The most important thing was how to deliver the goods. These were not mentioned in the post, as if everyone didn't need to worry about shipping and express delivery. As a person who opened a trading market in the polluted area, after seeing the temporary network service and communication agent service successively, if she guessed correctly, receiving goods might be. It is detected that your address is not suitable for regular delivery and receiving services. Do you want to consume transformation points and open the warehouse station service? Rate 300 transformation points / order. Shi-Yun, She knew that the system would not miss such a great opportunity to cut leaks. 300 transformation points, enough for her to make 7 protective shields and still have some left, and 300 for one order? Leeks are too easy to harvest. She originally wanted to buy some alien food to taste. If it tastes good, it might be a way to stock up on food. Now it seems that forget it. Let's concentrate on doing big things. It's impossible to use up the 9,000 points on hand just by sending and receiving express delivery. Sustainable development is still more cost-effective than imported methods. She thought about it and sent a private message to the seller of radish seeds, asking if he had other seeds for sale. Then she quit the radish post and opened a seller post herself. Note, your current level is L0, the limit for each transaction is 500 Litecoins. The number of posts that can be sold is 1, the time limit for posts is 60 days, and you can only sell one product at a time. During this period, you can change the product you sell. If you do not complete at least one transaction within 60 days, your posting permission will be frozen for 30 days. There is still such a restriction. But it is enough. She confirmed the new creation. The title should be Pick and Sell Now. Bulk sale of fresh cherry fruit. As for the content, I don't have a camera, so I skipped the pictures. I will just post a brief introduction to the cherry fruit tree and cherry fruit, and attach my personal evaluation of eating it. As for the price, it's a rare delicacy that can't be found on the entire internet. It's not too much to quote a high price, right? But it can't be too high. Judging from the proportion of commodity categories and transaction volume, the market demand for food is not very large. If it is too high, it may not be sold in the short term. But it can't be too low. If it is too low, if someone buys it one by one, she won't make enough Litecoins, and she will put all the points in first. Shi-Yun counted for a long time in her mind, and finally set the price at 20 Litecoins, with a minimum of 5. If you buy more than 30 at a time, you can give it a 15% discount to encourage the local tyrants to buy 500 Litecoins at a time, so that she can save shipping costs points. Write the inventory quantity. Shi-Yun recalled what Andrew told her about the production of Jerry Fest trees. The second wave seemed to be around 50, she still had 24 on hand. To be safe, she would fill in 60 for the inventory quantity first, lest someone really bought a lot and she couldn't deliver, and was locked up by the platform. Okay, perfect. Shi-Yun browsed through her editing results and posted with satisfaction. Browsing the dark web gate of light is Sean's favorite pastime. He can always see buyers and sellers of brain circuit hydrogen in it. For example, last time, someone sold radish seeds at the gate of light, and the price per kilogram was 500 Litecoins, which was outrageous. What does 500 Litecoins mean? That's 8,000 Interstellar coins. If you use it to buy radish-flavored energy bars, it's enough for a person to eat 3 meals a day for more than 7 years. Why not use this money for something else? Buy a bunch of seeds and plant them. Why bother? Even if there is a sucker who has money but nowhere to spend it, can he plant these seeds after buying them? Article 142 of the Federal Land Law stipulates that unlicensed citizens are not allowed to plant crops without permission. Violators will face more than 3 years in prison depending on the severity of the circumstances. People with licenses don't need to buy seeds on the dark web. They can apply through the federal official channels. Everything on the dark web means illegal. Even if this victim is very capable and doesn't care about the license issue, which one should he go to? Pollution has been rampant for so many years. The 9th and 7th galaxies are completely trapped in the depths of the pollution zone. The 8th galaxy is surrounded by the pollution zone. Although other galaxies are not so miserable, they have also been greatly affected. The land in most galaxies has been degraded or polluted to varying degrees. The crops grown there are either reduced in yield and unfit for consumption, or endanger human lives. In severe cases, they may even mutate, and a whole field will become a human slaughterhouse. In this case, to successfully grow normal crops, it is necessary not only to ensure that the seeds are not contaminated, but also to ensure that the fields, water sources, and fertilizers are not affected by pollution. The 7 galaxies are large, but it is not easy to find such a place without being discovered by the Federation. Sean knew what the fate of this post would be at a glance. Sure enough, the sale post has been posted for a month, and no transaction has been completed. The comment area is very lively. The onlookers are stacking high buildings below. Some ridicule the seller for being whimsical and asking for too much. Some suggest that this L0 seller should change to something else before the 2-month limit of the post expires, so as not to be locked up in a small black room for a month when the transaction record is reached. Some people come here to punch it every day out of boredom to see if there are really stupid fools who come to buy. Sean is a punch-in person. After punching in today's card, he exited the carrot post and was about to exit the gate of light, but found that a sales information was refreshed on the platform. This one is even more outrageous than the carrot post. What they are selling is actually Jerry fruit. Chapter 26. Anon was originally just a remote planet, located in the most remote 9th galaxy. Its main economic pillar was agriculture, and the entire society was a typical agricultural society. It was a planet with relatively backward civilization in the interstellar era. Later, for some unknown reason, the Federation selected Anon as one of the 8 planets, and Anon became a little more famous in the entire interstellar stage. Later, with the encouragement of the Federation, Anon began to export Jerry fruit. With the Federation's deliberate promotion, this special fruit entered everyone's vision, and with its rich taste, it conquered the taste buds of most people, and became popular in major galaxies, and the price soared. People who smelled business opportunities began to follow the trend and planted jerry-faced trees outside of Anon star, destroying a lot of land. The Federation had to introduce corresponding laws, and strictly prohibited the private planting of jerry-faced trees outside of Anon star. In this way, Anon star became the only export planet of jerry fruit. Although the output of jerry fruit is not low, the demand in the 9 galaxies is even greater, so for a long time, the supply was in short supply, and the price was naturally pushed to a peak. At that time, the price of a jerry fruit was as high as 50 interstellar coins. That was when the price of jerry fruit was the highest. Thanks to jerry fruit, Anon star even became the richest planet in the 9th galaxy. But even the most delicious food will get boring. After reaching the peak, the price of jerry fruit slowly declined, from 50 interstellar coins to 45, then to 40, and finally fluctuated between 30 and 35 all year round. Then Anon star was polluted and swallowed. After Anon was polluted and swallowed, the supply of jerry fruit came to an abrupt end. People were disappointed for a while, and then forgot about jerry fruit. After all, in that era, people's main food was not energy bars of various flavors, but a variety of grains, fruits, and vegetables. Without jerry fruit, there were jerry fruit. There were many substitutes for meals, but it was not necessary to have a certain fruit. Now decades have passed. The 9 galaxies are no longer the 9 galaxies with abundant products and flourishing flowers. People have long been accustomed to living on energy bars. Only those who have spare money and know the way will go to the dark web to buy some non-energy bar food to improve the taste. There are many requirements for this so-called improved taste food. First of all, it must have high pollution resistance. After all, many of them are smuggled goods. Even if they are not polluted when they are planted, no one can guarantee that the transportation chain will not pass through polluted areas or encounter sudden pollution. Eating contaminated food will inevitably be detrimental to physical and mental health. Secondly, it must have a low mutation rate. No one wants to be killed by food as soon as the package is opened. Thirdly, it must be delicious, at least better than energy bars. This is the fundamental reason why Shiyun didn't find many fruit and vegetable transactions on the dark web. It's not that people are more interested in stones than food, but that relatively safe food is only a few. And the Jerry fruit that has been retired for many years. It has been retired for so many years, and people know nothing about its pollution resistance and mutation rate. As for whether it tastes good, people born during this period have never eaten it, so naturally they have no way of knowing. People who have eaten it generally won't be greedy enough to take the risk of buying the Jerry fruit suddenly released by the L0 seller on the dark web. L0 means no credibility. What's more, this L0 seller asked for 20 light coins. 320 interstellar coins. The peak price of Jerry fruit was only 50 interstellar coins. The price has increased more than 6 times. They even require a minimum of 5 pieces. They really think money is straw paper. They even dare to say that 30 pieces or more will be 15% off. The Gate of Light has a rule that the goods must be shipped within 1 day after the transaction is completed. Otherwise, the person will be locked up in a small dark room at the least, and the IP address will be permanently blocked at the worst. In this day and age, even the most productive fruit trees can only produce 4 or 5 fruits at a time. Can give more than 30 at a time. Does this L0 seller own a whole orchard? It is difficult to find an unknown, unpolluted field in the Federation, and it is planted with particularly eye-catching Jerry-faced trees. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. This person belongs to a powerful force that can cover the sky with one hand. 2. This person is here to make fun of people. Considering that the powerful forces that can cover the sky with one hand have many ways to get non-L0 accounts, most people tend to believe in this second possibility. This is simply another outrageous post after the carrot post. Sean clicked into the post and excitedly scrolled through the comments section that had already been built into a high-rise building. Some comments were similar to Sean's mental journey. Some were curious about what Jerry fruit was, some urged the seller to upload a picture to prove it, some began to miss the pollution for years, and some bet that this post would be like a carrot post, with no one paying attention to it for a month. Among the many comments, Sean saw one. Am I the only one who thinks that the seller's description of the taste is very realistic? Anyone who has eaten it can tell me about the taste, even though it's been many years, but I can still remember some of it. What's so strange about that? Sean thought to himself. But somehow, he went back to the main building to take a look. There was a long paragraph in the main building introducing the taste and taboos of Jerry fruit. Sean had eaten Jerry fruit before, and he thought he knew all of it, so he didn't read it carefully when he came in. Now, he took a closer look and suddenly felt that the comment was so right. The seller's description was really realistic. It was like the seller had just eaten it. That long and detailed and vivid description brought back Sean's memories. He remembered when he was a kid, when Jerry fruit was still a new thing. There was a Jerry fruit store near their home, and every time he passed by, he could smell the aroma of roasted fruit wafting from it. He had been craving for it for a long time, but at that time, his family was not well off, and could not afford such a luxurious fruit. He and his friends saved their pocket money for a long time, and the price of Jerry fruit increased several times during the period. Finally, that day came, they saved enough money to go into the store, and ordered a roasted Jerry fruit. 7 or 8 teenagers crowded around the table for 2 people, looking at the fragrant fruit on the table, and carefully used cutlery to divide the fruit into several pieces. The fruit was so big, divided into 7 or 8 parts, and each piece was so small that it was almost gone in one bite, but the mouth-watering, crispy and smooth taste, Sean still remembers it. Sean, who has not lacked money for many years, came to his senses and licked his lips involuntarily. Suddenly, he felt that the energy bar in his hand was not pleasing to the eye. He seemed to have become the little brat who was so greedy for Jerry fruit. TSK. Isn't it just 100 light coins? At most, he will be a sucker. He bought it. Sorry, the product you selected is sold out. Sold out. If he remembered correctly, the seller had 60 cherry fruits in stock, right? 60. Even if it was 15% off, it would cost 1020 light coins, which is nearly 20,000 star coins. Which rich man was so exciting? Sean scrolled back to the main building and found that there was more than one transaction record in the transaction dynamics, and 2 buyers had placed orders. Someone is starting to take over the role of the victim. Sean, what are you doing? Are you dumbfounded? Let's go. The master asked us to get ready to go. Oh. Okay. Right away. In the advanced barracks of a starship. A slender hand brought the steaming celadone teacup to his lips, and the lips that seemed to be born with a slightly upturned arc opened slightly, and he took a sip. The owner of the lips and hand seemed to recall some pleasant past, and looked at the optical computer interface in his field of vision with slightly curved eyebrows. It was a very simple dialogue box, with only 2 sentences in it. Lisuazuaxianu, thank you for your patronage. The quantity is quite large. We need to arrange it here, and ship it within 12 hours. His reply, okay, no need to worry. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Sir, we are ready and can leave at any time. The owner of the barracks put down the tea set, stood up, took the long coat hanging on the hanger, and put it on slowly. The black and slim coat is a retro suit style, which makes him look particularly elegant with his fair skin. His subordinates, who had followed him for many years, were waiting outside the door. When they saw him coming out of the room, they were a little stunned. What's wrong? He noticed his subordinate's surprise, and asked gently. You seem to be in a good mood today. Rather than being in a good mood, it's better to say that I miss you. He had a sincere smile on his face. I saw something interesting, and I'm happy for an old friend. Chapter 27. After Shi-Yun released the information about the sale of cherry fruit, she relied on the one-day notification service she had purchased to avoid missing any information. She raced against time to get online. 1 minute late would cost her 3 cents more in network fees. She found a place east of the jerry-faced tree where fertilizer had not been spread. She brought the jerry-faced tree seeds she had collected while eating, and the mysterious fertilizer powder she had scraped from the waste pile as much as possible, and began to study the most suitable fertilizer ratio for the jerry-faced tree. She got this inspiration from her experience of germinating seeds. If the temperature was too low when germinating halfway, the system would remind her to solve the problem. Therefore, she speculated that if she applied too much fertilizer and there was a problem with the seeds, the system would also remind her. Her guess was correct. After burning 7 or 8 seeds, Shi-Yun roughly determined the amount of fertilizer that the jerry-faced tree could withstand. According to the concentration of fertilizer in the soil, the system will display a little, some, no modifier, quite a lot, excessive. An outrageous amount in turn. The amount of fertilizer that the jerry-faced tree can withstand is not small, even to the excessive range. She implanted a jerry-faced tree seed in the soil that was over-fertilized with mysterious fertilizer, noted the time, and took out 5 cotton seeds to soak and germinate. Then, she bought a new item reminder arrow. The previous one was invalid, and searched for the filter rock. The huge arrow soon lit up red in the distance, flashing and very eye-catching. Shi-Yun frowned. So far, she has used the reminder arrow to look for things 3 times. The first time was to find the filter rock, and she was lucky it happened to be nearby. The second time was for the water pattern stone, which did not exist on the earth, and the arrow directly prompted it. The third time was for the flint, which was also nearby. This was the 4th time, but it was the first time that the item she was looking for was not within her visual range. It was a bit like walking in a city. You could see a skyscraper as soon as you looked up. It seemed not far away, but if you walked there, you might break your legs. She needed a more accurate distance to estimate the travel time and determine how much preparation she needed to make. Shi-Yun thought about it, and simply took out the adaptive map, and used the skill everything can be synthesized to combine the map and the arrow together. Synthesis completed. Consumes transformation power points *56, skill proficiency +1. Congratulations on obtaining a low-quality treasure map *1. Item details. Name, treasure map. Quantity *1. Quality, low quality. Durability, 24/24. Function, help you find the target treasure closest to you. Remarks, one man's honey is another man's arsenic/frost. 1,000 people have 1,000 treasures in their hearts. Even if you want to find dog poop, the map can complete the task excellently, without discrimination. Thank you for your non-discrimination. Shi-Yun smiled and replied in her heart. In any case, the result of this synthesis was quite in line with her wishes. With the appearance of the treasure map, the sign-like prompt arrow in the distance disappeared. At the same time, a small red arrow appeared on the adaptive map, flashing to indicate the location of the nearest filter rock vein. After the trip to Huangtu City, two crooked bright lines appeared on the adaptive map, almost overlapping. They were the paths that Shiyun had lit up on the map, and the filter rock vein was probably in the dark map a few kilometers away from the bright line. Taking the base as the origin, it is about 3 to 4 kilometers to the east. Not far, it should take more than an hour to go back and forth. If something happens, you can run back in time with a pair of fast legs. It won't be as extreme as the trip to Huangtu City. Shiyun checked the status of the remaining 24 jerry fruits in the warehouse, put the unused firewood into the warehouse, made a protective shield as a backup, and added 40 water vein stones to the warehouse. When she made the 33rd water vein stone, the system suddenly popped up a prompt: "Your skill, everything can be synthesized. Proficiency has reached 150, meeting the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade?" Yo! In fact, from the first time she used a skill, when the system gave her a hint about proficiency, Shiyun guessed that there was a possibility of upgrading the skill. It's just that there are clear influence and points requirements for leader and base upgrades, but the proficiency requirements for skill upgrades are not transparent, and the uncertainty is too high, so Shiyun didn't pay much attention to it. It was a surprise that it suddenly reached the standard. It's a benefit to be able to upgrade, and another benefit is that she has a reference. If the synthesis skill upgrade requires 150 proficiency, then if there is no accident, the proficiency required for other primary skills to upgrade is also within this range. At present, except for the newly acquired virgin skill, no matter it is a synthesis skill or a super strength skill, each time it is used, the proficiency will increase by 1, which means that each primary skill must be used about 150 times before it can be upgraded. It seems that in the future, if the body and points are sufficient to support it, the skills can be used as much as possible. After all, the better the skills are, the greater her survival reliance will be. Shiyun thought about a lot of things and decided to upgrade. Everything can be synthesized, intermediate, proficiency, 150. Skill consumption, transformation power points 1 to 500. Skill description, everything can be synthesized. Unfortunately, it is an intermediate skill, and can only synthesize up to 3 inanimate objects at a time. Additional effect, 1% probability of generating mutants. Number of synthesized items * n, 1 less than equals n less than equals 5. Shiyun looked at the consumption limit that had increased tenfold, and then looked at the newly added number of synthesized items. The amount was randomly doubled after synthesis. For a moment, she didn't know whether she had made a profit or a loss. Just when she was speechless, a message came from the trading market. "You have a new order." So fast, Shiyun reconnected to the internet and was about to check when she received 2 messages in succession. One was an order reminder, and the other was a sold-out notification. 60 jerry fruit sold out? It seems that the Interstellar people love food more than she thought. Shiyun opened the orders one by one. The first order asked for 10 jerry fruits, and the second one bought 50 at a time. Shiyun had 10 jerry fruits on hand, so he sent the goods directly to the first one. It must be said that the warehouse station service is expensive, but it is very convenient. Shiyun clicked on the delivery in the last second, and the number of jerry fruits in the warehouse decreased by 10 in the next second. After a while, it was shown that the goods had been received, and 200 light coins were directly credited to the account. Almost at the same time as the light coins were deposited, the system popped up a pleasant reminder: "Congratulations on your first pot of gold, reward influence plus 10. In the leader interface, the wealth value that was always 0 finally changed. Leader details. Name, Shiyun. Wealth, 3,200, work harder, you can no longer struggle on the poverty line, Not 200, so the leader's wealth value is not calculated in light coins? The exchange rate is 116. Light coins are more valuable than she thought. Shiyun could not help but respect the generous boss, who bought 50 jerry fruits at one go. When she saw that the other party was at level L10, the highest level, she could not help but respect him even more. So she opened the dialogue box very solemnly, and sent a message to the other party, saying that the quantity was large, and it would take time to prepare. She left herself enough time, and she wrote 12 hours instead of 6 to 7 hours. The other party seemed to be online in real time and quickly replied to Chinzhou, "Okay, don't worry." Very good. It's good that the boss has this patience. Next, we have to wait for the second round of jerry fruit trees to bear fruit. Shiyun disconnected the internet with satisfaction, took her freshly baked treasure map, and went to treasure hunt filter rock, with brisk steps. Chapter 28. The first star district of the 6th galaxy, the Star District Hotel. The hotel's sky garden was bustling with guests. Several wooden and gold long tables were covered with golden imitation silk tablecloths, which were spacious enough for 6 people to lie on in 2 rows. The table was filled with plates of exquisite dishes, some of which were carefully matched colors of nuts. Some were pizzas with red flaky jelly, and some were lush and green latte crispy bamboo shoots. There was also a specific drink next to each dish, and at a glance, it was a dazzling array. Grady, the host of the banquet and the administrator of the first star zone, held a glass of wine and walked through the crowd, greeting the guests generously. Every guest seemed to be quite familiar with him, and they were not shy in their words. Most of them called the administrator by his nickname. "You are such a gourmet, you even got all the nuts. Compared to this, my gift is nothing. Is the tomato-flavored energy jelly on the pizza? The taste is so pure. I thought what I collected was pure enough. I am showing off my skills in front of an expert. It's actually real Light's crispy bamboo shoots, not energy bars. This trip is not in vain. Old gourmet, don't tell me that your red wine is not a blended energy wine, but a wine from Vane 100 years ago." Everyone who greeted him at the end would raise their glasses and celebrate the birthday of today's protagonist with a smile on their faces. Happy birthday. At this time, Grady would laugh, drink the wine in the glass, take the second glass of wine from the waiter, and continue to move forward. He walked and stopped, drank and walked. Just opposite him, at the garden gate, an old man with a style that was out of tune with everyone else came in. His name was Kokot, and he was a farmer. He had a grandson who was seriously ill and had to undergo surgery at least a week later. The cost of the surgery was so high that he had to sell the fields that had been passed down from generation to generation to save the emergency. A month ago, he found a seller, and when the deal was about to be concluded, the federal government suddenly came down and took out paper after paper of inspection documents, saying that someone had reported that his family's fields were slightly polluted. After verification, the report was correct. For the sake of citizen safety, they could not be listed for sale and must be closed. How could his field be slightly polluted? He had someone inspect it before he put it up for sale, and there was no such thing. There must be some misunderstanding. He had been dealing with the government for many days, and seeing that he could not drag it on any longer, he had nowhere else to go, so he tried his best to find the invitation to the administrator's birthday party, and wanted to talk to the administrator directly today. It is said that the Star Zone Administrator Grady is fair and considerate of the people. If he explains it well, this misunderstanding will definitely be cleared up. Kokot held a document tightly and entered the garden. He looked embarrassed. As soon as he came in, he looked around, and finally his eyes were fixed on the host Grady, who was chatting happily with everyone. He touched his pocket, and as if he mustered up some courage, he walked towards Grady. However, a very thin guest got ahead of him. Kokot recognized the guest. It was Rose, the representative of the Ropal Energy Factory, who had wanted to buy the land of the Kokot family at a low price. Kokot had a bad feeling in his heart. He hurried to Grady, but there were too many guests, and he couldn't get close quickly. At the other end of the garden, Rose smiled enthusiastically and clinked his glass with Grady, causing the wine in the glass to sway back and forth. "Happy birthday." "Thank you." Grady looked at him hesitantly. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Ropal Energy Plant Representative, Rose." Rose's long and narrow eyes were shining. "Can I have a word with you?" Grady shook his head. "Please follow the procedures for business appointments." "It's not business." Rose waved his hand quickly. "It's just that today's gift has a little unique addition. I want to give you a surprise. I believe you will like it." Grady's smile faded a little. "It's thoughtful. The gift can be left at the reception. You can enjoy today's party." Rose shook his head. "No, this is quite unique. It's too conspicuous to put it at the reception. I'm afraid it will cause you trouble." Grady only maintained a polite smile. "Today is just a gathering of old friends to have fun, so there's no need for a big gift." "It's not a big gift, it's just not convenient." Rose knocked on the wine glass in his hand, smiling. "Excuse me, it's a pity if you only taste the fine wine of Van today. It deserves more delicious side dishes." Grady's expression changed. "Oh? What do you mean? Come with me, I promise you won't be disappointed." 10 minutes later, Rose stood in front of the booked room and opened the door for the administrator with a smile. A crispy aroma wafted into his nose. A plate of purple-blue dishes was placed on the dining table in the middle of the room, contrasting with the white tablecloth. There was no extra embellishment, but it was already exquisite and eye-catching enough. The administrator's eyes lit up immediately. "Jerry fruit?" This is roasted jerry fruit? There are jerry fruits in this world. Rose made a pleased gesture. It's thoroughly cooked, you can enjoy it. The administrator walked to the table in 2 steps, picked up the knife and fork, but was not in a hurry to eat. The guard behind him came forward, took out a flashlight-like tool, shone it on the food on the plate for a while, looked at the data displayed on the tool, and nodded to the administrator. The administrator just picked up a piece of jerry fruit and put it in his mouth. The moment he bit it, his eyes became brighter, and he quickly stuffed jerry fruit into his mouth one by one, like a hungry man who had not eaten for many days. He didn't eat much until he finished nearly 2 portions. He slowed down his eating speed, closed his eyes in enjoyment, chewed, tasted, his face slightly red from excitement. Fresh, definitely just picked from the tree not long ago, no, fresher than that. Even when a non-star was not polluted, it was rare to have such good quality. Good stuff, it's good stuff. If you like it, I still have 5. I send someone to send it to you right away. The administrator took the 2 pieces of jerry fruit on the fork into his mouth, chewed them slowly and savored them, and then poked the fork into the remaining food on the plate. No hurry, let's talk about what you've been busy with recently. Me. Rose took out the documents he had prepared long ago. There is a piece of land near the energy plant that needs to be sold urgently. Recently, it was found to be slightly polluted. As you know, our energy plant has professional isolation facilities. Minor pollution is not a big problem for us. We don't even mind helping Farmer Colt to solve the urgent problem. But Colt insisted on selling the land to another farmer. There are many hidden dangers. I am really worried about the safety of my neighbors. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the door was slammed open. Cocaot's face flushed with anger, and his body trembled slightly. My farmland is not polluted. I asked a professional testing team to check it before selling it. There is no pollution. As he spoke, a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. I know. Administrator, listen to me, it is the energy factory that has ulterior motives. They tried to buy my farmland at a lower price before, but I refused, so they did this. They must have reported it. They tampered with the data. The administrator frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He smiled and walked to Cocaot and patted Cocaot on the shoulder. Old man, you are the owner of Cocaot Farm, right? Don't worry, let's talk it over. There may be misunderstandings about the slight pollution. So, I will ask another testing team to check the situation another day. Cocaot took out the document. I found another authoritative agency yesterday. Take a look. This is the report that just came out. There is no pollution. Grady took the report, glanced at it, and looked at Rose again. This one is indeed very authoritative. Rose handed over a document at the right time, but looked carefully at the inspectors. These 2 were just laid off today for accepting bribes. Cocaot opened his eyes wide. Don't slander me. Rose's short and thick eyebrows jumped slightly. Cocaot, I didn't say you bribed them. How did you take it personally? You? And Rose handed the administrator another document. Your fields have been vacant since August last year. If you didn't know that the fields were polluted, why did you leave the good fields uncultivated? That's because my brother is gone, and I don't have a farming license, so I can't farm. Then you can hire someone with a farming license. Why don't you? Because I can't hire. Cocaot suddenly realized, so you've been eyeing my family's fields since that time. He looked at the administrator. Administrator, the energy factory did whatever it took for my land. Look at my data. There was no pollution in 2 tests. Trust me, you can send someone else. His eyes fell on the half-eaten jerry fruit behind the administrator, and on the fork in his hand that was still stained with food residue. He suddenly felt powerless. Send someone else to check. He couldn't say a word. He swallowed hard, pulled a smile that was uglier than crying, pulled the administrator aside, turned his back to Rose, took out a palm-sized, crystal-clear amber stone from his pocket, and clumsily stuffed it into the administrator's pocket. My child is really dying. I urgently need surgery money. I have to sell this land for a good price. My land is really not polluted. I can't do such unscrupulous things. Please do me a favor. Please help me just this once. In the future, you can talk to me anytime you need. I'll be there whenever you call. Everyone knows that old Kiko is trustworthy. Hey, old man, I understand your feelings, but you've gone too far. Grady stuffed the stone back into Cocaot's hand. I don't do such things. Cocaot's raised mouth corners trembled constantly. It's just a gift, nothing else. Grady shook his head righteously. I don't accept expensive gifts. But Cocaot looked at him, then looked at the half-remaining dish, and murmured, You ate his jerry fruit. Did I eat it? Grady looked back at Rose. Rose forked a large piece and handed it to Grady, and ate the rest himself. They ate until they finished the dishes on the plate. Then he took out a handful of nuts from his pocket and sprinkled them on the plate. He smiled at Cocotte and said, "I'm just catching up with the old gourmet. We don't understand what you mean by Jerry nuts." Cocotte was shocked, and his heart was like falling into an ice cellar. He looked at the administrator in despair and said, "My grandson, he's only 8 years old." Grady wiped his mouth with regret. "What a pity. You go through the federal subsidy application process. I find someone to help you speed up the process." Subsidy? Cocotte sounded like he had heard a big joke. Subsidy? Federal subsidy of 800 Interstellar coins a month? You, haha, you are so generous. You know that the administrator is always kind-hearted. Rose said meaningfully, "If you still want to get federal subsidies in various aspects, please be grateful and don't cause unnecessary trouble to the administrator." At his age, Cocotte could hear the threat in the words. He trembled his lips and pointed at the raccoon birds in the room. You are so heartless." His fingertips fell in front of Grady, almost poking his nose. "Even if I die, I will not sell the land to you." 10 minutes later, the wrinkled old man Cocotte was asked to leave the hotel by the security guards. He walked for a while like a wandering soul, and sat down at the foot of the statue of the goddess of Seville, crying, laughing, and knocking his chest hard. My life-saving money, what should I do? My poor little Galen, what should I do? God, please show me a clear way." "You have an incoming call. Do you want to answer it?" After hearing the prompt from the optical computer, Cocotte, who was crying loudly, took 2 deep breaths and tried to adjust his emotions before answering the call. The excited voice of an old friend came from the other end of the phone. "Cocotte. It's saved. Come back soon. Do you remember the transaction we posted on the dark web a month ago? The radish seeds have been sold. 500 light coins have been credited. 8,000 interstellar coins. The buyer also asked us if we have anything else to sell, and it sounds like he wants a lot of varieties. Come back soon and count your family heirloom seeds. Maybe if we sell another batch, we will have enough money to apply for a medical loan for little Galen." Cocotte hung up the phone. Sudden hope. The incandescent light suddenly lit up in the darkness, so bright that it was hard to look directly at for a while. He looked up at a loss, looked into the eyes of the tall statue of Seville, and murmured, "Is it your handwriting?" It was noon at that time, and the fountain behind the statue of Seville sprayed the highest water column of the day. The crystal water droplets splashed on the statue's corolla. Under the quenching of the sun, the lifelike petals were polished into brilliant colorful gems. Seville, the goddess of salvation of the 6th galaxy, wore a colorful corolla, held a blade-faced staff, lowered her head slightly, and gave Cocotte a compassionate and silent smile. Chapter 29. Shi-Yun showed Andrew a pleasant smile. "Really? There is a huge shale vein over there?" She had just come back from outside. This round trip took her more than 4 hours. She found too many shale veins on the way. Each reserve was no more than 700, which was only a small gain. Although she was not very satisfied, the next shale vein was far away. She was thinking about the time when the jerry-faced tree at home would bear fruit. She did not go out anymore, and went home directly. She timed it very well. When she came back, both jerry-faced trees had borne fruit, one for the first time, the other for the second time. Andrew, who she thought was still asleep, was on the tree, busy and skilled in picking the second wave of fruit from the first tree. Looking at the ground, there was a pile of 41 fruits neatly stacked. Andrew said that they were from the second tree, which had borne fruit about an hour ago. Fortunately, he woke up at that time. Otherwise, with such a rapid ripening speed, they would have been rotten if he had been delayed for a while. Shi-Yun then realized that the Anon people needed half as much sleep as the people on Earth. They were such an energetic race. She expressed her admiration, put the fruits on the ground into the warehouse, and complained to Andrew that there was no filter rock around. "What is filter rock?" Andrew asked her while sitting on the tree. "This." Shi-Yun took one out of the warehouse and threw it up to him. He looked through it carefully for a while and was a little surprised. "There are a lot of these on the beach." "Beach?" "Huangtu City was there in the beginning," Andrew said, taking the map that Shi-Yun threw to her and pointing to the small hook on the J-shaped coastline. "It was originally close to here." He drew a big circle. "There are many such stones in this area." It seems that when she encountered Huangtu City, the city had been strolling for a while. No wonder the outline of Huangtu City at that time always felt like a cookie with a bite taken out of it. Shi-Yun took back the map with mixed feelings. "This place is farther than Huangtu City, nearly 100 kilometers. How many do you need?" "I go." After picking all the fruits, Andrew jumped down from the tree and patted the trunk. "This tree has 84 fruits in total. Don't worry. Shi-yun gave him the unknown farm tools and asked him to go to the mine. I have something I want to confirm first. You try to dig a mine. Okay. Andrew jumped into the hole and dug the mine as she asked. As the ore left the mine, the system popped up a prompt. Your residents have made effective changes to the environment, and you who know how to use people well will gain transformation power +1. Sure enough, asking residents for help can also gain transformation power. Shi-yun had guessed this a long time ago. This is a land reclamation system. As the base expands, her workload is bound to increase. If she does everything by herself, she will be exhausted sooner or later. In addition, the system is yin-yang, and she is sparsely populated, and she has to say that she lacks residents when opening a side quest. It is obvious that she is using various tricks to make her develop residents quickly. If the residents can't help her gain transformation power, then why does she develop residents? Develop a bunch of ancestors to serve her? What kind of leader is that? She wanted to verify this when Shi-yun was still in hibernation, but Shi-yun is an anti-human creature and has a deep relationship with pollution. It is inconvenient for it to touch many things. Now with Andrew, things are different. She was quite satisfied with the verification results. If she mines by herself, she can get 2 points for 1 filter rock. If Andrew mines, she can get 1. Although the points are less, it saves her trouble, and she can spend her energy on other things. Besides, there is strength in numbers. When the number of residents increases in the future, she can just lie down and collect points. Residents can indeed develop more if they have the opportunity. But there is a small problem that needs to be solved. After all, others don't have a warehouse as convenient as hers, and the harvested items cannot be stored and retrieved at any time, and must be transported by manpower. If Andrew were asked to go to a place 100 kilometers away to dig for filtration rock, not to mention how much time it would take to go back and forth, he would not be able to carry too much rock back in one trip. It would be great if there were transportation tools such as trucks. Shi-yun silently added an item to the list of needs and raised its priority. After completing the previous small goals, restoring SAN value, protective shield, and food, her small goals have been updated. Originally, her top 3 priorities were planting enough 3 crops, completing the task of recultivating Wasteland 2, getting a wave of points, finding a filtration rock vein with a large enough reserve, so as to regularly replenish the filtration rock in the warehouse, and finding a way to obtain sustainable transformation power. Now she thinks that the third one can be replaced with a means of transportation. After all, transformation power can be obtained by completing tasks. Even if the tasks may become more and more troublesome, it is still a way, but without a means of transportation, her range of activities is very limited, and the risk of going far away is also very high. For example, the trip to Huangtu City was because there was no means of transportation, and she had to run her legs off to escape for more than 20 kilometers back home. If she hadn't been lucky enough to upgrade in time, even if she didn't die from the contamination of sand at that time, she would probably die of exhaustion. Therefore, farming, filtering cotton rock, and transportation are the 3 major goals of the next plan. I saw you soaking cotton seeds. Do you want to grow cotton? Andrew, who was digging in the mine, asked. Yes. Shi-yun came back to his senses, cotton and radish. Andrew paused. Do you have to have these too? I don't have any other seeds on hand for the time being. Shi-yun saw that his expression was not right. What's wrong? Not enough sunshine. Andrew smiled bitterly. Cotton and radish are different from the jerry-faced tree that can grow anywhere. They have high requirements for the intensity and length of sunshine, but our daytime is only about an hour and a half, and there is no particularly bright sunshine. Oh, that's right. Shi-yun was stunned. She had forgotten this. The jerryfruit tree was so easy to grow that she had taken it for granted. You can try it first. Andrew said, your fertilizer is amazing, maybe it can be grown. Okay. Let's try it first. Shi-yun nodded. There are not many cotton seeds. Let's try radish seeds. Wait for me. She opened the trading market, shipped out the 50 jerryfruits she had just harvested, and transferred 500 light coins from her account to buy radish seeds. The seller's response was so fast that she was surprised. Almost as soon as she transferred the money, the other party shipped the goods, as if they were squatting in the trading market. This was the second and third transaction she completed. The influence rewarded by the system was not as much as the first one, but each transaction also gave her 2 influences. Shi-yun handed the carrot seeds to Andrew, and told him about the best fertilizer ratio for the jerry-faced tree that she had discovered for his reference. Then he spent 2,000 transformation points to upgrade the base to level 5. Base details. Name, home number 2. Level, 5, Random buff can be generated when upgraded to level 8, and the transformation points required for the next level, 4,000, residents, 2/120, your base is really sparsely populated, mobile residents, 1. Warehouse, 23 of 80. Buildings asterisk, 1/3. Defense, 3+20, protective shield equipped, territory, 30 by 30. Equipable buff / number of buffs, 1/1. Currently equipped buff. When the items in the base generate transformation power, an additional 10% transformation power will be obtained. The base uses bright red item prompt arrows for lighting, so the moment the base is upgraded, the protective shield reflecting red light is like a balloon that has been suddenly filled with a large breath of air, and it suddenly swells to twice its size. Andrew suddenly saw the strange scene of the base changing suddenly, and couldn't help but glance at Shiyun. He knew what the transparent film covering the sky above the base meant. The larger the coverage of the film, the larger the range of their free activities. But for such a large project, Shiyun didn't make any moves, as if she had completed the expansion of the territory with just a thought, which was really incredible. Whether it was opening up a piece of unpolluted, arable land in the polluted area, or the jerry-faced tree that was quickly grown in a few hours, or something that was casually taken out of the unknown space, or the suddenly expanded territory now, everything Shiyun did was beyond his imagination and could be called a miracle. Is she really a human? He thought silently, without asking anything. He listened to Shiyun, and put aside the mining for the time being. He quietly tried to plant radishes with higher priority in the areas she specified. Shiyun didn't know that she was almost expelled from the human race by Andrew because she upgraded her territory. She was happily calculating the accounts. This random buff given by the level 5 base is very good and practical. In a while, she will have 2 stone houses. By then, with 2 stone houses and 2 jerryfest trees, she can get 16 transformation power a day. If the extra bonus is 10%, she can get 1 more. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Life is getting better and better. You have a new message. The message comes from the radish seller. Shiyun clicked on the dialog box, and found that the other party replied to his question. Bulk seeds are sold at preferential prices. Yes, we also have seeds of pumpkin, onion melon, eggplant, sweet potato, etc. What do you need? Shiyun asked Andrew, who shook his head, saying that these crops have considerable requirements for light, and told Shiyun about several crops with lower light requirements. However, the seller replied that they had none. The chat records between the two parties went back and forth. If an outsider saw it, they might think they were competing to see who knew more crops. When the other party expressed regret again, Shiyun gave up the treatment and asked for the price of 3 kinds of crop seeds: potatoes, wheat, and sweet potatoes, similar to the sweet potatoes on Earth. The other party gave the price 1 by 1, and the total price was about more than 3,000 light coins. As if afraid that Shiyun would think it was too much, the other party sent another message immediately, saying that he really needed money urgently, and if Shiyun was willing to buy so much, he could give Shiyun some practical farm tools. With Anong's farm tools, she doesn't really need any farm tools. But Shiyun suddenly had an idea, and sent a few messages. Leishers with Xianyu. Do you sell your trucks? Tractors are fine, and second-hand ones are no problem. I need them more urgently than seeds. If you have any, please sell me the truck first, and the price is negotiable. Leishers with Xianyu. For gifts, don't send farm tools, send something else. Leishers with Xianyu. For example, toothpaste and soap? Send more, thank you. Bulk seeds are sold at a preferential price. Question mark. Chapter 30. The first star district of the 6th galaxy, Kokayot Farm. Kokayot looked at his old friend Rabbi blankly. The other party said that he wanted to buy a tractor more than seeds. Rabbi scratched his head, but we can't sell powered tools like tractors at this level. No. Kokayot felt that his old friend had missed the point. Why buy a tractor here when you can't buy it anywhere else? The price here must be expensive. Why do you care about him? Rabbi didn't care. No matter what he wants to buy, we can sell it if we can. Those who can buy things on the dark web are rich people, and the price can be very high. If we don't have things, we can go to others to buy them, and then sell them to him several times more. No, just add a little difference. It's not fair to double it. Kokayot shook his head firmly. It's time to talk about being fair. People on the dark web don't like money. You are stubborn, and so are those seeds. If he is willing, you can bid a higher price. At most, you can bargain back and forth. Why bid so much? We are also on the dark web, but we are also short of money. Kokayot was very persistent in this regard. God has mercy on me, and gave me this opportunity. I can't be greedy. You think too much. No, the more I think about it, the more I think it's like this. If it wasn't for the mercy of the goddess Seville, why did our post go up for so long without anyone paying attention? Just today, just after I saw the faces of the administrators, a buyer came to our door? If it wasn't for the mercy of the goddess Seville, why was this buyer interested in those crops that don't need too much light at first, but finally asked for the price of the seeds we have on hand? Not more, not less. The total price of the 3 seeds is just enough for us to pay the down payment for the medical loan? Kokot clenched his right hand into a fist, and drew a 1 on his chest with his thumb, which was a gesture of worship. Sell the goods at the right price, don't bully others. Just admit your stubbornness. The rabbi was helpless with his friend. Just like you still refuse to use mental healing drugs, look at what you have been through for little Galen. You couldn't sleep again last night, right? Faith can't make you sleep comfortably, but mental healing drugs can, and there are no side effects. Look at everyone who has used it for so many years, who has had any problems. The same is true for transactions on the dark web. 9 out of 10 sellers rip off customers. It's a matter of one willing to fight, and the other willing to suffer. No one can find fault with you. Why do you always make things difficult for yourself? Just because everyone else does something doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Kokot muttered in retort. Robbie snorted and stopped talking. The two had disagreements on this issue many times, and neither could convince the other. They just argued with each other, and went on with their lives. Kokot explained the reason why he couldn't sell the tractor in the dialogue box. Before he sent it, he saw a new message pop up. The confusion on his face, that had just disappeared, returned. He said he wanted toothpaste and soap as gifts. What are those? Ah? It sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. What is it? Wait, let me check. The rabbi looked up the web page and started scratching his head again. Are you sure he's asking you for a gift? What do you mean? The rabbi projected the search results on the optical computer and pointed to the old-fashioned pictures. The things our grandpas used to clean their teeth, take a bath, and wash clothes are considered some kind of collection? The two old men looked at each other and saw big question marks in each other's eyes. As time goes by, technology has brought extreme convenience. People don't need any toiletries at all. They can clean their whole body without taking off their clothes just by shining a cleaning light. I don't know why this buyer named Swear to be a salted fish asked for these gifts from them. Do rich people like this when collecting these days? But don't ordinary people spend a lot of money when collecting? What's the point of asking for gifts? Why ask them? Even asking for a pound of soil is more reasonable than asking for toothpaste. They sell seeds to run a farm, not antique dealers. What should I do? Should I refuse? As far as I know, no one collects this. Kokot was a little dumbfounded. If I can't sell the tractor and can't give him a gift, will he not buy so much? Wait for me. Rabbi stood up. I go back to the attic at home to look through my grandfather's relics. Fortunately, my father is a hoarder who can't bear to throw anything away. Deep in the contaminated area, Earth, home number 2. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. I don't know why it suddenly became quiet. Internet fees are expensive. Shi-Yun didn't wait, and took the opportunity to search other posts to see if anyone was selling transportation tools. The reason why she asked bulk seeds at preferential prices. Whether to sell a car was mainly to save the shipping cost of up to 300 transformation points. Unfortunately, after a round of browsing, no one was selling a car. Shi-Yun had to give up and updated her own sales post. Sooner or later, she would have to buy seeds for other crops, and she would have to spend more than 3,000 Litecoin sooner or later. She had to earn it back as soon as possible, so as not to have no money when she wanted to spend it. Given that the shipping cost was ridiculously expensive, if she still sold it at 20 Litecoins per jerry fruit, with a minimum of 5 jerry fruits, the worst case scenario was that she would have to place 25 orders, 7,500 points. This was just selling. She still had to buy from seed merchants, with a limit of 500 Litecoins per order, and she had to buy 7 orders, 2,100 points. In total, she had to spend nearly 10,000 points, which was an unbearable price. After all, she had less than 10,000 points on hand. Shi-Yun quickly calculated in her mind and finally changed the minimum quantity to 10, raised the unit price of jerry fruit to 25, lowered the discount threshold from 30 to 25, and increased the discount from 15% to 20%, trying to control the loss of shipping costs within her acceptable range. Then, she changed the inventory to 150 and reopened. After doing all this, the price was not returned to her, so she stopped hanging in the trading market and directly disconnected from the internet to study radishes with Andrew. After a long time of struggling, the two came to the conclusion that without light, no matter how much fertilizer was used, the radish seeds would not germinate. Finally, the two agreed to wait until dawn to try again. At that time, it had only been more than 7 hours since the last dawn. If the Earth's day was still 24 hours, the next dawn might have to wait 15 hours. Shi-Yun decided to go to sleep first and refresh the stone house she had just built. With the jerry-faced tree and the expansion of the base in front, Andrew was not too surprised to see a stone house appearing out of thin air. Hearing this, he asked her to have a good rest, and he would continue to help her dig the cotton rock outside. Just dig about 200. I feel uneasy if I don't leave some in the base, Shi-Yun said as she walked towards the stone house. Okay. The 6x6 stone house is equivalent to a relatively large single room. Since there is no furnishings inside, it looks particularly spacious. Shi-Yun sat down against the wall and felt that she was indeed more relaxed in the stone house than outside. She took out her space suit, rolled it into a ball, put it under her head as a pillow, and refreshed the system for the last time before going to bed. She had a hunch that Andrew was right. Even if it was dawn, with the length of the day and the intensity of light on Earth today, it might not be possible to grow radishes and cotton. It is likely that she will have to rely on the technology tree, so she will look for it first to be prepared. She flipped through the complicated technology tree for a long time, and finally locked her eyes on a technology. Simple sunlight storage device. Prerequisite technology, none. Study time, 8 hours. Making materials, fire *1, photosensitive fuyu *5, warm black resin *1. Function, it can store up to a whole day's sunlight in the hottest tropical summer. She now has both fire and warm black resin. As for photosensitive fuyu, this material is actually also needed to make simple environmental survey glasses. She has looked for it before. It can be found more than 40 kilometers away from the base in the direction of more than 10 degrees west and northwest. It's just that Shi-Yun didn't go to the west and south, so the adaptive map in that area was not lit up and was completely black. Shi-Yun didn't think the priority was that high before, so she didn't rush to explore. As for now, congratulations to photosensitive fuyu for getting the first priority on her to-do list. Chapter 31. Shi-Yun didn't know when she fell asleep. She had no idea how long she slept. She only knew that it was very noisy outside, and she was woken up before she had enough sleep. Therefore, when she walked out of the stone house with a bad temper and saw Shi-Yun, who had ended his sleep at some point, opening his huge snake mouth and about to swallow Andrew into his stomach, her mentality was somewhat flammable and explosive. Shi-Yun crossed her arms and leaned against the outer wall of the stone house. Her sleepy voice was a little eerie. Try swallowing it. Shi-Yun turned his head to look at her, then looked at Andrew, and felt that Shi-Yun's smell was more delicious, so he jumped over. Andrew had just seen the power of the black python, and when he saw it rushing straight toward Shi-Yun, his heart was horrified, and he rushed over to stop it. Shi-Yun waved at Andrew, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Shi-Yun took advantage of the situation and coiled onto her waving hand, and the snake body circled several times in a row, happily tasting the negative emotion she exuded, and then jumped in front of Andrew, using the same trick again, trying to further anger Shi-Yun so that she would emit a more delicious smell. Just swallow it. Just look at me, ah. It whined halfway, but Shi-Yun grabbed its tail and pulled it away expressionlessly. Shi-Yun dragged it to the waste pile of filter rock and put all the waste into the warehouse in front of it. The biscuits are confiscated. If you whimper again, I will feed you happy emotions. Shi-Yun couldn't get it from her, and immediately got angry, spitting at her. Give it back to me. No. Shi-Yun was not afraid at all, and stared at it, unless you promise not to have any ideas about him again. Oh, if other residents come to the base in the future, you are not allowed to have any ideas about them. Okay. Shi-Yun seemed to have figured out something. You want to eat alone. You only feed me biscuits, and leave all the fresh living people to yourself, you selfish villain. Eat alone, you big head ghost. Humans are not edible food. Humans are food. Then why don't you eat me? I am a human. You are a partner. He is too. He is not. This sentence completely angered the black python. It turned back into mist, broke free from Shi-Yun's hand, and condensed into a snake in the air, swooping towards Andrew. You regard him as a partner? You found another partner? I only have you as a partner. Why can't you only have me as a partner? I want to swallow him. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Shi-Yun stepped in front of the black python. What did you promise me? You can't threaten my friends. Are you going to go back on your word? I didn't. I promised not to pollute you, and all the resources under your name. The black python was so angry that it nodded in the air. I did everything. I didn't even dare to touch your filter rock mine. He felt aggrieved at the end and rushed forward to knock Shi Yun to stagger. You are angry for him. Isn't it enough that you secretly found other partners? You are also angry with me for him? I want to eat him. It turns out that you can get angry with it for food, but you can't get angry with it for people. Shi Yun was impressed by Shi Yan's amazing brain circuit. No matter what, Shi Yan's hobby of eating people must be solved, otherwise the base will not be able to develop in the future, and every person who comes will be eaten by the black python, and there will be no way to stop the quarrel. Shi Yun was just trying to create some happy emotions to control Shi Yan, when he suddenly heard Andrew say, I am her resource. Although Shi Yun made it clear when she abducted him that she saved him because she was short of labor and wanted him to help build the base, this is still different from turning a person into a resource. Shi Yun was stunned when he heard this, and turned to look at him. The tall, brown-skinned man was attacked by Shi Yan for no reason, and his face was haggard and he was standing a little unsteadily, but his round eyes showed a firmness of 120 points. He nodded to Shi Yun, which meant, any positioning is fine, he doesn't mind, as long as he can help her solve the problem. In Shi Yun's view, his nod meant, see if my bug card is smart or not. Smart, smart, smart and not fussy, worthy of being an interstellar pirate who was born as an A-level agricultural scientist. Shi Yun also nodded to him to show his admiration. Shi Yan looked at the two people nodding to each other suspiciously, and asked Shi Yun, can living people be considered resources? Human resources. Shi Yun continued. Ah, human resources. Shi Yun hesitated for a while, then quickly became excited again. I see. I'm working for you, right? Okay, that's good. Then you should quickly find a few more human resources, and give them the work, so that you can have time to play with me. Play. This word seemed to stimulate the skill that had not yet expired, the old mother's muttering. Play, 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 you only know how to play. Shi Yun snorted, his eyes turned around the base, and his fingers pointed in order. See the pile of fruits on the ground? He picked them. See the pile of filter rock? He helped dig it. See the pile of burnt firewood? He gave it. Look at how much Andrew has done for me. What about you? Brat, you either eat or sleep, or you think about playing. You are not worry-free at all. You are not as good as human resources. You are not allowed to eat cookies today. Shi Yan, who is not a human, but is still compared with other children. Shi Yun, who is not an old mother, but is inexplicably disappointed with Shi Yan because of his skills. She only knows that guns can go off accidentally, but she doesn't know that skills can also go off accidentally. It's dawn again. The radish failed to grow due to insufficient light. Shi Yun left Andrew to look after the house, and took a warehouse filled with nearly 2,000 cherry fruits and sufficient firewood, plus Shi Yan, who was very aggrieved by the skills, and repeatedly emphasized that it was only dormancy that affected its function, and embarked on a journey to find photosensitive Fuyu. After Shi Yan woke up, a lot of changes happened. First, the details panel changed. Resident details. Name, Shi Yan. Race, Pluto, Snake, mental power, 120/120. SAN value, -200/-200. Skills, eat, sleep, sleep, eat, error 404, skill attribute classification failed, introduction, a species that should not exist. Almost no human has ever dealt with it in a normal form. You are a great leader, who can barely communicate with it. Shi Yun seriously suspected that Shi Yan's skill that didn't look like a skill was muttered by his old mother. As long as something is packaged as a skill, it seems to make people feel powerful, even if it is a lazy way of eating and sleeping. In addition to the data on the panel, Shi Yan also gave her a different feeling. Shi Yan pinched Shi Yan's tail that was coiled in her hand, and the feeling was so subtle that it was hard to describe. Before, when she pulled its tail, she would have a vague idea of catching something in her mind, but now, when she pulled it, the feeling was between the concept in her mind and the actual touch. It was very mysterious. What do you feel? Shi Yun asked. You walk so slowly. Shi Yan's tail hung in her hand boredly, twisting like a snake with ADHD, twisting into a wavy line, and then twisting into a mosquito coil. Let me roll you up and walk. Don't come on. Shi Yun refused decisively. When the two of them just left the base, Shi Yun did have the idea of being lazy and let Shi Yan drag her along. As a result, they only jumped a few kilometers, and the durability of the space suit dropped to single digits. When Shi Yan used his ability seriously, he was a walking pile of heavy pollution, and could not be touched at all. Then let's go to the beach to play. Explore. Shi Yan pulled her, and failed to hide his desire to play. Diving is good. Explore. Next time, the mission of this trip is to. Shi-Yun glanced at the map, raised her hand and pointed, correcting the slightly off-track direction, this way. Shi-Yun hooked his tail on her hand, hanging upside down, pretending to be just a lifeless rope. So boring? How about you go around first, and help me find the way? No. Shi-Yun always felt that its attitude along the way was a bit strange. Don't you want to go in this direction? Is there something over there that you are afraid of? Afraid? Shi-Yun used Shi-Yun's wrist as the axis and turned 180 degrees, excitedly stretching the whole snake body straight. What a joke. How could I be afraid of that coward? There is nothing in the world that I am afraid of. If there is anything to be afraid of, it is only afraid of me. I just think it is boring. Coward? What is that? Nothing, not important. Shi-Yun snapped back into the state of a rotten rope. Anyway, what you are looking for has nothing to do with it. More than 9 hours later. Looking at the land covered with small black circles in front of him. Shi-Yun, Shi-Yun, aren't you looking for Guangming Fuyu? Shi-Yun looked at the map again, confirmed that it was nearby, and stopped. Huh? What the hell is Guangming Fuyu? Shi-Yun recalled the pictures in the technology tree and gestured. The translucent black film looks a bit like black copy paper at first glance. The ground shook. Shi-Yun was caught off guard and almost tripped. Is it my illusion, or is it an earthquake? Shi-Yun. There is no earthquake, it's a coward shaking. Shi-Yun. It seems that what you want is something on it. Chapter 32. Under the black sky that has almost become commonplace, there lies a small lake. The lake water is dark, and the surface is flat, like a fine inkstone. Rocks are scattered around the lake, piled up here and there, and generally speaking, they form a circle around the lake, separating the lakeshore from the surrounding land. The terrain around the lake is not much different from that of the Shi-Yun base, flat, vast, and covered with gravel. The only difference is that there are black circles with unknown functions printed on the ground one after another. When Shi-Yun stepped into this strange land, the system popped up a daily warning, indicating that she was approaching a contaminated area. After all, with Shi-Yun, who claimed to be fearless, although the turmoil in Huangtu City had just passed, Shi-Yun's psychological shadow was not too big. She looked at the status of herself and the spacesuit. Her SN value did not change, and was very healthy. Based on the experience in Huangtu City, it was inferred that there was no strange thing attacking her mentally. The durability of the space suit was decreasing at a rate of 2 per minute, which means that the pollution concentration here is equivalent to Huangtu City before it went out of control. So what are the cowards you're talking about? Are they these black circles? Are they your kind? Shi-Yun squatted down and studied the strange black circles on the ground. Are you sure what we want is on it? I see there's a lake over there that can hide things. Impossible, the lake doesn't have what you said, it must be on it, otherwise why is it shaking? Shi-Yun cursed. Don't put me and it together, I don't have such a cowardly kind. It was too dark, and the light was insufficient. When standing outside, I couldn't see the details of the black circles. Now that I walked in and squatted down, Shi-Yun realized that the so-called black circles were actually small holes. The big ones might be as big as a bowl, and the small ones were like the mouth of a teacup. The inner wall of each small hole was covered with a circle of round tubes. If you look closely, the round tube is actually a very dark green-black, and the thickness is positively correlated with the size of the hole. The material is unknown. Overall, it looks like someone took a hollow round tube and roughly shoved it into the ground. But if that were the case, the round tube should also be filled with soil. What exactly is this so-called coward, relying on Shi-Yun's existence and the dozen pollution filters that had just been replenished in the warehouse? Shi-Yun curiously and boldly poked the circle of round tubes on the inner wall of a certain hole through the gloves of his space suit. The round tube shrunk 1 centimeter into the ground. At the same time, the durability of Shi-Yun's space suit dropped by 4. Shi-Yun, So it's pollution. There is pollution that scares people so much. No wonder Shi-Yun called him a coward. This guy is really unique. She couldn't help but comment, and took out the pickaxe from Nong's farm tools, wanting to dig out the things underground to see what was going on. The pickaxe went down and almost sparked, and her palm was numb. For some reason, the surface of the ground was as hard as diamond and couldn't be dug. What's so special about it? You're such a coward. Why are you still praising me? Shi-Yun felt that the round tube had brought shame to him, and he yelled at Shi-Yun's ear in anger. Seeing Shi-Yun's failure, he became even more angry. He hooked his snake tail around her wrist and pulled her aside. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't bother with it. This guy is really annoying. I do it. Let me show you how powerful I am. He let go of Shi Yun's wrist, raised his snake tail high, and dropped it heavily, with a bang, shaking the entire land. Come out. Don't play dead. The effect was very obvious. The round tube shrunk another 5 centimeters into the ground. The color of the round tube was not as dark as the hole in the ground. After shrinking like this, it looked like the hole in the ground had grown larger. The ground began to shake again. This time, it was not like the time when Shi Yun staggered. It did not stop for a moment, but it kept shaking like a mobile phone in vibrate mode that received a harassing call. A shake is a tremor. So this kind of shaking. Shi Yun drew inferences from one example. Is it trembling because of you? Shi Yun, even more angry. It just couldn't stand the cowardly look of this dead coward. Shi Yun looked at Shi Yun twisting in anger in the air, and kindly suggested, how about? No how. Don't talk. Don't make noise. Shi Yun interrupted her angrily. I told you not to care, so don't care. Go away. You, a fragile human, are here, affecting my performance too much. Okay. Blame her. Shi Yun walked away silently. Without the fragile human in the way, Shi Yun played to his full potential, like a balloon that had been let go, jumping around in the air. Wherever he went, his snake tail slammed to the ground, stirring up sand and rocks and dust. Shi Yun wiped the space suit helmet that was scratched by sand and stones, and walked a little further and further silently, and finally left the territory of the round tube to avoid being affected by the innocent and save the durability of the space suit. She looked around, picked a relatively flat rock, sat down, took out the jerry fruit that Andrew had roasted for her before leaving, and quietly watched the crazy black python battle. Air, land, in any case, this kind of big scene with fists and flesh without special effects, even if it is a one-man show, is still quite appetizing. 10 minutes later. Except for the fact that the stones on the ground were a little more broken, there was a little more dust in the air, the round tube sank a little deeper into the ground, and Shi Yun was a little fuller. Nothing seemed to have changed. Except Shi Yun. It felt very embarrassed. It had vowed to Shi Yun that it could handle it, but after so long, Shi Yun must think that it was not as good as that human resource. So angry, really angry. After the black python, which was twisted into a ball of wool, shrunk into a fist-sized ball of anger, it exploded into a black fog that rolled all over the sky and the ground, and then all rose up and gathered into a large and gloomy black cloud. The fog kept rolling and condensing, and finally squeezed into a dark and solid discus, covering the entire round tube area, and smashed down like a mountain. Even Shi Yun, who was hiding on the side watching the excitement, was shocked and jumped up with the stone. The whole circular tube area was like plasticine, and was dented by Shi Yun's big discus. As the ground shook, Shi Yun seemed to hear a muffled sound coming from the ground. It was too far away to hear clearly, a bit like the sound of wind blowing in the vent. Shi's discus covered it again with great momentum. Another round of shaking. The movement of the ground was even louder, and now it sounded like the earth was roaring angrily. Could it be that the round tubes were pushed to the limit by Shi Yun? They were going to go berserk? Shi Yun collected the half-eaten jerry fruit and decisively retreated a little further. Just when she used her hand as a trumpet to call Shi Yun to stop, Shi Taiping covered the ground for the third time at lightning speed. This time, its speed was a few tenths of a second faster than the speed of the coward. So Shi Yun saw a small piece of round tubes appearing on the ground, and finally heard the sound these round tubes made underground clearly. Round tubes. Woo woo woo. That was not the sound of wind blowing, nor the roar of anger. It was clearly, Shi Taiping bullied the coward and made him cry. Chapter 33. As Shi Yan's speed and destructive power continued to increase, the timid round tube, that had not had time to hide, finally revealed a small part of its true appearance. It was a small part about the length of an adult's forearm, and it was not exposed for long, but Shi Yun had been paying attention to this side, and did not miss any details. She saw the circle of slightly lighter color and horizontal raised lines on the round tube, and realized that these small round tubes were not small round tubes at all, but bamboo. This is a black bamboo forest. She recalled that the texture of photosensitive fu-yu was similar to that of translucent copy paper, and thought about the structure of bamboo, and roughly guessed what photosensitive fu-yu was. Bamboo membrane. The very thin membrane in the bamboo. Normally, the membrane of bamboo should be white, but the bamboo forest will cry. Now even if someone told Shi Yun that this membrane was colorful, she probably wouldn't be surprised. To get this thing, you really can't let this magical bamboo forest that can hide and cry hide in the ground. Under the threat of Shi Yan, the bamboo forest only emerged for a blink of an eye, and then shrank back into the ground in a panic, accompanied by an unstoppable woo sound. The lake also cracked due to the noise caused by Xian, and the lake water overflowed, which, combined with a crying sound floating in the air, made it look like a river of tears. On one side, Xian, the black iron bully, used his ultimate move to pound the ground crazily, making bangs, whistling winds and rocks, while on the other side, the bamboo forest was as timid as a rabbit, pitiful and helpless, crying and trembling. Putting the two together, in the dead of night, the effect is like setting off firecrackers and playing the soundtrack of a horror movie in a cemetery in the middle of the night, with 360-degree stereo echo and an earthquake experience. It is noisy, dizzying, and creepy, a scene that really makes you lose your SAN. Before Xian finished muttering in his heart, the system issued a warning and a tacit understanding. Warning. You are under mental attack. Please deal with the attacker as soon as possible. This is new. Wasn't the previous prompt please leave the contaminated area as soon as possible? Is this a hint that the black bamboo forest is not as dangerous as the yellow earth city? There is no sense of crisis. I don't know if it was stimulated by Xian's inner thoughts, but the red dot on the leader interface in the system flashed frequently. Xian clicked on it, and saw that the 60 in the SAN value column was vaguely shaking twice, and when the bamboo forest was forced to emerge again, and the crying sound became clear again, it barely jumped to 59. Oh! The SAN value slowly decreased by 1. There is really no sense of crisis. Xian thought rebelliously. The 9 and 59 shook wildly, as if the system was protesting strongly, but it shook until it became a mosaic, and could not turn into 8. The system seemed to be shut down by this disappointing crisis, and even the red warning words were not so red. After being manipulated by the system for so long, Xian finally saw the system fail. In a good mood, he closed the interface and shouted to Xian, who was still banging the ground. Okay, stop banging, come back first. Don't worry about it. Xian said angrily, if I just go a little faster, I can force it out. As he said that, he gathered 120% of his strength and ran down, with a force so powerful that the human eye could not catch it. Earth-shaking is not enough to describe this movement. Meteorites hitting the Earth are no more than this. If this was just an ordinary bamboo forest, it would probably be turned into powder on the spot. However, the strength of the black bamboo forest was so strong that it was only forced to emerge half of the bamboo when hit by Xian's meteor hammer, which seemed to be 10 times faster. The whole thing was a piece of iron plate. At most, due to inertia, a lot of fragments were thrown out. Among them was a slightly yellow object. This object was shaken out of the lake, drawing a fairly round parabola in the air, and the landing point happened to be on Xian, who was shaken and fell on his butt. Xian subconsciously grabbed this thing. Item details. Name, a section of human humerus. She didn't have time to feel her scalp tingling, nor did she have time to see other descriptions clearly. She only heard a buzzing sound around her, as if a hornet's nest was pierced. No, not as if. She saw dense insects flying out of the bamboo stalks, buzzing at a high frequency, like a ball of dark red blood mist, roaring and opening their bloody mouths towards her. She wanted to hide, but when she took a step, the scene in front of her eyes blurred and she came to a very quiet world. Warning! You are under mental attack. Please stay away from the pollution source as soon as possible. Is it the blood mist-like bug? She also wanted to hide, but where to hide? She could not see the bug that was about to cover her in the last second, but only a dark green bamboo forest. And a boy and a child sitting by the lake. Brother, please don't leave, I'm scared. She heard the child grabbing the boy's clothes and shouting timidly. The boy's lips were pale and his mental state was very bad, but he still grabbed the hem of his clothes, dipped it in water, and carefully wiped the child's face. Brother is just going out to find food and will be back soon. Be good and wait for brother here. But what if there are bad guys? The child hugged the boy's upper arm, I'm afraid. How about I accompany brother to find food? I promise not to hold brother back, I be good. If I take Shoyan out, I won't be able to take care of him, and won't be able to concentrate on finding food. Then we'd be hungry again tonight. Didn't you say you were very hungry? Oh, I'm so hungry that my stomach is empty. So you should be good and wait for me here. I come back as soon as I find food. The child was still afraid, but the boy comforted him patiently. Don't be afraid. This bamboo forest has a complex terrain and is very suitable for playing hide and seek. If there are really bad guys, you can hide. Our little Yin is the best at hide and seek, right? No one can find him when he hides. Yes. I'm super good. The child is always happy to hear praise. His eyes light up, but soon he becomes embarrassed. What if brother can't find me? The boy scratched the child's nose. When has brother not been able to find you? Yes. The child giggled. So it's settled? The boy extended his little finger to the child. Be good here. Hide when the bad guys come. Wait for brother to come back and beat them all away. Then the two of us can have a good meal. The child also stretched out his little finger, but did not immediately hook it with the boy's. He hesitated for a moment. Then you have to hurry up. Definitely. The boy and the child hooked their fingers and walked out of the bamboo forest with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The scene seemed to be moving outward, but like the reflection in the water that was broken up, the ripple surged and soon turned back into the scene in the bamboo forest. It was still the lakeside. It was still the boy and the child. The child said the same thing. Brother, please don't leave. I'm scared. But this time, the boy did not give a patient answer. On his face, from the left corner of the forehead to the right cheekbone, there was a deep gap that was so deep that the bone was exposed. The flesh and blood that had been turned outward had already rotted. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check? The corpse is scattered by the water flow. Quest description. You picked up a human humerus. The owner of this humerus died more than 500 years ago. His brother was very sad about it. The concern and longing for more than 500 years gave the remains of the owner of the humerus a mysterious power. If you, as a leader, can harness this power, I believe your pioneering journey will be greatly helped. Mission requirements. Collect all the remains of the humerus owner and harness the mysterious power entrusted to the remains. Mission reward. 1 seed of warm black pine. Do you accept this mission? Note. Since the humerus involved in the mission has evolved into a Class D pollution source, for your safety, accepting this mission means that you are bound to the humerus. From then on, the humerus will occupy a warehouse grid for a long time and cannot be traded or transferred. It cannot be used before the remains are collected. Chapter 34. For Shiyun now, Nwanwu pine is not a strange term. She has the Nwanwu pine resin, a prize given by the system after purifying the D-level pollution source. She knows that Nwanwu pine is a highly endangered tree species and has a great role. The resin of Nwanwu pine alone can be used to make many things in the technology tree, such as the pollution inverter that can provide energy, such as the simple sunlight storage for which she is trying to collect materials. She only has 20 Nwanwu pine resins on hand. It takes 1 to make a simple sunlight storage, and 10 to make an inverter. It can be said that the warm black pine resin is a very important, but scarce resource for her. With the seeds of the warm black pine, if everything goes well, she can get 1, 2, 3, and round it up to a continuous supply of warm black pine resin. The reward for this side quest is very tempting. Her first reaction was to accept it. But it has to be bound. After binding, it will occupy a warehouse grid for a long time, and it cannot be traded, cannot be transferred, and cannot be used before the remains are collected. In plain words, after this thing is bound, it will become an immovable mascot in her warehouse for a long time. Shiyun looked up. After the side quest was triggered, the illusion disappeared. The dark green bamboo forest of more than 500 years ago was replaced by the current black bamboo forest. The red mist composed of countless insects was very dark, which made her think of the flesh and blood on the face of the boy in the illusion. Brother, please don't leave, I'm scared. The helpless request of the child is still ringing in her ears. The bamboo forest, which had been passively resisting Shiyun's violent treatment for a long time, went berserk just because of a piece of bone. Bones are very important to the black bamboo forest, right? Just like as important as family, Shiyun thought. When she saw the illusion, Shiyun jumped to her side, circling around her, protecting her tightly, and impatiently spat at the red insects. What are you doing? Now you know how to come out? Go away, she is mine. The buzzing frequency of the insects became higher, as if protesting. Shiyun glanced at the humerus held in Shiyun's hand, and swept away a large number of red insects with his tail. I took it. What's the problem? Stop bothering, go away. The swarm of insects was enraged by it, and the buzzing sound suddenly became sharp. Groups of red insects rushed over like crazy. Shiyun opened his snake mouth and swallowed everything into his stomach. However, as much as he swallowed, as much flew over from the bamboo forest, continuously and endlessly. From a distance, every bamboo in the bamboo forest seemed to have grown dark red tentacles, and the entire bamboo forest was like a rampaging demon with countless tentacles dancing wildly. The system issued various warnings in a hearty manner, and the red dots on multiple interfaces on the data panel kept flashing. Life-critical values such as space suit durability and SAN value dropped rapidly. There are many reasons. For example, Shi Yin is using his ability. For example, the buzzing of the insect swarm is a mental attack that is more powerful than the cry of the black bamboo. For example, the humerus she is holding is a D-level pollution source. The threat posed by the insect swarm alone is actually limited. At this time, the most profitable way to break the deadlock is for her to accept the side quest, bind the humerus and put it away, relieve the pressure brought to her by the pollution, and then let Shi Yin trip the red insect swarm, take advantage of the bamboo forest to harvest a wave of bamboo within Nong's agricultural tools, and run away after getting Guangmin Fuyu. In this way, not only the purpose of this trip was perfectly achieved, but there was also hope that a piece of priceless warm black pine trees could be planted one day in the future. But Shi Yun's eyes moved slightly, raised his hand, and threw the humerus to the red worm swarm. I give it back to you. The worm swarm's attacking action paused, and the troops were divided into countless groups. In groups blocked Shi Yin, in groups attacked Shi Yun, and only one group was left to sneak through Jinsong, and hurriedly took the humerus. Shi Yin was overwhelmed, and was succeeded by the worm swarm. As soon as the humerus was in hand, the worm swarm stopped buzzing, and the whole condensed into a big ball, protecting the bone inside and outside, and rushed back to the bamboo forest in a hurry. The bamboo forest, that was full of demons dancing in the next second, hugged the humerus and hid in the ground, leaving only a flat open space that was soaked by the lake and muddy and full of black holes. Shi Yin chased for a while, but failed to catch up. He slapped the bamboo forest several times to vent his anger, and then jumped back and yelled at Shi Yun, "What are you doing? Why are you returning it? You just put away what you got. Why are you going back?" Shi Yun shrugged. "I need Guangmin Fuyu more. It's the only place that can be reached by human legs. Are you afraid that if you don't return the bone, it won't give you the broken membrane?" Shi Yin was furious. "What are you afraid of with me here? I grab as much as you want." Shi Yin teased it, "Just the way you just grabbed it." Shi Yin choked and twisted in the air in anger, "Laughing at me? How good are you? You stupid human who doesn't know what's good. You only want the broken membrane. Do you know that the bone is much better than the broken membrane?" "I know." Shi Yin shrugged. "I said I wanted Guangmin Fuyu. Zhu Lin just shook it. I took the humerus, and it went to fight me. It's obvious which is more important." "Then you return it. You return it. Do you have a brain? Ah, humans are so stupid. You're making me so angry." "Calm down." Shi Yun grabbed Shi Yin's tail, pulled it down from the air, and touched the snake's head. "I just want to develop a sustainable cooperative relationship with Brother Zhulin. The humerus is a token of sincerity." "You stupid human. Stupid. Extremely stupid. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Shi Yun had expected Shi Yan's reaction. He stroked his hair, and took out a piece of waste filter rock from the warehouse, and fed it to him. Come on, you've worked so hard for so long. Why don't you have some afternoon tea to rest?" Shi Yin swallowed the waste filter rock in one gulp, speaking vaguely. "Don't. Crunch. Think that if you give me a piece. Crunch. I won't call you stupid, hum. Crunch. Why bother? Scolding me will affect your eating speed." Shi Yun raised her hand, and piled up a lot of waste filter rock on the ground. Having purified the territory of Huangtu City and the level 5 base successively, she had much more waste on hand than what she had taken out now, but in order to prevent Shi Yin from eating and hibernating again, she only took out 1/3 of the amount it had eaten last time, but even so, the volume was not small. She even wanted to give Shi Yin a stone bowl to collect the mysterious fertilizer. "Put all the residue in here. It will be convenient for growing vegetables later." Trouble. Shi Yin was dissatisfied, but when he heard Shi Yin say that this was something that human resources, Andrew, could not do, he hurriedly hooked the bowl with his snake tail. "Humph, a small human resources, how can it be as useful as me?" Yeah, you are the most useful." Shi Yin praised without reservation. Shi Yin felt very comfortable after being praised, and he was not interested in anything else, and he ate happily. It always looks very delicious when eating. Shi Yin looked at it with satisfaction, and then turned his head to look at the bamboo forest not far away. After the humorous incident, the bamboo forest was hidden very tightly, and there was nothing on the open ground. However, as Shi Yin ate more and more, a bamboo as thick as a thumb poked its head out from the ground secretly, and the leaves attached to the bamboo stalk spread out in the direction of Shi Yin little by little with a very small amplitude, like a small ear stretched out. Chapter 35. Sure enough, the filtrate waste that tempted Shi Yin also worked on black bamboo forest. Shi Yun had a vague guess long before Black Bamboo Forest went berserk. Shi Yun was a very proud and self-centered non-human who didn't care about irrelevant people. However, he repeatedly disliked Bamboo Forest for being timid and even felt ashamed of it. His reaction was more intense than usual, which meant that he put Bamboo Forest in the category of my ability will be questioned by others because of this guy's timidity. After the Bamboo Forest went berserk, Shi Yun was more confident in his guess. Shi Yun could communicate with the Bamboo Forest. It even said, "Now you know to come out? If you have to break this sentence into pieces, it has a bit of a complaint like I called you for a long time, but you ignored me. Now I have taken your bones, and you finally came out." From this, it seems that Shi Yun not only knew about the Bamboo Forest before, but the two sides are probably old acquaintances with a long history. The old acquaintances who can make people lose SN value and equipment durability are likely to be of the same kind, even if Shi Yun denies it. Therefore, Shi Yun made a bold assumption. The waste of filter cotton rock that Shi Yun could chew while being completely absorbed in the smell should also arouse the interest of the Bamboo Forest. She fed the waste of filter cotton rock to Shi Yun, not only to appease him, but also to test the reaction of the Bamboo Forest. The result was as expected. Shi Yun laughed out loud. If the Bamboo Forest was interested in the waste, this would be easy to deal with. She laughed lightly, but the Bamboo Forest was very sensitive to the movements around it. When it heard the sound, the small bamboo that popped out would shrink back. But after a while, as if seeing that Shi Yun had stopped making any movement, the little bamboo poked its head out again. After staying alert and cautious for a while, the straight bamboo leaves swayed up and down, as if calling friends. Then the second one, the third one. Like bamboo shoots after springing up, the branches and leaves all turned toward Shi Yun, stretching as far as they could, obviously greedy. Seeing that the time was almost right, Shi Yun took out a piece of filter rock waste, and regardless of Shi Wanqi's attempt to stop him, he raised his hand and threw the gray-white stone into the forest. The stone landed heavily, rolled forward 3 or 4 meters, and rested on a bamboo stick. The whole bamboo forest was startled by the movement, and the branches and leaves that had spread out shook, and without hesitation, they stuck back to the bamboo stalks, and retracted into the ground with the leaves and stalks. The stone lost its support, swayed on the ground twice, and with a thud, it fell into the hole in the ground that was vacated after the bamboo went back. The earthquake shook several times, and a muffled whoo sound came from the ground, as if some ignorant little animal accidentally swallowed food that it didn't know was good or bad, and was so scared that it was fidgeting. Shi Yun sat on the stone, couldn't help laughing again, raised his hand, and threw the second piece of waste over. The second piece of waste fell into a hole in the ground again. The ground shook slightly again, but there was no whoosh. The third piece of waste went into the hole accurately. This time even the ground was silent, as if this was really just an ordinary empty space. Shi Yun threw the fourth piece of waste up and down, but didn't throw it over immediately. For a while, the only sound around was Shi Yun chewing the filter rock happily. The ground whoosh again. This whoo is not that whoo, obviously not in the sense of fear. Shi Yun pursed his lips, and finally threw the fourth piece of waste. The waste landed in a very good place, right in the middle of several holes in the ground. Shi Yun did it on purpose. The earth shook. The waste that fell in the middle of the hole shook a little, but unfortunately it didn't fall into any hole. The earth wanted to shake again. Oh! Shi Yun stretched exaggeratedly. Have I been sitting for too long? Why do I feel that the ground is a little shaky? I feel dizzy. Shi Yun reluctantly raised his head from the food and took the time to give her a look that said, "Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you that earthquakes are caused by it shaking? Oh, so it's it. Why is it shaking? Didn't I return the humerus to it? Does it still have a problem with us?" Shi Yun said loudly. The earth dared not shake anymore. What? You didn't mean it. Shi Yun stuffed a piece of waste into Shi Yan's mouth. Eat yours. Shi Yan smacked his lips, feeling that the biscuit was full of conspiracy and very sweet, and closed his snake eyes to savor it carefully. Not far away. While Shi Yun and Shi Yan were talking, a thin bamboo couldn't help but stick its head out, stretched out its thin bamboo leaf tip, and poked the filter rock waste lying on the ground. The waste rolled to the side, and finally fell into the hole. Oh! This strange stone is really delicious. The bamboo forest was hidden in the earth, and it shook happily and comfortably for a while, then remembered Shi Yun's existence and stopped quickly. I have to continue pretending to be dead. Can't let that human feel that it has something against her. That way, that human will continue to throw delicious food here. However, it waited for a long time, and the human didn't throw the fifth piece of waste. Shi Yun held her chin in a daze, waiting for Shi Yan to finish eating, stand up and call it, Let's go. Shi Yin put the plate in her hand, happily inhaling the smell of conspiracy, quite cooperative. Let's go, can we go to the beach now? Why did you leave? Zhu Lin listened to the sound of the human stepping on the ground getting farther and farther away, and anxiously drilled out a long bamboo, bent down as much as possible, and the long bamboo stalk plus the long bamboo leaves just reached Shi Yun. Shi Yin instantly stood between Shi Yun and the bamboo leaf. Hey, I've returned the bones to you. What else do you want to do? Shi Yin also turned around with a smile. Huh? Anything else? The bamboo leaf was like a curled index finger, with its pointed tip curled back to the bamboo stalk, as if it was frightened, but the bamboo stalk was still in a difficult bending shape, and did not bounce back. The overall state was visibly tangled, and the degree of contradiction was comparable to the audience, who was frightened by a horror movie, covering their eyes with their hands, but peeking through their fingers. Shi Yun waited for a while, and when he saw that it didn't make the next move, he made a move to leave. The bamboo leaves knew that Shi Yin would not let him touch Shi Yun, so they tried to hook Shi Yin's scales. The bamboo leaves of one bamboo were not enough to hook Shi Yin, so the bamboo forest sent out dozens of bamboos and hundreds of bamboo leaves to hook Shi Yin, and a woo-woo-woo sound came out of the bamboo tube. No! They are all mine, don't think about eating me. Shi Yin yelled at the bamboo. Hearing its reaction, Shi Yin knew without asking that the bamboo forest expressed that it still wants to eat the waste of filter cotton rock. But she had to ask. What did it say? Nothing. Let's go! Shi Yin was too lazy to be a translator, and turned into black mist to break free from the entanglement of the bamboo leaves, and turned back into a black python to pull Shi Yin forward. The bamboo forest turned a corner with very unscientific flexibility, blocking in front of Shi Yun, trying to jump over Shi Yin and communicate with her. It first rolled into a ball, then the leaf body lay flat, shaking out a few waves like a lifted carpet, and finally, another bamboo leaf rolled out a vertically placed hollow cylinder, and the rolled bamboo leaf quickly drilled into the cylinder, hand. It reenacted the scene of the filter rock falling into the pit, expressing its desire to filter the waste of the filter rock in an abstract and vivid way. After expressing it, it inserted the long bamboo leaves into the hollow bamboo stalk, hooked out a translucent black film, and handed it to Shi Yun in a flattering manner. Want to exchange this for snacks? Shi Yun asked with a smile. The bamboo stalk and the leaves swayed up and down together. Shi Yun looked embarrassed, but my snacks are so thick, and yours are so thin, I am at a disadvantage. That makes sense. The bamboo leaves stood up one after another, like countless small exclamation marks expressing deep agreement. Then, all the bamboo leaves on the bamboo stalks uniformly reached into the bamboo stalks, and took out one black film after another, piling them up at Shi Yun's feet. Although it was a pile, the thickness of each sheet was only about 1 or 2 centimeters. The bamboo leaves examined the thickness of the film, and their movements froze for a moment. They thought about the height of the snacks that Shi Yun gave to Shi Yin, and felt that it was not enough. But it couldn't get any more out. The bamboo leaves curled up in pain, but soon, they stretched out again. There's a way, there's something bigger to exchange. The leaves stood up one after another, aimed at each other's bamboo stalks, and cut fiercely. So, besides Guangming Fuyu, there was a pile of neatly cut bamboos, like a small mountain at Shi Yun's feet. Picking up one of them, the system quickly identified it. Item details. Name: a piece of bamboo used to please Shi Yun. Poof. This kind of attributive is also okay. Chapter 36. After the spacesuit and sickle, Shi Yun got the third item with her name in it. She couldn't help but look down at the item details. Item details. Name: a piece of bamboo used to please Shi Yun. Quality: rare. Function: a piece of ordinary bamboo that once belonged to a monster. Its function does not change because of its origin. It can do whatever bamboo can do. Remarks: because the bamboo carries the monster's friendly wishes for you, when you use the bamboo to make an item, there is a 50% chance of obtaining a special buff. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. What is this? Courage buff. Can you give a more perfunctory name? Woo. When the bamboo saw Shi Yun didn't respond, the bamboo tube made a sound of grievance. Is the bamboo not good enough? Does it have to be Fuyu? But it really doesn't have Fuyu anymore, not even one. It stretched out the tip of its leaf to hook Shi Yin. Woo. Come Woo. Go, it wants Shi Yin to speak for it. Go away, I don't have time to care about you. Who cares about your broken things? Who will come in the future? Shi Yin was annoyed. I'm so annoyed, I said it's all mine. No. Why should I share food with you? Don't bother me. I told you not to come here. I'm so annoyed, so annoyed, so annoyed. Shi Yun, Are you leaving or not? Shi Yun came back to his senses and patted Shi Yan's snake head, accurately capturing the only valid information in its long complaint. Later? What did it say? Nothing. Shi Yan. It said it doesn't have what you want now. You give it some food first, come back after a while, it will try to grow. That's it. Shi Yan nodded, looked at the bamboo, his eyes like crescent moons, then it settled. Shi Yan finally left a lot of filter cotton rock waste for the black bamboo forest. The amount seemed to exceed the black bamboo forest's expectations, and it was so happy that it shook its leaves for a long time. Shi Yan was completely the opposite. After all, part of the rations were divided, and it was so angry that it protested for a long time, until Shi Yan personally fed it a small biscuit. It reluctantly closed its mouth and ate it with a hum. What a pair of naive people. Shi Yan secretly laughed and began to store the things Zhu Lin gave her into the warehouse. Warehouse, 26 of 80 photosensitive fuyu, rare, *67. Warehouse, 27/80ths a piece of bamboo to please Shi Yan, rare, *23. Just as she put all the bamboo into the warehouse, a small accident happened. A dark red bug flew out of the bamboo. Isn't this Zhu Lin's rampage form? How can he hide in the bamboo so quietly? Shi Yan even suspected that if she didn't have a warehouse and just carried the bamboo, the little bug might hide in the bamboo all the way and follow her back. She looked at the bamboo forest that was still shaking the bamboo leaves innocently, then looked at the red worm hovering in the air, and then looked at Shi Yan. The latter was eating the filter cotton rock, shaking his tail from time to time, and didn't even bother to look at the red worm. That shouldn't be a big problem. Out of caution, Shi Yan still asked the bamboo forest, "Is this red worm yours?" The leaf on the bamboo forest paused, folded up the upper half of the leaf, and nodded. Shi Yan looked at the red worm that had no intention of returning to the bamboo forest. "You wanted to go back with me?" The leaf nodded again. "All right." So Shi Yan took the system warehouse with 2 more empty spaces, plus a humming black python and a red worm as quiet as a chicken, and set off on the way home with a full harvest. On the way, she couldn't wait to use the newly acquired photosensitive fuyu to make a simple sunlight storage device and simple environmental survey glasses. Item details. Name: Simple sunlight storage. Quantity: *1. Quality: ordinary. Durability: 8 out of 8, can store 8 times. Function: can store up to a full day of sunlight in the hottest tropical summer. Remarks: simple product, limited functions, can only be used when full of sunlight, can't adjust light intensity. The capacity is a full day of sunlight in the hottest tropical summer. If it can only be used after it is full, with the current light conditions on Earth, it will probably take several days, right? The light intensity cannot be adjusted yet. Shi Yan played with the sunlight storage device that looked like a preserved egg, thinking, I hope I won't blind her eyes when I turn around. The simple environmental survey glasses don't have so many restrictions. Name: Simple environmental survey glasses. Quantity: *1. Quality: ordinary. Durability: 168/168. Operation consumption: 1 transformation power point/day or 2 energy points/day. Function: survey the environmental resources within a radius of 1,000 meters and present them in a list. Remarks: do you want to survey a wider range of environments? Do you want to locate resources more specifically? Do you want to understand the situation in the environment other than resources? These cannot be done in the simple version. After reading the remarks, Shi Yan smiled slightly. Do you think she will go crazy? No, the mountain man has a plan. She moved her mind and used the skill to synthesize everything. Start synthesizing: simple environmental survey glasses, ordinary, and treasure map, inferior. Synthesis completed. Consume transformation points *100, skill proficiency +1. Congratulations, you have obtained ordinary treasure hunting glasses *1. Name: treasure hunting glasses, choose to change with 1 click. Quantity: *1. Quality: ordinary. Durability: 120/120. Operation consumption: transformation points 1/day or energy points 2/day. Function: the following functions can be switched at will. Each switch consumes an additional 1 transformation point/2 energy points. 1. The global map can be switched in the mirror. The film shows zoom, and the highlighted part of the map will automatically display the list of resources that the leader has contacted. 2. Survey the environmental resources within a radius of 1,000 meters from you and present them in a list. You can select 1 resource from the list at a time and locate it. Note: although the glasses are good, pay attention to the road. The treasure hunting glasses look like one-piece goggles. Since their raw materials are aluminum-magnesium alloy, photosensitive Fu and watermark stone, the material combines the characteristics of the three. The black mirror body has both the light feeling of metal and the thin texture of watermark stone, which is quite cool. Shi-Yun couldn't put it down and flipped through it for a while before choosing to equip it with one click. The glasses were thin and light enough that they didn't affect her even if she was wearing a spacesuit helmet. They also fit her face very well, with almost no foreign body sensation and extremely high comfort. Although the glasses were black overall, they didn't affect her eyes from receiving light after being equipped, unlike ordinary sunglasses, which would be affected by the color of the lenses when worn. Shi-Yun activated the first function of the treasure hunting glasses. A translucent mist appeared on the lenses, with only a few small areas lit with clear irregular blue dots, which were the locations that Shi-Yun had lit up before. Shi-Yun used his mind to enlarge the map. When the blue dot is enlarged, it becomes a very clear blue map. If the scale is large enough, you can even see a small piece of rock at a specific coordinate. Shi-Yun dragged the map and looked up along the longest blue bright line, the direction of Huangtu City north of the base, and finally stopped at the place where Andrew said there were a lot of filter cotton rocks. A small box popped up in the upper right corner of the glasses, showing Resource 1, Extra Large Filter Cotton Rock Vein. Reserves. The corresponding map has not been fully unlocked, so it cannot be determined. Interesting. Shi-Yun switched to the second function. The map coordinates on the glasses instantly shifted to Shi-Yun's vicinity and zoomed in to a fixed ratio. The resource list box in the upper right corner blurred for a while and then redisplayed. There are two types of resources in this search range. Resource 1, Mini Limestone Mine. Reserves, 8 million tons. Resource 2, Mini Clay Mine. Reserves, 4 million tons. Shi-Yun randomly selected the limestone mine for positioning. With her as the center, a small red dot soon lit up in the southwest direction of the map, indicating the specific location of the mineral vein. But the map there has not been lit up yet. In other words, the treasure hunting glasses have two functions. One is equivalent to an upgraded version of the adaptive map. In addition to the terrain, it can also display the resources that Shi-Yun has come into contact with, but it will be limited by the degree of map unlocking. The other function is not limited by the degree of map unlocking. As long as there are resources within 1,000 kilometers with Shi-Yun as the center, the glasses will summarize them, but will not give a specific location unless Shi-Yun actively searches. It is worthy of being a prop that combines the essence of adaptive maps, item prompt arrows, and environmental exploration glasses. Shi-Yun is quite satisfied with its functions. Just as she pulled up the technology tree to see what technology could be made with limestone, another red dot flashed in her sight. Don't tell her that a new limestone vein has popped up in the ground. No, that's not right. It's not a red dot. What she saw was not the display of the treasure hunting glasses, but a meteor passing by in the real world. 1, 2, 3. This sudden meteor shower, like a match that suddenly lit up, ignited the sky that had been dark for more than 10 hours. Warning! Your base, Home 2, is under a major attack. Chapter 37. Interstellar Federation, the Governor's Office of the Third Galaxy. The Third Galaxy is a marginal galaxy, so naturally there are not many outsiders visiting. Today is an exception. The Governor's Office welcomed a distinguished guest. As soon as the distinguished guest arrived, he asked to see Audrey, the inspector of the 28th Supervisory Group, and threatened that he had important work to report to her. The officials who went to summon were two soldiers, tall and long-legged. They took one step, and Audrey had to take 2 or 3 steps to keep up, so she jogged all the way. When she entered the governor's office, she was already out of breath from running, but the atmosphere in the office was so overwhelming that she didn't even dare to breathe. There was more than one chair in the office, but even Governor Jules, the owner of the office, was standing aside. Standing with him were 2 other tall soldiers. They stood very straight, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and had a strong body, making Governor Jules, who was more than 1.7 meters tall, look like a chick. However, compared with the man sitting in the main seat of the office, they also became chicks. Under this man, the spacious leather chair was as fragile and ridiculous as a cheap stool worth a star coin. Audrey took a step back subconsciously. Admiral, this is Audrey Irene, the inspector of the 28th Inspection Group. Governor Jules introduced and waved to Audrey. Audrey, don't be afraid, this is Admiral Youssef. Come in. Do you remember the report on the core-contaminated area that you uploaded 2 days ago? The Admiral wants to confirm something with you. Admiral Lyman Youssef pursed his lips, his blue eyes, one shade lighter than his uniform, stared at the nervous inspector, and gave her an unkind social smile. Inspector Audrey, please report in detail all the data changes in the contaminated core area. Yes. Audrey's voice trembled with nervousness under his gaze. The highest-ranking officer she had ever seen in her life was only a Star Zone administrator, one level lower than the Galaxy Governor. Despite this, she still reported in a serious manner, as the report says, except for the number 5 instant transport device on the planet E118208, there are no data changes in other devices. At 11:28 a.m. on the 21st, the data of the number 5 instantaneous transport device in the pollution core area changed for the first time in 30 years, and the damage rate rose from 85.78% to 85.79%. The data stopped changing within 1 hour and 35 minutes after that. 1 hour and 35 minutes later, that is, at 13:03 p.m., the damage rate rose again from 85.79% to 96.83% at a non-uniform rate, and then the data disappeared, which means that it was completely disconnected from the monitoring device. It is inferred that the monitoring components there have been completely damaged. Planet E118208. Lyman chewed on the string of numbers, tapping the side of his thumb with his right index finger on the table. The staff officer and the service officer behind him looked at each other, knowing that this was the boss's habitual action to suppress his anger. Audrey didn't know, thinking that he wanted to know further details, and explained as if reciting, replying to the Admiral, Planet E118208 was once a habitable planet. According to limited records, the natives of the planet called it Earth. The planet has a Class B civilization, and was the first planet to be swallowed up after the pollution outbreak. Its own space civilization has a medium to low level of development. It was once one of the federal aid recipients. Device number 5 was also a product of the aid project that year. Unfortunately, the transportation capacity of device number 5 is limited, so after the disaster, there are very few natives who successfully escaped. Lehman interrupted her, explain why the damage rate is not increasing at a uniform rate. Audrey clenched her skirt with her right hand. Under the high pressure, her heart beat faster than when she was jogging just now. Insufficient data, we can only infer based on historical data. The following possibilities cannot be ruled out: meteorite impact, crustal movement, solar storm, and man-made. What do you think? Lyman stood up slowly. He was nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall. He looked down at Audrey, who was only as tall as his waist. Is there anyone who can survive through the contaminated area spanning several galaxies, survive to enter the deepest core of the contaminated area, and survive to dismantle the instantaneous transportation device that has been rotten for 30 years? Let's put aside the tiny possibility. Tell me, what does that person want? He asked, biting his words, with a fierce look on his face. It can't be a provocation, right? Audrey was shrouded in the shadow of the Admiral, and the blood on her face faded by 80%. Her voice was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't make any sound. Admiral. The Galaxy Governor Jules took a step forward. She is just an inspector responsible for recording data. Get out. Lyman ordered stiffly, and everyone knew that he was suppressing great anger. Jules nodded and patted Audrey's shoulder in a soothing manner. Child, let's go. As the two walked out of the office, they heard a deafening noise coming from inside, as if someone had smashed something heavy. Audrey trembled with fear, and her natural excellent hearing allowed her to hear Admiral Lehman's roar. I don't care whether Nikita is dead or alive, and I don't care how much advantage his mental power attribute has in the core area. Block all jump points around the contaminated area number 34, and kill anyone who comes out of it. I want that Cheen to rot to death in the core area even if he is alive. Core contaminated area, Earth. Andrew spent a busy and solid day. After Shi-Yun left, the two jerry-faced trees bore fruit several times. He climbed up and down to collect the fruit. Not only did he not feel the work was tedious, but he became more and more excited, and even hummed the folk songs of his hometown. In the interval between the two fruit trees bearing fruit, he took the adaptive map that Shi-Yun left for him, circled around the base to explore, and helped Shi-Yun light up the map and explore the terrain. During this period, he also found a mini-filter cotton stone vein in the south. Thinking that Shi-Yun seemed to need this kind of stone, he dug a few hundred and took them home. Go home. He realized his thoughts, and slowed down his pace. Go home. He stopped and savored it for a while, and then he started again with more joy. I have a home. A home with a jerry-faced tree is beautiful. A home where you don't have to worry about being swallowed by pollution all day long is reassuring. Shi-Yun also said that if the base develops in the future, it may be possible to repair the teleportation device. At that time, He can go out to a non-star, go to various places in the universe, find the surviving tribesmen, and bring everyone to Earth. Maybe, in the more distant future, they can rebuild a non-star. Andrew thought more and more about it, and laughed naively, with the corner of his mouth not letting go for a long time. The heavy stones could not slow down his pace, and before he knew it, the outline of the base appeared in front of him. His heart was beating, and he took off the vicissitudes and calmness polished by fate over the years, and trotted happily like an impetuous young man. At that moment, a meteor flashed a demonic red light, and hit the protective shield of the base. As a resident, Andrew, like Shiyuan, heard the prompt that the base was under a major attack. That was just the first major attack suffered by the base that day. Chapter 38. The meteorite fell from the sky and hit the protective shield of the base. The falling momentum suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Then came the second meteorite, the third, the fourth. The protective shield that was hit hard one after another was like a veil in the wind, and the refracted red light flickered continuously, creating waves of red ripples. When the seventh and last meteorite fell, the red light was dim and almost invisible. The strange phenomenon disappeared, and the rolling dust gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the meteorite. 7 hexagonal escape spaceships. Bang! The hatch of one of the spaceships opened, and a man in a one-piece combat suit fell out, kneeling on the ground and coughing. His eyes were brown, his skin was very white, like white porcelain, and his skin had almost no pores. Under the dark combat suit and the dark night sky, it was quite dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the hatches of 3 more spaceships opened. Except for the person who came out of the second spaceship, the postures of the others were as embarrassed as the first person, and everyone looked similar to the first person. Even the only one who was not in such a bad state held the hatch door for a long time before calmly saying, "Locate the coordinates, report the current situation and losses." Ahem, report to the deputy captain. The first person to leave the cabin also recovered, and called up the optical computer interface of the long-disconnected remote communication network in his field of vision, and reported based on the data, the current coordinates are unknown, but it must be in the core area of pollution. The pollution level is 5+, and our equipment can maintain free activities for at most 3 days. All 15 escape ships were damaged to varying degrees in the wormhole area, 8 of which were severely damaged and failed to escape the wormhole. 7 successfully made emergency landings, but the nutrition supply system was generally damaged and backfired. Edward and Locke were a step slower in emergency braking and have died. The other 5 ships successfully achieved emergency braking, and the members survived. He read the names of the surviving members of the Special Forces one by one, but the captain's mental strength was severely depleted, and he has not yet awakened. In addition, due to the severe backlash of the nutrition supply system, everyone is in a serious state of hunger. He paused. "Deputy Captain, we need to find a source of nutrition immediately, otherwise we may not survive today. Look back quickly, plants." The only team member whose ship's hatch was facing the base recovered and suddenly saw the Jerryfest tree that had just borne fruit, and shouted in surprise. The 3 of them turned back. The team member in charge of reporting saw the 2 translucent trees, and his face changed drastically. "Oh no, it's the Jerryfest tree." Except for the deputy captain, everyone else's face changed when they heard the name of the tree species. As a member of the Special Forces, they have all read some top-secret files, one of which is quite shocking even in a massacre. 30 years ago, the Jerry-faced tree at the number 4 experimental base mutated and ran wild, instantly wiping out a special police team. There was no trace of blood left on all the dead, and no wounds were visible. The bodies were pale and shriveled, and all of them died with their eyes open. The lifeless and distracted eyes could not cover up the horror on their faces. It was a rare intact corpse in a contaminated and mutated place, but it was more terrifying than the scene of corpses scattered all over the ground. No mutation. The deputy captain narrowed his eyes, and looked at it for a long time. His eyes fell on the fruits piled up on the ground, and made a judgment. The team members looked at each other, and suddenly remembered that the deputy captain had participated in the Anon Pirates arrest operation with the captain, and went to experimental base number 4. Jerry fruit can provide us with sufficient nutrition. The deputy captain looked around at 2 very primitive stone houses nearby and made a decision: take them all. Yes. The 3 team members took action. After a while, "Deputy Captain, we can't get in. It seems there is a protective shield." The deputy captain frowned, called up the optical computer, analyzed the parameters of the protective shield, and relaxed his eyebrows. "The shield's defense is not high. Prepare firepower and attack." "Yes." The 3 team members operated the optical computer at the same time. The combat uniforms on their left hands quickly changed, and they assembled an energy cannon as long as their arms. They raised their arms together and aimed at the protective shield of the base. Stop! Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the person who came. It was a tall man, with a cloth wrapped in his hand, pulling a finger-thick, translucent rope. The other end of the rope was connected to a wooden board, which was piled with stones. His round, red eyes stared at them without blinking, his face gloomy. His image was exactly the same as the photo on a page of the top-secret file. An Anon pirate. A team member recognized Andrew and screamed, "You are still alive." The deputy team leader looked at Andrew, and then looked at the base. "Is this the technology you stole from the number 4 experimental base? No wonder you have lived a comfortable life in the past 30 years. He sneered and demanded, "Open the shield and let us in. We can consider sparing your life." "Get lost," Andrew said coldly. The deputy captain was unmoved and ordered, "Capture him alive, and find the device controller on him." "Yes." The 3 team members responded and attacked Andrew in 3 directions. Andrew shouted and pulled out the translucent wooden board carrying the filter rock. He flipped his wrist and threw the board out like a flying saucer, hitting one of the team members in the chest. The team member was knocked to the ground by him and spit out a mouthful of blood. Andrew pulled the rope made of the tissue of the Jerry phase tree, pulled the wooden board back, and threw it towards the enemy on the left. The latter reacted faster than the team member, who was knocked over, dodged sideways, and grabbed the wooden board. Andrew had already run to the right at this time, and realized that the wooden board was grabbed by someone, and the rope was tightened by the force. The team member who attacked from the right could not stop, and was tripped by him. He didn't even look at it, and went straight to the deputy team leader, and shouted again, using brute force to drive the rope, pulled out the wooden board grabbed by one of the team members, and swung it towards the deputy team leader. Seeing this, the deputy captain turned around and dodged, while opening his 5 fingers and pointing his palms outward at Andrew. Mental attack. Andrew was unaware of this. He only knew that the other party did not fire at him, but just opened his 5 fingers with flesh and blood, but he was terrified, and some unclear memory fragments flashed in his mind. His body retreated quickly before his mind. Not enough. It's not enough to just retreat. Find a place to hide quickly, his intuition warned him. He gritted his teeth, leaped forward, and was about to jump into the protective range of the shield, but was stopped by 3 team members who rushed over. He was only 1 second late. The invisible threat followed closely. Andrew's hair stood on the back of his neck, and he subconsciously used the mental skills to cover up the situation. He didn't know that the deputy captain had launched a mental attack, so he used the same mental skills to fight back against the opponent, and he chose the correct answer by accident. The 3 team members, who were about to follow the deputy captain and launch a mental attack on Andrew, were the first to bear the brunt, and their eyes suddenly lost most of their spirit. The deputy captain was behind Andrew and felt that his attack was blocked back, and he was surprised. Andrew didn't have any mental attack ability 30 years ago. It must be related to that experimental subject. The deputy captain wanted to capture Andrew alive, narrowed his eyes, and increased the intensity of mental attack. Andrew's whitewashing was not a strictly offensive mental skill. If he really got into a fight, he would be at a disadvantage, but his mental defense was extremely strong, and the deputy captain couldn't do anything to him for a while. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, and there was a bang. The door of a spaceship was kicked open from the inside, and a man walked out. He looks like his teammates, but his characteristics are more obvious in all aspects. His skin texture is very special, like white porcelain, his pupils are like golden glass beads, his eyebrows are also golden, but the combat uniform he wears is as black as ink. In contrast, he is so dazzling that he seems to be a sharp light splitting the night sky. The man's golden eyes scanned the surrounding environment, and finally fell on Andrew, who was in a stalemate with the deputy team leader. "Andrew Cleveland, my lost medal." A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a surprise. Andrew didn't even hear the word shock clearly. He just felt a dazzling white light flashing before his eyes, prying open a bloody scar in his mind. He covered his forehead in pain, knelt on the ground, and gasped. A bunch of trash. The man defeated Andrew with 1 blow, glanced at his 3 team members, and the latter immediately regained consciousness. He snorted coldly, "Do you need me to teach you what to do?" The team members woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly stepped forward to search Andrew's body. Report to the captain, we can't find the device controller on him, but it may not be a peripheral." "Oh!" Captain Nikita raised his finger, and his subordinates understood, grabbed Andrew's hair, and forced him to look up. Nikita and Andrew's slightly distracted eyes looked at each other from a distance. Open the protective cover, otherwise I don't mind going around in your mind a few more times. No. Nikita raised his eyebrows and walked forward. Hey. Just then, a black python broke through the air, and with a sweep of its tail, it knocked the two people holding Andrew to the ground, and the black snake eyes stared at everyone present, and Shinzi hissed threateningly, "What are you moving around? This is our family's human resources." Chapter 39. After Shiyin knocked two team members to the ground, he twisted his tail, rolled up Andrew, and threw this troublesome human resource into the base. He was in a very bad mood. Following Shiyin, he could eat small cookies and absorb negative emotions. How good and happy. As a result, this group of people attacked his base and his human resources, which made Shiyin anxious. He said that he was fast, and had to let him rush over to save the situation. In one trip, he had to eat fewer small cookies and absorb fewer negative emotions. Angry. It's all these annoying humans' fault. Especially the one in the middle. Why is he so white and bright? It's an eyesore. He's not even good looking enough to be used as food. It left Shiyin and Little Cookie, and got this? Disgusting, very annoying. The more Shiyin thought about it, the more dissatisfied he became. He raised his snake tail, and lashed at the three people who were still standing. The power of this lash was comparable to that of a small energy cannon. All the Special Forces team members looked grim and scattered. Team member Lev was not as good as the deputy captain and the captain. He barely dodged the attack. Before he could celebrate, he saw the deputy captain shouting something at him with a bad face. At the same time, the data of his combat suit plummeted. The moment the data returned to zero, the deputy captain's words reached his ears. The deputy captain said, "Spiritual Defense Network. Maximum power." It was too late. Lev fell to the ground with his limbs limp. The moment before he lost consciousness, he was still in disbelief. Even a sea-level pollution source could not break the passive defense of the combat suit in the blink of an eye. B-level. The deputy captain turned the mental defense power of the combat suit to the highest level, looked at the light brain analysis data in his field of vision, and came to a solemn conclusion. Have you ever seen a Class B pollution source with such a clear human consciousness? Nikita landed on the ground, his eyes lit up with interest. At least B+, very likely Class A. The deputy captain was stunned. Impossible, all the data. Nikita swept his golden eyes. Are you questioning my judgment? The deputy captain immediately fell silent. While the two were talking, Shiyan's snake tail swept again. Contain! Nikita dodged the attack and commanded calmly. The deputy captain stepped aside, spread his 5 fingers, and repeated the same trick. Unlike the time when he dealt with Andrew, this time he knew that the other party was not easy to deal with, so he was very alert, and a faint white light appeared on his open palm. Shiyin was blinded by the white light, and twisted his snake body in the air, opened his mouth, and planned to swallow this first-class eye-catching human into his stomach. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed behind it, and a dense giant net woven by white light covered its head. Shiyin did not dodge, and rushed towards the deputy captain without slowing down, but the snake tail swung casually, hitting the huge light net behind him. As soon as the snake's tail touched the light net, the scales immediately burned up, and the white flame burned upward along the tip of the tail like a thorn in the bone. Pain, pain, pain. Shiyin was furious, cut off the tail, swallowed the deputy captain whole, turned around and transformed the snake body into a tail, staring grimly at Nikita, who was burning it. Nikita saw his men being swallowed, but he smiled instead of panicking. Just when the corners of his mouth were raised to the peak, a ball of white light lit up in Shiyan's stomach. Nikita seized the opportunity and raised his hand to throw 2 more light nets at Shiyin. A net of heaven and earth, attacking from both inside and outside. Even an A-level can be strangled in one fell swoop. However, the white light in the belly of the black python was like a short-circuited light bulb, which lit up for a very short moment and then completely extinguished. The huge black python spread out with a bang, turning into a black mist that permeated through the gaps in the light net, and twisted into a hurricane-like force, hitting Nikita's chest fiercely. I'm going to swallow you. Shiyin roared in anger and pain. Nikita coughed up a mouthful of blood with a listless look, and with a clench of his right hand, a long white whip took shape instantly. He raised his hand and whipped. Shiyin already knew the power of the white light, so he twisted his body to avoid it. He never thought that the whip was not the ultimate target of him. The long whip fell behind Shiyin, and pierced into the forehead of the unconscious deputy captain. As if it absorbed extra energy, it suddenly burst out with a more dazzling white light, and the deputy captain's figure immediately shrank down. Nikita retracted the light whip, changed his listless look, and faced Shi-Yen, who came back, with magma-like waves in his golden eyes. Mental attack, light brand. Shi-Yen's body, which had transformed into a giant python again, had countless glowing white marks on it. These were the wounds that had just been injured by the white light. At first glance, it looked like a broken porcelain that had been broken into pieces and barely put together with glue. The black python screamed in extreme pain and fell to the ground like a wilted leaf. Nikita condensed a white staff with his mental power, picked up the exhausted black python from above, and was about to throw it into a special container. Unexpectedly, his eyes blurred. When he came back to his senses, a long translucent rope had already rolled over Shi-Yen and pulled it into the protective shield. Nikita put down his staff, looked at Andrew, who had recovered at some point, and sighed, "I deal with you after I deal with it. Why are you in such a hurry?" He turned around and tapped the two surviving team members with his staff one by one, forcibly awakening the team members whose mental power was severely damaged. "Go, bring Jerry and Andrew to me." One of them opened his eyes and saw the deputy captain, who was dead in a horrible state, and said in horror, "Deputy, the deputy captain." Nikita saw it without even looking at the deputy captain, and only said lightly, "Glorious sacrifice." He pointed to the inside of the protective shield. "It's time to avenge him." The two team members stood up shakily, raised their left hands in unison, and gritted their teeth to fire energy cannons. Boom! The red light of the protective shield, which had already faded to the extreme, disappeared for a moment. Boom! The red light of the protective shield disappeared for 5 seconds, and then it barely flashed again. Boom! The base's protective shield was completely collapsed. Two team members entered in succession. One was responsible for collecting Jerry fruit, and the other went forward to deal with Andrew and Shi-Yen, who were at the end of their strength. Andrew protected Shi-Yen and knocked the enemy, who was also at the end of his strength, to the ground. He struck a fatal blow, but before he could get up, he was kicked over by Nikita. Nikita stepped on his shoulder, put his elbow on his knee, and bent over. "I told you not to worry." He used his staff to pull Shi-Yen out of Andrew's arms, grabbed him in his hand, and pressed the resisting Andrew back with the end of the staff, pressing against Andrew's forehead. "You still owe me a torture and a medal." He smiled cruelly again. "Now, let's talk about it. Where did you hide the experimental subject 30 years ago?" Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and waved his staff forward. A white light flashed, and a red worm fell in front of him. A mere D-level. Nikita showed disdain on his face, and was about to continue interrogating Andrew, but a huge force suddenly came, like a mad beast, and knocked him out unstoppably. "I said?" A cold and crisp female voice sounded not far away, with extremely suppressed anger in her voice. "Are you missing a father or a mother? Has no one taught you to be a good guest when you go to someone else's house as a guest, and not to bark and jump like a mad dog?" Chapter 40. On the dark gray ground, the Annihilation red light shield lit up again, dividing the people present into two distinct camps. Inside the shield, Andrew fell down exhausted, and not far away was Shi-Yen, who had entered a dormant period. Outside the shield, 3 corpses were lying in a mess, one of which was emaciated, shrunken and fleshless, and looked even more terrifying. In addition to the corpses, there were 2 people who were ejected by the shield. One fell unconscious as soon as he landed, and his life or death was unknown. The other had a skin color like white porcelain, covered his chest and ribs that were hit, and staggered to climb up, his golden eyes staring at Chung Yao-jin, who was rushing out not far away like a venomous snake. That was a woman. She was wearing an old-fashioned space suit, holding a strange weapon that looked like jade but not jade, like a gun but not a gun. Her face behind the mask was covered with frost. Unfortunately, she was not very old, so no matter how stern her face was, she was not very intimidating. In fact, she was not a threat. The optical computer analyzed several of her main parameters. Physical fitness, D. Physical attack power, D. Physical defense power, D. Mental attack power, C-. Mental defense power, E. Comprehensive score, D-. The most important thing is that she is human. Its threat is not even as great as that of a Class D pollution source. Nikita glanced at the base's reactivated shield again, and the optical computer automatically updated the data, showing the current shield's defense value. Not low, comparable to the configuration of a micro starship. It may take 20 or 30 energy cannons to force it to explode. Shields are more difficult to deal with than the woman in front of him. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam with disdain. "I don't like to hit women. Open the shield and let you live." Shi-Yen said coldly. "Unfortunately, I don't have a rule of not hitting the opposite sex." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her gun and stabbed. Nikita didn't take it seriously at first, but the next second, his years of combat experience made him feel alarmed, and his body moved faster than his mind, and he subconsciously dodged. A shadow passed by him and stopped 1 meter behind him. He turned his head, and his eyes behind the mask still glowed coldly. Nikita's face darkened. No. With this woman's physical fitness, she shouldn't have this speed. This is already comparable to a C+ level speed fighter. Did she use some potion to stimulate potential? That shouldn't be the case. If it was a potion, it would only increase her level by 1. She would be thankful if she could reach C-. How could she possibly reach C+, unless it was new technology? It seems that Andrew has found a lot of interesting things in experimental base number 4. Nikita looked at Andrew with more and more enthusiasm. At this moment, his eyes blurred, and he didn't know when the spear was close at hand. The speed this woman just showed was not her peak. Nikita was horrified and quickly retreated to distance himself from the spear. Unexpectedly, a cluster of flame suddenly burst out from the top of the spear, burning him. It seemed that someone was whispering something in his ear. He could not control himself, and his attention was completely attracted by the whispering voice. Not afraid, not afraid. Woo. Woo woo. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. No, not afraid. Woo woo woo. No, no, not afraid. It was a tender child's voice, going back and forth, half crying, half singing, half chanting not afraid 2 words, one after another, even 2 after another, 3 after another, like a child with countless clones, scrambling to comfort someone, coupled with a weird crying tone. The effect is creepy. Item details. Name: Shiyun's Spiral Fire Bamboo Gun. Quality: Ordinary. Durability: 12/12. Function: Physical attack weapon, can launch 12 fire attacks in total. When launching a fire attack, it also comes with a mental attack, which can stun the enemy for up to 3 seconds. This weapon is ineffective against inanimate objects. Note: hot, hot, hot. Woo, don't burn the baby with fire, the baby will be wronged to the point that the buff will be deformed. This is a weapon that Shiyun combined with aluminum alloy screws, fire, and a piece of bamboo to please Shiyun on his way back to the base after hearing that Shiyun had also met with an accident. After all, according to Shiyun's arrogant style, he is invincible in at least 100 kilometers of pollution. It is highly likely that the thing that can make him suffer is not pollution. Besides, pollution wouldn't come to find trouble on a hexagonal prism, right? If it wasn't pollution, the only weapon she had, the Anon scythe, would be useless, so she had to think of another way. She spent a long time on the road, arranging and combining, and finally made such a decent weapon. Now it seems that the effect is good. Seeing Nikita's eyes lost, Shiyun took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Seeing that the flames on the top of the spear were about to lick the enemy's right shoulder, the opponent's eyes suddenly regained clarity. The stun effect was less than a second. Shiyun's heart trembled, and he drew back his gun. At the same time, the other party raised his hands, and a dazzling white light appeared in his palms. Mental attack, the radiance of the bright sun. Shiyun heard the warning of the system, and took out something from the warehouse, and threw it between the two without thinking. Item: a huge rock blocking the road. The rock just came out, and before it landed, it hit the white light emitted by Nikita head-on. A huge bubble suddenly appeared in the air, and was hit by the white light, and dented a large area. It finally bounced the white light back, trembling and recovering to its original state, and soon shrank back into the rock. Only then did the boulder fall to the ground with a thud under the action of gravity. The white light backfired, and Nikita reacted quickly. While jumping away, he launched long-range mental attacks on Shiyun one after another. No close combat, he thought. Never close combat. If he fought with the spear in this woman's hand at close range again, he could not guarantee that he would be able to wake up in time. This woman's attributes were so bad, why could she have such amazing explosive power? Was the optical computer data wrong? No. Impossible. This woman obviously can't fight. She can't make full use of her B+ speed. It's mainly because of the complicated and weird weapons. Weapons. Yes. Weapons. This woman just has a lot of weird weapons. She is vulnerable. Weapons will break. He can afford to use them. As long as her weapons are worn out, she will be a fish on the chopping board. Nikita was determined. He would use whatever moves he wanted to use. For a while, the two of them fought back and forth, and the sand and rocks flew everywhere. The base, which was shrouded in darkness most of the time, was like a thunderstorm, with lightning like white lights flashing frequently. Just when the two were in a stalemate, A buzzing sound came from afar, and it was getting louder and louder. Nikita turned his head, and saw countless red worms flying towards this side, like a heavy red cloud. Damn it. He thought of the black python he had dealt with earlier, and looked at Shiyun again. The latter looked normal, and did not panic at all. Damn it. They are indeed in the same group. Who is this woman? She can even drive the pollution source. It happened in a flash. While Nikita was thinking, the red worms came in an instant and surrounded him. However, within a moment, the red cloud formed by the swarm of insects was like a bucket with countless holes, and rays of light burst out from it. That was Nikita's full strength, and he did not hold back. The red insects fell to the ground, and turned into black smoke and disappeared. Nikita's haggard face showed a ferocious look, and he clenched his right hand, and a whip of light gradually took shape. Puff. A very light sound exploded on his right shoulder, and he looked down, and found that the flaming spear had pierced him through. The whip of light in his hand, which had not yet fully formed, disappeared into thin air. He showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He looked at the owner of the spear, and knelt down with a plop. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I shouldn't have destroyed your base, and hurt your people. I will make up for your losses. I promise. My spiritual power has the attribute of light, which is the natural enemy of pollution. You are taming the source of pollution, right? Spare me a life. I can help you, and I guarantee that you will get twice the result with half the effort. I can also teach you fighting skills. Leaving me here will be more beneficial to you than killing me. Shiyun held the gun, and watched him beg for mercy in various ways, his expression uncertain. Little girl, you haven't killed anyone yet, right? You don't want to kill me, right? Otherwise, the shot you just made would have pierced my heart. Nikita observed her expression. You are right. There is no need. It's all a misunderstanding. Really, we just accidentally fell into your territory. Your residents thought we had bad intentions, and hit one of my men. You hit me and I hit you, and this escalated to the current situation. Shiyun's expression slightly changed. Nikita continued to persuade, we don't have any essential conflict. There are already enough casualties today. The contaminated area is in danger. One more person always means more strength. Let's make peace. Even my people, including me, can be used by you. Isn't this better than having a few more corpses? Shiyun's hand holding the gun handle moved slightly, and he was about to pull the gun out of Nikita. At this moment, something strange happened. Nikita's face turned ferocious, and a white light climbed out from his right shoulder, quickly tightening Shiyun's threaded spear, and then, the light became brighter, and actually twisted Shiyun's spear into ashes. If Shiyun hadn't let go quickly, her right hand would have suffered the same fate. Nikita stood up with a grim smile. Now, without a weapon, I wonder how you can. Another spear pierced Nikita's chest accurately. Nikita opened his eyes wide, and looked at the spear that hit his heart. He couldn't figure it out until his death. Why did this woman know that his real weakness was here? Why did she have two identical deadly weapons? Skill card. Skill, a pair of eyes that see through everything. Beginner, number of uses, 1. Skill description, a pair of eyes that can see through everything, including but not limited to the weaknesses, lies, hypocrisy, and essence of the object being observed. Since it is a primary skill, it can only observe one direction at a time. Note, ding ding ding, it's time to compare everyone's acting skills. The direction of this observation is enemy weaknesses. Shiyun drew back the spear, looked at Nikita's limp body, and the flames leaping from his fatal wound, and moved her sight to the land beside her. Now I've killed someone. Her words were very light, and when the wind blew, they melted into the surging air along with the body that was burned to ashes. Shiyun stood there for a while, put the spear back into the warehouse, and the data in the warehouse grid changed immediately. Shiyun's threaded fire bamboo spear *1 became *2. This time, she triggered the doubling effect added after the skill was upgraded to the intermediate level, and obtained a total of 3 identical threaded fire bamboo spears. Chapter 41. Interstellar Federation, 5th Galaxy, 16th floor underground laboratory. The laboratory is like a vast hall. Except for the outer wall, there is no partition inside. No matter who walks into this floor of the laboratory, they can see the cylindrical transparent container in the center that runs through the entire floor, and the silver-haired woman soaking in the container. I don't know if it's because she has been soaking in the liquid for too long, or if it's natural. The silver-haired woman's porcelain-like skin is somewhat transparent, and the blood vessels and blue veins under the skin can be vaguely seen, but they are just faint, not hideous at all. The lines formed by blood and tendons are like natural tattoos given by God, adding a bit of mystery to her that is almost divinity. Outside the container, 4 or 5 researchers in white coats were huddled together, discussing solemnly. Swish. The door of the laboratory opened automatically, and a bright-looking beauty walked in quickly from outside. Everyone heard the noise and greeted her director. What happened? The director stood in front of the container, taking the experimental records handed over by the assistant while observing the situation in the container. Someone quickly explained. The number 1 mother body just showed a huge mental fluctuation, and the mental activity reached the highest level in history, 3 points away from breaking through the dormancy threshold. Subsequently, the mental connection between the mother body and some of the offspring was completely interrupted, and the part of the mental power loaned to the relevant offspring disappeared. This is the first time since the laboratory obtained the number 1 mother body. Generally, the spiritual power lent to the child body will be slowly recovered by the mother body, and will not disappear out of thin air. The director flipped through a few pages of records. Which children have problems? 2 in total, Daniel Gleb and Andrei Nikita, the deputy captain and captain of the 3rd Special Team. Everyone present knew that not long ago, the 3rd Special Team mistakenly entered the core-contaminated area while chasing the rebels. Less than half an hour later, the 2 captains' mental connection with the mother body was completely broken, and the possibility of encountering an accident was as high as 99.99%. You know, according to the data from the earlier laboratory model, with the current mental strength of Nikita and Gleb, even if they are in the core-contaminated area, even if there is a problem with their equipment, they can last at least 3 or 4 days. The rebels led by Chen Zixing, the 3rd Special Forces team whose mental strength has just been strengthened, the core-contaminated area that is far behind, half an hour far from the simulation data, and Nikita, a contaminated area breakthrough expert who encountered an accident. No matter which element of this information, it is dancing wildly in Admiral Lehman's minefield. However, the situation had to be reported. It is said that when Admiral Lehman found out, he was furious and questioned the practicality of the research. His questioning meant that the funding could be withdrawn at any time, which meant that the experiment could be stopped at any time. Thinking of this, everyone fell into silence. After a while, a researcher sighed and brought the topic back to academic discussion. So I still think that the core-contaminated area is not within the range of the mother body's recovery of spiritual power. The director pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, if it is not, we can't know that Nikita and others have entered the core-contaminated area through the spiritual connection between them and the mother body. Given that their survival time in the core pollution zone is much shorter than the theoretical value, I am more inclined to believe that they encountered a powerful pollution source and their mental power was devoured. Her slender fingertips slid across the data recorded in the experiment one by one, and they should have encountered more than one pollution source and fought for a while, but the most deadly one defeated him within 5 minutes. The pollution source that can devour Nikita within 5 minutes is at least S level. Everyone was shocked. Fighting with a bunch of pollution sources as soon as they arrived at the core area? And encountering at least S-level pollution sources? Is this really bad luck, or is there a lot of S-level pollution in the core area? From the perspective of probability, the latter is obviously much more likely. The core pollution area is really terrible. The terrible core pollution area, Earth. The suspected S-level pollution source is everywhere. Yun didn't know that in the distant fifth star, there was a group of researchers who knew little about the core pollution area. In a few words, they imagined her as a great demon who destroyed the world. After defeating Nikita, she checked the 4 enemies lying on the ground one by one. 3 of them were dead, and could not die anymore. The last guy who was ejected by the protective shield still had a breath left. Shi-Yun simply stripped off his combat uniform that could turn into an energy cannon, and tied him to a rock with a rope. Afterwards, she still didn't dare to relax, and put the 7 spaceships on the scene into the warehouse one by one to make sure that no living people fell out. The warehouse cannot hold living things. 7 spaceships occupied 2 of her warehouse grids. One was named Escape Spaceship of the Federal Special Forces, and the other was named Escape Spaceship with the bodies of the Federal Special Forces members. Shi-Yun, Okay. She was too lazy to care for a while, so she closed the warehouse and spent 599 points to buy a basic skill card that barely matched medical care in the mall. Skill card. Skill, a pair of doctor's eyes, basic, quality, ordinary. Number of uses, 1. Skill time limit, 1 day. Skill description. See through the patient's current symptoms at a glance. The line of sight must be in direct contact with the patient himself, and there must be no obstructions. Remarks. It's just the doctor's eyes, not the doctor's brain. Even if you see through the symptoms, you may not know the treatment plan. After using the skill, Shi-Yun looked at the person on the ground, and a red information box popped up in his field of vision. Patient's name, Andrew Cleveland. Race, Anon. Physical condition, extremely weak in shock, mental strength, 1 out of 60. SAN value, 2/300. Symptoms, recurrence of acute mental trauma caused by strong mental attack, mental exhaustion due to excessive mental consumption. She opened the technology tree, found the primary medical emergency cabin, spent more than 10 accelerators, dismantled 2 spaceships in the warehouse, made the things, selected mental treatment in the emergency cabin operation panel, and stuffed Andrew in. The emergency room quickly displayed, remaining treatment time, 15 hours. Isn't that the end? Why do I need to know the treatment plan? Shi-Yun thought expressionlessly. After dealing with Andrew, she looked at Shi-Yun again, and the doctor's eyes worked again. Patient's name, Shi-Yun. Race, Pluto, snake, physical condition, ? Dormant, mental power, 50/120. SAN value, -30/-200. Symptoms, SAN value has risen sharply, suspected to be improved? Blah blah blah. Please don't tease doctors with this anti-human species that shouldn't exist. She was not surprised to get such a nonsensical conclusion. I guess the medical cabin can't cure her anti-human black python. Shi-Yun rubbed her temples. If possible, she wanted to put Shi-Yun outside the pollution-filled protective shield. That's where it would be, but today she saw more than 7 meteors, and God knows how many weird people besides Nikita were dropped on the earth. She thought for a while, carried Shi-Yun into her stone house, raised her hand, and took out a pile of filter rock waste from the warehouse, put Shi-Yun on it, and laid down beside it. As far as she knew, the waste of the filter rock and negative emotions were good things for Shi-Yun, so it was an edification therapy. After arranging all this, she finally couldn't hold on after using her skills intensively for half a day. She leaned tiredly on the edge of the filter rock, resting her head on the space suit she had taken off, and fell asleep with her eyelids knocked against each other. Chapter 42. From the perspective of the process, Shi-Yun was the first to wake up among the 2 people and the snake. It's not because of his diligence, nor because of his amazing recovery ability, but it smells so good. Let's not talk about the waste bran cookies, which are a traditional delicacy. Although they smell bad, they are fragrant and worth eating 3 bowls. The air is also filled with another kind of fragrant aroma. If Shi-Yun must describe it, it is probably a perfect combination of roast duck plus roast chicken plus garlic oysters and other kinds of delicious food. Shi-Yun poked his snake tail into the waste of the filter rock and rubbed his snake head against Shi-Yun's hand, spitting out his tongue constantly. He wanted to eat both kinds of delicacies and couldn't miss either. He was so happy that he couldn't help wasting precious time to show off his food. He laughed up to the sky for a minute. Shi-Yun, you, a human, finally got it. Ha ha ha. Ha. Who? The result of eating too much before the body was fully recovered was that it fell asleep again, halfway through the meal. So from the results, Shi-Yun was the last one to wake up among the 2 people and the snake. Not only was he not as good as Shi-Yun, but he was not even as good as human resources. This was a shame for Shi-Yun for a long time. He even vowed to give up biscuits. Of course, the quitting time was no more than 3 seconds. As soon as Shi-Yun raised his hand, he started eating again, just like the human who said he wanted to lose weight 1 second and ate barbecue the next. These are all later stories. In short, judging from the results, Andrew, who was the most seriously injured, was the first to wake up. At that time, 15 hours had passed since the base was attacked. It was daybreak, and then dark again. The emergency cabin completed the treatment, the hatch opened automatically, and the prompt sound echoed in the empty base. Andrew woke up suddenly. He sat up too quickly, his eyes went black, and he held the edge of the emergency cabin with his hands. It took him a long time to regain his sight, and found himself in the emergency cabin. His mushy brain took a long time to react before he barely realized that the base might have escaped the crisis. Even so, he hurriedly stepped out of the medical cabin. He glanced around, but didn't see Shi-Yun. He frowned anxiously, picked up the adaptive arrow that Shi-Yun left outside for lighting, and staggered towards her stone house. He was almost scared to death at the first sight. In the dim light, the girl turned her back to him, curled up, and didn't snore. It was so quiet that there was almost no movement. She placed her hands on the ground in front of her chest. A dark shadow started from that position, winding and extending to the filter rock, accumulating into a pool. At first glance, Shi-Yun seemed to be seriously injured, lying in a pool of blood. Andrew was so frightened that his back was covered in cold sweat, And he walked into the stone house in 2 or 3 steps. Shi-yun. Shi-yun only gave me biscuits. Pond of blood. Shi-yun shook his tail, and muttered in his sleep. Andrew, He checked Shi-yun's breath and temperature, and after confirming that she was really fine, he put his hard back in his stomach and quietly left the stone house. It was not until then that he found Hawkins tied by Shi-yun outside the base. So ashamed. He deserves this kind of dirty work. It's all because he's too weak. Andrew shook his head, and secretly made up his mind to help Shi-yun do more. Hawkins is the last one in the 3rd special team. Not to mention the 3rd special team, even if he was thrown into the worst 7th special team, he would be the last one, whether it's mental strength, physical fitness, combat ability, or adaptability. Colleagues can't understand him, and they all look down on him. When talking about him behind his back, they all say the one who does logistics. Actually, they were right. He didn't understand why they were talking behind his back, when what they said was the truth. He was not a member of the Special Forces before. He was a logistics officer. To be more specific, he was responsible for collecting corpses before. But the superiors insisted that his physique was suitable, strengthened his mental attributes, and transferred him to the Special Forces. Since then, as a logistics officer, he could only live a life of doing logistics work on the edge of a knife every day. Yes. Even after joining the Special Forces, he still couldn't do without the work of collecting corpses. Except for the captain and the deputy captain, the 3rd Special Forces had 7 or 8 waves of members, but Hawkins, who was at the bottom of all attributes, remained standing. Teammates come and go, but Hawkins remains the same. So much so that colleagues' comments about him behind his back changed from the logistics guy to the logistics guy who got into trouble. Hawkins is not without grievances. They all went on the same mission and fainted, so why do some people never wake up after fainting? They all went on the same mission and were seriously injured, so why do some people have such poor blood coagulation function? They all went on the same mission and consumed too much mental energy, so why do some people become so insane that they jump off buildings? He even helped collect the bodies. Why blame him, in short? In this mission, he fell into a wormhole, the nutrition supply system of the escape ship backfired, and he fell into the core contaminated area. Hawkins felt that his death had finally come. He had thought of the epitaph, which would read the owner of this tomb is not plagued at all, and his death is late but it has come. But he didn't die, but the fat teammate who scolded him for being plagued in person for 2 days died. When the terrible black python's long tail swept over, Hawkins thought he was dead again. But he was not dead, and he still had the life to open his eyes, but the deputy captain died. The people in this base did not know what means they used, and when he and the captain were ejected, Hawkins vomited blood and thought he was dead. But he was not dead, and the captain was dead. Did he really get the plague? Hawkins, who was stripped down to a pair of shorts, had been awakened by the wind for 2 or 3 hours. He leaned against the boulder that tied him, breathed in the highly polluted air around him without protection, and seriously thought about life. Suddenly, a burst of crazy laughter came from the base not far away. Ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. It was the voice of the black python. Hawkins was shocked. Who was the awesome black python-shaped pollution source talking to? To that awesome woman? Although it had lost its combat uniform and translator, and couldn't understand what it was saying, it seemed very happy. Could it be? The woman spared his life just to feed the black python. The black python was very happy because he knew it. Instead of killing him, they took the trouble to strip off his protective gear and left him here to absorb the pollution. Was it to make him more flavorful? Ah, he is indeed a human being who can survive in the core pollution zone. So particular. In this case, should his epitaph be changed to, the person lying in the belly of this black python is his death, very delicious? Hawkins swallowed nervously. But he fainted and slept and fainted again. For a long time, the black python did not come out to kill him. Instead, the interstellar pirate sat up, like a corpse, and ran into the woman's stone house in a hurry. After a while, a loud and anxious shout came from the stone house. Then, the black python, who had been silent for a long time, shouted again, %UN at %#UN. It sounded very unhappy. What are they discussing? Why are they so excited? Just when Hawkins was full of questions, he saw the interstellar pirate came out, looked at him for a while, and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Why are you shaking your head? Do you think he is not delicious or something? Even if he dies, let him die quickly. This is too painful. I don't know how long it took. Just when Hawkins was about to collapse from waiting to die, the woman finally came out of the stone house and walked towards him. Come, Is the sword of Damocles hanging high above his head finally going to fall? Hawkins' muscles subconsciously tensed, and his throat tightened as he looked at the woman who was gradually approaching. The woman stopped in front of him, looking energetic, with a gleam in her eyes that he couldn't understand. I think you look like your captain. Do you have the attribute of light in your spiritual power? Huh? Hawkins stared at her blankly. I mean, do you know that trick? The woman spread out her 5 fingers and tried to demonstrate the trick that can blind people with light. Hawkins nodded in confusion. Okay. The woman narrowed her eyes, frowned, and took out a long gun from somewhere. Pressing it against the carotid artery in his neck, spread light pollution. Hawkins was terrified. I will never dare to do it again. No. The woman looked down at him. Since you love to shine so much, I will let you shine as much as you want. She threw a round object at him. Hurry up. Shine as much as you want. Chapter 43. Time goes back 10 minutes. The sky turned pale again, and Shi-Yun, who had slept for more than a day, finally woke up. She yawned, glanced at Shi-Yin, whose tail was poking into the scrap pile, and knew that it should be fine. She reached out and lifted its body hanging upside down on the ground, and laid it flat on the scrap pile, then stretched her body and walked out of the house. The moment she walked out of the house, her mind was still listing all kinds of messes waiting to be cleaned up. I don't know how effective the medical cabin is, whether Andrew is fully recovered. The pile of corpses outside are still waiting for her to loot, but it's a bit disgusting. What should I do with the remaining 5 spaceships? Have they all been dismantled? What should I do first after dismantling them? 2 of the spacecraft still had corpses hidden in them, so they had to be disposed of. The 2 jerry-faced trees were gone because the shield was broken once, so they had to be replanted. The filter rock had been used up, and the shield still had about 10% of the base area that had not been purified, so they had to go out and dig for filter rock. So many things. These were not even counting the things she had planned to do. It looked like another extra fulfilling day. What? She blinked. Under the rare bright sky, new trees had grown where the 2 jerry-faced trees had been. A translucent rope was tied between the trees, and 3 sets of combat uniforms were hung on the rope. Under the rope was a pile of neatly stacked filter rocks, which seemed to be about 500 in total. Next to the filter rock were nearly 100 jerry fruits. It seemed that the 2 trees had matured once. The entire base was the same as before the attack, simple and well organized. If it weren't for the combat uniform, she would have thought that the messy base before going to bed was just a nightmare. Shi-Yun's eyes lit up, as if she heard the sound of various items being ticked in her mind. Which Lei Feng did this good deed? Andrew? It's too lucky to have teammates, right? She looked around and didn't see the living Lei Feng Andrew, so she looked at the resident status in the system and saw that Andrew's physical condition had changed from extremely weak to extremely weak. I was relieved when I became healthy again. He is not here now. Maybe he went out to continue to carry forward the spirit of Lei Feng. Very good, a role model for our generation, worthy of encouragement. Shi-Yun walked to the clothesline happily, and took down a set of dried combat uniforms. Item details. Name, Federal Combat Uniform, 1-click change is available, quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 15/24. Function, suitable for combat in harsh environments, can automatically adjust the size, with oxygen supply, pollution shielding, temperature control, common language translation and other functions, with high physical defense capabilities, equipped with mobile weapons and small energy cannons. Note, you have proved that this combat suit cannot protect against the metaphysical spear. Finally, I have a change of clothes. Finally, I don't have to wear a clumsy space suit every day. Shi-Yun put on the combat suit with emotion, jumped on the spot, and felt fresh for a while. Then, she walked to the primary medical emergency cabin not far away and reached out to touch it. Item details. Name, Primary Medical Emergency Cabin. Quantity, *1. Durability, 2/3. Operation consumption, 50 transformation points/hour or 100 energy points/hour. Function, can implement simple physiological and mental medical emergency, can't treat chronic diseases, difficult and complicated diseases, etc. Note, do you think you can cure all diseases with just this little medicine? This is science, not magic. It seems that 1 treatment consumes 1 durability. It's okay, a good thing to save lives. Shi-Yun looked around and chose a good place near the stone house, and put the medical cabin there. The base will have a temporary hospital in the future. After setting up the hospital, she climbed up to her stone house again, took down the simple sunlight storage device she put there before going to bed, and checked the current sunlight reserve. 5%. Shi-Yun looked at the changes in her lifespan and calculated in her mind, knowing that this was the second dawn since she returned to the base. It was only charged to 5% at dawn twice. The sunlight in the base is really not bright. If this goes on, when will her power bank be fully charged and ready to work? She must find a way to get some high-quality sunlight. Shi-Yun thought about it, and cast her eyes on the guy who was tied outside the base. Maybe the light attribute can be used to make up for it. 20 minutes later, Shi-Yun and Hawkins both fell silent. When fighting the white porcelain monster, the opponent's casual hand was more dazzling than the spotlight. They are from the same organization, and they look similar. Why is the light emitted by this person not as good as an LED light bulb? Hawkins looked at the small light spot on his palm that was not even as big as the nail of his little finger, hit his hand guiltily, and struggled to explain. I just didn't have enough food, and I stayed out here for too long, so my mental energy was too much. Big brother, believe me, when I recover, I can really shine well and fully. What does stayed out for a long time mean? Is it some trendy term used by aliens? Shi-Yun handed him 2 pieces of roasted cherry fruit and continued to imitate the villain's speech. Eat, I want to see what excuses you have after you have eaten your fill. The food was roasted 2 or 3 days ago, but it has been kept in the warehouse. It remains the same as it was when it was taken out, so the fragrance spreads everywhere when it is taken out. Hawkins is very young and doesn't know what roasted cherry fruit looks like, but this does not prevent him from being hungry and being tempted by the smell. Gulp. He swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. His first reaction was to reach out to take it, but he stopped the action abruptly. His dying rationality tried to struggle. Really give it to me? Would ordinary people give prisoners such good food? Is this some kind of test? When he takes a bite, the other party will slap him in the face and accuse him of wasting food? Is this the legendary when you want to accuse someone of a crime? You can always find a pretext? No. This is not a society ruled by law. If they want to deal with him as a prisoner of war, why would they bother to accuse him? They can just kill him directly. This food must be poisonous. What true serum, manipulative, hallucinogen? Panic. The more she thought about it, the more she became anxious. Shi-Yun didn't know Hawkins's wild imagination, and nodded casually. Woo. Hawkins wanted to say that there was really no need to go through so much trouble, and he could tell her whatever she wanted to know. However, when he met Shi-Yun's aggressive gaze, Shi-Yun was just afraid that he would take the opportunity to do something. Hawkins dared not say anything, and only took the strange-colored food tremblingly, and took a very small bite with an extremely tragic mood. Oh my God, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. How can there be such delicious food in the world? Even outside the contaminated area, there is no such delicious food. Energy bars of various flavors are nothing. So weak. What about the delicacies at the banquets of those big shots? They pale in comparison. Why didn't he come to the contaminated area earlier? Hawkins Garrick is willing to join you. Will you accept him as a resident? Good guy. Didn't he look angry just now? Why did his attitude change 180 degrees? The power of food is indeed unstoppable. Shi-Yun glanced at the prompt, and did not rush to issue Hawkins a household registration certificate. Instead, he waited until Hawkins finished eating. Seeing that he was still unsatisfied and looking at him eagerly, he threatened in a cliched way, "The food I just gave you is poisonous. If you mess around in the future." Is it really poisonous? Oh my God, it's really poisonous. You poisoned me with such delicious food. You really flatter me too much. Hawkins felt that his personality was fully respected and sublimated. I think this poison is not enough, far from enough. My mind is not confused enough. I can still keep the secret that I stole my mother's wallet and framed my father 50 years ago. Please poison me a little more, please, big boss. Or do you have to mess around to get food? I'm not very good at messing around. What does it mean to mess around? Is it messing around to shine well? Then I will definitely shine well and fully before I die. Hawkins' eyes were filled with tears. This person died of the most delicious food in the world. God, this will be the happiest epitaph in the world. Hawkins Garrick has a strong desire to join you. Do you want to absorb him as a resident? Shi-Yun, Is her threatening posture wrong? The other party speaks so confusingly and incoherently. Are you sure he is not really poisoned? Is the cherry fruit she gave baked? Why can't she understand the direction of this situation? This kind of resident with questionable IQ. Are you sure it's okay to absorb him? Chapter 44. Hawkins did not lie. After a full meal, he did emit a little more light than before. This so-called a little probably refers to the evolution from a small LED bulb the size of a mung bean to a children's night light. Perhaps it would be more scientific and reasonable to let him be a nightlight directly. No, I am not emitting enough light. My potential for emitting light has not been fully utilized. This is not my peak ability. Hawkins has seen the arrows used as light sources in the base, and feels that if he only plays the role of a night light, his substitutability is too strong. High replaceability equals unimportant. Unimportant equals not even worthy of being poisoned. He was very aware of the crisis, and saw the disgust on Shi-Yun's face. He was afraid that Shi-Yun would not continue to poison him. Like an old hen protecting her cubs, he tightly hugged the simple sunlight storage device given by Shi-Yun and tried his best to explain. Glowing is a gradual process for me. My explosive power is not as good as that of my colleagues who have left the world, but my sustainability is still good. Believe me, I will definitely glow and heat without sleep, and I will definitely help you hatch this egg. And every egg in the future. No. She never said it was an egg. How did he associate the glow with hatching eggs? Shi-Yun looked at him holding the egg devoutly and seriously. Ugh, holding the sunlight storage. Glowing, and wanted to explain that she just wanted to use his special spiritual power to charge some light. On second thought, whether it was charging light or hatching eggs, the two things were essentially the same. Suddenly, she was too lazy to explain. She silently issued him a household registration certificate, took him to the field, and buried a few radish seeds. When you hatch the eggs, take a look at this to see if they can sprout. Hawkins naturally agreed without saying a word. So when Andrew dragged the filter rock home, he saw Hawkins squatting in the field from a distance, his face flushed, and even made strange noises because of excessive force. Andrew was terrified. Andrew hesitated. Andrew finally made up his mind, and found Shi-Yun, who was flashing the system in the stone house. Shi-Yun had just completed the second transaction with the seed seller and got the gift. He was in a good mood. When he saw Andrew coming, he raised a tube of something and shook it happily. Look what I got. Andrew took it and looked through it, his eyes wide open, confused. Confusion is contagious. Shi-Yun was also confused by him. Toothpaste. She took out another small cube, and soap, cleaning supplies? I remember these things appeared in the supermarket in Huangtu City. Don't you recognize them? That supermarket is not entirely my will. Andrew shook his head, and explained to Shi-Yun that modern people use cleaning lamps for cleaning. Shi-Yun, who was shocked to realize that he was a primitive man, Shi-Yun, who deeply realized that he was already 800 years old, and there was a gap between him and the times, was angry and embarrassed. There is not even a primitive chair in the base. What high-tech cleaning lamp do you need? Just be satisfied with toothpaste and soap. This is called primitive happiness. Why do you have to be so efficient when taking a bath? We primitive people love to waste time taking a bath. Andrew, a modern man who accidentally stepped on a landmine and was at a loss. Okay. Andrew, who was carefully smoothing his hair. Do you want a chair? What style do you want? How much do you want? I will make it for you right away. Can you make chairs? The cloudy sky turned sunny, and Shi-Yun took out the bamboo given by the black bamboo forest from the warehouse. Is bamboo okay? Andrew glanced at Shi-Yun's empty stone house and nodded. He carried the bamboo and walked out of the stone house. He saw the big brother in the field who was blushing, and finally remembered why he was looking for Shi-Yun. He retreated without looking. Shi-Yun, will the man outside be with us in the future? Yes. Shi-Yun heard the hesitation in his words and explained, what I can confirm is that he has no bad intentions at the moment. If you are really worried, please help me keep an eye on him. When chatting with Hawkins, out of caution, she actually used the skill card, a pair of eyes that see through everything. As she spoke, she added the brick baking technology to the sequence of the technology tree, and then thought of something. By the way, how did you deal with the other 3 bodies? I still have 2. I buried them in the ground. Give me the rest. I deal with them. Great. Shi-Yun unceremoniously gave him the 2 cold potatoes. Andrew said, then I deal with this first, put down the bamboo, and carried one on each shoulder. He didn't go out immediately, and he was hesitant to speak. Shi-Yun looked at him in confusion. Andrew looked embarrassed. New member. I saw him in the field. Ah, yes, I asked him to go. Can't we grow anything other than the jerry-faced tree in our field? I asked him to try. What's wrong? Shi-Yun didn't quite understand what he was embarrassed about. You asked him to go? Andrew opened his mouth several times, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know how to start. In fact, the fertilizer you gave me is better than any other fertilizer. The reason why we can't grow other crops in our field is not because of the fertilizer, but because of the lack of sunlight. If there is not enough sunlight, it's useless to change any fertilizer. Shi Yun was confused. Huh? Isn't she just solving the sunlight problem? What does it have to do with fertilizer? Just. Andrew, an agricultural scientist, took a deep breath and rarely followed Shi Yun's meaning. He seriously made professional suggestions. There is really no need for him to poop in the field. Even if you want to ferment fertilizer, you can't ferment it like this, it will burn the roots. Shi Yun, After finally explaining to Andrew that Hawkins was just shining and heating up, and didn't poop in the sacred field, Shi Yun numbly leaned back to the filter cotton waste and continued to refresh the system. Since the attack on the base, the system has accumulated a lot of unread messages, some of which made her, a law-abiding citizen, very embarrassed. Your resident Shi Yun killed Xiao Rang, a member of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Your influence +5. Your neutral position has shifted. Your resident Shi Yun killed Lev Gray, a member of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Your influence +5. Your neutral position has shifted. Your resident Shi Yun defeated Daniel Gleb, the deputy captain of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Your influence +5. Your neutral position has shifted. Your resident Andrew killed Zhou Yuan, a member of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Your influence +5. Your neutral position has shifted. You killed Andrei Nikita, the captain of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Influence +20. Your position has shifted significantly. You have gained a new position, primary anti-federal element. You converted Hawkins Garrick, a member of the Federal Special Forces 3rd Division. Influence +10. Your anti-federal position has been further strengthened. Good guy. Let's not talk about the killing and defeating. She took the blame, so it wasn't unfair. But what the hell was it about transforming Hawkins to further strengthen his anti-federal stance? It always felt like someone was pointing fingers at her and saying that she was trying to steal the Federation's wall. Shi Yun thought of the buddy outside who was glowing and blushing, and always felt that she had lost the wall. The word lost just popped up in her mind, and Hawkins, who was born with a full sense of crisis, rushed into the stone house in a hurry, as if he had sensed something in the dark. It sprouted, it sprouted, it sprouted. He held up the sun storage, his face weak but proud. It's bright, the egg is bright too. Thank you. Although, there's no need to force her name into every sentence. She's not a plant, she won't sprout, nor is she a male creature, she doesn't have eggs, let alone eggs that glow. Why is this guy so accepting of everything? As a person who concentrates on hatching eggs, doesn't he find it strange that the eggs are bright? Shi Yun looked at the horn he had dug from the Federation with a subtle look in his heart. He took the storage device, and found that the sunlight reserve had increased by 1%. She could really use the light-type spiritual power as sunlight. Very good, she is really clever. Ghost? Shi Yun squatted beside the newly sprouted radish sprouts, looked at the prompt that popped up from the system, and fell into silence. Plant details. Name: radish sprouts that broke through the soil under the influence of light. Details: the radish sprouts grown by special cultivation methods embody Hawkins's beautiful yearning for the future, the supreme pursuit of food, and the full use of the light-attributed spiritual power. It is a major innovation in the agricultural development of Home Number 2. Edible, rich in the taste of light, can be used as soup salad. Function: let the user's stomach and intestines also accept the influence of light. Note 1. Since it is a product of the Number 2 home, no one knows what effect the stomach and intestines will have after accepting the influence of light. Let us wait and see. Note 2. If you think that only one seedling is not enough, you can temporarily not harvest it, and wait for the radish to grow completely. Boss, what? How is it? Hawkins was still waiting for Shi Yun's praise. Are you satisfied with the growth of this radish sprout? Shi Yun was silent for a long time, and finally patted his shoulder with the vicissitudes of life. Very good, very satisfied, very. Right. Hawkins carefully asked if he could give him some food, because the consumption of light was very large, and he was hungry again. Although he ate a lot, he promised to make persistent efforts and cultivate hard, and never let down every bit of nutrition in the food given by the boss. The energy from the food must go back to the food, and he would never embezzle it. He vowed to be a 100% dedicated energy carrier. His realm was really too high. It was so high that Shi Yun didn't even have the nerve to say that she wanted to stop this ridiculously bright project. Under Hawkins' expectant gaze, Shi Yun stuffed the food he had been dreaming of into his hands. Then, keep up the good work, but don't work too hard. Anyway, she had to start Plan B for growing vegetables. Chapter 45. Primary Trading Market / Dark Web Light Gate. Jerry Fruit *15 has been shipped. Your account has received 375 Litecoins. Jerry Fruit *10 has been shipped. Your account has received 250 Litecoins. Your total transaction amount has reached 3,000 Litecoins, and the total number of transactions has reached 8. You have met the account upgrade conditions. Congratulations on your upgrade from L0 to L1. The limit for each transaction has increased to 1,000 Litecoins, and the number of posts that can be sold is 2. Congratulations on your initial familiarity with the primary trading market, and the reward is plus 10 influence. Seeing the system prompt, Shi-Yun was overjoyed. I don't know if it's because they're afraid of people swiping orders or what, but there are a lot of particularly fussy rules in the trading market. The lower the account level, the more restrictions people are subject to, from transaction limits, number of posts sold, post time limits, evaluation permissions, etc. There are all kinds of restrictions. So far, the most profound experience Shi-Yun had about account levels was when a wealthy L10 boss bought 50 Jerry Fruits from her in one go. Since the other party's account was at the highest level, he could ignore Shi-Yun's transaction limit, so the 50 Jerry Fruits worth 850 Litecoins were traded in one go, saving Shi-Yun 300 transformation points and sky-high shipping costs, which made her happy for a long time. Accounts below L10 do not have this privilege, and transactions are subject to the limits of lower-level accounts. Most accounts in the trading market are L3, so Shi-Yun's account level has been upgraded from L0 to L1, which is very beneficial for her to do larger volume transactions. For her, large quantities mean saving on shipping costs, and saving on shipping costs is economical. Thinking about this, I even want to have a small dream and catch up with the L10 boss. After all, L10 does not need to care about the level of the trading partner, which greatly saves shipping costs. Shi-Yun was deeply encouraged and excited. She looked at the upgrade conditions of the next level, L2, with great ambition. The total transaction amount reached 10,000 Litecoins, and the total number of transactions reached 20. This is only L2. Forget it. You don't have to be so ambitious. L10 is also unnecessary. It's better to be average in life. She wisely pulled her business ideal back to a down-to-earth level, and continued to ship goods diligently. The system prompts that there is new news. Shi-Yun clicked on the bulk seed price is preferential. Dialog box. Not long ago, she sent this message. Vow to be a salted fish. Is it sunny over there? Bulk seeds at preferential prices. It is sunny. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. The other party is typing. The other party was obviously confused by the question. After trying to understand the deeper meaning of Shi-Yun's message again and again, he gave up struggling and finally replied with certainty according to the literal meaning. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. Except for rainy days, it is sunny here most of the time. Swear to be a salted fish. These 2 days. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. Bright. Swear to be a salted fish. Can you sell me some? Bulk seeds at preferential prices. The other party is typing it. Bulk seeds at preferential prices. Sorry, what do you want to buy? I really don't understand. Swear to be a salted fish. I want to buy some sunshine. This time the other party struggled longer, and the typing logo appeared and disappeared. After 5 or 6 times of tossing back and forth, he still couldn't reply. Shi-Yun could feel the other person's messy hair in the wind through the non-existent network cable. She coughed lightly and explained a few words. Swear to be a salted fish. I have several solar energy devices that need to be supplemented with solar energy, but my current location is often cloudy and the equipment cannot be used, so I want to ask you for help. Swear to be a salted fish. How about charging a device for 10 Litecoins? Swear to be a salted fish. I have more than 10 such devices. I will let you try to charge one for the first time. If it goes well, I will ask you for help with the rest. In the future, I will ask you to charge in batches every half a month or so, which is equivalent to our monthly transaction volume of at least 300 Litecoins. You have no cost except for the shipping fee. Just help me get the equipment under the sun. This is Shi-Yun's plan B. She will directly look for someone from the outside world in the trading market to help collect sunlight. This person, who helps collect sunlight, cannot be found casually. It is best to meet 3 conditions. 1. He is short of money, so he is willing to do any business. 2. He is reliable, and will not run away with her sunlight storage device. After all, one of the raw materials she has for making sunlight storage devices, warm black rosin, is quite scarce. 3. He does not like to ask questions, so as not to cause her unnecessary trouble. Price is favorable for bulk seed production. It perfectly meets the above 3 points. First, the other party said that he was in urgent need of money. Second, she had traded with him 3 times so far, and the cooperation was very smooth. Moreover, When he asked her to send gifts, she thought he would play some tricks and wait until she bought all the seeds she ordered before giving her gifts in the last transaction. Unexpectedly, when she placed the second order, he directly sent the gifts to her. It was really conscientious. Third, she just chatted with Andrew and found out that the so-called gift she asked for earlier was not a common item on the market today. After knowing this, the other party just typed a bunch of suffocating question marks and didn't ask anything else. Later, he told her that he found what she wanted, and his tone was quite casual. Then he sent the gift. In summary, if bulk seeds are willing, Shi-yun is too lazy to find someone else to cooperate. After reading Shi-yun's explanation of the so-called buying sunshine, bulk seeds, was silent for a while, and finally agreed to her proposal. Shi-yun was inspired and immediately made a new simple sunshine storage device, and did business with the other party worth 10 Litecoins, and asked the other party to help her count how long it would take to fill the storage device. After arranging agricultural matters, she opened the technology tree and looked at the research progress. Current research, one-way short-distance instant transport device, remaining research time, 8 hours. 8 hours left. Shi-yun was full of expectations. She had already studied the materials. She dismantled 4 escape ships left by Nikita and his men, and added the remains of the transport device near the base, which was enough for her to make such a basic instant transport device. With the instant transport device, it was equivalent to having a return to the city skill. Even if something happened to the base in the future, she would not have to run around. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. As for the last of the 7 spaceships, since she has no need to drive a spaceship for the time being, and it requires extremely high transformation points to operate a spaceship, this is the key point, she plans to dismantle it, and the materials are just enough to make a cool high-tech motorcycle. One of her small goals, transportation, is about to be achieved. With transportation, her mobility can be greatly improved. She can explore the map more conveniently, develop the base faster, and deal with emergencies more easily. An emergency. Thinking of this, Shi-yun felt uneasy. Originally, except for pollution, there was nothing around the base. Even no one was pooping, and she had a protective shield with a purification function, so she was able to stand firm. But now so many meteors have dropped from the sky, and God knows how many more villains like Nikita are around. She wants to try to prevent the Nikita incident from happening again, which means she has to start from 3 aspects: her own defense and armament, the defense and armament of the residents, and the defense and armament of the base. As for herself, her weapons include a non-sickle and spiral fire bamboo gun, and her defense includes the combat uniforms that she just captured, and the combat uniforms also have several energy cannons that can be used. As for the residents, there are Andrew and Hawkins. There are enough combat uniforms to share, and she can find a way to get some weapons and give them one each. Shi-yun is special, with his own force, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Overall, in the long run, her shortcoming is in the base. The Nikita incident shows that passive defense relying on the protective shield is far from enough, and the base needs someone to guard it. But even if someone stayed behind, if they encountered a strong enemy, the 5 residents in her family might not be able to defend the nearly 1,000 square meters base, not to mention that the base would continue to expand. There were only 2 ways. Either she would find ways to increase the number of residents and set up a rotation of sentries, or she would find a way to make an intelligent defense system, the kind that automatically counterattacks when someone attacks the base. No, it's not either or, only children make choices. Adults have to grab both hands, and both hands must be strong. Shi-yun was calculating quickly in her mind, and suddenly heard Hawkins's terrified scream from outside. Ah! Ghost! There is a ghost! Shi-yun, ? This outrageous world finally couldn't hold it back. Was it going to reveal its true face of metaphysics to her? Chapter 46. Shi-yun thought that she had seen a lot of storms since she woke up, such as the black fog that could talk and turn into snakes, the city that could run away, and the bamboo forest that could launch red worms. People of her generation probably didn't have as many ups and downs as she did these days. Therefore, as a leader who would be great in the future, the system's beautiful vision for her, Shi-yun was relatively calm after hearing Hawkins's terrified scream. She calmly took out the anon sickle that could pollute with her left hand, and calmly took out the threaded fire bamboo gun that could kill people with her right hand. Like Neza, who had become the god of death, she calmly walked out of the stone house, intending to break the metaphysical curse for her residents. Then, she saw it. In the gray sky as in the early morning, bamboo materials were scattered all over the 1/20th hectare of fertile land, where her family only planted 2 trees and a radish seedling. A ghostly wind blew, and the radish seedling shook 2 leaves tremblingly. A headless but glowing ghost thing with a black seam on its body, like a wandering soul that could not find its home after the ghost market, was tripped by the materials one after another, and swung over with rolling, crawling and struggling. Almost as a conditioned reflex, her heart trembled, the muscles on her face jumped, and with the fear of a normal person in peacetime seeing a southern cockroach and having to deal with it, she screamed and chopped the sickle with her left hand, and stabbed the spear with her right hand, and greeted the ghost thing in the field together. "No! That's Hawkins." Andrew hooked her arms from behind and stopped her. "He's cracked." "That's Cheyenne." Just as Andrew finished speaking, the black seam moved away from the ghost thing and wrapped around Cheyenne's wrist. "Wow, ha ha ha, so delicious, so delicious." Until then, the system prompt came belatedly. Your resident Cheyenne ended his hibernation early under the temptation of delicious food. Cheyenne, If she guessed correctly, this so-called deliciousness refers to the feeling of being almost scared to death by her stupid teammates, right? Her fists hardened. She put away her sickle and spear, grabbed Cheyenne with her left hand like grabbing a rope, and lifted Hawkins with his head stuck in his clothes with her right hand, and roughly shook his head out of his clothes, expressionless. "What is this?" Hawkins saw the light again, and hugged her thighs in a "Wow, boss, there is a ghost." "Cheyenne, You are the scariest person in the whole base." "Who could be more ghost-like than you?" Andrew, the only reliable resident at the scene, coughed dryly and explained, "We are making bamboo chairs, and the chairs we made are not quite right." Cheyenne pointed at Hawkins' glowing belly. "Is it the chair?" "Aw, no." Hawkins looked down and said, "Didn't you ask me to hatch the eggs? I want to make a contribution and help Senior Andrew make chairs. In order to free my hands, I put the eggs on my belly and used it to glow." As he said, he took the initiative to demonstrate to Cheyenne on the spot. "Look, if I use my belly to glow, the eggs will also be hatched. If I squat like this, I can also shine on the seedlings and my hands can be free to make bamboo chairs. Isn't it very efficient?" "This efficiency is a bit eye-catching." Cheyenne pressed his temple, ruthlessly ignoring Hawkins's flattering eyes. "What's wrong with the chair?" Hawkins thought that the boss is the boss, and he was unmoved by such an efficient working method. In the past, the captains and others would react strongly to his strange ideas, and sometimes they would beat him up for some reason. Although he occasionally wondered if the captains and others were afraid that he would use his intelligence to ride on their heads, even if he was not an ambitious person, even if he just wanted to be a quiet logistics person. It's too far, the past is like the wind, it's better not to mention it. In short, this place is indeed the core pollution zone, full of hidden talents, and the new boss is indeed a big boss, who is familiar with the core pollution zone and has seen a lot of storms. Alas, he should have come to the pollution zone earlier. This would be a highlight on his epitaph. Hawkins was full of admiration and sigh, not knowing that he had also become part of the storms that Cheyenne was used to, perhaps the most frightening part so far, and told Cheyenne everything that had just happened in detail. In short, although he came up with such an efficient working mode that achieved 3 goals at once, his feet were really numb after squatting for a long time, so he temporarily pulled a newly made small bamboo chair to sit on. Something was wrong when he sat down. As soon as he sat down, he felt a gust of cold wind, ghosts everywhere, ghosts howling. He was so scared that he shivered while lifting his collar to wipe the sweat, and bounced up on the spot. He accidentally got stuck in his collar, and when he was running wildly, he got caught in the conduction tissue of the jerry-faced tree, and then the terrifying scene that Cheyenne saw appeared. Gusts of cold wind, ghosts howling? Cheyenne had a vague guess in his mind, and reached out to pick up the bamboo chair and let the system identify it. Item details. Name: a chair used to please Cheyenne. Quality: rare. Function: since you want to please Cheyenne, this chair will naturally allow Cheyenne and his companions to relax. Whenever the user sits on the chair, 2 SAN points can be restored every hour. If the user is Cheyenne, 4 SAN points can be restored every hour. Note: the raw material of this chair comes from a piece of ordinary bamboo that once belonged to a monster. Due to the craftsmanship of the maker and the high quality of the finished product, the bamboo being made was very happy, so this chair received the blessing from the monster. Don't be afraid. Sure enough. It was when the 50% special buff of the bamboo used to please Cheyenne was triggered during the production. In fact, the buff was also triggered when making the bamboo spear, but the bamboo spear was a little special. It seemed that the bamboo was too hot to merge the fire into it, and the buff was deformed, so that the buff of the bamboo spear was a mental attack that would cause dizziness. So the genuine buff is mental healing? But gusts of cold wind, ghosts crying and wolves howling. It sounds like this has nothing to do with mental healing. Shi-Yun pondered for a moment, and despite Andrew's obstruction, he pulled over a chair and sat down in Hawkins' admiring eyes. She didn't feel anything in the first second after sitting down. Slowly, she found that the surrounding scenery was getting darker and darker. A bamboo forest appeared in front of her like a mirage, and the shadows of bamboo seemed to be swaying in the wind. She couldn't feel the wind, but the sound of bamboo leaves rustled, as if countless invisible people were whispering something to her ears. Gradually, the voices became clearer. It was the voice of a child. Not just one, but 5 or 6 identical voices, one after another, whispering in a rhythmic manner. "Little sister, don't be afraid, your brother will sing a song for you. You clap once, I clap once, a child is crying, you clap twice, I clap twice, 2 children are very happy, you clap 9, I clap 9, my company will last for a long time, you clap 10, I clap 10, my brother sings the lyrics well." From the beginning, every time you sing a line, Shi-Yun can vaguely hear someone clapping, and then a translucent child appears beside her. 2 times, 2 translucent children. And so on, until 6 translucent children squatted around her, all raised their invisible little faces, clapping and singing nursery rhymes in a strange and harmonious atmosphere. After singing the 10th line, the 6 children tilted their heads, and the 6 faces without facial features stared at Shi-Yun in unison. "Shi-Yun, eh?" Seeing Shi-Yun didn't react, the first child who appeared started singing again. "Little sister, don't be afraid, brother sings for you." The completely suffocated Shi-Yun, eh? She blamed Hawkins wrongly, headless and glowing her child's play. This is the real meaning of haunting. Can this really restore SN value? Are you sure it won't lose SN? I'm afraid it won't restore 4 SN values in 1 hour, and then the remaining SN values will all be lost. This ghost buff is as good as its name. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Does it matter? She silently looked at a row of bamboos half sat on the ground, with a bad feeling in her heart, and asked Andrew with a numb face, "This doesn't look like a bamboo chair. What is it for?" "Andrew, I want to make you a bamboo bed." Shi-Yun put her hand on the bamboo bed that was not even a semi-finished product, and the system recognized it again. Item details. Name: a semi-finished bamboo bed used to please Shi-Yun. Shi-Yun, eh? She could imagine the scene of 6 ghost children singing around her bedside when she went to bed at night. Thank you all. This kind of flattery is really unnecessary. Why is the 50% trigger probability always successful? Chapter 47. Shi-Yun kept his hands on the bed and remained quiet for nearly 2 minutes. His heart was so turbulent that the muscles on his face could not keep up with the unpredictable emotions, and he lost the ability to make any expressions. Hawkins did not have the ability to read minds. He only knew that the boss sat on the haunted bamboo chair. Not only did he not react at all, but he also calmly studied the bamboo bed. He was really calm and unpredictable. His already thick filter for Shi-Yun suddenly became 1 meter thicker. He looked at Shi-Yun's shoulders, which were 1 high and 1 low, with admiration. He felt that even if the boss was just building a bed, his posture was full of exquisiteness. He was really knowledgeable and calm. Compared to him, Andrew's brain circuit is relatively normal. Seeing Shi-Yun not speaking for a long time, he hesitated and asked, "Is the bed also wrong? How about not making it?" He pointed to the Jerryfest tree. "Wait until these 2 trees have finished bearing fruit in a few days, and cut them down, and use their wood to make the same." Jerryfest trees are easy to burn, but difficult to cut, especially the main trunk. It is not impossible to make furniture, but the base does not have mechanized tools, and it is much more laborious to handle it manually than to handle bamboo. Anyway, the buff is actually a good buff, but it's a bit scary. If it scares people for a long time, it might become white noise. We are all in the core pollution area, so it's good to practice everyone's courage. She doesn't want to see the spectacle of headless ghosts anymore. She forced herself to do a lot of psychological preparation, and waved her hand with vicissitudes. "It's okay, they are all good things. Make it. If you don't have enough materials, tell me, and I go collect them later." She briefly told the 2 about the spiritual healing effect of the bamboo chair, explaining that even if they saw something strange, the other party had no ill intentions, and everyone didn't need to be afraid. Andrew nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and continued to work. Hawkins made several "ohs" sounds, and began to flatter Shi-Yun in his heart. Shi-Yun? It felt like he was in a food paradise, hanging on Shi-Yun happily. Shi-Yun had almost finished processing the things in her system, and was too lazy to go back to the stone house to lie down, so she simply stayed there to help them. Hawkins' admiration for her was at a new peak. Seeing her condescending to do the hard work together, he was flattered and quickly pushed the only bamboo chair on the scene to her. "You sit down, we will do the work, and you can just supervise." His performance was very servile, but Andrew agreed with his intention, and he didn't want Shi-yun to do heavy work. Shi-yun couldn't help, and didn't insist, just snapped his head, and took out the Anong farm tools for them to use. The farm tools contained that special sickle weapon, and Andrew thought it could be used for self-defense, so he always insisted that she carry it with her. When she was not at the base, he used the metal scraps left over from her dismantling of the instantaneous transmission device as temporary tools. After getting used to it, he would not ask for the Anong farm tools even if she was at the base. Shi-yun didn't really watch him work, so naturally he didn't react to the question of whether it was handy or not. Seeing that they were having a hard time handling the bamboo, they realized it belatedly. After all, Anong farm tools are specialized tools, much more useful than simple tools made from scraps, so the efficiency of furniture manufacturing has been greatly improved, and they soon have 2 new bamboo chairs. Quite ordinary bamboo chairs. No buff bonus. Shi-yun, who is deeply loved by the residents and sits on the first bamboo chair at the insistence of 2 residents. Shi-yun, who is almost numb from listening to the 6 faceless little ghosts singing nonsensical nursery rhymes. She had a phrase MP, but didn't know whether to say it or not. In order to avoid the ghost nursery rhyme from repeating endlessly in her mind, Shi-yun asked Hawkins about the matter. "Speaking of which, I saw more than 7 meteors that day. If the meteors were all spaceships, then there should be other people coming here besides you 7. Do you know what's going on? Is it related to the purpose of your coming here?" Andrew said that Nikita said that meeting him was a surprise, which meant that Nikita and others were not coming for Andrew. Hawkins was drilling holes in bamboo, but he stopped and scratched his head. It can be said to be related, or it can be said to be unrelated. How to say it? We didn't come here at first, but we were trapped in a wormhole on the way to chase the rebels and accidentally fell in. Yes, if you see other spaceships, they should be the Federal rebels. After Andrew came, Shi-yun read the system sentence, "You destroyed the Federal aid facilities," and asked him what the Federation was. He knew that it was now the Interstellar era, and the Interstellar Federation was the only official ruling regime in the 9 galaxies. The Federal rebels, are they playing rebellion? The Federal Special Forces treat human lives as worthless, so wouldn't the rebels be even more vicious? Could there be a magical existence like Hawkins who can change, pry, and transform? Corner? Shi-yun was very concerned about her population growth plan, and then asked what kind of people the rebels were and whether they were strong. Strong, very strong, our 3 motherships. More than 10 or 20 mechas ambushed 5 of them. Hawkins recalled the scene at that time, and was still frightened. We almost didn't get it. If it weren't for our mental power attributes that suppressed their leader, we wouldn't even be qualified to be trapped in the wormhole area. Is the force value so high? How come there is a mecha? The energy cannon on the combat suit can blow up her base. What will happen if a mecha comes? Shi-yun took a breath. I didn't see your mecha. The mecha is too big. It was entangled when it entered the wormhole area, so we took the escape ship to escape. Hawkins finally said a good news. They are probably the same. Shi-yun breathed a sigh of relief. Then without the mecha, they should be easier to deal with. Hawkins shook his head with lingering fear. No, boss. My advice is not to make enemies with them. I know you are powerful, but they, especially their leader. Believe me, you don't want to fight him. That person. He swallowed his saliva, and a trace of fear of being dominated appeared on his face. He is simply not a human being. Core contaminated area, Earth, southeast of home number 2, a meteorite crater 70 kilometers away. 4 soldiers in dark blue combat uniforms stood by the pit, surrounded by a circle, and made the final decision. One of the male warriors said, I go to the south. He was very small, and to make up for this defect, all his hair stood up. I don't know how much hair wax he piled up to resist gravity. The only female warrior among the 4 nodded and said concisely, I go to the east. After saying that, she looked at the other 2 who looked 90% similar to her. Then we go to the west and north. Naya, who was being watched, put his arm around his brother's shoulders and answered lazily. Yes, the west and north belong to us. David, who was being held in his arms, confirmed it. The few people quickly divided the work, solved the first issue, and looked at the spaceship in the crater. Naya's eyes fell on the Shortman clan. Why don't you stay here and let the boss sleep for a while? He coughed lightly and explained as if to make up for it. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to stop him from waking up, but I think God wants him to sleep for a while, otherwise his spaceship wouldn't leak the soothing agent, and he wouldn't have slept until now, right? Forcibly interrupting the soothing agent will have a lot of side effects. How uncomfortable will it be for him to wake up? Besides, he has consumed so much mental energy fighting with Nikita's grandsons. It's time to have a good rest. He was not sure if anyone had heard his attitude, so he spoke louder and louder. I really don't want him to wake up. I just feel bad for him, you know that, right? The other three were silent for a while, and all voted in favor. Female warrior Anna, I know, I agree. David, I know, I feel bad for him, you really make sense. Small man clan, well, I understand. Let him rest for a while, he really should rest for a while. I will stay and make sure he has a good sleep. The cool breeze blew, and the eyes of everyone who fell into silence collided again, and then quickly moved away. Everyone caught some subtle expressions on other people's faces. If I had to describe it in words, it was probably self-deception of pretending to be sad and distressed while being overjoyed. Chapter 48. The federal rebels are extremely powerful, and the rebel leaders are simply not human. The three key pieces of information given by Hawkins made Shiyun's alarm bells ring, and she directly put strengthening the base defense as the highest priority. Before being interrupted by the frightened Hawkins, she was actually thinking about this matter, thinking about making an intelligent defense system with a counterattack function, but it is not easy to implement. It is not to say that there are no such technologies in the technology tree. On the contrary, the technology in this area is quite rich. The primary defense project can resist damage while giving the enemy a certain blow. The further intermediate defense project can actively detect the environmental conditions within a certain range outside the protective shield, and predict the intensity of the enemy attack according to the situation, give defense suggestions, and realize offense as defense. More advanced defense projects will even adjust the combination of defense devices after prediction to achieve fully automatic and multifaceted defense tasks. In addition to the fancy functions, the higher the level of defense engineering, the stronger the defense. Not to mention the energy cannon, ordinary mechas may not be able to bombard it. All technologies are bright, advanced, and awesome. However, she is poor, lacks points, and lacks resources. Not worthy of her. This marriage is really too high. She enclosed the technology tree with regret, opened the warehouse, and planned to explore some wild ways. There are a total of 80 grids in the warehouse, but less than half of the grids are filled with items, including basic resources such as filter rock, stone, water ripple stone, various metals pulled from the instant transmission device, daily necessities such as flint, stone bowls, cherry fruit, firewood, toothpaste, soap, agricultural supplies such as seeds and mysterious fertilizers, special props such as space suits, threaded bamboo guns, road-blocking boulders and treasure-hunting glasses, and some miscellaneous special resources, such as filter rock waste fed to Xiyin, bamboo and photosensitive food given by He Zhulin, the Sea's Federal Escape spacecraft, etc. Xiyun's eyes lingered on various items, with only one thought in her mind. It was time to do what she could, play a wave of permutations and combinations, and conduct a scientific merging experiment. Considering that the merging process was too mysterious to outsiders without a system, she said goodbye to Andrew and Hawkins, and pulled the bamboo chair back to the stone house. More than an hour later, the protective cover of the base with a faint red light was removed, and replaced by a new black cover. From a distance, the entire base seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist, almost blending into the night. Boom! A whole area of strong light lit up the dark night, and a 5-meter-tall black giant fell to the ground with a bang, turning into wisps of black smoke. Ha ha ha, exciting! Naya put away his weapon, changed his lazy look, and high-fived his brother with a sly look in his eyes. David's right hand met Naya's left palm tacitly, and he smiled comfortably. Exciting, ha ha ha. The two brothers squatted on the ground side by side. One took out a bottle and waited, and the other stretched out his hand to fan the smoke to speed up the dissipation of the black smoke. Soon, the black smoke dissipated, revealing a land covered with black and gray gravel. A small irregular crystal emerged from the sand and gravel. Naya reached out and pulled the crystal out of the ground. David handed the bottle to him, and Naya stuffed the crystal into the bottle. I think it's C+ grade. David studied the crystal in the transparent bottle for a while, and said. Naya came over to watch. I think so too. Then we can't bet on this again? Just be more specific. I guess sea level has 4 more data points. Then I guess sea level has 3 more data points. See the answer? Let's see. The two brothers then turned on the data monitoring display in their combat uniforms, called up the monitoring records, and read out the data in unison. 3.5 more points. Ah, you win if you round up. You win if you look at the single digit. Then let's call it a tie. It's a tie, it's a tie. Continue the game? Keep going, I see another pollution source over there. Go, go, go. Wherever the two of them went, there was a constant roar. It really deserves to be the core pollution area. I can easily encounter 2 C+ and 1 B. Naya said with emotion, hey, let's make another bet. What is the highest level of pollution source we can encounter today? That's right. Naya snapped his fingers, I bet on a level. David, then I bet on A+. Why don't you bet on S? Why don't you bet? Betting on that thing is unlucky. I don't want to meet S. It sounds bad to win the bet but go back alive. David stopped abruptly, grabbed his brother, interrupted his nonsense, and looked serious. Listen, there seems to be something howling at the 2 to 4 o'clock direction. Naya listened attentively for a while, and said uncertainly, it seems nothing? David listened again, and it seemed that there was nothing. Looking ahead, the night was thick, and there was nothing but darkness in front of him. David operated on the optical computer for a while, strengthened the night vision function of the combat suit, and looked forward again. The scene in the field of vision was magnified 100 times, and the scene hundreds of meters away was pulled closer, as if it was a few meters closer. The details hidden in the darkness finally revealed a little clue. He saw a group of things lurking in the darkness. The whole thing was semicircular, like a very round tortoiseshell, and its color was only slightly lighter than the night. The structure inside was looming, simple and strange. There were 2 tall and long pillars, like mushrooms, and countless strange little things were floating around the long pillars. Not far from the long pillars, there were 2 slightly smaller semicircular shadows. In addition, there seemed to be 2 or 3 shadows of different heights moving back and forth inside. David was about to say something to Naya when he saw one of the shadows come to the edge of the turtle shell and stop at the tail of the turtle shell. After a while, a long black shadow flew out, twisted into a twist, and roared in an incomprehensible way. The optical brain could not analyze the turtle shell and its interior, but it quickly completed the analysis of the black shadow and gave the result in David's field of vision. Pollution source, Class B. Fuck. Naya obviously saw the same analysis results, am I right? B-level pollution source came out of that thing? Doesn't that mean? That's a pollution source nest. David reasoned along the line of thought. The roar of that B-level pollution source just now, was it the joy of rebirth? Is it? Right. Naya touched his chin, a nest that produces B-level pollution sources. Wouldn't the mother source be at least? The 2 brothers looked at each other and said in unison, S-level. As the 2 were reasoning, the long strip of Class B pollution source had already jumped out to the northwest and soon disappeared. The next second, the nest did not know if it was laying eggs again, and another string of small things floated out. David quickly zoomed in again and studied the little thing carefully. After seeing what the thing was, he was even more shocked. Naya, do you think we saw a ghost? Naya saw the thing on the opposite side almost at the same time as him, and murmured, I think so, otherwise why would a fresh cherry fruit fall out of the S-level nest? It's not like there haven't been similar precedents. David calmed down for a while. It is said that some S-level pollution sources have a preference for certain items, and will restrain their abilities, and not pollute those items. The 2 brothers looked at each other again. After a while, Naya said, how long did Anna say our supplies would last? David said, including the energy bars snatched from Nikita's gang, if we eat sparingly, it should be enough for 10 days or half a month. The dried cherry fruit can last for a month. Naya pointed out the objective facts, although it tastes worse than energy bars after drying. At our current crystal collection speed, it will take half a year to collect enough. David further pointed out the facts. With our ability, if we don't fight the S-class head-on, we should be able to escape. Naya continued. David nodded. So, I have a bold idea. Naya raised her hand. I agree with the idea of seeking wealth and honor in danger. It's exciting to think about snatching food from the S-class. Chapter 49. In order to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and escape alive, the 2 brothers held a cherry fruit that was forked back with a throwing rope device and whispered to each other. Naya looked at the fruit that was 80% rotten. The cherry fruit is real. That thing is not an illusion type of pollution source. What type do you think it will be? David, it will all split, a group fight type. Naya, there is no such type. David, you know, it should be very violent and difficult to deal with. Naya, the old rules, let's play rock paper scissors? The loser gets to attract hatred, and the winner gets to steal the house? David, come on. Wait, what is it doing? The thickness of the shell of the pollution source's nest is very uneven, so although it is black as a whole, there are also different shades. Even if David adjusts the telescope function to a higher magnification, he can't see the darkest part. So, the scene presented to the brothers was somewhat incredible. The black shadow that split the B-level pollution source merged with a black line, slowly moved to a semicircular shadow, merged into it, and returned to silence. The other two shadows bent toward the ground, and when they stood up again, they merged with a shadow into an irregular mass. The whole thing looked like a rectangle with tentacles, and the tentacles at the back were still glowing. But it didn't glow from the entire piece, nor from both sides, but only from one side. From a distance, it looked like someone had dug a glowing hole in the middle of it, and it didn't go through from front to back. Looking carefully in the hole, it seemed that there was a round, egg-shaped object. This strange combination followed the split black shadow and merged into the semicircular shadow, but not long after, the glowing tentacles and the non-glowing tentacles all appeared, the rectangle disappeared, and they became two separate individuals. Suddenly, the tentacles each grew two long tentacles, jumped up, and floated to the two fungus-like pillars. Now the two brothers knew that they should be the jerry-faced trees. After that, the two tentacles kept floating back and forth on the tree. Gradually, a small hill twisted like flames piled up on the ground. According to common sense, if common sense can still be used, it should be the jerry fruit they collected. After collecting, the two tentacles floated to the ground and merged into another semicircular shadow one after the other. The two brothers who watched the whole process said, The source of pollution in the core pollution area is indeed beyond the understanding of mortals like us. Naya swallowed his saliva. Do you think the glowing tentacle is about to split? David silently retracted his hand that had released the scissors. Do you think it splits a little too fast? Naya, how can I not? I'm a little scared. David, who isn't? The two brothers who were planning to rush in and make a quick decision looked at each other. David, why don't we get close? Naya, I agree, let's try it remotely. As soon as he said it, he did it. David transferred the model he had just built to Naya's optical computer. The distance between the pile of fruits and the shell of the pollution source is about 10 meters. Let's modify the rope throwing device. Add a few more hooks, and we can kill 10 of them at once. And penetration. Let's increase the penetration to avoid failing to penetrate the shell and alerting the enemy. That would be a big loss. Oh, and the firing speed, that can also increase penetration. Let's add a small protective shield to prevent the fruit from being contaminated and rotten. Add some mental power? Collect some internal intelligence? To prevent Anna from scolding us for not investigating well again. Add. The two brothers fiddled with it for a long time and modified the rope throwing device beyond recognition. They were confident and ready to go. Naya, who has more forks? David, compare. As soon as the words fell, there was a whoosh, and the two brothers fired their devices at the same time. The polymer fiber rope hooks in front, like two gray nine-headed dragon snakes, spitting out their tongues, shot at the nest hundreds of meters away at lightning speed. The castration was blocked for 0.1 seconds, and then penetrated like a rotten wood. The two brothers' mental power, and the rope penetrated into the nest at the same time. Inside, the rope shot straight to the target prey, Jerry fruit, and the 18 hooks suddenly stabbed in the prey pile, stringing up a pile of trophies. The small protective cover was automatically activated, and the prey was wrapped like a transparent film. After a successful attack, the ropes did not linger, and retreated quickly with the momentum of breaking the wind. 2 ropes, 18 strings of fruit, forced out of the hole. However, just when the edges of the last few fruits were completely out of the hole, a thick blue fire snake suddenly spewed out from the hole, biting the 2 retreating gray ropes in the blink of an eye, and climbed towards the instigator at lightning speed, and burned in front of the 2 brothers in an instant. Naya and David's faces changed drastically, and they had no time to look at the nest. The situation inside immediately removed the throwing rope device, and avoided the fire snake. I never thought that behind the fire snake, there were countless translucent thin lines. Not to mention the thick night, even in broad daylight, it was difficult to see clearly. The 2 were caught off guard, and before they could react, they were tied up tightly with thin lines. For a moment, the roles of hunter and prey suddenly reversed, and the poor 2 hunters were like Jerry fruit nailed by the throwing rope device, being dragged to the nest by the thin line without question. Fuck. Naya slashed in a hurry. He took out a knife with his right hand, which could barely move his wrist, and cut it with the sharp blade facing up. Several thin lines broke with a sound. It worked. Naya was overjoyed, and was about to speed up his escape to save David, when he suddenly heard a childish voice in his ear. Don't be afraid. Woo. Woo. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. No, no. The moment her consciousness completely disappeared, Naya had only one thought in her mind. Damn it. The S-level pollution source was indeed worthy of its reputation. On the other side, David, who was also tied up, was not as lucky as Naya. Even his wrists were tied tightly. He was waiting for Naya to get out of trouble and come to help, but he saw Naya's body suddenly softened, as if he had lost consciousness. Was it a mental attack? David was startled and alert, and then he heard the ghostly child's voice. It was bad luck for them. In order to gather intelligence, the two brothers thought they were smart enough to attach a part of their mental power to the rope, thinking that if they found something wrong, they could just cut off the connection with this part of their mental power. Unexpectedly, Tongin's attack mode was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and weaker when facing a weak opponent. They didn't attach much mental power to the rope, so Tongin's attack power was naturally not strong, so that in the end, it achieved a silent effect. When the two heard Tongin, they had already been tricked. There was no way to escape. In a flash, David figured this out, and tried his best to stay clear-headed while controlling his and Naya's combat suits to adjust the defense power to the highest level. After that, he raced against time to send a message for help to his distant companions. Because he was unsure when he would lose consciousness, he almost sent a message after writing a keyword, S-level. Help. Will split and lay eggs. Fire. Thin line. Mental dizziness. After writing this, it seemed that he still had some energy left, so he couldn't help but think about more things and sent another message. Clan, you must wait for Anna to come together. Chapter 50. When David sent the last sentence, his not very clear mind was thinking like this. Known. 1. Clan is not afraid of fire, nor is he afraid of mental attacks. With his combat power, he can beat an S-level fighter. Theoretically, he can deal with the S-level fighter in front of him alone. 2. Clan is impatient and is closest to them. His first reaction must be to rush over to save people. 3. Clan is afraid of ghosts, but the atmosphere of this S-level pollution source is scary. 4. Clan doesn't want Anna to know that he is afraid of ghosts. In summary, in order to prevent Clan from rushing over alone after receiving the message, and to save face for Clan in front of Anna, David did not add that this place was haunted after remembering that Clan was afraid of ghosts, but simply and rudely told Clan not to come alone. So when David suddenly remembered in his mind that in addition to being afraid of ghosts, Clan has a strong self-esteem and likes to compete with Anna secretly just before he lost consciousness, it was too late. The 6 distress messages he sent soon appeared in the team's internal communication network. Cran, who stayed behind in the crater, saw the message and stood up. His first reaction was to rush to the rescue. His second reaction was no, he had to stop. Anna had criticized him for his quick temper many times. It was a problem, and he had to change it. He couldn't let his temper get the better of him. He should talk to her first and make a long-term plan. He reopened the message interface and was about to say something to Anna on the communication network when David sent another message. Cran, you must wait for Anna to come together. No, what does it mean? At the critical moment of life and death, he still emphasized this sentence. What does it mean? Why is it that he waits for her? Why not that she waits for him? Why only tell him to wait for her? Who are you looking down on? Although he is small, his fighting ability is very awesome. Okay, he knows that these people say that he and Anna are equally strong in fighting ability, but in fact they still think that he is not as good as Anna, right? Right? Good David, you finally tell the truth when you are about to die, right? So what if you are S-level? Thinking that Clan can rank among the top 10 combat forces in the Federation without mechas, how can he be afraid? It's not like he hasn't fought before. He is a man who stands tall and proud. Does he have to wait for women to come to support him before he can win? Damn it. What the hell is the point of discussing? Fuck him. Clan's mentality collapsed on the spot. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, his fur was blown up. He started the propulsion device of the combat suit at full power. Angrily rushed a few hundred meters to the location where the two brothers overturned, and suddenly remembered his mission to stay behind, rushed back to the original place in a hurry, glanced at the boss, who would not wake up for a while, looked around for a while, and had an idea. A few minutes later, Cran patted the dirt in his hands and rushed out again. Half an hour later, with the help of the optical brain, Cran, who was well prepared, saw the turtle shell-like pollution source. He stopped a few dozen meters away, turned off the propulsion device, used mental skills to sneak, concealed his breath, and quickly, and as quietly as possible approached the target. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The dormant beast seemed to be unable to sense the approach of the outsider, and remained motionless, without any signs of attack. His stealth skills are really amazing. Cran stopped proudly and observed the so-called S-level pollution source in front of him. Generally speaking, the composition elements of pollution sources that are capable of forming mimicry will more or less follow a certain logic. For example, there is a certain probability that a plant holding a sickle cannot be cut. For example, a city with self-awareness, because of its wide coverage, the means of attack are often illusions, and for example, a flame that likes to produce little firemen is likely to be afraid of water. Finding out this kind of logic can often find the weakness or attack mode of the pollution source, and solve the pollution source with twice the result with half the effort. But this pollution source, you don't know until you see it, and it makes your head hurt. Its mimicry is really too complicated. From its shape, it looks like a big round turtle with its head and limbs retracted. This kind of mimicry usually appears near rivers, lakes and other water bodies, but here it is all sand and stone, without a drop of water, so it doesn't make sense. Of course, it is not necessary to think in the direction of amphibians such as turtles. The protective shield is also in this shape. Although this protective shield is a bit mottled, the thickness is a bit uneven, and the texture looks a bit poor, but the mimicry of pollution sources is all kinds of strange, and it is not uncommon to simulate a poor quality protective shield. Moreover, through the thinner part of the shell, you can vaguely see the situation inside, which looks like some kind of primitive base. But if you think along this line, the problem arises. According to the information provided by David, this pollution source can also split and lay eggs, it can emit fire, there are some thin lines, and it can also play mental dizziness. It's a mess. It's just a potpourri. What connection can these things have? The S level he encountered before was not so strange. Forget it, don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Let's solve the problem with violence. Cran gave up thinking irritably, and stopped in front of two patch-like things on the turtle shell. According to the positioning display, these two things are the brothers David and Naya. Really? My mother wouldn't recognize them. The two were tightly wrapped in translucent black thin lines. At first glance, they looked like two large dark cocoons that were flattened, like plasticine, clinging tightly to the arc of the shell, unconscious. Cran activated the defensive force field on his combat suit, ready to respond to his teammates at any time, then rubbed his hands, pulled out a 2-meter-long quantum sword from his combat suit, spread his legs, steadied his steps, closed his eyes, and concentrated luck. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a leaping flame seemed to be reflected in his red pupils. Mental defense firewall can block all mental attacks. An invisible force was like a prairie fire, along his hands lying on the knife, instantly outlining the outline of the quantum sword. At this moment, if someone's mental power is strong enough, they will see a big red flame burning on Clan's dark black blade. Clan raised the burning sword high, looked at the angle, and neatly moved along the two teammates and the turtle shell. Before the blade touched the unknown thin line, the flame on the blade came first. The moment the flame kissed the thin line, the dense and fine childish words followed the mental power wrapped on the knife and penetrated into Clan's ears. Cold sweat instantly wet Clan's back. Mental defense firewall can indeed block all mental attacks, but there is one exception. Clan is most afraid of ghosts. Clan shuddered, but fortunately, his many years of combat experience did not make him a pushover. The big knife in his hand continued to cut down steadily, cutting the two brothers and the shell apart with unstoppable force. As soon as the two brothers were stripped of their shells, a dark blue fire snake chased them. Clan quickly picked up the two brothers and ran away. After finally reaching a safe area, he put the two brothers down and looked at the pollution source that was still flaming in the distance. He was still frightened and itchy. When he chopped it down with a knife, he found that the shell of this pollution source was not very strong and was quite brittle. He was confident that he only needed 3 cuts. After 3 cuts, he would be able to break the defense of this pollution source. Just now, he saw that there were uncontaminated jerry fruit inside. David and Naya should have fallen for this thing. If he not only saved people today, but also returned with a lot of gains, everyone would definitely look at him with new eyes, and David would definitely not be able to say, "Clan, please wait for Anna." Again. As for the spooky mental attack of the pollution source, although it has double the attack strength for him, who is particularly afraid of ghosts. But his mental defense is strong enough, and he can withstand such an attack once. Once, in a battlefield where mistakes can lead to death, this is a high margin of error. What's more, he has also figured out the attack routine of the shell. It will not attack actively, but once it is damaged and cracks appear, it will burst into fire to plug the gap, and at the same time, tentacle-like thin lines will come out to find patches. The larger the crack, the stronger the flame, and the more thin lines will come out to find patches. Whether the attacker touches the flame or the thin line, he will hear a ghost-like voice, suffer a mental attack, and fall into a coma. In that case, just don't touch the flames and the thin wire. As long as he never cuts the second time at the same place, as long as he cuts and draws the knife fast enough, he can completely destroy the shell and avoid the damn mental attack. As the saying goes, the world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. And he, Clan Shio, is a powerful man with fast movements. The more Clan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He picked up the big knife and rushed back with a heroic spirit. The flames and the thin wires were dancing wildly. When they noticed Clan approaching again, they attacked him more fiercely. Clan dodged nimbly, staring at the shell with his pupils reflecting the flames. He quickly decided on 3 points to land his sword in his mind. Then, he took a deep breath, raised his sword with both hands, and as he leaped out, the sword danced with a shadow, falling accurately. 1 strike. 2 strikes. The last strike was missing. The last 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter. The flames and the thin wires counterattacked crazily, and the attack was already dazzling. Even though Cran was flexible and fast, the attack angle of the thin wire was really tricky. He dodged the large force, but there was still one fish that slipped through the net. It's not that he couldn't dodge, but if he did, the knife would hit the wrong spot. But the knife was only a hair's length away from the shell. If he dodged, he wouldn't have a second chance. No more hiding, victory was in sight. Glory was calling him. A little bit of ghost noise, he was a real man, he could handle it. This was the moment he broke through his psychological shadow, however. What Clan didn't expect was that his mental defense was high, but his mental strength was higher than his defense. So that when the thin line climbed up, in addition to the sound, he also saw a scene that ordinary people could not see. Several faceless little ghosts appeared in the void. They were shadowy and had no faces, but they still conveyed the message of sorrow. It's hot. Whoa. It's really hot. I don't want to be afraid. But it's really hot. After howling for a while, the little ghosts looked at Clan in unison. Big brother, come and accompany us, accompany us. With my brother here, it won't be so hot. Hee. Oh my god, it's just a mental attack. Why do you have to be so graphic? Cran shuddered, rolled his eyes, and fainted on the spot. The next second, Cran Shio, one of the top 10 soldiers in the Federation, also became a piece of plasticine patch tied to the turtle shell. The shell still felt that the patch was not enough, and the flame continued to burn at various gaps. The thin line extended outward, exploring and testing. After a few minutes, it touched the 2 brothers who were still unconscious. Overjoyed, it wrapped around their ankles and dragged them back. So when Anna rushed over, she saw her 3 teammates attached to the shell of the S-level pollution source, one by one, unconscious, listless, and with poor data. It was obvious that the pollution source was about to drain their bodies. Chapter 51. The East is so peaceful. Anna thought, raised her hand, and swung an axe, smashing the 2 D-level pollution sources that popped up. She always thought that the core pollution area should be full of A-level pollution and S-level pollution everywhere, but she didn't expect it to be so safe and peaceful. She was so lucky, and it was rare to have free time. As a peace lover, she was in a very happy mood. With one axe, she also smashed the sea-level pollution source that tried to eat her. Others don't like to go on missions alone, but she does. How good it is to be alone, quiet and peaceful, fight when necessary, kill when necessary, and don't need to think about anything else except for the mission and being responsible for yourself. She doesn't like to cause trouble to others, nor does she like others to cause trouble to her. Especially, she doesn't like others to cause trouble to her. She has been through enough messes since she was a child. She, David and Noah are triplets. Except for their looks, they have no similarities. The 2 brothers are extroverted and playful, she is introverted and quiet. The 2 brothers are impetuous, she is calm and steady. The 2 brothers take the technical route, she takes the force route. The reason for this difference may be that the distribution of attributes in the womb is not balanced, and on the other hand, David and Noah were in a big trouble. When they were 5 years old, someone went to the welfare home, where they lived and wanted to adopt a few children. The director called a group of children out to line up and perform their talents one by one. Other children were either singing or dancing, but David and Noah, who didn't know where they got the materials from, performed bomb making with all their heart. If Anna hadn't reacted quickly and kicked the freshly baked bomb out of the room, everyone would have died there. When they were 10 years old, they participated in the holographic combat assessment. After David and Noah got the passing score, their attention began to wander. They squatted on the ground to pry a strange crack and accidentally discovered that it was a system bug. The two brothers suddenly decided to help the programmers of the holographic system. They tinkered with a patch on the spot and inserted it, so that the combat assessment mode changed from normal to hell. The D-level pollution source boss that chased a group of candidates all over the ground was transformed into a B-level that killed a group of children with one knife. If Anna had not awakened her mental power by chance and stalemated with the boss for a while, and waited for the invigilator to come to the rescue, all the candidates would have left a lifetime of psychological shadows and mental trauma. At the age of 15, Anna became a member of the 28th Division of the Federal Assault Force with her strong combat talent and ability. She was secretly glad that she could finally concentrate on her work and no longer had to allocate energy for her two brothers, who were a traitor to her sister. She never expected that on the first day of the mission, she would meet two traitors who had become mercenaries without knowing when. She watched them smile innocently at her and used her homemade black technology gloves to pull out the core crystal of the B+ level pollution source, which directly angered the A level hidden underground and associated with the B+. The A level went berserk on the spot. There are countless examples above. However, I don't know if the triplets were born with some mysterious connection, or God felt that he had accidentally created two bad guys and couldn't let them wander around in the world. So although the three siblings' development paths became more and more different, their careers became more and more inseparable, and in the end they all became the general's personal guards, seeing each other all day long. Therefore, Anna is either cleaning up the mess or on the way to clean up the mess every day. There is no energy for playing, no room for impatience. For her, just controlling blood pressure is a very challenging task. However, this time, it was rare that I didn't have to go on a mission with the two brothers, and the boss was still sleeping. Life was so happy. Anna relaxed, her mouth corners raised, her pace slowed down, and she even took off her hairband, let her long hair down, and enjoyed the breeze on her face. She was quiet and polite, and tucked her messy hair behind her ears. Suddenly, a message popped up on the light brain. Then, ding-dong, 5 more came. Every time Anna read a message, her face darkened. Just when the corners of her mouth completely lost the upward arc and turned back, the message that asked Clan to wait for her broke into her field of vision. A moment. The heavy axe broke the silence around, and a 10-meter deep crack appeared on the ground. A group of D-level pollution sources waiting for an opportunity were swept away by the axe wind and wiped out. Under the deafening noise, the blood pressure of the owner of the axe suddenly soared, and he cursed, "David, you have no brain. You must have met a ghost, right? If you meet a ghost, can't you tell me? I live and eat with you idiots every day. Don't I know what kind of people you are? What's the point of talking about brotherhood at this time? Don't you know that Coward Clan is fighting with me every day? Can't you just leave me alone for a second?" Ah? Ah. A minute later, the voice became even more exasperated. "Damn it. Why are you turning on the full power propulsion device, Clan? Haven't you heard of the evil that will last for thousands of years? Those two idiots will die in a short time. My name is written upside down. Look. No energy, right? Can't you receive any internal network messages? Can't you two be more worry-free, right? Can't you?" 40 minutes later, Anna, who had tied her high ponytail again, had regained her composure, and came to the scene where her 3 teammates had overturned. After a little observation, she came to the conclusion, it's not difficult to save people. So she chopped down with an axe, cut off the 3 troublesome teammates, tied them up with ropes, and dragged them away without caring whether they would be bruised or not. However, she couldn't help but look back at the shaky shell. It was just a moment away. Shi-yun had a rare good sleep. Facts have proved that scientific research is good for nothing. When she was studying the protective shield, she accidentally discovered that the synthesis of bamboo and jerry fruit would retain the appearance of bamboo and the elastic characteristics of jerry fruit. Item details. Name, QQ bamboo. Function, a piece of bamboo that feels like QQ candy, ordinary and unremarkable. Remarks, although it is similar to QQ candy, it will not attract cockroaches. So Shi-yun had an idea and transformed the bamboo bed that Andrew and Hawkins moved over. Item details. Name, a QQ bamboo bed that struggles to please Shi-yun. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 666/666. Function, this is a bed that does not need a mattress. The user can restore 1 SAN point per hour. If the user is Shi-yun, 2 SAN points can be restored per hour. Note, although it feels like QQ candy, it tastes terrible. I believe you will not bother to chew the bed when you sleep. It is amazing. After adding jerry fruit, the buff of the bamboo bed was weakened by half. Will the 360-degree surround haunted blockbuster be downgraded? Shi-Yun lay on it with curiosity. The first feeling is nothing else but soft. Super soft and elastic. Super comfortable. It is like lying on a waterbed. Whether lying on your back or side, your body can get good support. You can also smell a faint bamboo fragrance between breaths. It is simply a double enjoyment of touch and smell. Compared with the hard floor, it is simply a world of difference. Shi-Yun sighed with satisfaction. As she sighed, she vaguely heard some movement. Hoo, shoo. Hoo, shoo, don't be afraid. Ha, hoo, shoo. Hoo, sing, for a while, sing ha, hoo. It seemed to be the voices of the 6 little ghosts, but they seemed to have lost the spirit before the merger. Shi-Yun lay down for a while. Gradually, the sound became clearer, and the 6 little ghosts appeared one by one, their transparent bodies nestled in the 4 corners of the bed, sleeping like 4 little ghost balls. It was a bit scary. But the 6 blank little faces were hidden, and the main space of the bed was given to her, which was much better than standing around the bed and singing nursery rhymes to her. At least she wouldn't wake up and think that 6 little ghosts were mourning her. Moreover, once she closed her eyes and couldn't see their transparent bodies and only listened to the sound, it really looked like a few well-behaved children lying beside her snoring. After listening for a long time, she actually tasted a little bit of the taste of peace and quiet, and fell asleep unknowingly. Maybe it was because the haunted house was quiet and not so scary anymore. Maybe it was because the QQ bed made people too relaxed. Or maybe it was because the newly developed protective shield gave her a great sense of security. Shi-Yun had a very comfortable dream. In the dream, a group of federal police surrounded her base and said that she had wiped out all the members of the 3rd Special Forces of the Federation except Hawkins, and instigated Hawkins, one of the team members, to rebel against the Federation. This was a heinous crime. She was an anti-federal element who had committed many crimes. Today, she must be brought to justice and arrested. Shi-Yun sneered, saying that they were the first to attack, and they started barking like crazy dogs. So what happened to her self-defense? Are all of you in the Federation unreasonable? The people in the Federation said. How do you want to prove that you were acting in self-defense? Shi-Yun said. How do you want to prove that I was not acting in self-defense? The two sides talked for a long time, and the Federation still insisted on arresting her. She turned around in anger, entered the protective shield, and said proudly, "If you can break my protective shield today, I will show you my self-defense." Hearing this, the federal police rushed over like a tide. However, bang, bang, bang. Everyone bumped into the protective shield one after another, and a pile of big bumps appeared on their foreheads. These people fell to the ground in a daze, unable to stand up for a while, and only had their mouths full of indignation, saying, "Look, you have hurt so many people in our Federation, and you still dare to say that you are not an anti-federal element." At this time, a series of mechanical broadcasts sounded in the air. You have captured 2 anti-federal elements. Your anti-federal position is shifted. You have captured an anti-federal element. Your anti-federal position is shifted. You have captured an anti-federal element. Your anti-federal position is shifted. You have gained a new position, neutral. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Shi-Yun pointed at the sky, grabbed the federal policeman with a bruise on his head, and shouted into his ear, "My position is neutral." Neutral. The federal policeman was shocked. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the real man. We will compensate you for the losses today. It must be double. Double is not enough, 10 times compensation. Compensation immediately. You know what's good for you." Shi-Yun laughed a hearty laugh that belonged to the winner. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. She choked on her own saliva and opened her eyes in a daze. In the field of vision, the system's message pop-up windows were crowded in a row, and the latest message showed, "You have obtained a new position, neutral." Shi-Yun, M. The situation is a bit familiar. Is this the legendary dream within a dream? Chapter 52. Earth, southeast of home 2, 70 kilometers away. The land was flat. But if someone looked closely, they would find that there was a patch of soil in the middle that was quite soft, as if someone had turned the soil over. Suddenly, the soil moved, as if some creature had poked it upwards tentatively, and soon there was no movement. A few minutes later, the same position moved again. A few minutes later, there was another movement. After that, there was more than 10 minutes of peace. It was just that the night in this area seemed to be even darker. More than 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. The wind passed slowly over this land, walking in boredom, and swept away a faint awesome. Then, it seemed as if there was a pot of boiling water under the ground, pushing up small mounds of earth one after another on the surface. Then, all the mounds of earth flattened, and the surface returned to flatness. Not long after, the surface began to sink downward, becoming more and more concave, until the soft soil was almost squeezed into stones. There was a loud bang, and the gravel sprayed out of the pit like a volcanic eruption, revealing a spaceship that was buried tightly at the bottom of the pit with the hatch facing upward. A man walked out of the spaceship with long legs and shaking his head. "Little bastard, are you going to bury me alive?" The man muttered something and stretched himself, closed the hatch with his backhand, and easily jumped out of the huge pit that was more than 10 meters deep. He casually glanced at the surrounding environment, started the optical computer, opened the communication internet, and was about to complain when he saw something quite interesting. On the locator, four flashing red dots gathered in a place dozens of kilometers away, motionless. "Is this a meeting?" He raised his eyebrows, glanced at the movement in the internet, and laughed out loud. "Yo?" He laughed so happily that his neat little white teeth were exposed. "What are you doing? Is it because my conscience is disturbing my performance?" One by one, two people are so neatly planted. He laughed and read enough, and took a step with his long legs, and stepped on. A rotten human face. "Ah." The man silently retracted his foot. "Sorry, it's my fault for not paying attention to the road." Rotten Face didn't listen to his apology, and opened his two black hole-like eyes. His mouth, which was no longer intact, opened as wide as half of his face, and his tongue stuck out like a frog, as if he wanted to roll his feet back and bite them off. "But you are also wrong, aren't you?" The man jumped away when Rotten Face opened his eyes, complaining, "You are already B-level. Why are you still so late?" "I dug the hole myself." He was answered by a strange roar. Rotten Face jumped out of the ground, and what was attached to his head was not a human body, but the torso and legs of a centipede. The whole thing was raised up, and it was 3 meters high. The centipede monster arched its body and opened its mouth to bite the man. "You have so many legs? Why are you so slow? It's not okay to pollute the source of pollution like this today. In the words of our human society, this is called passive sabotage. You have to reflect on it, brother." The man muttered while doing a few backflips, nimbly avoiding them. When he landed after the last backflip, he supported the ground with one hand and shot out a throwing rope device with the other hand, firmly piercing the front hook of the device into the back of the centipede monster's neck. The monster let out a howl that sounded like a human, but was not. Don't scream, I show you something good." The man took out a piece of metal plate from somewhere, pulled the other end of the rope out of the rope throwing device, tied it to the metal plate, and jumped onto it lightly. At the same time, he flipped his palm and threw out a small black ball. "Go." The small ball floated in front of the monster, attracting its attention, and then floated away to the northwest. The centipede monster howled again, and a pile of sticky black liquid flowed out of its mouth. Its torso slammed to the ground, and its 15 pairs of legs pushed back and scratched forward, chasing the small ball at an astonishing speed. The man who was the monster's initial target was like he was on vacation. He held the rope, stood on the board, and let the monster drag him away like surfing. He felt the cool breeze, and was very comfortable. A few minutes later, a very slight sound rang in the air, like a stalker in the dark night, secretly blending into the rustling sound of the centipede monster crawling, the scraping sound of the metal plate against the ground, and the sound of the man humming a little song. The centipede monster was completely unaware, and continued to chase the ball towards me. The man stopped humming, and listened for a while. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That was the sound. It sounded like some kind of insect flying, but it didn't sound like a bee. The frequency and the material of the wings were not similar. It was more like... The man whistled and pulled the rope tied to the back of the centipede's neck. "Brother, I think your natural enemy is here." The monster felt pain and instinctively raised its upper body, wanting to settle accounts with the instigator, but its body twisted halfway, and its movement paused, and it suddenly lay back on the ground, running forward madly at twice the speed at the beginning. Hey, wrong direction." The man grabbed it, and forced it to change direction. Just as the man and the monster were fighting, the hidden movement became more and more arrogant. Gradually, it even drowned out the sound of the monster crawling and the scraping of metal. A red and black cloud appeared in the sky not far away, whistling towards the man and the monster. It was a group of red-ringed ladybugs. Or rather, it used to be. After all, a normal red-ringed ladybug is not as big as a palm, and there will not be a human face on both sides of the shell. The man saw the ladybug's appearance clearly, and couldn't help but pull the centipede monster again. Hey, why are there all human-faced monsters? Who is imitating whom? While he was talking nonsense, the ladybug cloud was already close. The man was not in a hurry. He put a portable protective cover on the centipede monster, and skillfully opened a program in the optical computer. The smell of the centipede monster suddenly disappeared, and the distorted human face on the shell of the ladybug cloud fell into confusion and opened its mouth foolishly, but soon, they found a new target. There was a fresh human smell. Just as they turned around and flew towards the man, the protective shield was automatically revoked under the control of the program, and the more attractive centipede monster exuded its scent again. Driven by instinct, Ladybug Cloud turned around again. The centipede monster had just opened up a little distance from Ladybug Cloud, and when it realized that the latter was staring at it again, it howled in fear and began to spread again. Ladybug Cloud once again closed the distance with the centipede monster, but the protective shield was activated again, once again isolating the centipede monster's scent. Ladybug Cloud, ? This cycle repeats itself. So on the endless plane, one person, one monster, and a group of monsters formed a strange combination, just like a car driving on a highway during rush hour, good road conditions. Step on the accelerator hard, bad road conditions. Step on the brakes frantically, the speed is fast and slow, the main point is a convulsion excitement. The initiator who threw the protective shield and watched the scenery the whole time, trouble, he is a little carsick. At this moment, a 5-meter-tall black giant waved his arms made of stone, and ran into his field of vision angrily. The man's eyes lit up immediately. Home number 2. Shi-Yun stood beside the stone house, looking at the 4 human flesh patches embedded in the protective shield to form a Yuan character, and felt that the situation was a little beyond her imagination. Although the protective shield was indeed modified by her, and although the materials used were a bit strange, her protective shield had grown a person. Item details. Name, Frugal Protective Shield, equipped, defense, 15. Recovery, 15. Durability, none. Adaptation, base is below level 10. Operation consumption, in normal mode, transformation force points 5/hour, or energy points 10/hour. In special mode, transformation force points less than equals 5/hour, or energy points less than equals 10/hour. Function, with the basic functions of ordinary protective shields. When encountering external attacks exceeding the threshold, this protective shield will automatically enter special mode, enable the repair function, and make full use of the elements of the external environment to repair itself until there are no more usable elements. The filter rock can be automatically replenished, and the protective cover can be manually replenished. Note: 3 years new, 3 years old, and 3 years of patching. You, who are poor, really have the virtue of saving. What is texture? What is light transmittance? It seems that in your eyes, who are not particular about details, these are not important at all. Fully utilize the elements of the external environment. The elements in it actually include people, which really opened Shi-Yun's eyes. She took out a long gun from the warehouse, turned the gun head, and poked them one by one with the gun tail, observing the reactions of the 4 silkworm chrysalis patches. No response. She was still worried, so she went to another stone house to ask Andrew and the others for help. Andrew was about to wake up, and he opened his eyes when Shi-Yun called him. Hawkins always had a good sleep quality, and he worked hard for half a day, which exhausted his mental energy. He slept like a pig. Shi-Yun called a few times, but it didn't work. Thinking that he couldn't help much in his condition, he stopped calling. The two left the stone house, and Andrew was stunned for a while when he saw the scene outside. Right, in my Lifetime series. Shi-Yun thought he was speechless like himself, and said with emotion, "That woman seems to be General Chin's personal guard." Andrew said hesitantly, "Ah?" Shi-Yun was confused. General Chin? What kind of general? Interstellar Federation. Andrew scratched his head. I met her once. Ah? Shi-Yun reviewed the system prompt message. It's anti-Federation elements, right? It should be the rebels that Hawkins said, right? Ah? General Chin became a rebel? Or did she betray General Chin? Andrew was having trouble digesting this fact, and began to doubt himself. We've only met once, maybe I recognized the wrong person. Shi-Yun heard his subtext. Do you think it's strange that this General Chin betrayed the Federation? Andrew opened his mouth, and after a long pause, he managed to say, it doesn't seem too strange. Shi-Yun? Now she began to think that this general was strange. In short, Shi Yun decided to put these insignificant details aside for the time being. If she is really a general's personal guard, what kind of person is she? Will she be the same as Nikita? Andrew shook his head hesitantly. I'm not familiar with her. I have the impression that she is a bit cold and taciturn, but it seems that General Qin's men did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Shi Yun thought for a while. How about this? I put them down, but we'd better be careful. You can help me keep an eye on them. If the situation is not right, just use your mental skills. Andrew nodded. So Shi Yun added a protective shield to the protective shield. The protective shield returned to its best condition, the hole was filled, and the patch. Naturally, it lost its function, and the 4 cocoons embedded on it naturally fell off and fell outside the protective cover. Shi Yun and Andrew each took a rope and tied the people together. After a while, Anna woke up first, and her empty vision gradually focused, and finally focused on Andrew's face. Her expression froze for a moment, and she said something weakly. Shi Yun didn't hear clearly, and was about to ask her, when she saw that she, who was tied into a cocoon, suddenly bounced up with excellent waist strength. Andrew stopped in front of Shi Yun without thinking. Unexpectedly, Anna did not target the two of them after she jumped up, but used her waist to force the long legs tied in a straight line with very unscientific flexibility, and kicked the little guy next to her fiercely. The latter made a puff sound, and was kicked out of a mouthful of blood. How did this become an internal conflict? That? Shi Yun coughed lightly, trying to stop the other party from beating up his teammates. You are a human. The other party replied to her with a hoarse voice and an ambiguous affirmation. Shi Yun was confused. Anna smiled at her gently, then changed her expression and put away her smile. She burst out again, past the little man, and kicked the 2 men who looked very similar to her. I told you not to give me random information. Fuck you, S-level pollution source. I kick you to death. The scene was too bloody. Shi Yun's mind was still echoing with Andrew's evaluation of the other party just now, cold, silent, and taciturn. She forgot what she wanted to say, her mouth was slightly open, and she forgot to close it for a while. Suddenly, I guessed how these 4 people grew on her protective shield. At this moment, the peaceful earth shook, and a huge dust storm appeared on the horizon. A bunch of strange things rushed over here like a tide of beasts. Even so, there was still a clear and hearty voice that reached the ears of everyone in the base, as if a loudspeaker was used, with a strange echo. Listen, S-Class inside, you are surrounded by food, isn't it delicious? Hurry up and hand over those 4 unpalatable humans, and this pile of delicious food will belong to you. Anna, The trio who had just been kicked awake were confused. Shi Yun, ? Chapter 53. Hawkins was dreaming at first. He dreamed that he successfully helped the boss of the pollution zone hatch eggs and raise seedlings. A group of glowing chicks emerged from the eggs, chirping around the grown radishes, pecking at the leaves of the radishes growing on the ground. The more they pecked, the brighter the chicks became, and the bigger they grew. Finally, the chicks that were as bright as big light bulbs turned into glowing big roosters, and big hens, clucking and oh-ohing all over the place. The awesome boss of the pollution zone smiled like a crescent moon, and in front of everyone in the base, the pirate senior, the black python boss, and the bamboo chair and bamboo bed ghost, etc., he awarded him a super large tombstone, on which his glorious achievements were deeply engraved. Here lies a great man with outstanding contributions, who, with his own efforts, realized the freedom of meat and vegetables and light in the base. After a touching celebration, the gray-haired man embraced the huge tombstone symbolizing glory, and laid down in the hard but cool grave without regrets. However, just as he was about to close his eyes peacefully, a nightmare came. He heard the voice of the devil. The devil grinned and dragged him back to the battlefield from the grave. He became a member of the 3rd Special Forces again, flew out of the ambush with his teammates, occupied a certain position according to the plan, and surrounded the old small starship of the rebel model. 5 mechas quickly came down from the starship, and for a while, artillery fire flew everywhere, and there were constant noises. Hawkins' mecha was hit by a beam of particle cannons that came out of nowhere. Fortunately, the opponent's equipment was outdated, so he was not immediately blown into pieces. Instead, driven by inertia, he spun and crashed into an enemy mecha. The mecha had been preparing for a big move for a long time, and was about to attack Nikita, but was hit by Hawkins, who was dizzy and hit. The cannon fire was deviated and hit its own people. The position was just right, hitting the cockpit of the mecha, almost sending the driver inside to the sky. However, the opponent reacted very quickly. After a series of extreme operations, the surviving mecha retreated to the side, and paused for 3 seconds in the melee. Afterwards, the Federal Special Forces were amazed to see the crazy internal fighting on the battlefield, turning their mechas that were already on the verge of being scrapped into a pile of scrap metal. The Federal side's fully loaded artillery fire was useless, and they used several recyclable fishing nets to catch the scrap metal and the rebels into their own starship. Of course, Hawkins, who had fallen into the enemy camp and survived for half a day in the cracks of the enemy's internal fighting and artillery fire, was also salvaged. Hawkins looked back dazed and saw the internal fighting manufacturing mecha grinning at him, revealing the cavities leading to the wormhole. Devil. This is the devil's conspiracy. Hawkins' right eyelid jumped suddenly, and the whole person suddenly woke up and jumped up on the spot. Outside the stone house, the voice amplified by the loudspeaker floated in clearly, saying, "Hurry up and hand over those 4 unpalatable humans." This familiar and arrogant voice. This familiar and terrifying number. This familiar, nightmare-like situation. Hawkins opened his eyes wide in horror, rushed out of the stone house like the wind, waving his hands and shouting at Shiyun, "Boss, we can't let them go. They are the rebels. This group of people has a conspiracy. They must have set their sights on our base." At this moment, the circle of pollution sources outside the base really covered the sky and the sun, layer upon layer. Shiyun and his men were still immersed in shock, staring at each other through the protective shield. Suddenly, they heard Hawkins shouting hoarsely and in a panic, and their expressions changed subtly. "Anna, ? Why are there bastards from the 3rd Special Forces here? Is this the Federation's territory?" David and Noah. "So this is really not an S-level pollution source, it's a Federation base. How could the Federation build such a weird base in the core pollution zone? Is the B-level pollution source an experimental subject cultivated by the Federation? It's a bit crazy, but it's so good. When did the Federation have such awesome technology? They must steal it. Clan, wow. I didn't save anyone and I lost myself. I actually sacrificed myself and also tricked Anna. Oh my god, will Anna never talk to me again, but she just hit me. She hit me. Rounding it off, she talked to me. Andrew, shock, with powerful enemies all around, I must do my best to protect Shiyun." "Shiyun, eh? I understand the truth, but can you not run over here with your belly exposed? It's time to be so dedicated." While the few people were thinking, Hawkins had already run to them. "Boss, you must not let them go back, and you can't let them in. We have been tricked by them, and we have been tricked badly." He spoke incoherently about the battle between the 3rd Special Forces and the rebels, and concluded, "Who knows if they will use the same old tricks this time? Be careful, boss." Shiyun pondered for a moment, took Hawkins and Andrew a little further away, and whispered to them, "What kind of existence is the S-level pollution source?" "It's a very powerful existence," Hawkins replied. "Andrew, I haven't come into contact with it. It's very rare, and I heard it has a strong lethality. Can it communicate with humans? If not, the other boss would not have tried to negotiate with her when he misunderstood her as an S-level." Hawkins nodded. "Yes, they have a clear mind, and their IQ is comparable to that of an adult." "Do they look like humans?" Shiyun asked again. "It depends," Hawkins replied. "If they want, they can become humans." While the two were talking, the rebel leader could not wait for Shiyun's response and shouted again, "Hey! The S-level inside. If you don't play the game, I will let these delicious little babies jump into your mouth on their own initiative." Hawkins was at a loss. Is there any difference between this and the first condition he offered? It's very different. Shiyun flipped through the things in the system mall and replied casually, "Return his people, and he will give us a group of docile and edible lambs. If you don't return his people, he will loosen the dog chain and let the dogs go, waiting for the pollution source to kill each other, so that he can fish in troubled waters and benefit from it." "But we are not the source of pollution, no matter which result is bad, right?" Hawkins said nervously. "Why don't we tell him that we are all human beings? If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as telling him that his threat is greater than he thought?" Hawkins opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Shiyun had already selected a product and finally confirmed with Hawkins. "So if I understand correctly, S-level is a very scary and terrible existence?" "Yes, absolutely correct," Hawkins said without hesitation. "Does it only eat humans?" Shiyun asked again. Hawkins blinked. "Not really, it depends on their preferences, they have everything." Shiyun smiled. "Very good." She spent 68 points and bought a skill card. She raised her voice and aimed it at her negotiating opponent. She imitated Shiyun's tone and thinking, "Listen to me, you guys out there. The little snacks you brought are not enough to fill my stomach. You still have the nerve to ask me for those 4 reserve grains? The other side was silent for a while. Then I bring you more? No. I'm tired of those little things. Take them away. I want to vomit when I smell them. Your hexagonal candies taste good. Bring some over. 2 candies for 1 reserve grain. You mean the spaceships? 8 are too many. 2. 1 spaceship has the same area as 2 people. 7. 3. 6. No less. And those crispy cookies that glow and explode, give me 20 or 30 dozen. Oh, by the way, do you have any of those chewy blue ones? I want them too. Give me 100. Chapter 54. Shi Yin was not happy as a snake. It felt that Shi Yin was too partial. Although the new HR was always glowing and a bit irritating, it had great potential in terms of smell. Just scare him, and he would smell delicious. It had only scared him a few times, but he was not allowed to be scared again. Too much. It was too noisy, saying don't mess around with this mentally retarded child, go do something if you have nothing to do, and threw it out, forcing it to take the cookies to see the coward in the bamboo forest as a thank you gift for the red bee's help in the fight. Really? Who is a mentally retarded child? How can a human baby be as messy as it? It simply looks down on snakes. Besides, isn't the light man noisier than it? He screamed in fear, and it's not necessary that Shi Yin threw the light man out. And they both scared people? Didn't the bamboo given by the coward scare the light man too? Why can the coward give biscuits when he scares people, but it can only give biscuits to the coward? It's unfair. Angry. It was asked to give biscuits, but it refused. Shi Yin angrily shook his tail, and poured all the filter cotton rock waste into his mouth. Just when he was about to chew and swallow it all, he remembered what Shi Yin said. I know you are dormant, and the amount here is enough for you to dormant. If you eat it all and sleep outside, don't come back. Hum. Hum. It just wanted to hum. Shi Yin spit out a small amount of waste filter rock in dissatisfaction, and flew to the black bamboo forest with a curse, and threw the thing impatiently. He was too lazy to listen to the coward's whining, and twisted his snake body, and swam away quickly. Having deducted most of the filter rock, and not helping Shi Yin to convey his gratitude, Shi Yin felt that this snake just doesn't listen to Shi Yin's command. What can Shi Yin do to me? It felt a little more balanced, but still a little resentful, so it wandered around, dawdling, looking for things that could make Shi Yin upset, and planned to roll it back to annoy Shi Yin. Just as it rolled up a bunch of things, and returned to the vicinity of the base, it found that there were many more delicious foods around the base. A human squatted on the shoulder of one of the foods, and chatted with Shi Yin loudly. Shi Yin's eyes lit up, and his mood suddenly brightened. Good. Shi Yin finally fully reflected on himself, and even asked people to find so many reserve food for him. It threw the pile of things that made Shi Yin upset to the ground, praised Shi Yin happily, and happily plunged into the pile of food. Before Shi Yin arrived, the negotiations were going on smoothly and friendly. Crispy cookies that glow and explode? Are you talking about energy cannons? Can they be eaten? What can be eaten if they can't be eaten? These 4 food reserves I have on hand? That makes sense, please be generous. I don't have that many cookies, how about 4? 20 or 30 dozen and 4. Stupid human, are you testing my math ability? Okay, then I give you 8, you see, it's doubled, I'm very generous, right? And that blue skin? Please make sure you mean our combat uniforms. 100 or so is impossible. 3. How about I only return half of the food reserves? With the 4 captives speechless, Hawkins worshipping him, and Andrew looking at him as if he was facing a great enemy, to the outside, Shi Yin pretended to be a so-called S-level, using all kinds of imaginative metaphors, beating around the bush and asking the rebel leader for spaceships, weapons, combat uniforms and other supplies, firmly following the most fundamental principle of this round of negotiations. If you can strip the other party naked, you must not leave any underwear. The rebel leader, the former Federal General Qin Zixing, squatted on the shoulders of the A-level pollution source without any image, and in the eyes of the pollution source accomplices. Amidst all the noises, they could interpret the true meaning of all the magical metaphors of the S-class on the other side, without any obstacles, and they also firmly followed the most fundamental principle of this round of negotiations. They could lose in a fight, but they must win in bargaining. So the 2 big guys turned into Annies in the vegetable market, one bargained up to the sky, and the other paid down. They went back and forth, and sniped for a long time without gunpowder smoke, and finally finalized the final price for the 4 cabbages, 5 spaceships, 15 weapons that could destroy D-class, and 6 combat uniforms, not including the 4 that the cabbages already had. That's it. Shi Yin shouted to the other side reluctantly. The other side snapped his fingers, okay. Before he could say the word hand over, he heard a voice laughing wildly and interrupting him forcefully. Wow, Shiyun, is this the new human resource you found? It's good, you are very knowledgeable, you know to bring so many delicious food. What's the word for you humans? Oh yes, pay homage to the mountain. It's good, you finally understand the essence of finding human resources, I will reluctantly forgive you. Wow, ha 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 ha. Shiyun suddenly had a bad feeling and subconsciously shouted, don't whine. Qin Zixing, who was unable to stop the black python from swallowing a Class D pollution source, said, ah. The so-called butterfly effect comes from the theory that a butterfly flapping its wings in one place will cause a storm in another place. The reason is that the tiny changes caused by the flapping of the butterfly's wings, after a series of coincidences, have been compounded layer by layer, and finally caused a huge disaster that is breathtaking. The so-called domino effect comes from such a game. A set of well-placed dominoes. Once someone pushes down the first card, the gravitational potential energy of the card will be converted into kinetic energy, thus overwhelming the second card, the third card, and so on, until the whole army is annihilated. There are many examples of this kind of domino effect. For example, the ecosystem. For example, the army of pollution sources brought by Qin Xingxing. Qin Xingxing is just a human being. Being a human being means that so many pollution sources cannot be his true brothers. In fact, none of these pollution sources are his subordinates. He just took advantage of the situation and let pollution source A contain pollution source B, pollution source B contain pollution source C, pollution source C contain pollution sources D and E. One link after another, perfectly creating this kind of mighty effect, facilitating his negotiations with the S level on the opposite side. What a coincidence. The D-level pollution source that Shiyun attacked, although it was very small and easy to attack, was a very critical link, the butterfly flapping its wings in the butterfly effect, and the first card in the dominoes. After Shiyun made a swallowing sound, the whole place was quiet for a second. This 1 second of silence included not only Shiyun and Qin Xingxing, but also the group of extremely noisy pollution sources. Qin Xingxing listened to Shiyun's words, and deduced the truth of the matter in a flash. He silently jumped off the shoulder of the A-level pollution source that was about to run away, found a strategic position where the pollution sources were not so dense, operated the optical brain, turned up the volume of the loudspeaker, and changed his words as if nothing had happened. Listen, humans inside, due to the strategic mistakes of your companions, you have been surrounded by out-of-control pollution sources. Hurry up and release the 4 human compatriots in your hands. Let us put aside our past grudges, work together, and overcome difficulties together. As soon as the words fell, the military morale was broken, and hundreds of ghosts wandered at night. For a moment, the scene was like a fried sardine stuck to the bottom of the pan. Flip it over, and it sticks to the bottom. Flip it over, and it sticks to the bottom. It's everywhere, and it can't be saved. Shiyun, the only winner on the scene. Wow, ha ha ha, I eat. Shiyun, who was in the encirclement, looked at the 4 captives. He should know that if I don't let you go, you will definitely die before us, right? Qin Zixing's 4 guards, who were also in the encirclement and the biggest losers in this round, said, eh. Anna, who was tired of cleaning up the mess among the guards, said, it doesn't matter, I will rest in peace. Chapter 55. The pollution sources brought by Qin Xingxing almost covered the first 4 letters of the alphabet. Once, the perfect containment loop was interrupted, the pollution sources woke up from their dreams and became chaotic. Those who liked to crush others turned around and started playing with low-level pollution sources. After playing with them, they started to target humans. Those who liked to eat natural enemies opened their mouths and swallowed them alive. After eating natural enemies, they started to target humans. Those who have no natural enemies or prefer to eat humans have been targeting humans from the beginning. In short, the humans present must have a place on the pollution sources menu. Qin Xingxing played with fire and burned himself. He had been escaping them for a long time. He had the highest hatred value and was closest to them. So a large group of pollution sources chased him vigorously. The scene was thrilling and exciting. But not all pollution sources were particularly interested in Qin Xingxing. There were so many humans at the scene, and their tastes were different. The pollution sources had different preferences, and subconsciously split into groups. Some rushed towards the protective shield, and some rushed towards the 4 captives. The main point was to treat everyone equally, and never give anyone extra excitement. Shiyun had less than a second to weigh the pros and cons. It was not easy to decide whether to release the captives or not. If they released them, what if they let the tiger go back to the mountain? Although they were defeated by the protective shield this time, with the experience of the first time, the protective shield might not be able to stop them next time. In a worse situation, they might turn against them on the spot and take advantage of the situation just like they did with the 3rd Special Forces. Shi Yun knew that he could not handle these obviously strong fighters, the unknown Qin Xingxing, and a bunch of pollution sources. If they don't let go, they will lose more than 4 combat forces. If they die, their boss will naturally not stay here to waste time. She has Shi Yin, Andrew, and Hawkins to help her, so she can break through, but the monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Not to mention how much points and effort she spent on home number 2, the address of the task of recultivating the wasteland is here. If she runs away, if these monsters linger nearby, the 20,000 points reward that is about to be in her mouth will be wasted. She has been doing tasks, trading and defense during this period, and her points are almost gone. Without these 20,000 points, the tolerance rate will become very low. But on the other hand, if she defended to the death, she would not be able to use up the protective shields and filter rock reserves on hand. Moreover, if she let several captives be eaten alive by the pollution source, Qin Xingxing might not blame her. Since he did not rush to rob like Nikita, and fought to the death, and even negotiated with her for a long time, it proved that there was a possibility of cooperation between the two sides. She was also short of manpower, so there was no need to make the relationship awkward for the sake of a chance. Besides, her influence had been upgraded enough, and she had one more life, so she could still afford to take this risk. So overall, people have to be released, but how to release them needs some art. She has to let the other party know that even if she is not an S-level pollution source, she is not an ordinary human who can be easily controlled. In a few tenths of a second, Shi Yun's brain worked quickly and quickly made a decision. She continued to use her skills and said in a loud voice, "Shi Yun, come back, eat at the doorstep and guard the house at the same time." Crack, crack. These are delicious. Those over there are not as delicious. If you eat so much that you sleep outside. Without waiting for her to finish her threat, Shi Yin came back in a flash, muttering and turning into black mist, surrounding the base, and swallowing 2 Class C pollution sources in one gulp. Shi Yun knew that if it continued to eat like this, it would soon go into hibernation again, but the time gained was enough. She gave Andrew the spear with reduced durability, and said, "How to use it? I told you before. You help me look for the next home in here." Andrew frowned, not very satisfied with this arrangement. "This is a very important task." Shi Yun nodded the tip of the gun. "I show it to some friends outside later." After that, she used her skill to create an extraordinary force, walked out of the protective shield, took out the second spear, flicked her wrist, and easily hooked the guy who vomited the most blood in front of her, slapped a base pass on his forehead, and threw it back to the base with one hand. Then, she deliberately raised her voice, which had been amplified by the skill, to ensure that the person who was being chased all over the field could hear it clearly. "Andrew, watch this guy, if you act rashly." In front of several captives, she deliberately said casually, "Roast and slice it for dinner." Then, her eyes fell on another captive, who looked very similar to the selected man, and put the spear to his throat. "You can ask me to release him, but clean up the situation caused by your boss. If you play any tricks on me." She glanced at the man in the protective shield with a smile. Andrew understood, raised the spear, and a flame jumped out of the tip. The flame tongue licked the man's face threateningly, and the temperature even curled the man's ears. After showing off his weapons as Shi Yun intended, Andrew then cooperated and said, "Don't worry, I make dinner right away." Since Shi Yun called Shi Yin back with a few words, the faces of the threatened people changed, and Shi Yun's series of actions later made their faces even more solemn. The optical computer data clearly showed that the black python Shi Yin was a Class B pollution source. Whether the level was accurate or not was another matter, but its nature was indisputable. It was also because of this that David and Naya thought that it was a high-level pollution source that was splitting the low-level pollution source after seeing Shi Yun throw Shi Yin out of the base, and they misjudged that the base with a strange protective shield was an S-level one. But Shi Yun is a human. The black python that listened to her had clear thinking logic, and it was obviously not only B-level, but probably A-level. A human who could drive A-level pollution sources with just a few words? Too unbelievable. Driving pollution sources is not particularly rare in today's world, where monsters and demons are everywhere. For example, their boss Qin Xingxing can use the special properties of his mental power to attract so many pollution sources, and he can squat on the pollution sources and make noises. For example, the shameful experimental bases of the Federation have also transformed a group of trainers with similar abilities. But being able to make a pollution source above level be so obedient is another matter. In addition to driving the pollution source, this girl's strength is also wrong. In the eyes of Anna and other warriors, Shiyun is thin and has no decent muscle lines on her body. Despite this, she can easily pick up Naya with one hand and throw her aside. This is simply unscientific. Also, there was something fishy about the weapons in her and her men's hands. Although the materials of the two guns could not be seen, the optical computer data showed that the two guns were ordinary cold weapons. Whose cold weapons could spit fire? Everything was full of weirdness. Anna, one of the triplets, looked at Andrew. This so-called federal first-level wanted criminal had disappeared for 30 years. It was said that he fled to the earth in a panic, deep in the core-contaminated area. She turned her eyes and looked at Shiyun. Andrew was able to stay alive and kicking in the core area for 30 years, probably because of this mysterious woman. 30 years ago, Andrew's last stop in the federal territory was Experimental Base Number 4, where the experimental subject was located. Could this mysterious woman be the missing experimental subject? Anna's thoughts diverged far, but with pollution sources all around, she also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. I understand. She responded in a hoarse voice. So Shiyun asked Hawkins to help and quickly untied the restrictions on the three captives, and he returned to the base and jumped to the top of the jerry-faced tree in a few steps to observe the overall situation. There were more pollution sources on the field than she had imagined. There were dozens of them that could be seen, and this was the number left after Shiyun ate them like crazy. Shiyun's eyes fell on the three temporary teammates. They cooperated well and were experienced, especially the little guy and the violent cool girl. Their fighting power should not be underestimated, but it was not difficult to see that they were in poor condition. They were awesome for being able to deal with half of the pollution sources. As for their boss, that idiot didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't make a move. He just walked around with a bunch of pollution sources in a coquettish manner, just like an old man taking a walk after dinner. This won't work. Sooner or later, the pressure will return to her. We have to think of a way. Killing them one by one will definitely not work, but these pollution sources are independent, and there is no way to play the game of catching the thief and the king. And the temporary teammates killed so many pollution sources, but they may not scare away the rest, proving that killing the chicken to scare the monkey is useless. Your resident Shiyun fell into hibernation due to overeating. Very good, one less combat power as expected. Shiyun shook his head and asked Hawkins to drag Shiyun back. Wait. Hibernation. These non-living things will hibernate when they are full. Shiyun stood up, put away his spear, and took out a thumb-sized piece of blue soap from the warehouse. Item details. Name, a piece of unpalatable soap. Quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 29/30. Effect, soap tastes terrible, don't eat it. Even its bubbles, even the pollution source will feel sick for 3 minutes after eating it. Note 1. I believe that as a leader, you will know such boring common sense. Note 2. Pollution sources hate this soap more than humans, because theoretically, they have mouths all over their bodies. Note 3. It is recommended that you do not use this soap to discuss the pollution source. Be careful that the pollution source will go out of control and use you for taste. Chapter 56. Shiyun jumped down from the tree, came to the hostage, squatted down and poked him. Is your internal communication still working? Give me the equipment. I want to talk to your boss. The system's loud voice skill is useful, but once you open your mouth, everyone will know. The other boss can hear it, and the pollution source will definitely hear it. If any pollution source has a decent IQ, it will be troublesome. She wants to break the situation, but she can't do it alone. If she wants this group of people to cooperate, she needs a more covert means of communication to communicate with them. Naya and others rely on optical computers for internal communication. This is a smart chip device installed under the skin that can be operated by consciousness. In addition to communication, it has many other functions and is very convenient. However, the more convenient the device is, the more sensitive information it involves. When two armies are fighting, the first thing they do when they capture prisoners is to dig out the optical computers on the prisoners and hand them over to a special technical department for deciphering. In order to prevent the optical computers of soldiers from being successfully deciphered and confidential information leaked, the military has added a small function to the optical computers of all soldiers. When the installer dies, or the optical computer chip is forcibly removed, the device will immediately start the self-destruction program. To determine whether the installer is dead or the chip is forcibly removed, it is all related to the fluctuation of the installer's spiritual C. After this function appeared, all the mental interrogators, both openly and secretly, had another task to invade and control the spiritual sea of the interrogated object, so as to control the optical brain chip of the interrogated object before the self-destruction program was activated. So Shi Yun's words to Naya were almost equivalent to hand over the optical brain to me. It was impossible to give the optical brain. Naya looked at the spear that Andrew was holding against his neck, rolled his eyes, and decided to play dumb. According to Shi Yun's literal meaning, he handed over a peripheral with only communication function. Shi Yun took the peripheral, and was stunned for a moment. You received an unconditional gift from a non-base resident. You received an unconditional gift without any means or interpersonal relationships. Congratulations on your achievement, Unlimited Charm Primary. The gift has been randomly upgraded. Please go to the details page to view. Unconditional gift? Without using any means? Shi Yun stared at the spear on the hostage's neck and felt that the system's judgment criteria were becoming more and more confusing. On the other side, Naya gave Shi Yun a communicator peripheral. Her original intention was just to delay time. Fortunately, she sent a message in the internet to ask Qin Zixing, invincible in cracking the password Naya boss, she wants the optical computer, is it destroyed? The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Zixing, that's strange. She doesn't have a signal blocker? How can you still show up? The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Zixing, has the data been cracked? Has anyone else backed it up? The enemy network is walking sideways, David, not yet. The backup process is stuck. The data is too large. The traffic of our temporary network can't support it. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Zixing, then it will definitely not be sold. Qiu Yusong, Anna, the data may be leaked. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing, it would be great if she could leak it out. If she has the ability to leak it out, I can give her another blue skin. Now the only copy of the information is in Naya's place. If Naya gets hurt by mistake, everything will be gone. It's really frustrating. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing, the more I talk about it, the more anxious I get. Naya, please help me coax her a little more. Don't make her angry. Be sure to save your own life, and don't sync with the information. Do you understand? The enemy network is walking sideways, David boss. Class A is about to catch up with you. Don't just chat and stand still. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Zixing, no, her base is almost gone. Why do you suddenly have the leisure to ask for a computer? User 6. I don't want a computer. User 6. Didn't you say there were only 6 combat uniforms left? So there are still some? Giving me another set is too stingy. If you really want to coax me, give me a few more sets? Don't you actually have a lot of spaceships? Give me a few more? The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing, no more, no more, only the last set, a private collection, no more. The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing? Others, There are 5 people in their internet. Who is user 6? Except for Clan, whose optical brain has run out of energy and can't see the internet. Anna and others turned their heads outside the protective shield and looked at Naya speechlessly. Especially Anna, who gave Naya, has your IQ been eaten by the E-level pollution source? Eyes. Naya still had a bamboo spear on her throat, and she didn't dare to move. She could only argue loudly. I don't have it. The communicator I gave her can only contact the boss. From a distance, Shi Yun saw Qin Zixing turned his head and seemed to look over here. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, Shi Yun still waved the communication peripheral in his hand, greeted everyone including him, and said, I have seen all your chat records. Item details. Name, portable communicator, upgraded, quantity, *1. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 96/99. Operation consumption. Function 1, energy points 2/day, function 2, transformation points 0.5/hour, or energy points 1/hour. Function. The following functions can be activated at the same time. 1. Two-way communication with Qin Zixing. 2. Nuke can detect and invade the communication internet within a radius of 1 kilometer. Note, I wish you a happy diving. It's rare that the system gave such a harmonious blessing. Shi Yun naturally refused it, and secretly broke into the enemy's interior. The enemy's interior is very magical, and everyone has different priorities. I saw a user named Qiu Yusong briefly report the whole thing, and said that Shi Yun's protective shield absorbed a lot of their physical and mental strength, and everyone was already at the end of their strength. The user you are looking for has retired. Bury me alive. Send heads, false information. Thought it was S and sent one after another. I thought you were so awesome. Now the strongest on the field is only 3A level. They are all pinned down by me, right? Can't beat anything below A level? Oh, It turns out that it is a wise choice for me to retire early, otherwise this face will really be lost in the ninth galaxy. The enemy network is walking sideways. Boss, that. I saw Andrew the Anon pirate. This should be the Earth, so it should be the ninth galaxy. The user you are looking for has retired. Ah, no wonder. Is this the legendary destiny? To celebrate, you should write an extra 5,000 words in your review. Chiou-Song. This can only last for 15 minutes at most. The enemy network is walking sideways. That's you, with a perverted physique. Boss, I'm almost out of breath now. At most 5 minutes, hold your ultimate move faster. The user you are looking for has retired. Men, you can't say no. Follow your sister's lead, and hold on for at least 10 minutes. The user you are looking for has retired. Also, don't let the other party's base bump into each other. I can see that the girl is short of resources. In order to redeem you, my wallet has been hurt. Don't give her an excuse to blackmail me. The user you are looking for has retired. If she blackmails me for 1 more cent, you will write me an extra 10,000 word self-criticism, handwritten. At this point, the topic went off track. They began to discuss what materials residents in a paperless society should use to replace paper and pen, what is the most painful way to write by hand, the most profound lesson, and a series of other issues that have nothing to do with reality, until the hostage popped up and asked Qin whether he wanted to destroy the optical computer. Shi Yun finally realized that it was no wonder that the communicator was an unconditional gift. The other party thought she wanted something else, and used the communicator to perfunctorily deal with her. She couldn't help but tease everyone. For a moment, everyone's eyes flew around, and they fell into a subtle silence amid the swords and shadows. Shi Yun was very satisfied with the effect. He took out a small bamboo chair and sat down, and started to talk business in the internet. User 6, retired, what is your ultimate move? A group attack skill? The user you are looking for has retired. In short, I use myself as flypaper, sacrifice myself, and save you. No need to thank me. The user you are looking for has retired. You can thank me if you really want to. Help me buy some time. If the time is too short, the flypaper will not be sticky enough, and the lethality will not be enough. If we accidentally leave 1 or 2 second-level runaways, we will be in trouble. Since I'm offering you my personal collection of combat uniforms, can you help my group of ignorant kids? Help them fight monsters? User 6. Do you think I can fight monsters with my thin arms and legs? The best fighter in my family has fallen asleep. He helped fight 1/4 of the monsters before he fell asleep. If you want to thank me, give me more of your personal collection. After all, you can see that I'm short of resources. The user you are looking for has retired. I can't see you. You are too far away from me. In my mind, you are tall and majestic, a strong arm that the weak can rely on. User 6, you are too kind. You are the biggest player in the game. Can the ultimate move kill a single person? This should increase the lethality. Also, can viscosity be exchanged for lethality? I have a way to solve viscosity. Will it be faster? The user you are looking for has retired. Yes, please tell me quickly. I am all ears. User 6, I have a kind of snack that the polluter likes very much. He will abandon humans who do not emit negative emotions for this snack. User 6, I also have a small prop. Put the polluter in the circle, and they should not come out within 3 minutes. User 6, so I think we can stop playing with flies and play with raising goo. User 6, of course, the last goo king will be dealt with by you. Please kill it in its sleep. Qin Zixing's eyes lit up. Shi Yun's idea coincided with his. If he hadn't only 20% of his ability left, he would probably have played it this way. Originally, I was worried that the flypaper strategy was too laborious. Now, with the help of the opponent's small props, things are much easier. The two hit it off and discussed the details further. They made arrangements on the spot. Qin Zixing was responsible for using skills to make traps, and the female warrior Anna was in the best condition and the strongest ability besides Qin Zixing. She was responsible for attracting monsters and using snacks, filtered cotton rock waste, to attract the pollution source into the trap. The short man clan moved fast enough and was responsible for taking a piece of unpalatable soap and standing by the trap. After the pollution source was introduced, he immediately used the soap to turn off the pollution source. Get up, David. Shi Yun and Hawkins will temporarily guard the base before the pollution source is completely diverted. After the base is out of threat, they will go forward to assist, and Andrew will continue to guard the base and watch the hostages. The basic strategy was determined. Shi Yun thought about it, and added another sentence in the internet. User 6. Use snacks sparingly, don't scatter them, they are good things for them. Don't let the goose sink yourself before you develop it. A string of very serious ones were replied below. At the same time, the temporary internet that was built just a few seconds ago. Cracking the password. Why do I have to work as a hostage? Chiao Yusong, user 6. The hostage Naya dared not say a word. The enemy network walked sideways. Boss, I found it. The word she used, Tian Sanhua, belongs to the ancient Earth idiom, which is a very antique usage. The Earth has been polluted and swallowed for so many years. No one can speak the Earth language. Even if they can speak it, they will not use such an ancient word. From this, it can be inferred that her age. User 6. It is very impolite to guess a woman's age. User 6. I'm beginning to suspect that you're playing me. You still have time to create a small group to look up idioms. Isn't that quite easy? Anna and others, The user you're looking for has retired. Boss, calm down. These brats don't know the seriousness of the matter. I will definitely discipline them. The user you're looking for has retired. You've gone too far. After this fight is over, write another 10,000 words of self-criticism. Anna and others, Who on earth made them look up idioms while fighting? Qin closed the internet interface in his vision and looked in the direction of the base again. His eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people, and he could see very clearly. The girl looked young and energetic, as if she was waiting for him to look over, but she obviously couldn't see his specific situation, and her eyes were slightly different from his. Despite this, she raised the communicator in her hand again, and showed her provocative little fangs in his direction. At this moment, Anna had already set off towards him, and the gap was as they expected, and a few greedy fish that slipped through the net came up. Hawkins blocked a large part of it, but two animal-mimicking D-class still rushed towards the girl. Not far behind her, the legendary Anon pirate Andrew was obviously very nervous, and looked like he was ready to help at any time. Qin Xingxing had never seen the girl take action so far, and couldn't help but wonder what she would do. Fight hard? Use skills? Or dodge and wait for Hawkins' support? Or go back to the base? Or... What strange little props. The other party was not in a hurry, and took out a small piece of soap from somewhere. This soap was different from the one she gave to Clan. It was not a pale blue, but a transparent light blue with faint water-like ripples flowing on it. She took the soap and quickly smeared it all over herself, and in the blink of an eye, she became a bubble man. The pollution source that was running towards her paused for a moment, as if wondering why the person disappeared, and then roared and rushed to the base behind her. She stood next to the pollution source, took out a sickle, and attacked without sincerity. It seemed that it was a soap that could conceal the breath. There are so many tricks. Awesome. Such a big leg should be held tightly. You can enjoy the delicious food and drink with it at a glance. Qin Xingxing smiled, and turned his attention back to the battle. Anna has attracted most of the pollution sources. With the so-called snacks, she can attract monsters quite easily. Occasionally, one or two scraps fell behind, but were also led back to the right track by the girl and Hawkins, who caught up from behind. If someone overlooked the panoramic view at this time, they might think that this was a large flock of sheep grazing, and most of the sheep looked a little strange. After driving all the flocks to one place, Clan, who had been waiting on the side, kicked his legs, and quickly rubbed the air with soap to make bubbles and draw a prison. The bubbles made by the soap were very dense and violated scientific principles. They were in the shape of dark blue water drops, stacked one after another, and the hemispherical prisons were crystal clear, like a blue crystal embedded in the ground and cut very finely. The crystal was transparent, and as long as there was enough light, the scene inside could be seen. Shiyun asked Hawkins to light it up, and Hawkins agreed to do so. He used his hand as a night light, and immediately illuminated the blue crystal. A dog's butt in a corner. It was a pollution source that looked like a dog. It probably sensed that its butt had made a grand appearance, so it wagged its tail in a very appropriate way. TSK. The little guy Clan rolled his eyes in disdain. Qin Xingxing was not so low-key when he disdained his former opponent. He laughed very loudly. In Hawkins' angry eyes, he asked Shiyun, "Want to watch the show?" Shiyun looked at him expressionlessly. "Waste the ransom fee, it's not much, just one spaceship, and I let you see enough." She knew it. Shiyun, the spaceship is not okay, wave one combat uniform. Deal? Qin Xingxing snapped his fingers. Clan. Clan nodded, took out a small gadget, and threw it into the sky, and the surroundings suddenly became as bright as day. Good stuff. Shiyun's heart moved, and he planned to go back and find an opportunity to buy from them. After the light became bright, the situation in the bubble could be seen clearly. Under Qin Xingxing's instruction, Kellen deliberately drew a very limited space. After the pollutants trapped inside grabbed the waste filter cotton rock, they naturally refused to give in after they came to their senses. Especially the few at the edge, they were the first to rush out of the prison. As soon as their mimic bodies touched the bubbles, they immediately made a sound similar to vomiting, and then roared angrily, slapping the sane kind behind them, who were still squeezing forward. Of course, the soap prison has no other effect except disgusting, and there are also strong-willed pollutants, who continue to run out while vomiting. Qin Xingxing stamped his foot at the right time. A black hexagram array suddenly lit up on the ground, and the hexagon inside it just happened to be tangent to the semicircular prison. The 6 lines that made up it shot out interlaced and straight like curtains from the ground, bouncing the pollution source that was about to escape back into the prison. Shi Yun raised his eyebrows, and recalled Qin Xingxing's previous snakeskin movement. So he was drawing this thing. The pollution source forced back by the hexagram had no choice but to pass through the bubble of the prison cage again. He fainted on the spot because of the nausea, and was swallowed by his fellow nausea to improve his taste. In just a few seconds of fighting, the number of pollution sources was reduced by half. Shi Yun watched with great interest, and even took out her small bamboo chair and jerry fruit. Anna and the other 2 looked at each other in surprise. Is it really that good? This level of concentration is beyond the reach of the audience, who place heavy bets in the mecha arena. Shi Yun's concentration has a reason. Just after she successfully killed the pollution source with a sickle, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. The number of sea-level and D-level pollution sources killed by you and your residents has reached 50. You have gained influence *825. Congratulations on activating the task in advance. Fire of Hope, Reconstruction of Deserted Island, and Reward Transformation Power Points *2000. Chapter 57. Shi Yun immediately chose to view the new task. The Flame of Hope, Reconstruction of Deserted Island. Task description. The place where you are was once an island with birds singing and flowers blooming, and it was a favorite holiday resort. However, under the erosion of pollution, all good things have returned to nothingness, and many pollution sources have emerged and become apostles in purgatory. As a great leader, I believe you have a way to eliminate the pollution sources on the island and prepare for the reconstruction of this deserted island. Task requirements. Kill/purify/ all existing pollution sources on the island. Task rewards. Transformation points *50,000, daily activity module, warm black pine seeds *1. Points. 50,000. Good stuff. Quick pickup. Poor Shi Yun, he accepted the task without hesitation. The progress information immediately appeared in the task list. Current progress. A level 0/3, B level 0/8, C level February 17th, D level August 30th. After that, a group of them led the pollution source into the trap, and the hexagram array appeared. Most of the pollution sources disappeared, and the progress took a big step forward. Current progress. A level 0/3, B level 2 out of 8, C level 11/17, D level 21/30. After that, the disgusted pollution sources fought each other crazily. Every time one disappeared, the data on the task progress interface would jump. During this period, even an A level was lost. What's the difference between this and lying down and watching the bank card number go up? Shi Yun was overjoyed. Someone poked her face with something. Shi Yun temporarily pulled herself out of the ecstasy of getting rich, and looked at the thing next to her face. It looked like a chocolate bar. She looked up at the person who handed the chocolate bar. It was the one called Qin Xingxing. He looked different from Andrew and Hawkins. He didn't have round eyes like copper bells, nor did he have a white porcelain skin texture. He looked like an earthling, or even a Chinese. He had wheat-colored skin, black hair, and black eyes, but his facial features were much deeper than those of ordinary Chinese people. He looked a bit like a successful mixed-race child. If you must say he looks like an alien. Shi Yun's eyes fell on his earlobes. There was a small dark red hexagram on each of his earlobes. It was not an earring, nor a tattoo, nor a decoration of some weird fetish. It was more like a part of his flesh and blood, which made him look a bit evil. The evil guy grinned, and the evil spirit immediately became evil. Boss, have you tried energy bars? Do you want to try something new? They have a lot of flavors. I want to trade them with you for jerry fruit. I haven't tried this stuff for a long time. I miss it. Shi Yun is short of everything except jerry fruit, but that doesn't stop her from extorting money, 5 for 1. Qin Xingxing sat cross-legged and bargained with her. In the end, the two of them exchanged 3 energy bars of different flavors for a roasted jerry fruit. Shi Yun hadn't seen oily food for a long time. As soon as she got the food, She decisively opened the energy bar marked with braised alien shrimp and oil. She smelled the fragrant and spicy smell and swallowed her saliva. Just when she was about to take a bite, she saw Qin Xingxing's men staring at her. She had to stop eating. "What can I do for you?" The three of them surrounded her. One of them kicked Hawkins aside secretly, piled a bunch of colorful energy bars in front of her like offering treasures, and said pitifully, "We also want to exchange." Shi Yun looked at the energy bar in her hand, and then looked at Qin Xingxing. After exchanging 7 or 8 jerry fruits with her, this guy ate the food alone with a protective attitude of strange people stay away, and acquaintances don't come over. Would you fight so hard just to reminisce? Just to change the taste? Would you fight so hard? Speaking of which, Hawkins had a big reaction after eating jerry fruit. Shi Yun suddenly realized that things were not that simple. She glanced suspiciously at the 3 people who surrounded her tightly, and planned to eat a bite of energy bar first. Anna hugged her arm. Her face and eyes were red, as if she wanted to say something but was embarrassed to say it. David squatted aside, speaking quietly, earnestly, and with tears in his eyes, for his eldest sister, "Big brother, my eldest brother is stingy, but we sisters and brothers are not stingy. He exchanged 3 bars with you for 1 piece, so we can use 5 bars. You can choose whatever flavor you want." He sighed deeply, his eyes looking through the increasingly fierce fight between the pollution sources, as if he saw the distant past. "You don't know how important jerry fruit is to us 3 siblings. Back then, we 3 siblings were in the small dark room of the orphanage, looking at other children outside the window, holding their father's left hand, and their mother's right hand, holding a string of roasted jerry fruit, happily taking bite after bite. The fragrance penetrated our small metal window, and we, who had not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, had an indelible obsession from then on. Although it looks miserable, but... Shi Yun, does that kid have 3 hands? David, Anna, tail. David nodded frantically. Yes, that should be someone from Xia Hexing. They have tails. Ah, your memory is still good. Anna silently hugged Shi Yun's hand, holding the energy bar tighter, looking at the ground, with sad lines on her face and neck. "I have a deep impression." Shi Yun stared at the siblings for a while and smiled. 10 for 1. The 2 siblings didn't say a word, and gave her hundreds of energy bars, pushed Kellen to the side, and happily went to eat the jerry fruit. The posture of protecting the food was even more than Qin Xingxing. As for who to guard against, Shi Yun looked at the only little guy who hadn't eaten the jerry fruit yet, and smiled. "What about you? What's your tragic story?" Kellen's face was dark, and he glared at David fiercely. It was agreed that he would share some of the jerry fruit with him when he got it. Damn boy, he will tell Naya that David ate alone. Kran ignored Anna, who conspired with David, beat David up in his heart, and asked in despair, "If there is no tragic story, can it be changed?" Of course. Shi Yun still smiled and pointed to the glowing device above his head, 10 energy bars plus that. It was settled. The 6 people sat in front of the pollution source prison in 2s and 3s, like the audience in a movie theater, eating snacks seriously while watching the movie. Although she guessed something was wrong, Shi Yun still tried a few energy bars of different flavors. This thing tasted worse than she thought. It just smelled good. No matter what flavor it was, it tasted like bean dregs. It was simply a torture to the tongue. It choked the throat when swallowed. The superfluous and self-deceiving aroma that penetrated into the nose made people despise this thing and miss real food. I got sick of it after eating 2 bites. Even the burp smelled industrial. No wonder these people tried every means to exchange jerry fruit with her. Bang. Another B-class fell down, and there are only 6 pollution sources left in the cage. Almost. David, who was sitting next to him, stretched his neck and said to Qin Xingxing, "There is only 1 A-class left. It's not a big deal to swallow a few B-class. Boss, I rely on you in a while." 1 A-class. Does that mean the remaining 5 are all B-class? Shi Yun felt something was wrong and looked at the system again. Current progress, A-class 1/3. B-class 4/8. C-class 17/17. D-class 30/30. The data doesn't match, right? Chapter 58. The hexagram arrays seem to have drawn power from deep underground. The star array lines carved on the ground shot out 6 light curtains as high as 10 meters, like 2 overlapping triangular columns facing each other end to end, covering the crystal prison inside with a dark cover. The lighting device that Kran took out was an irregular turbid crystal with a little stream of light inside. The stream of light was smaller than a mung bean, but it emitted a dazzling light, dispelling the haze of the entire surrounding area. Its light was silent and powerful, invincible, but it could not shake the translucent black star array, and unfortunately cast a deformed shadow on the ground. In this case, the corner where the two triangular columns intersect with the crystal prism on the side, where the lighting equipment is located, is the best observation angle. Everyone sat in this corner to eat jerry fruit and watch the show. The number of pollution sources continued to decrease as planned, and everything went smoothly. Qin Xingxing put the jerry fruit into his mouth, enjoying the fresh taste that he had not had in many years, and occasionally glanced at the remaining pollution sources. There were a total of 6 contestants, one of whom was an A-level pollution source, and the other 5 were B-level. The A-level player is a black stone giant. Qin Xingxing likes it very much. After all, it once offered its shoulder to him for a ride, and provided him with a very good overall vision. Now that it can enter the semifinals, Qin Xingxing is really pleased. Unfortunately, the A-level players did not have an overwhelming advantage. Among the other 5 players, 3 were B-plus level players with plant mimicry. With a spirit of overthrowing the superiors, in fact, they were disgusted to despair by the bubbles and stimulated to lose their minds by the filter rock waste they threw in. They resisted the natural deterrence of the A-level to the B-level and attacked the black stone giant in groups. Maybe unity is strength. The black stone giant couldn't do anything to them for a while. The 3 superpowers fought evenly, forming a thin balance. The other 2 players were just ordinary B-level players, and their mimicry was also quite ordinary. One was a rabbit as big as a wolf, and the other was a regular mechanical dog. They knew themselves well and chose the strategy of fishermen profiting or living 1 more second is 1 more second. Under the premise of not touching the bubbles, they huddled on the edge of the prison as much as possible, leaving most of the battlefield for the 4 big guys. Qin Xingxing suspected that the reason they were able to enter the semifinals with their mediocre abilities was because of their extreme spirit of survival. At this moment, the black stone giant roared, and the stones on its body automatically disintegrated, attacking all pollution sources indiscriminately. The 3 B+s fought back, disintegrating most of the stones, but some of them still passed them and shot towards the 2 that were trying to reduce their presence. The 2 B-levels had survived for so long, so naturally they would not fight like the B+ at this time. One jumped and the other ran, and they hid away with their own magical powers. However, the stone suddenly broke when it hit the bubble, turned around, and chased the 2 B-levels as if it had eyes. The rabbit was more aggressive than the mechanical dog. Seeing that the stone was biting it, it knew that it could not escape the first day, so it jumped and fought with the stone. The mechanical dog followed the principle of survival and fled frantically along the edge of the prison. I don't know if it was lucky, but when it passed by the rabbit for the second time, the stone chasing it just hit the stone that was about to kill the rabbit. The strong collision melted each other, and both the rabbit and the dog survived. Seeing this, Qin Xingxing paused while eating and raised his eyebrows. Something was wrong. Just then, he heard the quirky girl ask, "In your opinion, how many B-class are there now? How many A-class?" David answered Shi Yun's question straightforwardly. 1 A5B. Oh, this A-class finally killed 2 of the forest combination, and now there are only 3 B-class left. The system data was updated almost synchronously with David's answer. Current progress. A-class 1 of 3. B-class 6 to 8. There are indeed 2 less B-class, but the data is still wrong. Shi Yun glanced at the reactions of others. No one refuted David. It seemed that everyone agreed with David's data. Shi Yun thought for a moment and asked the second question, how did you determine the pollution source level? Mainly optical computers. In the Federation, the optical computers of soldiers are equipped with pollution source identification modules, and even some private armed forces have them. This is not a secret, David told her carelessly. Is the optical computer always correct? Well, that's not necessarily the case. As for machines, the algorithm always has flaws. No matter how perfect the judgment conditions are, they may not meet some overly complex situations in reality, so it is normal to make mistakes. However, after our optical computer was modified by Naya and me, the accuracy rate is very high, about 98.333%, which is more accurate than manual judgment. David said this, and proudly puffed out his chest. So you usually only rely on the optical computer? David explained that it was not the case. He had encountered many pollution sources, and could judge by experience. It can be regarded as personal experience and optical computer complement each other. That is to say, whether it is experience or tools, they all think that the number of A level is 1 and the number of B level is 3. If they only rely on the optical computer to make judgments, Shi Yun will trust her system more. After all, the optical computer is just a technology in a branch of her technology tree. But in terms of experience, this group of people are experts. Are they wrong, or is her system wrong? Assuming it is the former, her system is correct, that means that there is an A level disguised as a B level for some purpose. Theoretically, there is no big problem. Their strategy is to raise goo and focus fire. As long as the A level is trapped inside, no matter if it is disguised as BCDE, there will only be 3 results in the end. 1. Being eaten by other pollution sources. 2. Becoming the goo king and falling into hibernation because of swallowing too many of its own kind. 3. Becoming the goo king, but the number of its own kind swallowed is not enough to make it fall into hibernation. At that time, they will throw filter cotton waste into the prison. David and Naya have estimated the amount, which is within an acceptable range, to cause it to fall into hibernation. After the pollution source is dormant, Qin Xingxing can easily perform single-target attacks without worrying about his ultimate skill going astray. His ultimate skill can only be used once in a short period of time. But theory is theory. Shiyun still feels uneasy. Does the pollution source also play the pig to eat the tiger? Out of caution, Shiyun threw his doubts to everyone present. David blinked, and began to ask Shiyun how he judged the pollution source level. What was the main basis for seeing the difference if he used experience, and what algorithms and techniques he used if he used tools. Kran shrugged indifferently. It's okay, A level is nothing. It won't make any waves in the boss's 6-star array. Anna didn't say anything, but silently sharpened the blade of the axe, using her actions to show that even if the boss fails, I will make up for it. Qin Xingxing. Qin Xingxing crossed his legs, holding the jerry fruit in his hand, neither eating nor putting it down. Shiyun walked over and was speechless. This guy closed his eyes, maybe he was asleep. In the prison, the black stone giant swallowed the rabbit, and the number of B-level decreased by 1, leaving only 2, and the system data was refreshed again. Current progress. A level 1/3, B level 7 out of 8. Before Shiyun had time to think about anything, he saw that the A level data was blurred for a moment, and when it became clear again, the data became A level 1/2, B level 7 8. Huh? The number is exactly the same as what David and the others said, but the total number is wrong, right? Why are there 2 remaining pollution sources? Shiyun looked at the 3 pollution sources in the field, which could be seen without counting on his fingers, and was even more puzzled. Even if the one that was eaten was the A-level pollution source disguised as B, the system data should be A-level 2/3, right? What is this? Is the algorithm disordered? Her cheating system finally went crazy? Just then, the A-level data became blurred again and changed back to A-level 1/3. Then it started to jump back and forth. Fortunately, this state did not last long. On the field, the Blackstone giant grabbed the mechanical dog and the last plant at the same time, dancing and stuffing them all into his mouth, howling as a winner. At the same time, the system data in Shiyun's vision was just frozen. A level 1/2. B level 8 out of 8. All matched. So is there really something wrong with her system? No, that's not right. The Blackstone giant ate 2 pollution sources at the same time, and the system showed that the number of B levels reduced was only 1. Or is it that the mechanical dog and the plant-type mimic are actually the same B-level pollution source? So after the Blackstone giant defeated them all, the data all matched? No, that's not right either. This can't explain why the number of remaining A levels was 2 at the beginning. The data jumping around in the system was like a jumping cat, messing up Shiyun's mind. Unconsciously, she frowned tightly. No, it's too confusing to think like this. Let's put aside the number and total number of BS for now, and just look at the A that's causing trouble. The change of A is very strange. It is not the remaining amount that is changing, but the total amount. It is like there is an A level that is hard for the system to identify. But even if it cannot be identified, it should match the total amount of A and be seen by the naked eye. Why is it sometimes consistent and sometimes not? It can't be that sometimes you can see this thing and sometimes you can't see it, right? But she didn't find any pollution source playing Ghost Flash, unless... Shiyun looked up suddenly. Almost at the same time, Qin Xingxing opened his eyes. And the data that had finally frozen in Shiyun's system moved again. Grade A2 halves. The mode of your mission, Hope Fire, Deserted Island Reconstruction, has been changed from normal to difficult inside the field. The Blackstone giant is still alive, and has not even entered the dormant period. Seeing this, David looked at the estimated data in the optical brain and told everyone, Anna, David, Hawkins, throw all the remaining snacks you have in. As he said, he turned to Shiyun, boss, please take more. Shiyun, can't throw it. There may be S. It's not a giant anymore. Qin Xingxing, who has something luminous. Throw it in immediately, and leave a shadow for me at 8 o'clock. Chapter 59. In a flash, Shiyun figured out everything. There was an A-class disguised as a B-class in the prison, which had reached its evolutionary limit under everyone's eyes, and was evolving to an S-class. Her mission only involved 4 levels, A, B, C, D, so during the evolution of the A-class to an S-class, the data about the A-class in the system would change repeatedly between 1/2 and 2/3. As for why this A-class had never been discovered by them, it was probably because no one could see its true form. This assumption is perfect. The only problem is what will happen after this A-level disguised as a B-level is swallowed by the black stone giant. The change in the mode of system task Desert Island Reconstruction timely answered Shiyun's doubts. New content appeared in the task description. After accepting the task, you, who are particularly particular about efficiency, decided to take risks and use the power of others to eliminate all existing pollution sources on the island in one fell swoop. Your fearless spirit of dying without success is really amazing. The task requirements remain unchanged, and it is still to solve all pollution sources on the island, but the current progress and task rewards have changed. Current progress, S level 0/A level 2 halves. Task rewards, transformation points *50, 000, daily activity module, seed of warm pine *1, universal clue *1. From the progress data, it can be seen that her hypothesis is still valid, and the 2 A-level trapped in the prison have been eliminated. But to the naked eye, the black stone giant on the field is still there. There is only one possibility. The pollution source that mimics the black stone giant is no longer there, and what they see now is just the new disguise of the reserve S level. As the final winner, it is still pretending, and the reason is very likely. Waiting for them to continue feeding it with filter rock waste so that it can upgrade to S in one go. What's more terrifying is that this means that it doesn't mind upgrading to S in front of them. It probably doesn't need a dormant period to upgrade. At the critical moment, Shiyun didn't have time to explain to everyone, and only cared about throwing out the most important information. She even took out the props while speaking, ready to block the filter rock waste. To her surprise, after hearing her words, David and others didn't say a word of extra nonsense and stopped without hesitation. Cran and Hawkins were exceptions. The former was too fast and had thrown out the waste before Shiyun opened his mouth, while the latter was too slow to react and realized that it was too late to stop. The 2 pieces of waste shot towards the hexagram array at different speeds. In a flash, Shiyun only felt a gust of wind blowing past, and when he looked closely, it turned out that Cran flew up. He did a spinning kick in the air, kicking back the waste he had thrown out, which just touched the hexagram array, and then neatly flipped to the left twice, and quickly caught the waste thrown by Hawkins. From David's order to attack, to Shiyun's request to stop, to Clan's blocking of the waste, it took only 1 second. Shiyun asked herself, in such a short time, she couldn't react so quickly. Until this moment, she deeply realized that Qin Xingxing and his gang of people who cheated others and themselves were indeed well-trained soldiers. The next second, Qin Xingxing followed her words and gave a command in a loud voice. Who has the glowing thing? Throw it in immediately, and leave a shadow for me at 8 o'clock. Something glowing. It can be thrown. It would be best if it could help Qin contain the pollution source. She has it. Shiyun decisively took out a small black paper bag from the warehouse and threw it into the cage. Item details. Name, a piece of paper that can hold fire. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 1/1. Effect, a one-time physical and mental throwing weapon. When the weapon touches the throwing target, the outer paper will automatically spread out, revealing the bright fire that has been bound for a long time, illuminating the area within a radius of 10 meters, and causing a 3-second mental blinding effect on all conscious beings in the area. The duration of the fire is 1 minute. Note 1. Cherish life, play with fire with caution. Note 2. You are full of imagination to use Guangming Fuyu as paper, and you are unconventional to use paper to wrap fire. The small black paper package wrapped with the fire was square and light. With the help of Shiyun's skillful throwing, it flew into the cage with a small layer of blue water drop-shaped bubbles, like a lady in a princess dress, holding up the hem of her skirt, and found a foothold in the irregular crystals that were shining with flowing light, and landed gracefully. The bubbles on it gradually melted away, and the lady slowly took off layer after layer of cumbersome outer skirt, revealing her inner hot heart. At that moment, the light was brilliant. Qin Xingxing was well prepared, staring directly at the blindingly bright cage, and in the brilliant light, he found a small circle of strange shadows at 8 o'clock under the feet of the black stone giant. The playful look in his eyes faded, and he stretched out his right hand towards the circle of shadows, making a strangling gesture. It seemed that there was nothing in his hand, but the blue veins on his arm burst, as if he was wrestling with something in the void. Mental attack, star collapse. In the cage, the circle of shadows seemed to have sensed something and immediately moved away from the giant's feet. Without the support of the main body, the fake giant began to dissipate. Suddenly, the giant seemed to have touched something with extremely strong suction, and his body was stretched into a fan-shaped shape at an increasingly faster speed like plasticine. Before it could completely dissipate, it suddenly disappeared. The whole process took only a blink of an eye. The shadow quickly turned several circles on the ground, but the circle became smaller and smaller, as if something invisible was constantly approaching. The diameter of the encirclement is 1 meter. 50 centimeters. 30. 10. A silent roar rose from the ground, swiftly shaking the bubble prison, like countless invisible sharp arrows, rushing towards Qin Zixing and others. The black light of the 6-star array became stronger, dispelling the sharp arrow-like sound wave attack. Qin Zixing paused in his strangling action, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. I don't know if the shadow has discovered the clues, and it roared one after another, continuously sending out sound wave attacks. Another drop of sweat fell, and dripped into Qin Zixing's eyes. He closed one eye, clenched his back teeth, and strangled with his right hand. The diameter of the encirclement is 5 centimeters. At the same time, David curiously asked Shiyun about various technical details. It's amazing. I can feel the temperature of the fire even when I stand here. What kind of weapon is that? What's that layer on the outside? Why does it look like ordinary wax paper? I don't seem to see any other mechanisms. Is there an energy reaction device installed on that piece of paper? What chemicals are put in it? How can there be fire when it is spread out? Shiyun was holding Guangmin Fuyu in front of his face, barely using it as sunglasses. It's not wax paper. The principle is too complicated to explain clearly. Just think of it as a bonfire that can only burn for 1 minute. What's so awesome about a bonfire? It's too bright, brighter than an A-grade nuclear crystal. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown a nuclear crystal in. You didn't have to throw it in anyway. Didn't you see me throw it in? What a waste. Kren interrupted and complained. You're the one who reacts the fastest, okay? David shot back, if you have the guts, go talk to Anna. Kren received Anna's glare and coughed, well, more is better than less. Shiyun ignored their meaningless bickering and asked, nuclear crystal? What is that? David pointed to the turbid crystals glowing above their heads, and then to the irregular crystals in the hexagram array. Those are nuclear crystals, which can only be produced by pollution sources above level C. Oh no, strictly speaking, some weaker level CS don't have them either. This thing is quite convenient. For example, if you inject a little mental power into it, it will glow. Interesting. Shiyun was quite interested. So if you take away the mental power inside, will it stop glowing? Yeah, but be careful when collecting it, and don't let people who are not good at controlling their mental power play with it. If the energy balance in the nuclear crystal is destroyed, it will explode. Will it explode? Yes, think about it. This thing is essentially the energy core of the pollution source, and energy will explode if it is not used properly. David answered casually, speaking of which, when I first saw your fire bag, I was sweating. Don't tell me. It's okay. Physical flames can't ignite nuclear crystals, so don't worry. But? Shiyun silently raised his hand, and made a little gesture with his index finger and thumb. My bonfire has a little mental attack. David, Qin Xingxing, who was struggling with a black shadow, the reserve S level, who was forced to retreat and finally emerged from the ground, intending to fight Qin Xingxing, ? The scene was silent. 7 or 8 A-level nuclear crystals that had been trembling for a long time surrounded the leaping bonfire, making a sound like gas leakage, and the surface of the crystal shell was slightly melted, and the streamer contained in it was madly running. Get down! Qin Xingxing shouted, and while he retracted his right hand, his left hand dropped from top to bottom, shaking out a huge transparent shield. He rushed to Shiyun in 3 or 2 steps, and threw her to the ground while she was staring at the cage in a daze. Boom! The nuclear crystals exploded collectively, and a terrible shock wave roared in all directions with the prison as the center, as if to annihilate every molecule in the air. The first to bear the brunt was the S level, which was not yet fully formed and stuck to the edge of the star array, and was blown to pieces. Then, the backs of Shiyun and his men lying on the ground hurt as if they were stepped on by a giant several hundred meters tall and crushed into the ground. Then, the crystal core hanging in the sky for lighting also exploded under the stimulation of the shock wave, becoming a part of the mighty shock wave. Then, the base 100 meters away was affected, and the protective shield trembled slightly, resisting for only a moment before shattering like foam. 5 minutes later, the shock wave arrived more than 40 kilometers away, and the aftermath swept through the dormant black bamboo forest, making the entire bamboo forest rustle and all the bamboos bent. During this time, Shi Yun's system kept beeping in her mind. Warning! Your base, Home 2, is suffering from. Your item, a protective shield for thriftiness, has been damaged. Your item, a piece of paper that can contain fire, has caused serious damage to your belongings. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, playing with fire and getting burned. Rare, the bonus skill has been issued, please check. Shi Yun, whose face is still buried in the ground. Thank you. Want to say I told you not to play with fire a long time ago. Please say it directly. There is no need to be so sarcastic. Chapter 60. The sky was dark, the ground was vast, the wind blew sand and rocks. The aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated, and several flat mounds of earth on the ground moved. Several gray people sat up and coughed at different frequencies, followed by a series of neat poo, 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 and they were busy spitting out the sand in their mouths. Shi Yun also raised his head, coughed for a while, and just cleared the sand and stones in his mouth and face. He opened his eyes, and met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling. Okay. According to the routine of most female literary works on Earth, this person will definitely talk about saving her. As expected, Qin Xingxing took back the hand that was protecting her head, and his smile was full of calculation. Shouldn't I repay the favor of saving my life? Shi Yun looked at him expressionlessly. According to this person's character, he definitely didn't want her to marry him at this time, but you don't have to pay a lot, just a token of appreciation. How about 800 jerry fruits? Qin Xingxing asked loudly. If it's too much, I reluctantly accept the installment payment. 800. Very good. Opening her mouth, she asked for a quarter of her inventory. No problem. Shi Yun wiped the sand from the corner of her mouth with the back of his hand and smiled. It's my duty. I'm afraid 800 is not enough, and can't show my sincerity in repaying my gratitude. How about we round it up to 1,000? Why is this girl so easy to talk to all of a sudden? Qin Xingxing was immediately alert, but he didn't show it on his face. His smile was hypocritical. How can you be so embarrassed? I came up and asked for 4 digits of food from you. 9.99 will be enough. I'm not greedy. It's okay. All 9.99 have been sold. One more won't matter. Shi Yun smiled and reached out to push the hair that fell in front of her face behind her ears. Her arm drew a particularly round arc in the air, and her round fingertips pointed to the base not far away. We've finished talking about repaying the favor. The things you want will be delivered later. Now let's talk about compensation. Qin Xingxing looked in the direction of her finger. Okay. After the unevenly colored protective cover was gone, the 2 jerry-faced trees were polluted by the outside world and withered into 2 piles of ashes. The wind blew them away until only 2 small tufts were left. The 2 small stone houses had lost their roofs, becoming 2 curved chimneys that were narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, revealing the shabby and almost non-existent furnishings inside. Andrew had just gotten up from the ground. The combat uniform he had confiscated from Nikita and the others had completely exhausted its energy and turned gray, but it at least protected the sleeping black python and Naya, who was tied up like a cocoon. Qin Xingxing retracted his gaze and laughed. To be honest, you were the one who started the fire, so the responsibility. Let's split it in half. Shi Yun smiled more and more brilliantly. My memory is not good. Please remind me. I was sleeping peacefully at home. Why are there suddenly a lot of pollution sources around me? Qin Xingxing. TSK, we are all friends who have risked our lives. It's meaningless for you to bring up such a long history. I won't bother with you about your protective shield holding my child. Shi Yun. It's okay. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and it's good for physical and mental health to care more. Her eyes smiled into crescents, and a light sharper than a knife seeped out of the crescents. For example, we can also care about my protective shield, which has no arms or legs and stays there honestly. How could your child be inexplicably held by it? Qin Xingxing. How about I compensate you with 1,000 jerry fruits? Shi Yun stretched his muscles. I've been tired all day. It seems good to eat some human flesh to improve the food, Andrew. No, we can talk it over. Qin Xingxing held her arm. I will give you 2. 5. 10 crystal cores in addition to the conditions we mentioned before. How about that? Alas, no meat? I haven't eaten meat for a long time, and I'm not allowed to eat meat because I'm in a bad mood. Shi Yun sighed, looking far away, and said vicissitudes. Looking around? There is not even a stone around. Poor my 2 stone houses that I built with great difficulty. The more I think about it, the worse I feel. Don't be sad, fix it, we fix it. The protective shield I developed at great cost is gone. The pollution in the base is now exceeding the standard. Do you see the 2 trees over there? No. That's right, the trees I planted with great difficulty are gone. Replant, we replant immediately. It can't be planted anymore. The materials for purifying the pollution have been used up a long time ago. Ah, that means there will be no vegetarian food in the future. So maybe that person is our last meal. What materials do you need? We will find them for you right away. Qin Xingxing apologized with a smile. Good creditor, please don't be so sullen. I can't afford to pay you back if you keep sulking. I still owe you 5 spaceships, 15 weapons, and 7 combat uniforms. You have almost drained my wife's money. I can only pay myself back if you want to pay me back. That won't work. Is that right? I am a worthless man. I know you are not interested in me. Otherwise, please be generous and don't bother with us so much. I will let the little ones help you make the house more beautiful, plant more beautiful trees, and find more materials. We will call it even. I mean, since we need to use people as collateral, you alone are not enough. Shi Yun showed his 2 sharp little fangs and counted on his fingers, my mental damage compensation, the mental damage compensation of my 3 residents, and the protection fee of your personal guards. A total of 5 parts. In addition to you, you have to give me 4 more coolies. I'm sorry. Qin Xingxing said righteously, I don't care about it myself. But my 4 children are free people with independent thoughts and independent personalities. They recognize me as the boss, so I should defend their personality and dignity to the death. I will never sell them to you. I provide food and lodging for you, if I can take care of your 4 kids. We're all lifelong friends, so what's the big deal if I hand them over to you for 2 months? 2 months, no more. Qin Xingxing's face changed. I want a single room, 3 meals a day, afternoon tea and supper. Shi Yun walked towards the base, and glanced at him lightly. We believe in distribution according to work. 3 months. Deal? The overage kids, who were sold, walked behind them, and heard their conversation clearly. David looked at Anna and Kellen. Did you hear that? The boss sold us out again. Kellen, I heard it clearly. Anna, yeah. David's mouth trembled slightly, his eyebrows raised, his nose flared slightly, and he seemed to be crying for a long time. But in the end, he hugged his sister and brother. That's great. It's really great. We finally have an excuse not to write that 35,000-word crappy self-criticism. Shi Yun, who was walking in front, You piglets are quite happy to be sold, huh? A group of dusty people walked back to Shi Yun's base. Shi Yun immediately added a thrifty protective shield, and chose not to activate the purification function for the time being, so as not to empty the few remaining filter rocks in the warehouse. Then, she issued household registration certificates to Qin Xingxing and others one by one. The badge-like household registration certificates were in their hands, melted into their palms, and disappeared. The eyes of several people were blank for a moment, as if they had seen some information. David and Naya, who were chattering, blinked and stopped talking. Anna, who was annoyed by their noise, moved her face and softened her eyebrows. Homeland number 2. Qin Xingxing read out the name of the base in his vision, and waved his hand at Shi Yun, his tone still casual. Oh, it's quite ceremonial. Shi Yun shrugged perfunctorily, and had no time to pay attention to him. She was overwhelmed by the system information. Congratulations on adding 5 new residents, influence plus 10. Congratulations on recruiting an S-level technical engineer and an A-level warrior, David Chris, influence plus 400. Congratulations on recruiting an S-level technical engineer and an A-level warrior, Naya Chris. Influence plus 400. The 2 S-level technical engineers have brought you a lot of inspiration in the field of technology, and the technology research time of some branches of the technology tree facility transformation has been shortened by 80%. For details, please see the following list. Code-breaking device, large-scale defense project, autonomous driving technology. Congratulations on recruiting an S-level warrior, Anna Chris, influence plus 300. Congratulations on recruiting an S-level warrior, Cranksu, influence plus 300. Congratulations on recruiting an S-level general. The system froze for a while. Congratulations on recruiting an S-class general, an A-class warrior, Qin Xingxing, influence plus 400. Qin Xingxing's warrior rating is only A-class? Shi Yun looked at him in surprise. This guy can't beat Anna and clan? Isn't that right? Is it related to the system freeze? Qin Xingxing had already walked around the base at this time, and felt her gaze, and made a request innocently. Boss, request to ask a question. Shi Yun, rejected. Qin Xingxing pretended not to hear her words. raised his hand and pointed at the things in the base one by one, and muttered like a roll call: a handmade bed, 3 handmade chairs, a handmade table, 2 primitive houses, a small spring, a half-collapsed mine. Oh, there used to be 2 trees. He raised his hand again and pointed at the protective shield above his head. You spent a lot of money to develop this protective shield, which has good strength and function. Overall, the military's inferior protective shields are not as good as yours. Shi Yun's expression gradually disappeared. What do you want to say? I'm just curious. So curious that I want to interview you. Qin Zixing showed a big white tooth. Why do you use a 6-digit password to protect 2-digit property? He was cancelled his household registration on the spot by Shi Yun, and was thrown dozens of meters away. David and Naya, who were chatting animatedly, stopped talking and followed Qin Xingxing's parabola from left to right. Wow, the boss seems to be playing a new game. You lost an S-level general, an A-level warrior, Qin Xingxing, and your influence was reduced by 400. Shi Yun was indifferent to the system prompt. He looked at Qin Xingxing, who was getting up in a mess in the distance, raised the household registration certificate he bought again, and smiled. Do you want it? Qin Xingxing, think about it. Boss, I was wrong. Shi Yun smiled and threw the household registration certificate at his feet in front of him, and walked away in the protective shield. I won't give it to you even if you throw it away. Qin Xingxing, He squatted outside with a sudden realization, vowed to change his past, and scratched the protective shield for a long time, and finally waited for his little fan, Kellen. Ah, Kellen, I know you are my most loyal. Boss. Kellen interrupted him, holding the household registration certificate in his hand, with a sympathetic look on his face. The new boss told me not to let you talk nonsense, and ask you a question directly. Qin Xingxing closed his eyes resignedly. You ask? Kellen repeated Shi Yun's words verbatim, and even imitated Shi Yun's expressionless face 100%. Isn't it just a 2-digit property? What are you scratching outside for so long?